Chapter 1. An Unexpected Journey. Chinchio gazed around in bewilderment. What is going on? Where on earth am I? Wasn't he just at a comic convention? How did he suddenly find himself in a different place? Could it be that he has traveled to another world? No way, no way. How could such a perilous venture befall him? Chinchio tugged at his hair. Ouch. This hurts. Damn it. His wig has transformed into real hair. Moreover, he sensed that he could hear the whispers of the wind as long as he wished. This world held no secrets from him. It seemed that he possessed powers akin to those of Venti, and the divine artifact that once served as a mere prop had now manifested into reality. This was truly, excuse me? A cautious voice interrupted his thoughts. Who goes there? Chinchio was startled by the unfamiliar voice, and in his moment of surprise, he lost control of his newfound abilities, causing the winds around him to whip violently. Hello. 111 was on the verge of tears. Good heavens, had this person just threatened him? How terrifying. 2 and 111. You arrived here due to my mistake. What? Were you? A system? I came here because of you? Chinchio frowned. Yes. 111's voice trembled, evoking the image of a bullied child. I apologize. My senior and his host brought me to this realm for a visit. I was supposed to leave, but during my spatial leap, I inadvertently affected you and brought you to the world of god-slaying. So this is an unwarranted disaster for me. Chinchio raised an eyebrow. Yes, I'm so sorry. Woo-woo. 111 couldn't help but cry. Woo-woo. Stop. I haven't even cried yet. Why are you crying? Chinchio felt a headache coming on as 111 wept in his mind. Voo, I am sorry. My senior has already contacted higher-ups. There should be a resolution soon. I will ensure your safe return. During this time, I will take full responsibility for you. 111 sobbed as he spoke. All right, I understand. I'm not blaming you, so stop crying. This is merely an accident, right? Now, what exactly is my current situation? Chinchio grasped the gist of it, but was puzzled as to why he had taken on Venti's appearance and powers. Hic! 111 cried so hard that he hiccuped. It seems this is due to the nature of this world. It is inherently unstable, and since you were a cosplayer, your identity resonated with this world. Given the high resemblance you share with Venti, it recognized you as his counterpart. Moreover, considering the dangers of this realm, I exerted additional force to solidify this identity for you, ensuring your safety until you can return. Is that so? Chinchio sighed in relief. Thankfully, the world of god-slaying was indeed perilous. Filled with deities and dangers, this made him feel considerably safer. He sensed newfound strength coursing through him, even capable of wielding the powers of the Anemo Archon. Chinchio inquired, so, I merely need to wait, correct? He could either return home or remain here. He was not a person of great ambition, rather, he was an ordinary individual. He had family and friends in his original world. Although he found this new realm intriguing, he could not forsake his home for it. Yes, indeed, 111 noted, observing that Chinchio did not react with outrage or resentment, which made him feel somewhat guilty. However, Chinchio raised an eyebrow, curious if there was more to the statement. But what? However, the timing is uncertain. Due to the differences between worlds, the flow of time varies, which may require you to stay in this realm for a while longer. 111 spoke nervously, almost pleading for Kiankia's forgiveness. But I assure you, at most, within a year, this world will certainly return you home. And in my world, less than 5 minutes. Then there is no problem, Chinchio replied, relieved. It is merely a year here, and I am quite fascinated by this place. A year is perfect for exploration. Moreover, only 5 minutes will pass when I return, so there is no rush. Thank you for your understanding. 111 exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with emotion at Chinchio's amiable disposition. All right, you need not address me formally. My name is Chinchio, just call me by my name. I look forward to your company. Of course, Chinchio, 111 replied, elated that he had resolved a significant portion of the predicament he had caused. Chinchio, may I call you Chocho? Certainly, Chinchio responded, recognizing that 111 had a childlike nature, and that reasonable requests from a child could be accommodated. By the way, 111, will my actions in this world have adverse effects? Or can I interfere with the timeline of this world? Chinchio inquired, still contemplating involvement in the realm of slaying gods. Not all. The world inherently possesses a corrective force, and moreover, this realm is bound by an unbreakable cycle of fate. Thus, Chocho may play freely without causing detrimental effects. So, I cannot alter the plot? Not exactly, it can be altered. To put it simply, it is akin to solving a problem while methods may differ. The correct answer remains unchanged. The processes in this world may vary, but the outcome will not. The outcome. 111. What constitutes an ending? Is death, like that of Zhao Kongchong, considered an ending? That could be deemed a conclusion. Chocho. Do you wish to save that person? Ultimately, the ending cannot be altered. As it pertains to the core of this world, minor details are inconsequential. Additionally, your authority carries a certain degree of influence, so it means I can save them. However, Chocho must facilitate the attainment of that ending. Otherwise, that individual will still perish, albeit the timeline of their demise may be extended. It seems I need to devise a plan. Chinchio mused, tapping his chin thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, he formulated a rough plan. However, as there was still much time until that event, he decided to explore this unfamiliar world. First point 111. Do I possess any identification in this world? Chocho, I have just infiltrated the network of this realm to procure an identification card for you. But alas, I cannot find a place to reside, 111 replied, a hint of disappointment in its tone. This could pose a bit of a dilemma. Although my current physique requires no rest, lacking a place to stay does seem rather peculiar, Chinchio expressed, somewhat distressed. Could he possibly reside upon a cloud? In truth, with his present abilities as the Anemo god, he could indeed conjure a soft, fluffy cloud. Chocho, there is actually a solution, 111 announced, having discovered a government notice online detailing policies for the accommodation of students in need. What solution? Chinchio ceased his daydreaming. You should attend school. Chapter 2. The First Encounter. Today, a transfer student has joined our class. Let's give him a warm welcome. Chinchio stood at the podium, smiling and waving to his classmates. Hello everyone, my name is Chinchio, and I have a passion for poetry and song. Let me share a little secret with you. I am the finest bard in the world. Wow, he's so adorable. A bard? That sounds so cool. Chinchio's hair is gradient. Did he dye it? Is he a girl? A commotion erupted from the crowd below the podium. I apologize, but I'm indeed a boy, he clarified. All right, everyone quiet down. The homeroom teacher rapped on the desk, and the classroom fell silent instantly. The teacher scanned the room. Chinchio, you may sit in the third row by the window. There's an available seat there. Chinchio glanced over. Though it wasn't the homeland of kings, it was still a pleasant spot, perfect for daydreaming during lessons. All right, he made his way to his seat. Hello, Imli Ife, your desk mate. If you have any questions about the school, feel free to ask me. Li Ife greeted him with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing the name Li Ife, Chinchio blinked in surprise. Wow, what luck! On his very first day, his desk mate seemed extraordinary. Chinchio seized Li Ife's hand and shook it enthusiastically. Hello, hello. I'm Chinchio. I look forward to your guidance. Chinchio contemplated whether he should assist Li Ife. Perhaps, with a little intervention, he could suppress the more troublesome aspects of Li Ife's personality. Haha, sure thing. Life at school was rather pleasant during class. Chinchio employed subtle tricks to evade the teacher's notice. He basked in the warm sunlight, resting his head on the desk to doze off. Occasionally, when he felt restless, he would blur the teacher's memory and sneak away into the mist for a wander. He even ventured to the moon, where he encountered Michael. Thus, 2 weeks passed. Within the mist, Chinchio had explored the area extensively. The archons of Tevat all exhibited a divine compassion for humanity, and having been influenced by Venti, Chinchio found himself incensed by the actions of the deities he observed within the mist. Chocho, don't be angry, it's not worth your ire, 111 gently soothed him. If you're truly upset, use this. What is this? Chinchio inquired, eyeing the dark cannon that had suddenly appeared in his hand. Though it seemed unremarkable, an overwhelming sense of trepidation surged through him at the sight of it, alerting him to the fact that this object was exceedingly, extraordinarily, and unfathomably dangerous. This is the black hole cannon, capable of launching a miniature black hole the size of a moon. It was a gift from my brother. He said if I encounter someone bothersome, I should fire it at them. I can lend it to Chocho, 111 proclaimed proudly. A black hole? Good heavens! Surely, One shot won't obliterate Blue Star, will it? No, no. The black hole can be retracted. The stability of this world is decent if retracted in time. It would take at least 3 shots, 111 calculated. Qian Xiu face-palmed, overwhelmed with disbelief. Isn't that nearly the same? One shot would essentially devastate half the world. 111. Dear, listen to me, children shouldn't play with such dangerous objects. Quickly put it away. Qian Xiu's tone involuntarily softened, fearing that 111 might accidentally fire it. Initially, Qian Xiu believed that 111 was merely an inexperienced novice system, which is why he found himself entangled in this predicament. However, the reality was astonishing. This was a hidden, affluent powerhouse. Who would dare to provoke such a being? Really? Qiu, you don't want it? It's perfectly safe. You can play with it. It was because of me that you unexpectedly ended up here. Consider it my token of apology. That's not the issue, dear. Let's be obedient and put it away, Qian Xiu insisted, terrified that 111 might unwittingly unleash chaos upon the world. All right then, just let me know when you need it, 111 replied, recognizing that Qian Xiu genuinely didn't want to use it, and stowed it away. Once the ominous black hole cannon vanished from sight, Qian Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, although Qian Xiu did not utilize the black hole cannon, he still left them with a small gift, nothing extravagant, merely a few colossal tornado formations. Perched atop the school rooftop, Qian Xiu delicately strummed the strings of the sky harp, its ethereal notes carried by the gentle breeze into the school. The wind playfully danced around Qian Xiu, delivering whispers from distant lands. Is it here? Qian Xiu heard the wind speak of a boy cloaked in black fabric appearing at the school gate. With a casual wave, the sky harp transformed into a green luminescence and vanished. It's about to begin. As destiny aligns, what kind of tale shall unfold? I truly look forward to it. Though Qian Xiu was aware of the plot, experiencing it live was akin to attending a concert. The thrill of witnessing the unfolding drama was exhilarating. He leaped from the rooftop, his figure vanishing from midair, only to reappear at the classroom door. Good morning, everyone. Qian Xiu greeted with a cheerful smile. Good morning. You arrived quite early. Despite his brief time in the class, Qian Xiu had already fully integrated himself, thanks to his charming appearance and his ability to captivate those around him, particularly the girls, who were especially fond of him. Qian Xiu, come. Let me introduce you, Li Yifei called out the moment he spotted Qian Xiu. Qian Xiu had already taken notice of the group nearby, so it was the perfect opportunity to join them. He walked over to Li Yifei, where the boy cloaked in black fabric, Lin Xie, stood before him. Xie, this is Qian Xiu. Though he hasn't been here long, he has already become the beloved pet of our class. Qian Xiu firmly grasped Lin Xie's hand, shaking it vigorously up and down. Hello. I'm Qian Xiu. Do you enjoy singing? If you're interested in songs, we could chat more. This scene felt somewhat familiar. Hello, Lin Xie replied, somewhat awkward in the face of such familiarity. Qian Xiu's exuberance rendered him momentarily speechless, and he was attempting to withdraw his hand without causing offense. Oh wow, the protagonist is shy. Qian Xiu, recognizing the need for restraint, released Lin Xie's hand with a decisive motion. How did you know my name? Lin Xie inquired, puzzled. The warm welcome he received upon entering the class was overwhelming, with everyone eagerly vying for his attention. Ah, it's because your aunt visited a few days ago. She brought a basket of eggs, and everyone received one, hoping we could take good care of you, Qian Xiu explained. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze in silence. Your aunt cares for you a great deal. Qian Xiu's voice floated to him like a gentle breeze. Yes, Lin Xie responded, his voice thick with emotion. He understood his aunt's deep affection. She had tirelessly raised him and Ah Jin over the years, enduring countless hardships. However, he was determined to excel in his studies now, intending to repay her kindness in the future. Before long, class time arrived, and the students finally ceased their attention on Lin Xie, allowing him a moment to breathe. On his first day of school, he had already experienced a harmonious and loving atmosphere, with even offers to accompany him to the restroom. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting, and it felt like no time had passed before school was dismissed. Qian Xiu, having awakened just before the end of the day, made his way over. He had just returned from Northern Europe, and the effort to break free from the divine entities there had exhausted him. Lin Xie found himself quite intrigued by Qinxiu, for who else would sleep through an entire school day? In Lin Xie's perception, Qinxiu had remained asleep throughout. Strangely enough, no one seemed to notice him, even the teachers appeared to subconsciously overlook Qinxiu. It was decidedly peculiar. Lin Xie suspected that Qinxiu might possess some extraordinary qualities. Since witnessing an angel in his childhood, he had doubted the simplicity of this world. Yet, he remained unconcerned, focusing instead on living a good life with his aunt and Ajin, showing little interest in uncovering the secrets of others. As school concluded, several classmates offered to escort Lin Xie home. "School's out. Xie, let's walk you home," Li Yifei said. "No need," Lin Xie declined politely. "It's fine. It's on our way anyway." "Come on," Li Yifei insisted, placing an arm around Lin Xie's shoulders. Lin Xie's feeble protests proved ineffective, and he found himself surrounded by classmates as they walked together. "Qinxiu, hurry up. It's time to go home." "Yawn," Qinxiu stretched. "I'm coming. Qianqi's assigned residence was also located in the old district, thus he was included in the escorting group. The journey home was anything but dull, and even without anyone calling for him, Qinxiu would have pursued the lively scene ahead. A group of spirited youths, engaging in playful banter, moved forward, filling the air with excitement. Chapter 3, Illusion. Qinxiu walked at the rear of the group, deliberately minimizing his presence throughout the journey. The once sizable group of over a dozen had dwindled, as many classmates had already returned home, leaving the others behind. "Hey, have you heard? The old town has been rather unsafe lately. A serial killer has escaped, and there have already been over a dozen victims." Li Yifei broached the topic. The old town streets were dim and deserted, and Jiang Qian, being a girl with a naturally timid disposition, felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing Li Yifei's words. "Li Yifei, are you out of your mind to mention that here?" she exclaimed. Instinctively, Jiang Qian scanned her surroundings, feeling increasingly uneasy, as if the murderer might leap out at any moment. All right, I haven't heard anything about a killer in the old town," Wang Xiao interjected, playing the peacemaker and trying to soothe his classmates, which somewhat alleviated Jiang Qian's distress. After walking for a while, Qinxiu sensed a disturbance in the wind ahead. He stroked his chin in contemplation. The ghost-faced man should be just ahead. Quietly, Qinxiu detached himself from the group, unnoticed by everyone except Lin Xie. In Lin Xie's perception, Qinxiu seemed to take a few steps back before abruptly vanishing. This revelation startled Lin Xie, confirming that his classmate was indeed extraordinary. However, Qinxiu did not stray far. He perched himself atop a wall in a nearby alley, a vantage point he deemed ideal for both rescue and observation. 111. The scene when Lin Xie opens his eyes will be absolutely breathtaking. "Don't forget to take a picture," Qinxiu instructed. Now, 111 had taken on a physical form, utilizing the Teflon doll Qinxiu had previously carried. After settling in, 111 could also wield certain abilities of Teflon. Understood. 111, with one small hand holding a camera and the other saluting, appeared irresistibly adorable. During this time, Qinxiu had been darting about, calling on 111 to capture anything intriguing. 111 had become quite adept at this task. "All right, I've reached my destination and am turning the corner. I'm off." Wang Xiao waved goodbye and turned to enter the alley, departing from the group. It has begun. Qinxiu exclaimed, producing a handful of sunflower seeds from an unknown source, munching and watching alongside 111. "Do you smell something foul?" After Wang Xiao's departure, Jiang Qian seemed to detect an unpleasant odor. "What foul smell?" Lu Yuan sniffed the air vigorously. "I don't smell anything." "Ugh." Before Li Yifei could finish his sentence, his complexion suddenly changed. "All right, no need to say more. It seems we all caught a whiff." Jiang Qian, who had initially detected the smell, was utterly repulsed, bending over to vomit. Lin Xie was also suffering. His heightened senses, already different from others, were now overwhelmed, and he barely managed to refrain from vomiting as his body struggled to react. Before they could fully grasp the situation, a chilling scream pierced the air. "Wang Xiao!" The familiar voice sent shockwaves through the group, leaving them in utter disbelief. Apart from Lin Xie, The three exchanged glances and without hesitation dashed into the alley where Wang Xiao had previously ventured. Observe their camaraderie. Chinchou patted the bewildered Wang Xiao on the shoulder. What? Wang Xiao remained oblivious, trying to grasp the situation. Just moments ago, he had been in the alley when an unknown entity lunged at him, followed by a gust of wind. Upon closing his eyes and reopening them, he found himself here, face to face with Chinchou. What on earth? Care for some sunflower seeds? Chinchou generously offered a handful to Wang Xiao. Wait, let me gather my thoughts. Chinchou, why are you here? Did you save me? What is happening? Wang Xiao's worldview was shaken. Yes, I saved you. You may stay here for a while. Later you can join them or leave immediately. Chinchou replied. What do you mean? Look at what? Li Yifei and the others? Wang Xiao questioned in confusion. Since you can help, why not rescue them now? That's not feasible due to certain reasons. But they're not in danger. Chinchou waved his hand dismissively. Wang Xiao wanted to say more, but was interrupted by another piercing scream, this time from a female voice. It was Jiang Qian. Instantly, Wang Xiao turned his gaze towards the alley, where Li Yifei and his companions had emerged, panicked. Monster! Run! Lu Yuan shouted before fleeing for his life. Lin Xie stood there, his expression grim. He could not see the chaos within, but the reactions of the others hinted at something dire. In his haste, Li Yifei stumbled, colliding with Lin Xie's shoulder, but quickly regained his footing and continued to sprint away. Just as Lin Xie steadied himself, a deep, ominous sound echoed from afar, growing ever closer. He too turned and ran. Everyone was in a frantic bid for survival. Suddenly, a creature intruded upon Lin Xie's perception. It was an abomination, neither man nor beast. With crimson liquid staining its claws and teeth, its nature was all too clear. Sensing this, everyone quickened their pace. Jiang Qian stumbled, falling to the ground. And in that instant, the ghastly figure pounced upon her. Within Lin Xie's awareness, he witnessed the splattering of blood. He beheld the tragic demise of Jiang Qian. Hush, quiet down. Keep your voice low. What if Xie hears us? Chinchou murmured, covering the mouth of the surviving Jiang Qian with the wind. Jiang Qian stared at Chinchou and the seemingly resurrected Wang Xiao, momentarily at a loss. Chinchou shook off the faux blood that had accidentally adhered to his hand. A concoction he had crafted from potassium thiocyanate and ferric chloride pilfered from the school laboratory. Thankfully, he still recalled some chemistry from high school. The ionic equation for the reaction of potassium thiocyanate and ferric chloride is Fe3 SCN3, resulting in a blood-red solution. Iron thiocyanate is formed through the complexation reaction of potassium thiocyanate and ferric chloride solution, exhibiting a deep red color akin to blood. In the realm of cinema and television production, ferrous thiocyanate is often employed to create convincingly realistic fake blood effects. Thus, let us cease the futile debate. It is merely a trivial scene, yet so many persist in their argument. Although Lin Xie witnessed Jiang Qian collapse and succumb to death, it was in truth a mere illusion. After Jiang Qian fell, Chinchou had already shielded her with a wall of wind, and as Lin Xie frantically sought to escape, Jiang Qian had vanished beyond his realm of perception, leaving him oblivious to her fate. Well, Wang Xiao, do assist in comforting Jiang Qian. I shall fetch Lu Yuan, and thereafter we can escort you back. Chinchou felt a sense of satisfaction, having rescued everyone without leaving a trace of flaw. He truly lives up to his reputation. With a swift motion, Chinchou disappeared to locate Lu Yuan. As for Li Yifei, Lin Xie would face no issues that Li Yifei could not withstand. The formidable snake demon would ensure his safety. Wang Xiao. What is happening? Today has been overwhelming, and Jiang Qian's mind seems to have crashed. I do not possess much information, merely. Wang Xiao explained to Jiang Qian. I have returned. Chinchou reappeared, carrying an unconscious Lu Yuan. I shall now escort you back. By the way, shall we keep tonight's events confidential? Wang Xiao pondered deeply before inquiring of Chinchou. Confidentiality? Speak as you wish. It matters little to me, Chinchou replied nonchalantly. Firstly, he would not remain in this world for long, and secondly, with his prowess. He stood among the elite of the divine. Aside from a few supreme beings, none posed a threat to him. If necessary, he could always borrow the black hole cannon from 111 to deal with those who dared to threaten him and see who would perish in the end. Now, off you go. I must return promptly after seeing you all on your way. Chinchio manipulated the wind, enveloping the group as they departed. Chapter 4. The Divine Might. After bidding farewell to Lu Yuan and the others, Chinchio hurriedly returned to the alley, expressing that he had never been this anxious even when rushing for the early shift. Despite the haste, he managed to arrive just before Lin Xie opened his eyes. He witnessed a ghostly figure lunging towards Lin Xie, while the energy fluctuations surrounding Lin grew increasingly intense. It was coming. Prepare. They were already ready. They had long been positioned at the prime vantage point. Golden light surged around Lin Xie, and in the next moment, a dazzling, searing beam erupted, piercing the heavens. Chinchio swiftly donned his prepared sunglasses, while 111 had already put theirs on. The two of them reveled in the spectacle before them, adorned in shades. Meanwhile, the Night Watch Team 136 was in urgent communication. Zhao Kongchang gazed at the distant beam of light. Captain, that is... Yes, that is the mortal realm of 003, Michael. The divine agent of Michael has emerged. Shamai affirmed. Old Zhao, you're closest. Go take a look first. If possible, it would be best to recruit Michael's agent into the Night Watch. Rest assured, Captain, I'll handle it. Old Zhao, stay safe. After ending the call, Zhao Kongchang sprinted toward the towering beam of light. The brightness was overwhelming, even with sunglasses, and Chinchio blinked, momentarily blinded by the glare. The divine might of Michael permeated the area, casting a golden halo that touched everything. Yet it was hindered within a 10-meter radius around Chinchio. The golden aura, unable to advance, erupted with an even more formidable presence, attempting to suppress Chinchio. Frowning, Chinchio released a modicum of power in resistance, summoning a gust of azure wind. The failure to subdue him seemed to infuriate the entity, and the golden beam surged once more, manifesting the illusory figure of Michael. Hey, Michael, you're being excessive. Chinchio disregarded the apparition of Michael and indignantly pointed at the moon. Am I not allowed to simply observe your agent? I haven't done anything. What does this mean? In a fleeting moment, Lin Xie appeared to glimpse the seraphim on the moon. Michael surveyed the surroundings, seemingly comprehending the situation, and acknowledged his fault. No, you must provide me with an explanation. Chinchio crossed his arms, unyielding. Primarily, he had been engrossed in the spectacle, only for an interruption to occur as if someone wanted to strike him. Although the harm was negligible, one could hardly blame him for being irked. After a moment of contemplation, Michael gradually conjured a feather from golden light before Chinchio. Your token? It holds no value for me. Chinchio expressed a hint of disdain, but reluctantly accepted it. All right, let this matter be settled. Chinchio waved his hand, signaling his forgiveness. The ethereal figure of Michael transformed into golden light and dissipated, while the divine presence of Michael receded, and tranquility gradually returned. Lin Xie's CPU had overheated. Upon opening his eyes, he found Chinchio perched on the wall, swinging his legs. Before he could utter a word, he watched as Chinchio confronted Michael. Wait, what? What's going on? His classmates were pointing at Michael, demanding an apology, and the crucial part was that Michael actually acknowledged it. Lin Xie was still trying to process everything. Well, this is for you, Chinchio said, leaping down from the wall to Lin Xie's side. Lin Xie instinctively took it, only realizing once it was in his hands that he didn't want it. Moreover, who on earth are you? Me? Chinchio replied with a smile. Ahem. Since you inquired with such sincerity, I shall generously enlighten you. Stop. Lin Xie's lips twitched. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Why won't you let me finish? It's not that I don't want to share. I was just about to tell you that I am. Chinchio paused, turning to look towards the mouth of the alley. What's wrong? Lin Xie noticed Chinchio's odd behavior and followed his gaze, spotting a figure cloaked in dark red at the alley's entrance. Lin Xie became alert. Too much had happened this evening. First, there was the monster attack. Then his newfound sight, followed by the conversation between Chinchio and Michael. And now, this mysterious individual had appeared. He absolutely did not want to get entangled in any more troubles. Zhao Kongchang observed the two boys before him. The one with golden eyes appeared disheveled. clearly having been through a fierce battle, while the other, with green eyes, looked pristine as if he had just returned from picnic. Zhao Kongchang glanced at the figure beside him, the ghost-faced person. That pile must be it. And that one over there, TSK, sliced to pieces, he noted, recalling how Chinchou had unleashed a wind blast against Michael earlier. Ah, so these two youngsters were the ones who did it? Quite impressive. So, who exactly is Michael's agent? Zhao Kongchang inquired, embodying the virtue of ignorance. You two little fellows, who is the divine agent? He. Chinchou spoke candidly. While Lin Xie felt he should be the one, yet since Chinchou could converse with Michael, he must possess some significance as well. So it seemed logical to place the responsibility on him. Chinchou raised an eyebrow at Lin Xie's deflection. I am not a divine agent. Rather, he is the one who serves as Michael's representative, Chinchou stated, pointing at Lin Xie. Zhao Kongchang, observing the residual power of Michael surrounding Lin Xie, was convinced. And you, what is your role in this? Two ghost-faced individuals, two entirely different fates. One was slain by Michael's agent, while the other was undoubtedly brought down by this green-eyed lad. Lin Xie was also curious and looked over, thinking that the guy hadn't revealed anything before, so now he should. Me? Oh, guess, Chinchou said with a mischievous grin. Lin Xie felt exasperated, realizing he was being toyed with again. Chinchou had skillfully concealed his power, leaving no trace of divine aura, so Zhao Kongchang, being an ordinary person, felt nothing amiss. He simply assumed that Chinchou had awakened some forbidden power. Both of them were quite young, just at that age when one is prone to daydreaming about possessing mysterious abilities. It was only natural for them to want to show off upon awakening such powers. Would you two youngsters be interested in joining the Night Watch? It's quite impressive. Zhao Kongchang fiddled with his star blade, ostentatiously displaying himself like a peacock. No, Lin Xie replied with unwavering resolve. Why? Zhao Kongchang was taken aback. It was unexpected that such a young man would not acquiesce readily, because it leads to death. Zhao Kongchang fell silent, contemplating the fallen comrades of their night watch who perished each year. This rationale was indeed irrefutable. Are you truly not considering it? Let us discuss it later. I need to retrieve my backpack from the alley first. Lin Xie evaded the question, desiring only to live peacefully with his aunt, steering clear of entanglements. All right then, go fetch it, and we shall continue our conversation. Zhao Kongchang conceded for the moment. Lin Xie exhaled in relief and promptly turned to leave. All right, kid, what about you? Will you join the Night Watch? No, and besides, Uncle Xie has already fled. Chinchou interjected with malicious intent. Huh? What? Zhao Kongchang hurriedly glanced over, and indeed, Lin Xie had already vanished. Damn, that kid runs fast. Huh? Chinchou laughed heartily at Zhao Kongchang's impotent fury, choosing not to linger any longer, and transformed into a wisp of wind, departing swiftly. One could only wonder what Zhao Kongchang would feel upon discovering Chinchou's disappearance upon his return. Indeed, curiosity lingered. Chapter 5. The name Barbados. Chinchou returned to his abode in the world of divine slaying. 111. Let me see how your photography turned out, he proclaimed, his pride evident as he puffed out his small chest. All right, you're the best. 111, Chinchou replied, ruffling 111's hair with a hint of exasperation. Upon taking the camera and reviewing the photographs, he found that 111 had not exaggerated. The images were breathtakingly exquisite, perfectly capturing the grandeur of the moment. Well done, 111. Chinchou beamed as he cherished the camera, knowing that 111 had mentioned bringing it back as a memento, with these images now destined for the present world. Although onlookers in the real world might dismiss these photos as digitally manipulated, they nonetheless served as undeniable proof of Chinchou's past presence, and he held high expectations. How strange, Chinchou noted as he sensed the connection to the wisp of wind he had previously tethered to Lin Xie had waned. Not entirely vanished, but rather intermittently detectable. It seemed something had obstructed the wind. Chow, what is wrong? 111 asked, noticing Chinchou suddenly closing his eyes in stillness. I sense a wisp of wind has been transported to another dimension, Chinchou replied, opening his eyes. It must be the psychiatric hospital of Xie. Should we go take a look? He inquired with genuine curiosity. Sure, I'm a bit curious too, 111 shyly admitted. With joy, Chinchio lifted 111 into his arms. Then let us embark. Wind is formless, unrestrained in its freedom. Nothing can confine or impede the liberty of the wind. In the instant Chinchio re-established contact with the wayward breeze, he used it as a focal point, transforming into a gentle zephyr and traversing space with 111. Within the psychiatric hospital of the deities, Lin Xie had explored the majority of the premises. Starting from the 6th patient room, he attempted to open the doors. But thus far, none had yielded. Could it be that these doors are all locked? Lin Xie pondered, perplexed. Not quite. It's simply that you are currently too weak to open them, Chinchio explained upon entering and observing Lin Xie's frustration, feeling it was only considerate to clarify the reason. I see. Lin Xie began to nod, but suddenly froze. Wait, I am the only one in this hospital. Where's that voice coming from? Whirling around, he was met with Chinchio's beaming face. What are you doing here? Lin Xie exclaimed, instinctively distancing himself from Chinchio, eyeing him warily. Do not be alarmed. Do not be alarmed, Chinchio reassured, appearing beside Lin Xie in the blink of an eye, patting his shoulder. I'm merely curious and came to take a look. I mean you no harm. Lin Xie's body stiffened. The speed was astounding. If Chinchio intended to attack, he would stand no chance of resistance. Who exactly are you? Lin Xie demanded, his gaze piercing into Chinchio's. Are you some sort of agent? Or perhaps, Lin Xie slowly articulated the absurd, yet conceivable conjecture. A deity? Oh dear, you guessed it? Chinchio tilted his head, laughing softly. Lin Xie inhaled sharply, realizing he had been deceived. Although Chinchio appeared entirely devoid of divine presence and had never exhibited any celestial powers, his equal dialogue with Michael confirmed his identity. May I pose a question to you? Certainly, but please refrain from using honorifics. It feels rather strange. Lin Xie exhaled in relief. The absence of formality suggested that this deity, Chinchio, was amiable. Chinchio is not your true name, is it? May I inquire what your real name is? Chinchio continued to smile, his lips remaining unchanged. Yet an unmistakable shift in aura enveloped him. In that moment, it seemed as if Chinchio had entirely shed his disguise, revealing an extraordinary divinity. A small creature, 111, soared into the air, bowing slightly in reverence to Chinchio. A gentle breeze began to swirl around Chinchio. The most loyal companion of the wind god, wind itself, devotedly protecting the boy at the center. My name is Barbados, compassionate yet indifferent, encompassing yet ruthless. In that moment, as Lin Xie was gazed upon by those pristine azure eyes, he had never been so acutely aware that before him stood a genuine deity. This world recognized Chinchio as the wind god. Thus, in this realm, Chinchio was undoubtedly Barbados beyond dispute. Lin Xie opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, though Chinchio did not impose any pressure upon him at that moment. No one dared to offend the intangible authority of a god. Ah, did I frighten you? Chinchio suddenly reverted to his playful demeanor, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, you are quite timid. The human aspect of Chinchio reemerged, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere, as the decorum of divinity was cast aside, and his spirit came alive once more. Barbados. Lin Xie mused, feeling somewhat speechless. He had sensed that this god was rather irreverent, and it now seemed he was correct. However, the name Barbados rang a bell. His knowledge of mythology was limited, thus he would need to investigate Chinchio's true identity later. All right, enough jesting. Barbados is my divine name, but I prefer Chinchio. You may call me Chinchio. Very well, Chinchio. Lin Xie acquiesced readily. Rest assured, I shall not impose. I am merely intrigued by you. I will linger in this world for approximately a year, so I hope to count on your company during this time. Chinchio said with a warm smile. All right then. Lin Xie felt cornered. He had no choice but to agree. This was a notification, not a negotiation. Chinchio had provided him with no room for refusal, and he could not dare to oppose a true deity. Furthermore, allow me to introduce you. Chinchio caught 111. This is 111. You may also refer to him as Tevelin. Is this a dragon? Lin Xie scrutinized 111's appearance, which bore a resemblance to a Western dragon, albeit rather diminutive. Indeed, it is the dragon guardian of the east wind, my companion. Do not let his current demeanor fool you. It is merely a manifestation. Hello there. 111 greeted Lin Xie. Hello. Lin Xie, now overwhelmed by enough astonishment, had undergone an upgrade. He was now Lin Xie. Even if a dragon were to greet him, it would no longer elicit any surprise. Chapter 6. Nixwell, aren't he going to take a look at the first ward? Oh, right. Lin Xie recalled his initial intention to visit the first ward, interrupted by Qianqiu's remarks, and subsequently shocked into forgetfulness by Qianqiu's identity. I shall go see the first ward. Qianqiu, I shall accompany you. Qianqiu responded, his excitement palpable at the prospect of witnessing Nix's reunion with her son. Lin Xie observed the gleam in Qianqiu's eyes, one sparkling with anticipation for the spectacle, the other brimming with mischief, utterly reveling in the unfolding drama. Very well. Lin Xie sighed, recognizing that Qianqiu's penchant for amusement would render his life anything but tranquil henceforth. Standing before the ward's door, Lin Xie steeled himself and firmly grasped the doorknob. With a soft click, the door swung open effortlessly. He stepped inside, followed closely by Qianqiu. Upon entering, they beheld a woman of regal grace, adorned in a sable gown that shimmered like the night sky. Lin Xie was taken aback by the panel that materialized before him. Do deities come in bulk these days? For standing before him was yet another divine being, and not just any deity, but one of the 5 primordial gods of ancient Greek mythology, the goddess of night, Nyx. Qianqiu, unable to perceive the panel before Lin Xie, had a good inkling of its content, but diverted his gaze to Nyx, losing interest in the display. He noted the formerly vacant expression in Nyx's eyes gradually becoming vibrant with emotion. Oh, my child, at last, I have found you, Nyx exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she rose from her seat and rushed towards Lin Xie with open arms. Lin Xie, believing he had reached the pinnacle of astonishment for the day, found his perceptions shattered once more by the unfolding scene. As Nyx hurtled towards him, he instinctively opened his arms. Nyx enveloped him in a warm embrace, while behind him, the number 111 lingered in the air. My child, you are alive? I have finally found you. Nyx wept uncontrollably. Lin Xie. The CPU of Lin Xie's brain once again succumbed to overwhelming strain. Qianqiu, witnessing Lin Xie's sudden pallor, could no longer contain his laughter. Ha 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 ha. Qianqiu's laughter was radiant, as if he were about to roll on the floor in glee. After embracing 111, upon catching sight of Qianqiu doubled over with laughter, Nyx's eyes ignited with unprecedented brilliance, and in the next heartbeat, she lunged toward him. Qianqiu, my child, you are here too. Cough, cough, cough. Qianqiu's exuberant laughter was abruptly silenced by Nyx's fervent embrace. It became evident that smiles do not vanish. They merely shift. Though Lin Xie remained bewildered by the situation, it did not hinder his amusement at Qianqiu's unexpected predicament. Even this mischievous deity had his moments of folly. Culus, do you not come to see your mother? Have you forgotten her? Nyx gazed at Qianqiu with tear-filled eyes. Qianqiu stood rigid, pleading internally. He certainly did not wish for an unexpected maternal presence. Moreover, Culus seemed to embody the essence of age, governing the passage of time itself. Qianqiu's dominion only had a slight connection to time. His true authority lay in the realms of wind and freedom. He was not Culus. I am not Culus. Qianqiu struggled to articulate. Culus, do you still blame your mother? Nyx choked out. Understanding the futility of reasoning with someone unhinged, Qianqiu ceased his explanations, merely shaking his head before transforming into the wind and fleeing the ward, fearful of being ensnared by Nyx once more. Meanwhile, Lin Xie was left in the ward, watching helplessly as Nyx mournfully acknowledged a vase, a chair, the walls, and even the air as her offspring, weeping profusely. Oh dear children, you must believe that Culus still holds resentment towards me. He has distanced himself from me. Lin Xie thought to himself, goodness, her condition is quite severe. With considerable effort, he managed to temporarily soothe Nyx. Upon exiting the ward, he did not see Qianqiu and assumed he had departed, thus leaving the asylum himself. In Lin Xie's mind, as a deity, Qianqiu could easily enter and exit the mental institution. He never considered the possibility that Qianqiu might be trapped within. This was a psychiatric facility for the gods. After all, it was only natural that deities would find it challenging to leave. Had he not heard the adage that entering a psychiatric hospital is easy, but exiting is fraught with difficulty? What should I do? Chinchio despaired, squatting in a corner of the hospital with a woeful expression. After Lin Chie's departure, the institution was entirely sealed, and he could no longer sense the breeze from outside. It seemed they were unable to escape. Chinchio regretted not realizing how difficult it would be to exit this asylum. Do not worry, Chinchio, I have a solution. 111 assured him, unfazed. With a small wave of his hand in the air, a slender rift in space materialized before them. 111 tiptoed and reached inside, searching. Not this one, nor this, he muttered, pulling out one item after another, discarding each one that did not meet his desire. No, no, I found it, 111 exclaimed, triumphantly holding up a circular ring. Ding, ding, ding. The penetrating ring. Chinchio appeared to envision a machine cat with a penchant for dorayaki. Can this truly lead us away? He asked, pointing at the seemingly unremarkable ring in 111's hand. Indeed, this can create a passage between any two locations, effortlessly traversing space. In removing it will not inflict any damage upon the fabric of reality, 111 proudly elaborated. Wow, how impressive, 111. Chinchio enthusiastically supported him. Hee. 111's little tail perked up in delight. Placing the penetrating ring on the floor of the hospital, 111 instructed Chinchio channel some divine power into the ring. Heeding the advice, Chinchio infused the penetrating ring with his divine essence, which tinted the ring a soft azure hue. The space within the circular ring began to shift, and before long, a passage emerged. All right, Chinchio, let us proceed. With that, he beckoned Chinchio to depart. In a fleeting moment, the man and the dragon vanished into the passage. The passage gradually sealed, and the hospital once again fell into silence. Chapter 7a Visit to the hospital the following morning at Lin Chie's residence. Ding dong, who could it be? Yang Jin wondered. Who would ring the doorbell so early in the morning? Upon opening the door, he found Chinchio standing outside. Who are you? Hello there. My name is Chinchio. I am a classmate of Chie, here to see him. Chinchio cheerfully replied to Yang Jin. Oh, is that so? Yang Jin scrutinized Qian Qiu, as he had not heard his brother mention any classmates. Ajin, who is it? Lin Chie's voice called from within. Brother, it's your classmate, Chinchio. Chinchio. Lin Chie was taken aback by Chinchio's unexpected visit. What brings you here? I'm bored, just came to take a look. An utterly unconvincing reason, Lin Chie thought. Nevertheless, he relented. All right, come in. He felt he had no choice but to allow Chinchio in. After all, there was no threat posed, so he might as well let it be. Yay! Chinchio bounced into Lin Chie's home. Noticing that Lin Chie was still wearing a black cloth over his eyes, Chinchio asked, Isn't your vision better now? Brother, your eyes are better? Yang Jin, with keen ears, caught Chinchio's words. Lin Chie was momentarily at a loss for words. He still struggled to control his powers, and his eyes occasionally shifted to a golden hue unpredictably. He had initially intended to keep this from Ant and Yang Jin until his sight was fully restored, as he did not wish to cause them undue worry. However, Chinchio's revelation complicated matters. It was hard to determine if he had done so intentionally. My eyesight has improved, but it is not fully restored yet. So I still wear the eye mask, Lin Chie explained to Yang Jin. Really? That's wonderful, Yang Jin exclaimed, elated. Lin Chie's eyesight had always been a significant concern for the family, and now that he could see, it was indeed a joyous occasion. I will go tell Mom. Wait a moment. Lin Chie stopped the excited Yang Jin. And we'll be back late. Let her rest a bit longer. We can tell her once she wakes up. All right. Yang Jin pondered for a moment before agreeing. After all, the eyes were already better. There was no chance they would worsen again. Are you not going to school today? As the time for school approached, Chinchio noticed Lin Chie was not in his school uniform and had not taken his backpack. Yang Jin also looked on with curiosity. Lin Chie paused briefly. I won't be going today. I have something to attend to. He turned to Chinchio, although he sensed no immediate danger from him. He could not leave this uncertain variable in the house with Ant and Yang Jin. Chinchio, are you going to school, or? Before Lin Chie could finish his sentence, Chinchio pulled out his phone and opened the contacts. Beep beep. Hello, teacher. This is Chinchio. So, last night, I had a minor injury when I got home, so I might not be able to attend school today. May I take a day off? Don't worry. It's just a small issue. A bit of rest will suffice. All right. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye. All done. Chinchio waved his phone in front of Lin Chia. Now that's what a good student does. You didn't even request a leave. Lin Chia pursed his lips, feeling ridiculed by someone he considered less than human. Are you going to take a leave? Chinchio, oblivious to Lin Chia's thoughts, cheerfully presented her phone to him. Lin Chia unceremoniously took the device. The first contact was the teacher. You should use the second number, as I just used the first. Quite experienced indeed. Lin Chia cast a peculiar glance at Chinchio, who merely shrugged in response. Once Lin Chia had also requested his leave, he and Chinchio tidied up and prepared to depart. Ajin, remember to get to school early and don't follow your brother's example. Chinchio admonished Yang Jin with a firm tone. Yang Jin felt somewhat awkward, unsure whether to respond or remain silent. Lin Chia, visibly exasperated, dismissed any thoughts of Chinchio's divine identity and grasped the back of her collar, pulling her out the door. Ajin, I'm off now. Be safe on your way to school. Lin Chia turned back to remind Yang Jin. Got it, brother, you come back early too. With Chinchio being nearly a head shorter than Lin Chia, he effortlessly pulled her along to the bus stop. Lin Chia, shouldn't you put me down now? Chinchio protested, her legs dangling a bit awkwardly. Next time, don't come to my house. And an Ajin are ordinary people, Lin Chia advised her. Oh, but Yang Jin is certainly not ordinary. What about Tevelin? Lin Chia had not noticed 111 following closely beside Chinchio. I'm right here. 111 materialized in the air next to Chinchio. Lin Chia gazed at 111 in astonishment, realizing she could indeed become invisible. Wait, this is the street. You should become invisible now. It's fine. Ordinary people can't see us, Chinchio reassured him, having already diminished their presence. Lin Chia surveyed the surroundings and noted that, despite the throngs of people at the bus stop, there was a conspicuous absence of anyone within a meter of them, as if all had deliberately chosen to overlook that particular space. He turned to Chinchio. Is this your trick? After more than an hour of jostling, Lin Chia and Chinchio finally arrived at their destination. Before them stood a sign emblazoned with 6 gilded characters, Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. Although Chinchio had long anticipated that Lin Chia's destination was here, she still found it peculiar. Who, after all, would seek counsel at a psychiatric hospital for mental health issues? First floor, psychological consultation room, social work department. Second floor, psychiatry rehabilitation department. Third floor. 7 night. Let us head straight to the second floor, Chinchio suggested, glancing at the directory in the lobby. How did you know I came to the mental hospital for that purpose? Lin Chia suddenly realized he hadn't disclosed his intentions to Chinchio. Never mind, it's clear that Chinchio isn't going to say anything. Lin Chia had come to understand Chinchio's character. If she wished to share, she would do so when prompted, but if she chose to remain silent, he would never uncover her thoughts. Deciding against further inquiry, Lin Chia led Chinchio directly to the second floor psychiatry department. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The doctor set down his pen and scrutinized Lin Chia and Chinchio with keen eyes. All right, let us hear it. Which of you two is unwell? I'm not ill. Chinchio took the first step to clarify his innocence. Are you unwell? The doctor's gaze shifted to Lin Chia. I am not. Lin Chia hastily shook his head. He had only just managed to shed the stigma of mental illness and couldn't afford to be labeled again. Why are you all here if you have no issues? We are fine, but I have a friend who suffers from a severe mental condition. Chinchio subtly signaled for the camera to be set up. The doctor's expression grew peculiar. This friend you speak of could be you? Lin Chia replied earnestly. It is not me. I assure you is truly my friend. Very well then. Tell me about your friend. What ailment does he have? What specific symptoms does he exhibit? Lin Chia's face revealed his hesitation. This might be a bit difficult to articulate then. Imagine yourself as that friend and demonstrate your behavior to me. Lin Chia appeared deeply conflicted, glancing at Chinchio before nodding solemnly. Chinchio sensed trouble as Lin Chia looked his way and swiftly made his escape. He wished to witness amusement, but had no desire to become the subject of it. My dear son, at last, I have found you. Lin Xie disregarded Qinxio's evasion. Rather, the more Qinxio dodged, the more determined Lin Xie became in his pursuit. In that confined space, Lin Xie and Qinxio engaged in a dramatic chase. A tug-of-war where escape was futile. Doctor, it seems both of these individuals could benefit from some treatment. Chapter 8. The Supreme Divide during the ensuing consultation. Lin Xie devoted his utmost effort, fervently articulating to the doctor that he was indeed in perfect health. In contrast, Qinxio was far more succinct. Apologies, doctor. This fellow is simply a bit, well, please be understanding. I see, I understand, the doctor replied, nodding in acknowledgement towards Qinxio. Hey, I truly am not ill, Lin Xie exclaimed in exasperation, his frustration mounting as the doctor had nearly been convinced of his well-being, only to be swayed back to disbelief by Qinxio's remark. Understood, we comprehend, the doctor quickly concurred. Yes, we all believe you're perfectly fine, Qinxio insisted, nodding emphatically, though it would have been more credible had he managed to suppress that smirk threatening to escape his lips. You all. Lin Xie covered his face in despair. All right, doctor, could you please enlighten us on how to treat the symptoms exhibited by my friend, Lin Xie? Qinxio skillfully redirected the conversation. Lin Xie chose to overlook Qinxio's earlier teasing, grateful for his timely intervention. Your friend seems quite unwell. I shall prescribe a few medications, the doctor stated. Lin Xie pondered, setting aside, for now, the practicality of bringing regular medications into a psychiatric facility. Would ordinary medicine truly benefit a deity? Doctor, aside from medication, are there any alternative treatments available? The doctor furrowed his brow. If we approach the issue from the perspective of its underlying causes and provide psychological support, there is potential for improvement. However, without medicinal assistance, it is challenging to achieve a full recovery. Lin Xie grasped the notion. It seemed imperative to delve into the experiences of these deities. He had originally intended to visit the library in Cangnan City to research the mythology surrounding Qinxio. Yet it appeared he also needed to investigate the myth of Nyx. Before departing the doctor's office, the physician called out to Qinxio. Wait a moment, young man over there. Yes? Doctor, are you calling me? Qinxio responded, puzzled, pointing to himself. Indeed, this is for you. The doctor handed Qinxio a prescription. Your companion appears to be in reasonable condition, possessing rationality and clarity, though he occasionally exhibits erratic behavior. Please take this prescription to obtain some medication for him. Let him try it first and observe the effects. If it proves ineffective, you may bring him back. This. Qinxio's mouth twitched as he glanced at the prescription in his hand. Goodness, this has escalated. Lin Xie is truly being regarded as mentally unstable. Rest assured, I am aware that patients of this nature often do not recognize their own illness. Bringing him here was the right decision, the doctor reassured, patting Qinxio on the shoulder with a tone full of understanding. Keep an eye on him, and should anything arise, do not hesitate to return. Thank you, doctor. I shall take my leave now. Faced with the doctor's empathetic demeanor, Qinxio had no choice but to accept the prescription. Certainly not because he wished to preserve Lin Xie's embarrassing history. Absolutely not. Upon exiting the psychiatric hospital, Lin Xie and Qinxio boarded a bus to the library. Once they arrived, Lin Xie made a beeline for the section dedicated to mythology. Xie, Greek mythology, is over here. Qinxio pointed to a row of bookshelves. Observing Lin Xie standing motionless before a particular shelf, Qinxio raised an eyebrow, questioning why he was not searching for information on the myth of Nyx. What are you looking at? Qinxio approached Lin Xie's side. The Key of Solomon? What is this? Wait, Solomon and the 72 demon lords? The 8th demon lord, Barbados? What? This is a reference to him. Damn, I forgot that Wendy's prototype actually draws from some of the 72 demon lords. Qinxio abruptly snatched the book from Lin Xie's hands. Enough of that. Don't look anymore. I am not him. I am not Barbados from this world. I am different. What do you mean you're not Barbados from this world? Lin Xie immediately grasped the crux of the matter. It means I come from beyond this world. Qinxio casually dropped a bombshell. I merely share a name with him. From beyond this world? So that's why you mentioned wanting to stay in this world for a year? Yes, Qinxio acknowledged, somewhat impressed by Lin Xie's sharpness. However, Lin Xie scanned Qinxio. You match the characteristics described in the texts perfectly, wearing a green hat, cloaked, and an archer. Indeed, except for not having seen you wield a weapon, I am uncertain if it is a bow and arrow, but you largely fit the description. This. Chinchou also realized the resemblance. He felt compelled to defend himself. Firstly, that Barbados is essentially a demon, while I represent a breeze of turning points and hope. Moreover, my status is significantly higher than that Barbados. How much higher? Lin Xie inquired with curiosity. Chinchou contemplated, mentally calculating the combat power between Genshin and the God-Slayer. The principle corresponds to the Ascendant. The 4 Archons correspond to the Supreme, while the 7 gods of the mortal realm correspond to the first tier beneath the Supreme. What was that saying again? Invincible beneath the Supreme, 1 for 1 above the Supreme? In terms of the usual combat power exhibited by Barbados, it may seem exaggerated, but it is quite accurate, considering he is also one of the 2 ancient demon lords. As for the deeper powers of Barbados, hey, guess what? You can think of me as the boundary line between the supreme and ordinary deities. Chinchou arrived at this description, for due to authority and various deeper reasons, Chinchou's power is not particularly fixed precisely when that boundary line is drawn. Lin Xie had no concept of the supreme. It sounded rather unimpressive. Let me put it this way. Nyx is the primordial goddess of creation in Greek mythology, right? Yes. Nyx represents the supreme deity. If she were at her peak, she could easily obliterate more than half of the Olympian gods. While I may seem relatively weak on the surface, I can indeed contend with Nyx when I take things seriously. Comparatively, Lin Xie suddenly felt the overwhelming strength of the Supreme. So, does that mean Chinchou, as the boundary line, truly holds a significant status? Of course, I'm not like that Barbados, merely a false god. If we are to discuss it, he is a genuine deity with the faith of the masses. All right, I understand now. Lin Xie placed the book, The Key of Solomon, back down. Since Chinchou was not a deity of this world, the tales within the book could not possibly pertain to his mythology. It seems you have readily accepted my origins from beyond this world. In the midst of 1,000 uncertainties, one may wonder why Lin Xie exhibited no signs of resistance or astonishment toward the notion of beings from another world. After all, it is a realm where deities exist, and my mind is already occupied with the inexplicable existence of a peculiar hospital. Thus, the arrival of an otherworldly visitor hardly seems beyond the pale. Following yesterday's thorough baptism of experiences, Lin Xie has become truly steadfast, unmoved by the tempests that surround him, and is now open to accepting any circumstance. Chinchou nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rationale behind this acceptance. In such a chaotic world, the presence of yet another divine entity hardly makes a difference. Lin Xie turned his gaze towards Chinchou, feeling a genuine curiosity about the mythology surrounding him. This deity appeared far from solemn, lacking the typical demeanor associated with divinity. Unfazed by mortal provocations, he engaged in playful banter with humans. Yet there were moments when his divine essence was unmistakably apparent. What experiences could such a deity have encountered? What are you pondering? Chinchou inquired, noticing Lin Xie lost in thought. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xie spoke candidly. I am curious about the nature of your mythology. He understood that if Chinchou wished to share, he would do so directly. You find this intriguing? Chinchou expressed surprise at Lin Xie's genuine interest, which extended beyond mere knowledge of his name and authority. It encompassed a desire to understand his journey. If you truly wish to know, during a moment of leisure, I could recite the verses of Mondstadt for you. The tale of the fallen king of the tower, the valiant defense of freedom by its people, and the first encounter between the traveler and the dragon. All of these narratives would be beautifully rendered by the finest bard. In that moment, Chinchou's smile was gentle, a departure from his usual vibrant humanity and the detached demeanor of divinity. He embodied a harmonious blend of both human warmth and divine grace. Mondstadt, Lin Xie mused, seemed to be the sanctuary that Chinchou watched over. Before him, Chinchou resembled a venerable elder, silently observing the stumbles of a child on their path to growth. Unconsciously drawn to Chinchou, Lin Xie felt compelled to delve deeper into those tales. Very well, Lin Xie replied. acknowledging his own response. Chapter 9, Wind, Poetry. In youth, Lin Chia strolled along the street, solitary in his journey. Originally, Chinchio had been by his side, but upon their departure from the library, Chinchio had bid him farewell and left with 111, leaving Lin Chia in a state of puzzlement regarding Chinchio's destination. In the ensuing moments, regret consumed Lin Chia as he pondered why he had not accompanied Chinchio, choosing instead this solitary path. The consequence of his decision led him to be pursued for 2 entire streets by a lonely uncle lurking at the entrance of a second high school, ultimately being taken into a couple's hotel. Rest assured, however, their activities within were entirely respectable. Meanwhile, although Chinchio harbored a desire to observe Zhao, Kongsheng, and Lin Chia at the hotel, an urgent message carried by the wind drew his attention elsewhere. Where had Chinchio ventured? He found himself in the outskirts of Cangnan. It was perplexing how refuse seemed perpetually directed toward Cangnan. The wind lifted Chinchio's form, allowing him to hover in midair. Gazing down, his eyes glimmered with a chill as he surveyed the scene below. With a raised hand, a cerulean glow enveloped him, his hair tips faintly aglow. In an instant, a tempest erupted in the vicinity. The howling wind swept through the area with an overwhelming ferocity, shredding containers and the ghostly figures within. The guardians below, caught unawares, were swiftly dispatched by the slicing winds. Strangely, while the wind blades obliterated everything beneath, they softened just before touching the ground or walls, dissipating without leaving a trace. As Chinchio pressed his hand downward, the gale ceased abruptly. He and 111 peered down, observing the scene below, a curious semblance of order. Indeed, it appeared so. Everything had been meticulously sliced into neat fragments, arranged together. 111. Unleash your dragon breath and incinerate this place. If we do not dispose of this soon, it will inevitably be discovered, Chinchio commanded. In response, 111 inhaled deeply, cheeks puffed, and after a brief moment of concentration, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Instantly, all caught in its path was reduced to ashes. With a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze dispersed the remnants, rendering the area indistinguishable from its previous state. Since Chinchio's arrival in this realm, he had meticulously cleansed Cangnan of its mysteries, ensuring that no deaths resulting from the unknown would occur again. The ghostly figures that Lin Chia encountered yesterday had been deliberately left by Chinchio, under constant watch by 111, preventing harm while ensuring that the 136 squad would not destroy them. Chinchio had his burdens, indeed. Now, however, it seemed that a multitude of ghostly figures had been intentionally introduced into Cangnan. Chinchio found himself somewhat vexed. Conflicts among humans would never entirely vanish, and thus, the ancient gods' teachings and the Night Watcher's skirmishes were matters he chose not to intervene in. Yet, such confrontations must not jeopardize the ordinary populace. What to do? Chinchio mused, his finger resting thoughtfully against his cheek. Why not stir up some trouble with the cult of the ancient gods? Let us go and seize one of their strongholds. Look over there, Chio. There is a nearby outpost of the ancient gods cult to the north. With a gesture towards the distance, 111 pointed. All right, let's head to that one. Chinchio decisively clapped her hands, offering them a high song of the skies, leaving their survival to their own capabilities. Meanwhile, as Chinchio set out to disrupt the ancient gods cult, Lin Chia had just managed to escape the clutches of Zhao, Kongsheng, after a thorough lecture on the knowledge of the extraordinary. Now back in his room, he collapsed onto the bed, not from physical exhaustion, but from mental fatigue. After a moment's respite, he began to change his clothes. Clang. A badge? Where did this come from? Zhao Kongsheng? Lin Chia noticed the 3 characters Zhao Kongsheng inscribed at the corner of the badge. Did Zhao Kongsheng drop it by accident? Perhaps he could return it tomorrow. After toying with it for a while, Lin Chia placed it on the table, donned his clothes, and climbed into bed. Tonight, he had significant matters to attend to. As Lin Chia closed his eyes, he found himself in the asylum of the gods within his mind. The whispering wind carried ancient melodies. The flightless birds gazed up at the sky, that profound shade of blue, a lifelong sanctuary. The gentle breeze murmured secrets, eluding answers. Upon entering the asylum, Lin Chia heard the songs carried by the wind. Was that Qianqiu's voice? Following the sound, he arrived at the resting area. A towering spire loomed within the wind walls, obscuring the sun and moon. A young boy skilled at playing the lute looked skyward, yearning to witness the soaring birds. The light in his eyes illuminated the darkness. Tracing the verses of the wind, he sought the answers. Yet the howling winds drowned out the calls for freedom. In the resting area, Lin Xie beheld a captivating scene. Qianqiu strummed the sky lute softly, her voice a gentle melody. Beside her, Nikes rhythmically hummed along, lightly tapping to the beat for Qianqiu. The divine throne crumbled, the tyrant fell. At last, the boy who longed to see the birds closed his eyes. A pure-hearted soul following the unrepentant youth. At last, the bird learned to soar through the blue skies. The fields bloomed with vibrant flowers. The free wind carried away their verses. The last two notes gracefully descended as Qianqiu ceased her song. The melody bore a tinge of sorrow, yet was imbued with tranquility and release. High skies, tyrants, youth, freedom, wind. Was this the past of Qianqiu? Lin Xie found himself momentarily lost in the emotions evoked by the song. Applause erupted. Jealous, your singing is truly magnificent. Nikes cheered, her gentle gaze fixed upon Qianqiu, a spark of brilliance flickering in her eyes. I'm sorry, Nikes, I am not jealous. Qianqiu gently shook her head. Do you feel better now? Would you like me to play another piece for you? I feel quite well now, jealous. However, I would, of course, be delighted if you would play for me once more. Nikes smiled tenderly, stroking Qianqiu's head. Ah, Qianqiu glanced at Nyx and sighed. Just moments ago, Qianqiu had been assisting Nyx in channeling divine power and soothing her spirit. He had thought that even if he could not heal Nyx, at least she would recognize him as a person and cease to call him Greeless. However, it seemed that this was not the case. It was not due to a lack of effect, but rather, Qianqiu silently observed Nyx's beautiful, jet-black eyes, which appeared somewhat vacant. Stop standing there foolishly and come here quickly. Aren't you supposed to attempt to heal Nyx? Suddenly, Lin Xie heard Qianqiu's voice. But wasn't Qianqiu conversing with Nyx? Is indeed me speaking. I merely let the wind carry my words to you. Lin Xie could feel it now, as a playful breeze circled around her cheeks twice, and she distinctly felt the gentle caress of the wind. Gazing at Nyx, Lin Xie recalled the information she had discovered in the library. Nyx was indeed one of the oldest and most powerful deities in Greek mythology. However, she possessed a remarkable characteristic. She had an abundance of offspring. Lin Xie roughly estimated that, excluding the 3000 dream gods, Nyx had at least 20 children. Although Lin Xie was uncertain about the fate of Nyx's children, it was evident that they were not faring well, given Nyx's current state. To address the root cause, it would be best for Qianqiu to take the lead, considering that Nyx had immediately recognized him as her child upon their first meeting. Yet, Lin Xie glanced at Qianqiu, who was cradled in Nyx's embrace, and noted that this mischievous deity seemed unwilling to cooperate. Resolute, Lin Xie stepped forward. Thus, it fell upon her to take action. Approaching Nyx and Qianqiu, Lin Xie gently wrapped her arm around one of Nyx's. Mother, I have returned. At that moment, Nyx, who had been engaged in conversation with Qianqiu, abruptly turned her head, her gaze illuminating with brilliance as she looked at Lin Xie. Nyx grasped Lin Xie's hand tightly, her entire body trembling. After a lengthy pause, Nyx finally spoke. Welcome back. Danadas, my child. Chapter 10. The wit of Nyx. After Nyx uttered those words, the panel that Lin Xie had seen before reappeared before him. Nyx's healing progress. 15. 6. 10. 3. What is this? Is the signal poor? Lin Xie observed the fluctuating numbers on the panel, which oscillated back and forth multiple times, akin to a malfunctioning device. After several seconds, it finally stabilized at 3. The conditions for reward acquisition have been met, beginning random selection of Nyx's divine abilities. Then, a spinning wheel materialized, whirling rapidly. Lin Xie noticed that this wheel was divided into at least 20 sections. In one corner, however, there was a slender black segment distinct from the others, occupying roughly one of the total area, labeled Unknown. Nightfall, Dull Eye, Fallen Stars, Star Shatter, Night Flicker, Night's Chosen, Extraordinary Procreation. Wait, what is this peculiar thing mixed in? What on earth is extraordinary procreation? Is that even considered a power? What did you see? Chinchio observed Lin Chie's astonished expression, his mouth agape, and inwardly chuckled. Surely it was the extraordinary procreation that left him speechless. It's nothing. Lin Chia momentarily disregarded Chinchio, fervently praying not to land on extraordinary procreation. The pointer glided over each segment before finally coming to a halt. Starry Night Dancer. Upon seeing these words, Lin Chia exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. As enlightenment washed over him, Chinchio noticed that Nix merely clung to Lin Chia's arm, quietly observing. With a sigh, Chinchio gently plucked the strings of his instrument, a delicate melody flowing forth. Hearing the sound, Nix turned and smiled at Chinchio. Glekas, thank you. Chinchio's fingers faltered, a note slipping away. The once fluid melody abruptly halted. Gazing at Nix's unwavering smile, he began to doubt his previous judgment. Meanwhile, Lin Chia finally opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength. The quintuple enhancement brought him perilously close to the limits of humanity. Dionysus, Glekas, how wonderful it is to have you by my side. Nix gazed at Lin Chia and Chinchio with a smile, resembling a mother who joyfully welcomes her long-absent children back home, exuding warmth and tranquility. Before Lin Chia could express his sentiments, Nix continued, Dionysus, you have no idea how much your brother misses you. Come, embrace him. She handed Lin Chia a vase she had deliberately set aside. In that moment, as Lin Chia looked at the vase, all his thoughts dissipated, leaving only speechlessness. No. Lin Chia realized that the deities he knew seemed to excel in disrupting the atmosphere. Reluctantly, he cradled the vase in his arms, gazing affectionately at it. Ha ha! Chinchio struggled to stifle his laughter from the side. On the second floor of the mental hospital, at the end of the stairs, lies a room, the medication storage. Inside, there are medications suitable for Nix. You should go retrieve them. With laughter comes a reminder from Chinchio, who informs Lin Chia that there are indeed medications available at the hospital. Otherwise, Lin Chia might not discover this crucial fact for some time. Really, Lin Chia's eyes gleam with excitement. I must go and check. He swiftly hands the vase to Nikes and rushes off. This child is far too eager. He must take care. Nikes observes as Lin Chia departs. Chinchio also stands up, stating, I will go check on him. He leisurely makes his way to the medication storage room, unperturbed, for it is Lin Chia who is anxious. And let us not forget that the prescription remains in Chinchio's possession. Previously, the doctor had handed Chinchio 2 prescriptions, one for Nikes and the other for Lin Chia, though in the doctor's eyes, they were indistinguishable. Upon entering the medication storage room, Chinchio finds Lin Chia helplessly staring at a wall of medicines. Here, this is from the doctor. Follow this prescription to collect the medication. A prescription, complete with the hospital's official seal, is presented before Lin Chia. How do you have a prescription? He inquires, taking it. You left too quickly. The doctor gave it to me, Chinchio replies, maintaining his composure. Lin Chia ponders for a moment, realizing that Chinchio had indeed emerged from the doctor's office after him. Accepting this, he begins to search for the medication as per the prescription. How easily Lin Chia is deceived. Chinchio stifles a chuckle from the sidelines. Lin Chia, having selected the appropriate medications, rushes downstairs to Nikes, exclaiming, this one is to be taken once daily, 2 pills at a time. And this one is thrice daily, 1 pill each time. Remember to take them. Nikes, however, appears oblivious to Lin Chia's words, leaving him uncertain if she comprehends. Alas, I suppose I shall have to feed you myself. Lin Chia sighs, disheartened by Nike's reaction. Relying on a severely mentally ill person to remember to take their medication seems less likely than expecting Chinchio to cease his mischief. Upon hearing this, Nike suddenly brightens, her entire demeanor transforming, leading one to wonder if she had been anticipating Lin Chia's statement all along. Lin Chia, recognizing that he appears to have fallen into a trap of his own making, resolves not to backtrack on his commitment. Very well, he concedes, his heart softened by the sorrow of this child. After administering the medication to Nikes, he retreats from the hospital and departs. Chinchio, after waiting a while longer, organizes Nike spiritual energy once more before leaving. The following day, Lin Xie rises energetically to attend school. However, his cheerful disposition abruptly halts upon encountering Chinchio at the entrance. "What? Do you not wish to see me?" Chinchio remarks, observing Lin Xie's sulky expression. "What do you think?" Lin Xie retorts, feeling that upon seeing Chinchio, tranquility in life becomes elusive. As it turns out, Lin Xie's intuition was indeed correct. Lin Xie and Chinchio walk to school together. At the second high school, upon entering the classroom, everything appears normal, yet four individuals frequently glance in his direction, which piques his curiosity. Lin Xie turns to identify the source of those four gazes and is met with a couple of delightful surprises. To his astonishment, Jiang Qian and Wang Xiao, who were presumed dead, are seated comfortably in the classroom. Lin Xie suddenly turned his gaze towards Chinchio. It was inconceivable that they could have survived solely by their own efforts that night. Moreover, the scene of death had been so vividly real. Thus, what had Chinchio done to save them? Could it be that everything was orchestrated by Chinchio? Lin Xie, you must unleash your imagination. No, I cannot be resurrected from the dead. They were indeed alive all along. Chinchio quickly discerned Lin Xie's thoughts and hastened to clarify. I see. Although it was not a matter of resurrection, Lin Xie nonetheless felt a sense of relief. How wonderful is that no one perished that day. Chapter 11. The epic begins. Thank you. Lin Xie expressed his gratitude to Chinchio. He himself was uncertain whether this gratitude was directed towards the rescue of his classmate or for his own salvation. No need, Chinchio replied gently, shaking his head. The instinct to care for others is inherent. Upon arriving in this world, Chinchio had willingly shouldered a portion of responsibility. Perhaps the people of Cangnan could not be deemed his subjects, yet if given the chance, Chinchio would never allow them to fall victim to the mysterious forces so easily. As the day's lessons concluded, Chinchio cheerfully bounced alongside Lin Xie. Lin Xie, it might rain heavily tonight. Lin Xie gazed at the overcast sky, believing in Chinchio's words. In such weather, it would be no surprise if the rain began to pour at any moment. Are you still coming home with me? Lin Xie inquired. Not for now. Chinchio decided against accompanying Lin Xie home. Let us meet later. He still had to capture the Ghost Face King and prepare the stage for the upcoming event. Time was of the essence, and the task was significant. He needed to finish before Zhao Kongcheng departed from Lin Xie's residence. Lin Xie regarded Chinchio with a hint of curiosity. Had this fellow changed his ways? Hey, what else with that look? Lin Xie casually averted his gaze. I can't shake the feeling that you're up to something grand, Lin Xie mused. Given Chinchio's previous abrupt departures, he suspected that something unfavorable might transpire soon. Not all, Chinchio replied, slightly embarrassed. This is all for the sake of saving others. Surely, Lin Xie will understand. Let him make a small sacrifice. I'm off now. Chinchio waved and departed. He swiftly appeared at the location designated as 111. 111, what is the status? Earlier, Chinchio had instructed 111 to capture the Ghost Face King. The Ghost Face King is here, 111 reported. Now transformed from a doll-S size to that of a regular human. Excellent, Chinchio noted as he observed the Ghost Face King struggling within a wind sphere. A battle-damaged version should suffice. 111, release him. With a roar, the Ghost Face King lunged at Chinchio the moment he was freed. Before Chinchio could react, 111 summoned a gust of wind that forcefully struck the Ghost Face King. The Ghost Face King appeared momentarily dazed. Is he foolish enough to attack despite knowing he cannot win? Chinchio sighed, questioning whether this Ghost Face King could fulfill the task at hand. Oh well, let us deal with it as it comes. 111, keep a close watch on him. Sure thing. 111 found amusement in the antics of the Ghost Face King and was delighted to observe him. Chinchio eavesdropped on Lin Xie's situation through the wind, managing his time wisely. 111, let us go. Zhao Kongcheng is coming out. Upon receiving the wind's message, Chinchio stated, I'll go ahead. You drive the Ghost Face King over there. Ensure the task is completed. He patted 111 on the head and then soared into the air, with 111 and the Ghost Face King trailing behind. In the report, the Sentinel Zhao Kongcheng discovered the Ghost Face King in an aged residential area. As Zhao Kongcheng spoke, He lowered the notice board his hand, bit his fingertip, and smeared a drop of blood upon it. Received. 10 minutes. Old Zhao, hold on for 10 minutes. Do not force it. You cannot defeat the ghost-faced king. We shall arrive shortly. Almost as soon as Zhao Kongqing finished speaking, the anxious voice of Wu Xiangnan echoed. Xiangnan, I may not be able to do it. Behind me is that child's entire world. Zhao Kongqing ceased to respond to Wu Xiangnan's words, clasping his hands together. Wu Jiekongyu, old Zhao. Boom. Outside, torrential rain poured down. Inside, to celebrate Lin Xie's return to the world, his aunt had prepared a grand feast. Yet, despite the seemingly warm atmosphere, Lin Xie felt a sense of unease. Zhao Kongqing. For some reason, Lin Xie seemed to hear the voice of Qianxiu again, speaking in a melodic tone, foretelling the arrival of the rain. Lin Xie became increasingly distracted. Xiao He, the little black creature, nestled by the window, yet frequently glanced outside. Lin Xie noticed the unusual behavior of Xiao He. What is happening outside? He approached the window and discovered a small bat lingering outside. A bat, a nocturnal creature. Right, the Starry Night Dancer can communicate with it. Perhaps he should inquire, treating it as a means to hone his abilities. After making up his mind, Lin Xie opened the window and allowed the small bat to enter. Initially, he intended to merely ask Zhao Kongqing, hoping to dismiss his unfounded worries. However, he never anticipated receiving such news from a bat. Lin Xie froze in place. Xiao Qiyu. The call of his aunt reached him. Lin Xie abruptly turned and dashed towards the door. Aunt, I'm stepping out. You need not wait for me. Xiao Qi, where are you going? His aunt called out, but all she received was the sight of Lin Xie's retreating figure. Qianxiu observed all of this from above, the night skies serving as Qianxiu's stage. The epic of this world was about to commence, the boy running in the rain, the general standing steadfast alone. Qianxiu gently plucked the strings, singing a solitary song. In this moment, none knew of Qianxiu's song. The poetry of Qianxiu had no audience. Yet, perhaps the entire world was Qianxiu's listener. The grand melody had begun to resonate. O youth at the center of the world. This time, what choice will you make? Talp, tap, tap. Lin Xie ran through the rain, heading towards the place where the bat had seen a monster vanish with the cloaked figure. Old, there seems to be no one here. Zhao Kongqing, I know you're nearby. Come forth. Lin Xie called out, but received no response. Where had Zhao Kongqing gone? Lin Xie scanned his surroundings. What is that? He noticed several notice boards ahead, marked with signs indicating restricted access ahead. Zhao Kongqing had mentioned that his forbidden items could conceal the battlefield, something called Wu Jiekongyu. Lin Xie carefully examined the notice boards once more and shouted again. Zhao Kongqing, I am aware of your presence within. Open the unbridled void and allow me entry. After a while, his irate voice emerged. What the hell are you doing wandering about at this hour? Get back to your business immediately. Zhao Kongqing was at a loss for words. After much effort, he had hoped to display a semblance of bravado, risking everything to protect Lin Xie, only for this fool to come seeking his own demise. Moreover, as Zhao Kongqing coughed up blood, he pondered how he could possibly face this young man in such a disheveled state. Before Zhao Kongqing, despite being covered in wounds, the ghost-faced king stood resilient and unyielding. Truly, was there no other option? Zhao Kongqing had reached his limit, yet he possessed one final tactic. He traced his fingers over the badge he had donned since joining the Night Watchers. Each intricate detail of this emblem was etched in his memory, and now, the moment had finally arrived for its utilization. Do you know how long I have awaited this moment? Chapter 12. The grand epic in the rain-soaked night. Blades flashed like lightning, and behind him lay a myriad of flickering lights. Humanity, which had already ignited the torch of life, remained unafraid and unrepentant. Bang! Zhao Kongqing was struck by the ghost-faced king, akin to a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing violently, he spat blood as he slowly rose from the earth. He could not afford to fall. The ghost-faced king was not yet vanquished, and he was still capable of battle. Within this confined space, an unnoticed breeze began to stir. Zhao Kongqing gripped his blade once more, unleashing a crescent of dark steel toward the ghost-faced king. However, after delivering the strike, he faltered barely managing to brace himself against the ground. Just as he steadied himself, an unexpected twist of fate occurred. Crack! Crack! The sound akin to shattering glass echoed from behind him as the sky above slowly parted, revealing a fissure. Zhao Kongcheng turned abruptly, his heart racing. Emerging from the rift was a youth radiating the divine might of Michael. Relief washed over Lin Xie. He had made it in time. How did you get in here? Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, astonished. Is it not a bit excessive to have destroyed the boundary of no? I merely glared at it, and it opened. Lin Xie replied candidly, observing Zhao Kongcheng's battered state. Lin Xie offered, Old Zhao, I can assist you in this fight. Get lost. What can a novice in the realm of the extraordinary do against it? Zhao Kongcheng gasped, struggling for breath. Old Zhao. Zhao Kongcheng closed his eyes, acutely aware that his time was running short. At that moment, gentle breezes encircled him, yet he remained oblivious to their presence. I can truly help, at the very least, boosted by the quintuple enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer. I can create distractions for the Ghost Face King. Zhao Kongcheng slowly opened his eyes. Step aside. I will strike once more. After my blow, you can assist me. Seeing the determination in Zhao Kongcheng's gaze, Lin Xie reluctantly acquiesced. All right. In that instant, Zhao Kongcheng felt an unexpected calm wash over him, even a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Young one, watch closely this next strike. Why? Because this strike will be magnificent. The mortal form stood shoulder to shoulder with the extraordinary. The blade cleaved the night sky, cutting through the perils ahead. Henceforth, it would forever reflect in the youth's eyes. With a final, resounding thud, the head of the Ghost Face King fell. Yet Zhao Kongcheng's body also succumbed to gravity. The wind swirled beneath him, slightly decelerating his descent. Lin Xie, quick of wit and swift of hand, caught Zhao Kongcheng just in time. It was then he realized the severity of Zhao Kongcheng's injuries, and he sensed the energy within him rapidly depleting, his physical form growing weaker. Zhao Kongcheng, you. Lin Xie was rendered helpless. If this continued, Zhao Kongcheng would perish. How could this be? What should he do? Lin Xie did not wish for Zhao Kongcheng to die. Do me a favor. You say it. In his pocket, there lay a pack of cigarettes. Lin Xie retrieved one and offered it to Zhao Kongcheng, who shielded the lighter with his hand as the flame flickered amid the gusts of wind. Cough, cough. Lin Xie, was I not handsome just now? Zhao Kongcheng chuckled, still reveling in the moment. Lin Xie pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Ha, I did it. With a blade drawn against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Surely, this is enough bloodshed, he continued. The wind around them intensified, and both Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng became acutely aware of its swirling currents. Suddenly, Lin Xie's eyes brightened with a thought. Chinxiu, you're nearby, aren't you? He shouted into the air. Chinxiu. The winds began to coalesce, swirling around Zhao Kongcheng. Yet Chinxiu did not appear. Chinxiu? Lin Xie scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of him. Barbados! Kids, stop shouting. Zhao Kongcheng's vision had become obscured. Lin Xie was calling for another boy who possessed the forbidden void, but seeking him was futile. The consequence of invoking the ghostly deity was death. Lin Xie noticed the light in Zhao Kongcheng's eyes beginning to fade. Zhao Kongcheng, did you not aspire to be a general? You cannot die before achieving that. Chinxiu. Barbados. I beg you, please save Zhao Kongcheng. Lin Xie implored. Yet, there was still no response from Chinxiu. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes had completely closed. Lin Xie's hand fell weakly to the ground. He bore no resentment towards Chinxiu for not intervening, setting aside whether Chinxiu was truly nearby or not. Even if he were, Lin Xie doubted he could persuade a deity to act. Despite the deity's seemingly approachable demeanor, it had become evident over the past few days that Chinxiu acted solely on personal whim. However, Lin Xie failed to notice that the wind surrounding Zhao Kongcheng had never dissipated. He turned his gaze towards the dimly lit cottage, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He had never feared death. His reluctance to be a guardian stemmed from the belief that since the world had never treated him kindly, why should he protect it? He only wished to safeguard his family and those he cared for. Yet for his entire world, Zhao Kongcheng had wagered his life. I owe no one a debt of gratitude. You saved my entire world. What can I possibly do for you? Lin Xie glanced in the direction of his home, faintly perceiving the bustling figure of his aunt, the warm yellow light emanating a sense of comfort. Drawing a deep breath, he resolved firmly, Zhao Kongcheng, you saved my entire world. In exchange, I shall guard this world for you for 10 years. After 10 years, regardless of the outcome, I shall have no further ties with the Guardians, nor with the multitude. Is this deal fair? Lin Xie regarded the still form of Zhao Kongsheng for a moment. Since you do not object, it is settled. The steadfast general fulfilled his duties, safeguarding the boy's world with the fading light. The youth made a choice, a decade-long vow, where the initial resolve was sown. Lin Xie yearned to lift Zhao Kongsheng, but upon touching him, he was abruptly repelled by a fierce gust of wind. This is... Lin Xie widened his eyes, gazing at Zhao Kongsheng at the heart of the tempest. Zhao Kongsheng. Chapter 13. The Eye of God Amidst a Haze. Zhao Kongsheng seemed to hear a voice, one tinged with exasperation and desperation. How could you so readily forsake your chance at life? Why surrender so easily? Everything was already arranged. Tell me, do you wish to live? Of course he did. Zhao Kongsheng silently replied within himself. Who would desire death when life is an option? Yet, he felt he had reached the end of his journey. Think deeply, the voice urged. Do not casually accept death. Consider your family, your comrades. Zhao Kongsheng recalled his wife waiting at home, their young child, and the teammate from Squad 136 rushing to his side. A newfound determination to live surged within him. Splendid. The wind surrounding Zhao Kongsheng intensified, lifting the edges of his garments. Do you not yearn to become a general? Are you content to die like this? Not content. Zhao Kongsheng fervently responded within. The winds grew even stronger, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. Excellent. Now, what is your most fervent desire? Do you not wish to continue safeguarding this world? Do you not wish to protect the flickering lights of countless homes? Will you truly stop here? No, I shall not. Zhao Kongsheng shouted in his heart. In reality, he was enveloped by a tempest. Initially, Lin Xie had lost hope, resigned to the fact of Zhao Kongsheng's impending demise. However, the air around Zhao Kongsheng began to swell with a force that kept Lin Xie at bay. Zhao Kongsheng was lifted by the whirlwind, suspended in midair. Lin Xie clenched his fists, observing this extraordinary scene. Is this the power of Qianxiu? He has intervened. And Zhao Kongsheng. Now, articulate your most profound desire. I wish to live on as a sentinel, guarding the night for the people. Zhao Kongsheng roared. I understand now. For a fleeting moment, the winds surrounding Zhao Kongsheng ceased, only to erupt with an even greater ferocity. The fierce gale compelled Lin Xie to shut his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. As he closed his eyes, Lin Xie heard the soothing melody of Qianxiu's zither, calming his restless heart stirred by Zhao Kongsheng's plight. Gradually, the wind subsided. Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes to behold Qianxiu, suspended in midair, playing the zither, with Zhao Kongsheng standing before him, eyes closed. Between them floated a small, glowing azure gem, the Eye of God. Old Zhao. Lin Xie hastened to Zhao Kongsheng's side, grasping his hand and attuning himself to the state of Zhao Kongsheng's body. It wasn't perfect, but the most crucial aspect was that the dissipated energy had been replenished. The deterioration had ceased, and the wounds had stopped bleeding. What is this? Zhao Kongsheng awoke, still bewildered. Xie, have you also perished? Zhao Kongsheng assumed he had entered the afterlife, only to see Lin Xie before him. I'm not dead, old Zhao. You are alive. Lin Xie explained, a blend of laughter and tears in his voice. What? I am alive? I still exist. As Zhao Kongsheng's excitement surged, he nearly collapsed. But Lin Xie swiftly supported him. You are still alive, though you are merely sustaining yourself with the Eye of God, temporarily preserving your life. Your injuries, however, remain unhealed. The voice resonated in Zhao Kongsheng's mind, reminiscent of what he had heard in his near-death moments. He looked up to see Qianxiu hovering in the air. It's you. Zhao Kongsheng recognized Qianxiu as the other youth who possessed the forbidden void. This fellow was even more elusive than Lin Xie. He had never managed to catch him. Indeed, it is I, Qianxiu replied, waving his hand to summon the floating eye of God before Zhao Kongcheng. Take it. What is this? Zhao Kongcheng did not reach out, merely raising an eyebrow at the eye of God before him. Qianxiu proceeded to elucidate. It is said that when faced with insurmountable circumstances, people often lament their own helplessness. Yet, at the steepest turns of life, if a mortal's yearning reaches its zenith, the gaze of divinity shall descend upon them. This is the eye of God. Are you suggesting that it is a divine emissary? Zhao Kongcheng sought to reframe it in terms he could grasp. Sort of, Qianxiu replied. So, which deity am I to serve as an emissary for? At this, Lin Xie cast a peculiar glance at both Zhao Kongcheng and Qianxiu. Is it true that Qianxiu's method of rescuing Zhao Kongcheng involves making him his emissary? As Zhao Kongcheng met Lin Xie's gaze, a sudden realization struck him. Recalling the voice he had previously heard, could it be that you? Qianxiu stood with his hands on his hips, chest puffed out, awaiting Zhao Kongcheng's conclusion. Are you also a divine emissary? Did you give this to me to save my life? Otherwise, how could you know so much? Qianxiu stumbled slightly. The answer was nearly laid bare before Zhao Kongcheng, yet he still managed to misinterpret it. You must take it back. What if your deity becomes angered? I am not an emissary. Qianxiu firmly rejected the eye of God that Zhao Kongcheng offered back. It is your own desires that have attracted the eye of God. You should hold on to it, as it is your lifeline at present. Is it truly not an excuse you concocted to save me? Zhao Kongcheng questioned. Absolutely not, Qianxiu replied, exasperated yet amused. Do you not sense the connection between you and this eye of God? Indeed, Zhao Kongcheng admitted, feeling as though the eye of God was bound to him. The most immediate sensation was that the eye would not stray far. At a certain distance, it would return to him. So who exactly are you? Zhao Kongcheng inquired, scrutinizing Qianxiu. If Qianxiu was not a divine emissary, how could he possess such knowledge? Qianxiu landed gracefully, casually unleashing a blade of wind that cleaved towards the side. A cry erupted from the ground as the demon-faced king let out a wail before falling silent. Both Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng were taken aback. So, the demon-faced king was still alive. I am a god, Qianxiu declared. This eye of God is a gift from me to you. Zhao Kongcheng gazed at Qianxiu with a complex expression. It's all right, young man. Your youthful exuberance is quite normal. Do you not believe me? Qianxiu asked, perplexed. Why is it that when Lin Xie speaks, he is readily believed, yet Zhao Kongcheng stands before him, and the answer lies bare? Yet Zhao Kongcheng remains skeptical. Believe what? That you are a deity? I might as well claim to be the Jade Emperor. Just look at yourself. How do you resemble a god in any way? Furthermore, your aura is exceedingly feeble. Those divine beings possess a formidable presence, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Lin Xie, feeling quite awkward beside him, wrestles with the notion of whether to cover Zhao Kongcheng's mouth. Although Qianxiu is known for his good temper, speaking to a genuine deity, especially one who has just saved him, is rather inappropriate, is it not? Lin Xie fears that if Qianxiu were to take offense and retract that so-called eye of the god, Zhao Kongcheng would find himself in peril once more. Qianxiu merely scoffs. If they choose not to believe, so be it. He does not insist upon their acceptance of his divine identity. In truth, he prefers to engage with them as a mere mortal. However, should any foolhardy individuals dare to provoke him, he shall not be held accountable for the consequences. Chapter 14. Lin Xie's dark past 1 Xie. What are your plans moving forward? Zhao Kongcheng inquired, turning to Lin Xie. Lin Xie suddenly recalled the oath he had fervently made in a moment of emotional turmoil, primarily because Zhao Kongcheng was still alive. I'm at a loss for words. Qianxiu extended his left hand, revealing himself beside Qianxiu and promptly presenting the camera. Qianxiu activated the video and pressed play. I, for one, cannot afford to owe anyone a favor. You have saved my entire world. What can I possibly do for you? Lin Xie's heartfelt voice resonated throughout the area. Lin Xie gazed at Qianxiu in disbelief. You actually recorded that? In such a situation, you still managed to film it. Lin Xie felt his cheeks flush with warmth. How had he not realized how awkward those words sounded before, especially with the person in question present? He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Zhao Kongcheng, however, was thoroughly entertained, patting Lin Chia's shoulder. Chia, you truly have a sense of awareness. Well done. I have this high-definition video. Care to see it? Really? Show me. Enough of this. Lin Chia, seeing the two so engrossed and eager to replay the video, could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and snatched the camera from Chinchio's hands. Why are you so agitated, Chia? Chinchio teased with a mischievous smile. So excited. You wouldn't want to deny your own words, would you? Surely not. Surely not excellent. Chinchio's demeanor only served to harden Lin Chia's resolve. He genuinely wished to deliver a good punch to Chinchio. Not happening. Lin Chia gritted his teeth, ultimately abandoning the thought of confronting Chinchio, primarily because he knew he couldn't win. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chia steadied himself. If it weren't for you, Chinchio, Zhao Kongsheng would truly be dead, correct? Yes, Chinchio responded seriously, dropping his playful facade. Lin Chia turned to Zhao Kongsheng, speaking earnestly. I will join the Night Watchers as previously promised. This is my debt to you, and it shall not change. Ha ha ha, splendid. Zhao Kongsheng laughed heartily, his joy palpable. Xiangnan, I have reached the old district. Where's Lao Zhao? Hong Ying navigated swiftly through the streets, refusing to relent despite her exhaustion. He.S. in the vacant lot between the two buildings ahead of you. Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled through her earpiece, his tone somewhat strained. Hong Ying, prepare yourself. What? Lao Zhao's emblem had not moved for several minutes. Hong Ying's pupils contracted, her speed increasing yet again. Don't speak nonsense. Perhaps he.s. just tired deep down. Hong Ying knew the most probable outcome, yet she was reluctant to accept it. Perhaps there could still be a miracle. Hong Ying, Lao Zhao's emblem is moving. I knew it. In that moment, hope ignited in Hong Ying's eyes. Hong Ying, Lao Zhao is getting closer to you. Ignoring Wu Xiangnan's words through the earpiece, Hong Ying's gaze remained fixed on the figure being supported ahead. Lao Zhao, Peacekeeping Office, underground. In the inner room, Si Xiaonan was tending to Zhao Kongqing's wounds, who winced in pain. Meanwhile, in the basement lounge, the atmosphere was tense. Lin Chia sat alone on a sofa, while 5 individuals opposite him scrutinized him intently, resembling a tribunal in session. As for Chinchio, he was not considered among them. He perched casually on the armrest of the sofa. Are you the agent of Michael? A sharp sound echoed. Indeed. Another snap followed. Are you suggesting that old Zhao used a divine spirit to slay the ghost queen and became the agent of the gods? Another snap. Correct. A sharp intake of breath. How did you enter the boundless void? A crisp sound. I pried it open. What? A gasp reverberated. Why are you all staring at me? Continue speaking. Chinchio noticed everyone's gaze was fixed on him. He placed the sunflower seeds he was holding onto the coffee table. Care for some seeds? We can chat while snacking. Lin Chia buried his face in his hands, reluctant to acknowledge his acquaintance with this deity. Across from him, the members of Team 136 twitched their lips, while only Captain Chun Mai seized a handful of seeds and cracked one open. Not bad. These seeds are quite fragrant, he remarked after finishing. So what role do you play in this matter? Chinchio blinked. He had orchestrated the affair, but he certainly could not disclose that to them. After a moment of contemplation, he replied to Chun Mai, a bystander? Is that so? Chun Mai squinted slightly, still suspicious of Chinchio's ambiguous involvement. There were doubts surrounding Zhao Kongqing's incident, and he sensed that Chinchio was not as simple as he appeared. For now, Chun Mai merely harbored suspicion and planned to probe further into Chinchio's background later. All right, let's put old Zhao's matter aside for now. Lin Chia, let us discuss your situation. Do you wish to join the Night Watchers? Indeed. Why? Because I owe him. Lin Chia hesitated. I am someone who can least afford to owe favors to others. He sensed that Chinchio's sudden silence was unusual, and he knew this mischievous deity was up to something. This fellow was publicly humiliating him. In a rush, Lin Chia lunged at Chinchio, who, of course, would not allow Lin Chia to succeed. He amplified his voice for effect. Such delightful moments are best enjoyed together. Previously, with just Zhao, Kongsheng, and Lin Chia, it was rather dull. Now, with more people, it's the perfect opportunity to showcase it. Chinchio, Lin Chia's face flushed, almost beet red. Oh, I'm merely helping them understand your resolve, Chinchio said, wearing an expression of benevolence. He gestured for Lin Xie to look across the room. See, they no longer doubt you, do they? Lin Xie turned, and indeed, Team 136 was struggling to contain their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Even Captain Chun Mai was desperately suppressing a smile. I do not need. Young man, you must acclimate. My 64 gigabytes of memory awaits your contributions, Chinchio declared as he appeared beside Lin Xie, patting him heavily on the shoulder. Lin Xie had lost all color, for he understood that Chinchio could indeed fill those 64 GS. Very well, let destruction reign over this world. Ahem, it was Chun Mai who first composed himself. In light of this, I extend a warm welcome for you to join the Night Watchers. However, I must caution you, once you commit to the Night Watchers, there is no turning back. Thus, your mention of 10 years, no one can guarantee that. Nevertheless, if after 10 years you find another path, consider my words unspoken. So, if you wish to depart from the Night Watchers through proper channels, the answer is simple. Not a chance. I understand. Lin Xie nodded. If I cannot leave after 10 years, that shall be my own issue. His straightforward response drew curious glances from those present. As for you, Chun Mai turned to face Chinchio. Your name is Chinchio, is it not? You possess the Forbidden Ruins. Do you also wish to join the Night Watchers? Chapter 15. The Covenant, Revised Edition. This chapter is poorly arranged and can be skipped without affecting the reading experience. A warning has been issued regarding potential pitfalls, and any further issues will not be my responsibility. No, I will not join the Night Watchers, Chinchio replied resolutely. Chun Mai furrowed his brow. He had initially assumed that Chinchio's involvement in this matter was motivated by a desire to join the Night Watchers, yet Chinchio's refusal surprised him. He had intended to keep a close watch on this unpredictable variable. Lin Xie found Chinchio's statement quite reasonable. After all, as a deity, Chinchio had no need to join the Night Watchers. Who exactly are you? What do you intend to do? Chun Mai exerted a slight pressure, attempting to intimidate Chinchio. Yet, Chinchio remained unaffected, standing his ground. Chun Mai's expression darkened at this display. Do you believe I am a god? Chinchio inquired. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to witness the prologue of an epic. Chun Mai remained silent, but his gaze clearly conveyed his disbelief. What kind of deity lacked decorum? Hong Ying, ever outspoken, remarked while casually snacking on seeds. Wu Xiangnan nodded in agreement. He had encountered deities before, and it was evident that Chinchio bore no divine aura. What can you offer as proof? Chun Mai asked. Proof? How to provide proof? Chinchio suddenly released a portion of his divine power, even though it was not directed at them. The pressure infused with divine energy bore down upon the members of Team 136, rendering them nearly breathless. The moment Chinchio unleashed his power, Team 136 struggled to catch their breath, and in that instant, they felt the chilling proximity of death. At that moment, they sensed the world collapsing around them. Although Chinchio retracted his pressure almost immediately, Team 136 felt as though they had just emerged from beneath water, drenched in cold sweat. Lin Xie, though not directly facing this divine might, remained paralyzed in his spot. Only the two individuals inside the room, distanced from the overwhelming aura, were unaware of the turmoil outside. Now, do you believe? The members opposite him found themselves at a loss for words, particularly Wu Xiangnan, who reacted most strongly. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir? Barbados. The Solomon, one of the 72 pillars of hell. For the Night Watchers, familiarity with various mythologies was essential learning. Chun Mai immediately connected Chinchio with the demon Solomon. What brings you to Daxiao, may I ask? Chun Mai inquired after a moment's contemplation. As I mentioned before, I merely wish to witness the prologue of an epic. Chun Mai pondered, his faith in Chinchio's words wavering. What on earth did the prologue of an epic even mean? Who could comprehend such a concept? Chinchio tilted his head. Still doubting? Not at all, Chun Mai quickly replied. I harbor no doubt regarding your identity. Will you be staying in Daxia? Indeed, Chinchio nodded, for he wished to remain and observe the unfolding drama. What are your plans moving forward? I intend to follow Lin Xie for now. Lin Xie. Could the aim of this deity be? There is no need for excessive speculation. I harbor no interest in that matter with you. Chinchio discerned at once what Chun Mai was concerned about. Chun Mai was taken aback. How could he know? Chinchio earnestly explained, I have no interest in that matter, nor in Cangnan. Furthermore, it has been quite some time since you encountered any mysterious harm, hasn't it? The recent mysteries in Cangnan were all dealt with by me. Given that I have protected the populace of Cangnan, you should feel reassured. No? Chun Mai bowed his head in silence. Seeing Chun Mai's skepticism, Qianxiu felt somewhat helpless. I truly mean no harm. Moreover, if I were to act, you would not be able to stop me. This statement carried a subtle threat. Chun Mai understood the situation. Qianxiu's willingness to converse amicably was already a sign of good temperament. However, he could not, nor dared to, entrust the safety of countless lives to Qianxiu's disposition. How about this then? Noticing Chun Mai's stubbornness, Qianxiu took a step back. Since you are uneasy, let us establish a pact. What kind of pact? In Cangnan. No, in Daxia, I shall not harm any citizen of Daxia without cause, and you, the Night Watchers, must agree to my staying in Daxia for the next year, during which you shall not interfere with my actions. We shall remain unrelated, shall we? Citizens, note that I refer to the people. Understand the distinction between people and citizens through political texts. Ignorance indicates a lack of political education, so refrain from misguided commands. Furthermore, I have warned multiple times about potential pitfalls. If you find a pact toxic, simply skip it, understood? I am unable to make a decision at this moment. This pact involves national matters, and Chun Mai does not possess the authority to enter into such an agreement. Let us confine it to Cangnan for now. You can agree to this, and later, you may contact the capital. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mai accepted the second pact proposed by Qianxiu. After all, it was imperative to stabilize Qianxiu before reaching out to higher authorities. A mere mortal from Chuanjing could hardly constrain a true deity, so it would be prudent to report and seek the intervention of someone of superior capability. All right, then, I, Barbados, hereby swear that during my stay in Cangnan, I shall not harm any citizen of Daxia without cause. I, Chun Mai, hereby swear that during the stay of His Excellency Barbados in Cangnan, I shall not restrict His Excellency's freedom. Qianxiu and Chun Mai joined hands. Thus, the pact is established. The violator shall be subject to the punishment of the stone of betrayal. A golden radiance erupted between them, and Chun Mai seemed to hear a voice, solemn and profound, declaring that the pact had been formed and that the violator would suffer the punishment of the stone of betrayal. For explanations, see the author's notes. It is essential to read the author's commentary after this chapter. I truly do not wish to explain everything individually. Chapter 16, Companionship Unexpectedly. Qianxiu's casual remark about the punishment for a liar attracting the attention of the esteemed elder was quite alarming. Which elder could this be? Surely it cannot be the real elder, can it? Just moments ago, it seemed that Zhongli had cast a glance in his direction before departing. Oh dear, could something be amiss? What is happening? Qianxiu's mind raced with thoughts. Is that truly Zhongli? Qiu, the one you just saw can indeed be considered to be the real Zhongli, 111 responded. What does can be considered mean? It means that he is recognized as Zhongli, just as you are now, yet he is not the actual Zhongli. Qianxiu understood. Are you saying he is a host of your system? Yes. He is an official employee of our Temporal Management Bureau. Those possessing the powers of the 7 gods in Teyvat are grouped according to their respective gods. This allows them to connect with others through the divine heart and request assistance with minor tasks, such as asking Zhongli to sign a contract or requesting Venti to purify something foul, 111 stated proudly. But doesn't Qiu possess a divine heart? After your identity was acknowledged by this world, I included you in one of the Teyvat support groups that lacks a wind god. I thought that although you would eventually leave me, you should have what others possess. Ah, I see. Qianxiu replied helplessly. What should one do when faced with a system that relentlessly tries to burden you with more? So what I saw earlier was the Zhongli from my group? Indeed. He seems to have taken an interest in this world, hence the projection. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought it was the real Zhongli. Qianxiu sighed in relief. As long as he was a peer, it was manageable. The exchange between Qianxiu and 111 transpired within his consciousness, leaving him momentarily dazed in the external world. Chun Mai discreetly withdrew his hand from Qianxiu's grip. After the previous voice faded, he felt his vow had been sealed, and any violation would result in punishment. He trusted that Qianxiu was under the same binding. although Chiang Mai was uncertain of the specifics of the punishment. The existence of a contract provided him with some assurance regarding Qianxio's safety. Thus, for the next few days, I must trouble you to remain in Cangnan, he stated. Not at all, Qianxio replied, unbothered. With Qianxio's matters temporarily settled, the conversation returned to its original course. Chiang Mai addressed Lin Xie. Lin Xie, I will promptly submit your application for membership. However, until you complete the intensive training, you will not be considered a formal member. Intensive training? The Night Watch is an organization with semi-military management. All newcomers must participate in a year-long intensive training before officially joining. They will learn combat, firearms, tactical deployment, and the use of forbidden ruins, among other skills. When does it commence? Every September, which is just a month away. Until you complete the training, you will only be regarded as a temporary member of our squad. At this point, Chiang Mai recalled something and solemnly reminded Lin Xie, as a temporary member, we do not provide food and lodging. Lin Xie's eyes widened in shock. Where am I supposed to stay? On the streets? There's no problem. You can stay at my house, Hong Ying said with a cheerful smile, raising her hand. My home is quite spacious. Providing you with a room is no issue, especially as a token of gratitude for saving old Zhao. After all, we are all members of the same team. Chiang Mai corrected her, temporarily at least. Yes, Captain, you are such a stickler for details, exclaimed someone. Wow, Chia, the beautiful lady has invited you to stay at her house. Lin Xie turned his head expressionlessly, only to see Qianxio picking up a handful of seeds again. Suddenly, Lin Xie had a moment of inspiration. By the way, Qianxio, I remember you have a place to stay in Cangnan, right? Yes, why? Could I possibly stay with you? At Lin Xie's request, everyone in Team 136 gasped in disbelief. Goodness, Lin Xie is so bold, actually proposing cohabitation with a deity known for their unpredictable temperament. The group shifted their gazes, still hesitant to look directly at Qianxio after previous events, merely sneaking glances to gauge a reaction to Lin Xie's proposition. Qianxio readily agreed, sure, but my place is a bit small. Alternatively, I could conjure a cloud for us to stay on tonight. Small is fine, I can manage. As for the cloud, I'd rather not. I don't fancy the idea of falling off and crashing to the ground. All right, then you'll accompany me shortly. The others were left speechless. Was Qianxio really agreeing so easily? Their perspectives were shaken. Chiang Mai was the first to regain composure. Since everything is arranged, let's call it a day. Everyone is tired. Let's head back and rest. Tomorrow morning, Chia, come over and we'll give you some foundational training. Okay, Lin Xie replied obediently. Let us go then. I'll drive you all, Wu Xiangnan announced, holding up the car keys. We don't need a ride. I can take him back myself. Qianxio waved her hand in refusal. We're leaving, she stated, then wrapped her arm around Lin Xie's shoulder, and in the next moment, the two vanished from sight. A few seconds later, Qianxio brought Lin Xie to her residence in Cangnan. Xie, are you all right? Lin Xie felt as though the world was spinning, his feet seemingly stepping on cotton. Goodness, he felt as if he had just emerged from a tumble dryer. No, I think I'm going to faint. Oh dear. Qianxio had forgotten that his physical condition differed from that of an ordinary person. Xie, are you okay? Are you still alive? Not dead. Lin Xie managed to croak out after a moment. Seeing this, Qianxio quickly summoned a gentle breeze with purifying properties to refresh him. As the breeze brushed over his mind, Lin Xie's dizziness diminished significantly. All right, my apologies. I should have considered your condition more carefully, Qianxio said, taking the initiative to apologize. Let us go inside and rest. If you still feel unwell, just let me know. I'm fine now. Lin Xie shook his head, acknowledging that although Qianxio lacked the means to heal, he excelled in matters of the mind. Now, Lin Xie had completely recovered. He and Qianxio entered the modest abode, which comprised merely a living room and a bedroom. I shall sleep on the floor, Lin Xie declared, for he could not possibly allow Qianxio to take such a position. Very well, I shall procure a blanket for you, Qianxio replied, heading to the bedroom to rummage through the belongings. Upon returning with the bedding, Qianxio found Lin Xie gazing vacantly out the window, his eyes fixed on the direction of his aunt's home. This night, nay, these past 2 days, had been overwhelmingly eventful and utterly unexpected. Soon, He would have to confront the darkness alone. Was he frightened? To some extent, yes. Yet, more than fear, he felt a profound sense of confusion. Did he miss home? After a moment of silence, Lin Chia slowly nodded. Yes. He was uncertain how to convey to his aunt that he would be departing. Suddenly, a piece of paper and a pen were offered to him. What is this? Lin Chia asked, puzzled as he regarded Chinchio. You likely won't return to bid farewell. So perhaps you should write a letter to your aunt. It would be ungracious to leave without a word. Lin Chia stared blankly at the pristine paper, as if the dark clouds shrouding his heart were gently dispersed by a soft breeze. Thank you. Despite Chinchio's seemingly frivolous demeanor, it appeared that since their meeting, he had been a steadfast companion during Lin Chia's most challenging moments. Chinchio smiled warmly at Lin Chia, not to save all, but merely to accompany you. Not to rescue, but to ensure a journey without regrets. That night, beneath the scattered moonlight, the young man, destined by fate, leaned over the table, penning a letter of farewell to his home. In another realm, a deity played a gentle melody, soothing the turmoil within the boy's heart. Chapter 17. Reaching an Agreement, Revised Edition. In the morning, when Lin Chia and Chinchio arrived at the Peace Affairs office, Chen Mai and Wen Qima had just returned not long ago. The early hours had proven quite exhausting for Chen Mai and Wen Qima. As the saying goes, a single line necessitates countless others to uphold it, especially when the three individuals involved are not together, each recounting their own version of events. This predicament compelled Chen Mai and Wen Qima to align their narratives seamlessly while concealing any discrepancies, a task that surely tested their limits. Upon entering, Lin Chia and Chinchio observed Hong Ying seated across from an elderly woman, who was animatedly speaking while Hong Ying nodded in agreement. Indeed, your partner has been utterly unreasonable. How outrageous! She exclaimed. Rest assured, this matter will be handled by our office. Wen Qima, who had been smiling and serving as a mere backdrop, caught sight of Lin Chia and Chinchio's arrival. He signaled them with a glance and led them to the back of the office. What's going on? Lin Chia inquired, slightly bewildered. Is this a normal workday? After all, we are known as the Peace Affairs Office. The air of mystery surrounding their operations had diminished considerably of late. As he spoke, Wen Qima discreetly glanced at Chinchio. Thus, we occasionally accept small commissions to keep ourselves occupied and earn a little extra income. Quite beneficial, isn't it? Lin Chia nodded in understanding. So, what services does our office provide? Our scope of operations is extensive, from locating lost pets to confronting criminals and kidnappers. We engage in a multitude of tasks, Wen Qima proclaimed with an air of authority. Indeed, the range of services was impressive, and it deviated significantly from Lin Chia's preconceived notion of a night watchman, presenting a more grounded reality. By the way, the captain mentioned that he would like to see you in the training hall when you arrive. Where is it? Just continue down the corridor until you reach the end. Understood. Lin Chia proceeded onward. Your Excellency Barbados. Wen Qima hesitated, glancing at Chinchio. Just call me Chinchio, she replied. Very well, Chinchio. Might I request your presence? The Superior of the Night Watchman wishes to meet you. The Superior of the Night Watchman seemed to be quite efficient. It appeared they had deliberated overnight regarding his treatment plan. Chinchio waved her hand dismissively. Let us go. Thank you for your understanding. Wen Qima escorted Chinchio to a room deeper within the building. Inside, there were two individuals, a young man and an elderly gentleman who still possessed a spirited demeanor. Upon Chinchio's arrival, both stood to greet her. Your Excellency Barbados, greetings. I am Zui Qing, Director of the Special Operations Division of the Great Xian Night Watchman. Zui Qing approached Chinchio and bowed in a manner that was courteous yet not subservient. I, Chun Fuzi, extend my regards to Your Excellency Barbados, the elderly gentleman, Chun Fuzi, said with a warm smile. It was evident that he held a significant position close to Yi Fan, indicative of the esteem in which they regarded Chinchio. Chinchio returned their smiles. Greetings to you both. She found a seat and gestured for them to join her. Zui Qing and Chun Fuzi took their places as Wen Qima brought in some tea. Chinchio lifted the teacup and took a sip, nearly failing to maintain his composure. It was far too bitter. Indeed, he had yet to acclimatize to the taste of tea. Quietly, he set the cup down, thereafter avoiding any further mention of it in the conversation. Your Excellency Barbados. Zhuqing was the first to speak. Just call me Chinchio. Very well. Your Excellency Chinchio, Zhuqing replied succinctly. What brings you to Daxia? An unexpected visit. I am temporarily unable to depart. Chinchio spoke no falsehood, yet to others it sounded dismissive. However, neither Zhuqing nor Chun Fuji pressed the matter, for it was only natural for a deity to be capricious and reluctant to disclose their intentions. About the contract you presented earlier. Oh, that. Rest assured, the contract belongs to my colleague. It is mutual, and I too shall be bound by it. Colleague? Another deity? Is the contract the power of another divine being? Why would you sign a contract with us, given your capabilities to disregard our concerns? Zhuqing inquired, praying that his question would not be deemed offensive. Chinchio did not take offense. Rather, he felt that their silence would imply negligence on the part of the Night Watchers. It is to provide you with reassurance. After all, allowing an unfamiliar deity to roam freely within Daxia would hardly put you at ease. He continued, moreover, should it come to that, although you might not be able to best me, sheer numbers could prove quite bothersome. Zhuqing was taken aback by Chinchio's response, which aimed to allay their fears. It was indeed an unexpected reply. So, will you sign a contract? Chinchio inquired. May I review the contents of the contract? Zhuqing requested. Of course. Chinchio snapped his fingers, and a golden scroll materialized before Zhuqing. Although he could not decipher the characters inscribed upon it, their meaning was clear to him. Zhuqing meticulously examined the contract, tapping his fingers against the table as if weighing his thoughts. At that moment, Chun Fuji spoke up, smiling. What do you think of Daxia? Very good. I quite like Daxia. Conversing with Chun Fuji felt akin to engaging in casual banter, a stark contrast to his exchanges with Zhuqing. Did you mention you would be staying in Daxia for a year? Indeed, Chinchio affirmed with a nod. Daxia has much to offer in terms of amusement. Would you care for me to show you around, Your Excellency? My carriage is quite swift. Chinchio pondered for a moment. He thought that if he found himself with nothing to do, it could indeed be worthwhile. If I have the time, I may consider it. Chun Fuji stroked his beard. Very well, I shall await your favorable response. By the way, Your Excellency Chinchio, what are your thoughts on the people of Daxia? Chun Fuji asked with a warm smile. Respectable. This statement was sincere. The Night Watchers of Daxia were indeed worthy of admiration. Haha, it is truly an honor to receive such high praise from you. The Information Gathering Division of the National Night Watchers had already begun to operate frantically, compiling all known information about Chinchio since his arrival. They discovered that, whether through the investigation of this deity's actions since arriving in the Great Xia or through their actual interactions, it seemed this divine being was inclined towards the Great Xia. Moreover, the most significant point was that he appeared to care for humanity. Thus, they felt somewhat compelled, uncertain if they could subtly request this deity to protect the Great Xia during this phase, especially considering that it would not be surprising for a divine war to erupt in the southern region. Might I inquire if your esteemed self would? Stop. Chinchio's lips twitched. Do not presume that Chinchio was unaware of their intentions. He was fully cognizant. I shall not protect the Great Xia, but before the southern region vanishes, I will safeguard it. Hearing Chinchio's words, Master Chin felt a mix of joy and regret. Joyful because the southern region was indeed a pressing issue, yet regrettable as Chinchio would not proactively save others. Chinchio's protective instinct stemmed from compassion and a sense of duty towards humanity, rather than any obligation to this nation. Do not speak to Chinchio of national sentiment. This is neither his home nor his country. While it bears a resemblance, it is not his. Chinchio respects the Great Xia, yet does not love it. Perhaps because he can return home, he remains unperturbed, fully aware. Were it his own country, Chinchio would undoubtedly protect it. As for this mere imitation, he would offer aid but would not be compelled to do so. As previously stated, he would not save all. He merely sought to act without regret. Regarding the southern region, it was purely because Chinchio wished to remain undisturbed and maintain control over the narrative. Ah, the southern region. Master Chen sighed, acknowledging its destined disappearance, yet considered it a blessing to receive the deity's protection in its final moments. Zhuqing had remained silent for quite some time. Have you made your decision? Chinchio inquired. Zhuqing lifted his gaze. Your contract is exceedingly fair, and truthfully, We stand to benefit. With that, there was no reason for further hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Zhuqing solemnly declared, on behalf of the great Xia, I hereby sign the contract. Excellent. Qianxiu's primary objective had finally been achieved. Simply find a pen and sign your name. Rest assured, the penalty for breach of contract shall fall upon all night watchers, and even if you were to default, it would not harm the ordinary people. Zhuqing could not help but admire Qianxiu's firm grasp of the night watchman's limits. Then we must trouble you, esteemed Qianxiu. Without further hesitation, he took the pen and inscribed his name. The scroll vanished before Zhuqing and reappeared in front of Qianxiu, who also signed with his divine name. The scroll transformed into golden specks of light and disappeared. The contract is established. Those who break it shall suffer the penalty of the Rock of Promises. In that moment, Zhuqing sensed a powerful binding had taken effect, and violators would face punishment. Indeed, the Elder's contract proved remarkably effective. This scroll had been specifically requested from Morix in the Tevat Assistance Group. The work of the Geo-Archon is undoubtedly exquisite. Well then, with this in place, you may rest assured, even without the contract, we trust in your esteemed self. Zhuqing offered a slight compliment to Qianxiu. From now on, I shall be responsible for liaising with you, esteemed Qianxiu. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to communicate them to me. Furthermore, Confucius will be in the vicinity of Cangnan during this time. You may seek his assistance if needed. Very well, I understand, replied Chenfuzi. Do not forget my invitation. Esteemed Qianxiu, rest assured, I shall keep it in mind. If time permits, I will reach out to you, Qianxiu responded. As the conversation drew to a close, Qianxiu rose. I must take my leave now. I still wish to visit Qi. Farewell, esteemed Qianxiu. Zhuqing and Chenfuzi watched as Qianxiu departed. Alas, I hope this deity does not engage in any significant mischief, Zhuqing sighed. Chapter 18 Training Ah. The lunch today is quite sumptuous. Qianxiu ambled to the dining table, showing no hesitation in taking a seat as if he belonged there. After spending half a day together, everyone had come to understand that Qianxiu, this godlike figure, possessed a refreshing lack of pretentiousness, although there remained a hint of restraint in their demeanor. The group was no longer as cautious around him as they had been initially. Indeed, today's lunch was prepared by the captain, who is renowned for his culinary skills. Hong Ying proudly introduced him to Qianxiu. Qianxiu was already aware of Chun Mai's exceptional cooking. Yet he had yet to grasp the full extent of just how delightful it could be. Oh, I must savor it then, he replied. Where's Lin Xie? Why hasn't he come to eat yet? Hong Ying queried, noticing Lin Xie's absence at mealtime. Qianxiu leisurely broke apart his disposable chopsticks. Oh, him? He is probably still lounging on the sofa. Earlier that morning, after conversing with Zhuqing and the others, Qianxiu had gone to observe Lin Xie's training. The morning routine was rather straightforward. Lin Xie wielded his sword, charged forward, and swung a few times, only for Chun Mai to block his strikes. Then, with a resounding thud, Lin Xie would be knocked out. This cycle repeated itself. And what had Qianxiu done? He merely watched Lin Xie struggle. And during each of Lin Xie's moments of exhaustion, he would grant him a buff to clear negative effects, allowing Lin Xie to continue training in peak condition. Poor Lin Xie. Qianxiu truly meant well for him. Lin Xie. Hong Ying, don't worry about Xie. He'll come around eventually. Let us save him some food and eat first, Qianxiu encouraged, inviting Hong Ying to dine. It must be said that Chun Mai's culinary talent was indeed commendable. Should he ever choose to leave the night watch, opening a restaurant would be a splendid alternative. Afternoon. No way. Xie, you're still not recovered? Qianxiu followed behind Lin Xie, observing his unsteady movements. Upon hearing Qianxiu's words, Lin Xie cast a resentful glance in his direction. Who was responsible for his current plight? If not for Qianxiu's relentless support during his moments of weakness, he would have long ceased to practice with Chun Mai. Now, however, his practice time had effectively doubled. Lin Xie felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. As he reached the door, he trembled as he lifted his hand. I'll open the door. You can lower your hand now. Qianxiu, witnessing Lin Xie's precarious state, felt compelled to prevent him from opening the door, fearing that if it swung open, Lin Xie might collapse as well. As Lin Chia stepped through the threshold, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Finally, Chia. Whoa. When Shima rushed over to support Lin Chia upon seeing his disheveled state. What happened to you? Did you practice with the captain? Yes, Lin Chia replied. As when Shima quickly assessed his condition. You're holding up well, just got a bit beaten up, but at least you're standing. It's not that bad. Your talent seems decent after all. Lin Chia gazed at Shima in disbelief. Look at me now, does this seem decent? During practice with the captain, one typically enters walking and exits sideways. Shima sighed. The only one able to match the captain was old Zhao, of course, provided that neither side utilized forbidden techniques. Is old Zhao really that formidable? Lin Chia expressed his astonishment. Indeed, had old Zhao not been severely injured and required rest, training you would have been his responsibility. Well, Lin Chia slowly straightened up, each movement feeling like a punishment. Shimai truly showed no mercy. Do not fret, shortly you can seek Xiao Nan for treatment. And by tomorrow morning, you'll be ready to endure more. When Shima consoled Lin Chia with a pat on the shoulder. It's all right, Chia. I'll grant you an additional buff shortly, Qian Xiao added, tapping Lin Chia on the opposite shoulder. Lin Chia remained silent. With Xiao Nan's physical healing combined with Qian Xiao's mental therapy, it seemed they expected him to function as a perpetual motion machine. Ahem, enough with the jesting. Let us commence our lesson. When Shima began by explaining the knowledge regarding the forbidden techniques and divine realms. Oh, Qian Xiao, Lin Chia suddenly recalled something. Old Zhao is currently your proxy, correct? Yes. Haven't you known that for some time? Qian Xiao was puzzled by Lin Chia's sudden inquiry. Then, what divine realm did you bestow upon old Zhao? At this, Shima also cast a curious glance at Qian Xiao. A divine realm, indeed a rare find. Old Zhao is quite fortunate to have acquired it. I did not give him a divine realm, Qian Xiao clarified, as he lacked any divine realms from the god-slaying world to offer. I merely assisted him in forming a divine eye. What purpose does the divine eye serve? Lin Qia mused, recalling that Zhao Kongsheng had never mentioned its functions. After a moment's contemplation, he speculated, healing? Qian Xiao shook his head. No. The divine eye enhances physical attributes and stores energy. Zhao Kongsheng survived because the divine eye improved his physical condition while continuously supplying energy, thus sustaining his life. The true power of the divine eye lies in its ability to harness elemental forces. Zhao Kongsheng received a wind attribute divine eye, allowing him to wield the powers of wind. Lin Qi understood. So old Zhao obtained the ability to manipulate wind. Well, that interpretation suffices, Qian Xiao resigned, finding explanations tedious and uncertain they would grasp it fully. However, the extent of Zhao Kongsheng's abilities depends on his own practice at present. Even extinguishing a candle would be a notable achievement. Oh, I see. So, currently, Zhao Kongsheng's divine realm is quite ineffectual, when Shima concluded. Chia, I have devised a training plan tailored for you, he stated, lifting the prepared documents. Your perception is formidable, but your physique is lacking. Did you not feel as though your soul was racing ahead while your body lagged behind during your morning battle with the captain? Thus, our primary objective is to synchronize your body with your reactions. I can assist with that. Qian Xiao, much like a student eagerly raising a hand in class, expressed her desire to assist in training Chia. However, when Shima felt a pang of concern at Qian Xiao's eagerness, fearing that she might inadvertently exert too much force and send Lin Chia soaring. May I inquire, how do you intend to train Chia, Your Excellency Qian Xiao? I could use a wind blade to toss him, Qian Xiao quickly added, noticing when Shima's apprehensive expression. But fret not, I shall not employ a sharp wind blade. It will merely be a gentle assault akin to air bullets, causing only discomfort without inflicting any harm. When Shima remained hesitant. Please, I assure you it will not injure him, Qian Xiao implored, her large, captivating eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Shima. Allericht, fine. When Shima finally conceded under Qian Xiao's earnest persuasion, realizing that declining seemed futile. Yay, that's wonderful, Qian Xiao exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she bounded towards Lin Chia. Lin Chia, witnessing Qian Xiao's exuberance, instinctively recoiled, retreating step by step, until he found himself cornered. Help! There's no way out. Chapter 19. The marksman, the firearm, a product of human ingenuity, stands as a symbol of our technological prowess. Cold Xian, with an impassive expression, gazes at a wall adorned with an array of meticulously organized weapons. Do not underestimate the power of firearms, he asserts. While they may falter against higher realms of the mysterious, they remain remarkably effective against lesser foes. Chinchio nods vigorously in agreement. Having long believed that humanity's development of firearms inflicts considerable damage upon the enigmatic. However, it is only through the use of guns that one can engage in combat without endangering others. Take, for instance, the annihilation cannon in Chinchio's possession. Even deploying a nuclear weapon against the mysterious would yield devastating consequences. Let alone the divine. Any entity that dares to confront such might would be left in dire straits. Lin Xie, are you listening? Yes. Lin Xie's response meanders through 7 convoluted turns. He is currently sprawled atop a whirlwind created by Chinchio, utterly motionless. Exhaustion weighs heavily upon him. Despite emerging unscathed and seemingly invigorated following the trial set forth by Si Xiaonan and Chinchio, Lin Xie feels as though he teeters on the brink of paradise. This day is not merely a training exercise. It feels akin to enduring a brutal beating. Chinchio tenderly ruffles Lin Xie's hair, feeling a pang of sympathy for the young lad. Were Lin Xie aware of Chinchio's thoughts, he would likely protest, lamenting that his current predicament is largely due to the influence of another. Can you still move? Cold Xian expresses doubt regarding Lin Xie's vitality. I can. Lin Xie musters the strength to rise from the whirlwind. Very well, Lin Xie. Give it a try. Cold Xian presents Lin Xie with a handgun. Aim at that target and let me witness your talents. May I also have a turn? Chinchio inquires curiously, eyeing the firearm in Cold Xian's hand. Having never before seen such a genuine weapon. After a moment's contemplation, Cold Xian acquiesces and retrieves another gun for Chinchio. You may, but please exercise caution. Understood. I shall be careful. Approaching the target, Lin Xie assumes his stance. Aligning his aim with precision, he pulls the trigger. Bang! A perfect score. Chinchio gives Lin Xie an enthusiastic thumbs up. Impressive. You hit the 10 ring of the adjacent target. Unwilling to settle, Lin Xie fires twice more. A miss. Another miss. It must be the gun. Lin Xie insists stubbornly. Cold Xian takes the firearm from Lin Xie. Bang! A perfect score once more. This time, it's a 10 ring on the opposite target. Cold Xian glances at Lin Xie at a loss for words. It must be the wind, Cold Xian contemplates, about to remark on the indoor breeze when he suddenly perceives a gentle current. Where did it come from? Cold Xian turns to identify the source. Oh, never mind. It's merely the work of Chinchio. With a flick of his left hand, Chinchio causes the air to become still, the atmosphere devoid of even the slightest breath of wind. Yet, Cold Xian and Lin Xie can still breathe normally. Now, there shall be no breeze whatsoever. Chinchio gestures invitingly. Lin Xie takes aim once more. Bang! A score. Although still teetering on the edge, Lin Xie was overwhelmed with excitement. I hit it. My talent isn't too shabby. Is it? You? Long Xian cast a glance at him, then despairingly closed his eyes. You still possess something as trivial as talent? Ah! Lin Xie wished to retort, but the several scores of 0 left him speechless. All right, it's my turn now. Step aside, Xie. Chinchio nudged the withdrawn Lin Xie's side. Chinchio raised his weapon and struck a pose. Bang! What? Everything before him revealed that Chinchio had achieved a score of 3 rings this time. Chinchio stared at the gun in his hand, engulfed in doubt. Ha, Chinchio. You're not doing any better than I am. Lin Xie chuckled gleefully from the side. Chinchio flashed a benevolent smile at Lin Xie. With his left hand, he grasped the air, and the ode to the final sign materialized in his grasp. Without even turning his head, Chinchio drew back the bowstring, seemingly without aiming, and released an arrow formed of wind. Lin Xian and Lin Xie merely caught a glimpse before the wind arrow dissipated, revealing a conspicuous void at the center of the target ahead. Gulp! Lin Xie swallowed hard. Just now, the arrow Chinchio shot had pierced through the target without a sound, and it continued unabated after penetrating the target. Had Chinchio not willingly dissipated the wind arrow, Lin Xie suspected that it could have pierced through all the walls of the Peace Affairs office. And you still say I'm comparable to you? Chinchio beamed. No, no, you are far superior. Lin Xie shook his head vigorously, fearing that if Chinchio became displeased, he might shoot an arrow at him. Though given Chinchio's disposition, he probably wouldn't die, but wouldn't be pleasant either. That's more like it. Chinchio released his left hand, and the ode to the final side transformed into motes of light and vanished. Chinchio picked up the gun once more. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots consecutively. 3 rings, 5 rings, 4 rings. These 3 shots, combined with the previous one, were perfectly distributed around the target. Chinchio calculated the position, and in the next moment, bang, 10 rings. Yay! Chinchio was so ecstatic that he jumped up in delight. He looked up at Lin Xie, smirking. Ah, rookie. Lin Xie gazed at the 10 rings Chinchio had scored, questioning his own existence. Why did Chinchio previously score only 3 rings and suddenly achieve 10 rings? Chinchio, I merely hadn't adapted to the change in weaponry. Keep practicing, Xie. Long Xian patted Lin Xie on the shoulder. After all, he is a deity, and you've seen him use a bow and arrow, so it's nothing extraordinary. As for you, you must devote yourself to practice. By the end of his statement, Long Xian's tone had grown icy, as if he were ready to strip Lin Xie of his skin should his marksmanship remain poor. Lin Xie shuddered and obediently went off to practice shooting with Long Xian. That evening, after training, at Chinchio's home. Ha 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 ha. Chinchio rolled on the sofa, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. Tonight, Lin Xie, from 20 meters away, you managed to hit the target 3 times. Ha ha. Stop laughing. Lin Xie wished he could seal Chinchio's mouth with tape. Throughout the day, Lin Xie endured a dual assault on both his body and spirit, as if he had been ground into the earth. However, it seemed that the most sorrowful one this evening was not Lin Xie, but rather Long Xian. When Long Xian departed, he seemed to float away, and Lin Xie could sense that Long Xian had lost all hope for life due to his teachings. As if he were on the verge of retreating into himself, the light in Long Xian's eyes had vanished. Chapter 20. The wrath of Chinchio. Lin Xie now found himself ensnared in a hellish regimen of training, where each day was marked by relentless beatings or the impending threat thereof. In stark contrast, Chinchio was enjoying a rather comfortable existence. Whenever boredom struck, he would visit the Peace Affairs office to tease Lin Xie and assist in his training. Occasionally, he would attend classes at school, amusing his classmates. Indeed, Chinchio was still enrolled in school. A portion of this was due to the formidable Nanto serpent demon residing within the institution. But a significant reason was his unwavering resolve to avoid dropping out without cause. He, Chinchio, was resolutely determined not to be a failure. Having commenced this academic year, he vowed not to withdraw unless he were to completely depart from this realm. Li Yifei must have reported the matter by now. Perched on the rooftop, Chinchio gazed down upon the school. He took out the sky lyre, and the resonant melody reverberated throughout the campus. Chinchio bestowed the blessing of the wind god upon each individual, yet untouched by the affliction, providing them with a shield for a time. When Chinchio first arrived at the school, a number of faculty and students had already fallen victim to the Nanto serpent demon, and their ranks were not insignificant. Unfortunately, he could do nothing for those who had fully transformed. However, the music he played daily from the rooftop was not in vain. He had thoroughly suppressed Li Yifei's demonic tendencies, and since then, the number of Nanto serpent demons' offspring at the school had not increased. Recently, as the plot of the original narrative approached a critical juncture, Chinchio had slightly relaxed his grip on the Nanto serpent demon. He originally intended to release it momentarily for Lin Xie to practice against. Chinchio believed that he could easily maintain control over the demon. Yet, as soon as it was unleashed, it managed to create a significant uproar, infecting a large group of individuals while Chinchio's attention wavered. Just wait until Lin Xie confines the Nanto serpent demon to the hospital. I shall relish the opportunity to deal with it then. As he muttered, Chinchio wove a strand of wind around a recently infected classmate. How dare it transform my school into this state? Truly intolerable. Chinchio remained indifferent to the anguished cries of the Nantawa serpent demon. TSK, the extraction process was exceedingly meticulous. Attending to each individual would consume considerable time. He extracted the serpent seed from the afflicted person's body. Once the seed was removed, the individual collapsed to the ground, unconscious, leaving uncertain whether they were alive or dead. Chinchio, do not be hard on yourself. It was never feasible to monitor everyone at all times, 111 consoled. Chinchio, with an impassive expression, regarded the fallen individual. I am not angry. 111. Do you possess anything capable of broadly healing injuries? Indeed, just proceed without hesitation. 111 began rummaging through his supplies. After my brother learned of his situation with you, he sent a parcel. It should suffice for your needs. I can certainly provide support. Thank you, 111. Chinchio's expression softened as he picked up 111 and affectionately nuzzled him. 111 is the best. Hee. 111 grinned foolishly. Dingling. Dingling. Chinchio's phone rang. Chia, is there something you need from me? Chinchio inquired. You should be at school today, Lin Chia responded. Chinchio had surmised the purpose of Lin Chia's call. At that moment, a radiant smile graced Chinchio's face. So, Chinchio, have you noticed any issues at the school? Lin Chia inquired, somewhat perplexed. Given that Chinchio had been visiting the school intermittently, it seemed unlikely that a school where a deity resided would harbor any mysteries. Indeed, there are, Chinchio replied, and if anyone were to glance at him then, they would observe that the winds around him had grown utterly tempestuous. I believe it's time for you night watchers to pay a visit. Things are rather lively here. Is that so? Lin Chia's instincts hinted that Chinchio was not particularly pleased at that moment. In any case, do come. I shall await your arrival. Very well, we are on our way. Lin Chia responded before hanging up. What did Lord Chinchio say? Chun Mai asked hastily, having noted the conclusion of Lin Chia's conversation. Lin Chia rubbed his temples, sensing that Chinchio seemed somewhat irate. He urged us to hurry. Thus, the rumors of mystery at the second high school must hold some truth. Upon hearing this, Chun Mai's expression grew serious, both due to the deity's command and the alarming realization that the second high school had become a nest of enigmas, particularly concerning the children who predominantly attended there. In that case, Hongying, Xiaonan, and Chia, you all must disguise yourselves as students to infiltrate the second high school. Our objectives are twofold: to uncover the essence of the mystery and to keep Lord Chinchio stabilized. Chun Mai turned his gaze to Lin Chia. I apologize, Chia, but as a temporary member, I must insist you join this mission. You share the closest bond with Lord Chinchio, and I fear his wrath over territorial encroachment may unleash uncontrollable power. It's quite all right, Captain. I will go, Lin Chia asserted without hesitation. Excellent. We will remain on standby outside, ready to provide support. Now, let us prepare for action, Chun Mai commanded decisively. And you too shall accompany Chia and the others. Chun Mai directed at Li Yifei. Li Yifei was taken aback. What does this have to do with me? I'm just an ordinary person. What if? They will ensure your safety, Chun Mai responded calmly, unfazed by Li Yifei's reluctance. You have encountered that mythical creature and possess the most knowledge about it. Your presence is essential. If this operation proceeds successfully, I shall offer you a chance to join the Night Watchers. Chun Mai dangled the elusive promise before Li Yifei. Li Yifei's eyes brightened instantly. I'm in, but how do we get in? He asked, glancing at the closed school gates and the vigilant security guard in the booth. That is simple enough. We can scale the wall, Hongying suggested, eyeing the 2-meter-high fence with eagerness. Is that a good idea? Lin Chia noticed the security guard's gaze growing more menacing. Indeed, it's not a good idea. Besides, you want to be able to enter. Chinchio. Lin Chia turned to find Chinchio standing beside him. I shall guide you in. This school is now encircled by my wind barrier, preventing any entry or exit. Lin Chia gazed at Chinchio. Typically, Chinchio adeptly restrained his strength and aura, presenting himself as an ordinary individual. However, at this moment, Lin Chia felt an undeniable sense of oppression emanating from him, indicating that Chinchio was genuinely enraged. Hongying and Si Xiaonan, perceiving Chinchio's demeanor, instinctively fell silent. Are we all prepared? Let's depart. With a flourish of his hand, Chinchio enveloped them in a gust of wind, soaring towards the school. Chapter 21. Rescuing lives. As Chinchio gently placed several individuals on the ground, Lin Xie, facing Chinchio's icy demeanor, inquired about the current state of affairs at the second high school. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan regarded him with expressions reminiscent of warriors, while Li Yifei remained bewildered. Previously, while at the Peace Affairs office, he had heard of Chinchio's name and assumed it was merely a coincidence. He never imagined it would be the same Chinchio as his classmate. He was perplexed as to why this group of night watchers seemed somewhat apprehensive of Chinchio. Presently, nearly a quarter of the school's population had transformed into Nantua serpent demons. Perhaps due to their prior unwarranted slumber, the Nantua serpent demons were now terrified. In a desperate bid to propagate, their numbers had swelled alarmingly within the school. Nantua serpent demons. Hong Ying recognized these serpentine creatures, known for their exceptional camouflage abilities and intellect comparable to that of humans. Once they consumed a living being, they could implant their seeds within, transforming the host into their offspring and controlling their actions. Indeed, however, I require you to eliminate those who have fully transformed into Nantua serpent demons. I am currently too occupied to deal with them, Chinchio stated. Lin Xie, Hong Ying, and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances. Chinchio, how do we identify the Nantua serpent demons? Lin Xie offered to articulate their inquiries. Chinchio conjured a pattern of wind element at his fingertips. Remember this symbol. I shall mark all those who have completely transformed into Nantua serpent demons with it. Upon sighting this mark, you are to eliminate them without hesitation. The trio meticulously memorized the design. Have you all committed it to memory? Chinchio waved his hand, causing the wind element mark to vanish, dispersing into ethereal wisps of azure light. Furthermore, do not concern yourselves with those surrounded by a gentle breeze. They still have hope, and I shall rescue them. If you encounter them while conscious, merely strike them to render them unconscious. Their eyes brightened at the prospect of saving some individuals. All right, I must busy myself with extracting the serpent seeds from their bodies. I have much to do, so you should get to work, Chinchio remarked, realizing that he could potentially save several individuals in the time it took to utter these words. Ultimately, it was due to Chinchio's lack of healing abilities, combined with his formidable strength. Even though he wielded his power with precision, he still needed to exercise extreme caution to extract the serpent seeds without endangering the lives of ordinary individuals. Alas, he was indeed too powerful. By the way, Chinchio suddenly recalled something important. Chia, inform your captain that there are likely more Nantua serpent demons outside the campus. The families of those students who have been fully infected are beyond saving. They should be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's expression turned grave. The presence of Nantua serpent demons outside was no trivial matter. Understood. I will notify the captain immediately, he replied, promptly retrieving his phone. Good. Chinchio concluded his instructions and prepared to depart. However, before leaving, he conveyed a message to Lin Xie through the wind. Pay close attention to your surroundings. Should you fail to notice, a shiver ran down Lin Xie's spine at Chinchio's ominous chuckle. After the training, be prepared for additional drills, Chinchio added, prompting Lin Xie to shake off his unease. No, that won't do, he exclaimed, revitalized by the prospect of the task ahead. One must absolutely prevent Chinchio from assigning him additional training. If Chinchio collaborates with Supervisor Xiaonan, he would find himself devoid of any respite. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, Lin Xie pondered, what do I have around me? Hong Ying and Supervisor Xiaonan were deliberating strategies, while Li Yifei idly lingered nearby. Noticing Lin Xie lost in thought with his phone in hand, Hong Ying inquired, Xie, what has captured your attention? You ought to call the captain at once. Oh, right. Lin Xie finally snapped back to reality, relaying the unfortunate news to Chenmai. Upon receiving Lin Xie's call, Chenmai exhibited no surprise. After all, he was already entrenched in a dire situation, gripping his phone in one hand and the star blade in the other, gazing at the pool of blood before him. You must exercise caution. We may not reach you in time for support. Rest assured, Captain, we will be careful. Moreover, Lin Xie remarked, casting a glance at the industrious figure clad in green in the distance, If we truly encounter life-threatening peril, I trust Qianqiu would intervene. Chun Mai frowned, cautioning, "Do not rely too heavily on others, especially deities. Their whims are unpredictable." "Understood, Captain. We still need to deal with the Nantawa snake demon, so I shall end the call." "Very well." Lin Xie concluded the call and conferred with Hong Ying and the others, deciding it would be swifter to part ways. "Xie, can you manage on your own?" Hong Ying expressed her concerns for the newcomer. "I'll be fine," Lin Xie reassured. Supervisor Xiaonan interjected, "I shall accompany you." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xie replied, "No need, Sister Xiaonan. The Nantawa snake demon is likely still in a concealed state, unaware that we can now seek them out. They shouldn't engage me openly, so I can proceed alone." After considering Lin Xie's reasoning, Xiaonan acquiesced. "In that case, Li Fei, you shall accompany me." Li Fei, an ordinary individual, would only hinder their progress in a confrontation, yet leaving him unattended was not an option. Thus, it was indeed safer with Hong Ying and Xiaonan. Sure. Li Yifei eagerly accepted the notion of having protection. Just as Lin Xie was about to speak, Qianqiu's indifferent voice interjected, "Take Li Yifei with you," leaving no room for dissent. "Understood." Lin Xie swallowed his original words. Qianqiu's tone brooked no refusal. "Li Yifei, you shall accompany me," he instructed. "Xie?" Hong Ying queried, puzzled. Lin Xie's strength was already limited, and bringing Li Yifei along would only complicate matters. Why? It was Qianqiu's directive. Lin Xie sighed, exasperated. There was little he could do. In light of this, Hong Ying found herself at a loss for words. "Do not worry. He shall not come to harm," came Qianqiu's voice, audible to all present. "Very well." The group acquiesced. Ultimately, Lin Xie escorted Li Yifei to the teaching building area, while Hong Ying and Supervisor Xiaonan ventured towards the dormitory sector. All individuals sprang into action. Qianqiu appeared before each individual recently infected, yet not completely assimilated by the serpent's essence. With a swift motion, he reached out, excised and obliterated. This sequence had become second nature to Qianqiu, and the mechanical repetition only intensified the fire he had yet to unleash. The Naga will soon prove insufficient for the impending challenge. The entities shrouded in mist are hardly to be trifled with, and involving the great Xia could lead to complications. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek out trouble with the ancient god church instead. Qianqiu retrieved another serpent seed from within a human body. The seed was shattered by the wind, disintegrating into layers thinner than paper, drifting delicately through the air. Indeed, it seems I shall pay another visit to the ancient god church shortly. Qianqiu made this decision with a sense of delight. Chapter 22. The Confession in an effort to prevent widespread chaos. Those who encountered individuals marked by the wind element would discreetly lead them aside to handle the situation quietly. Lin Xie, a novice, showed no mercy when confronting the Nantawa snake demon. After all, those marked by the Qianqiu had completely succumbed to infection, their innards replaced by grotesque masses of flesh and blood. They could no longer be regarded as human. However, Lin Xie's dilemma now lay not in the act of killing or locating them, but rather in how to eliminate them without alerting their presence. At this moment, the Nantawa snake demon was still in disguise. Considering the innocent students within the school, the group hesitated to act openly, fearing that the demon might lash out and endanger the students. Lin Xie and Li Yifei were engaged in a spirited debate. "You go," Lin Xie insisted. "Why not you?" Li Yifei retorted. "You attract attention while I strike from the shadows." What she goes berserk. "I am just an ordinary person. This is a daunting task. Now is your moment to shine," Lin Xie urged, giving Li Yifei a firm push. "Go." Li Yifei found himself abruptly standing before Han Ruo, his heart racing at the sight of the marked individual. "Is there something you need?" Han Ruo inquired, her smile disarming. Li Yifei stammelte. "Could you come with me for a moment? Is there something wrong?" Han Ruo replied, still smiling. "Is it not permissible to discuss it here?" "No, it's not." "Why not?" Because I like you," Li Yifei blurted out, embarrassment flooding his cheeks. "I wish to find a secluded place to talk." His flustered demeanor made it appear genuine, and Han Ruo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Oh." The surrounding crowd erupted in playful jeers. "Ruo, someone likes you. Hurry, go see what he has to say." With the eyes of onlookers upon them, Han Ruo and Li Yifei departed together. Upon reaching a deserted area, Han Ruo began to speak. But before her words could fully escape her lips, a glint of steel flashed behind her, and her head was severed by Lin Chie's blade. My goodness! Li Yifei leapt back in shock, the gruesome scene before him turning his stomach. Indeed, Lin Chie murmured to himself. He retrieved his phone and called Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying? Chia? Came her voice, punctuated by distant screams. His earlier suspicions about the communicability of the Nantawa snake demons had been confirmed. I have confessed to 11 girls. If I attempt to confess again, no one will accompany me. But Li Yifei can. Lin Chie's expression darkened. They must have realized the impending danger. I fear hisses. Almost simultaneously with the ominous sound, screams erupted from a distant classroom. Lin Chie's gaze shot towards the source. The infected had gone berserk. On the 7th night, you should prioritize the protection of the students. Xiao Nan and I will handle the situation. Hong Ying's resolute voice resonated. Very well. Lin Chie hung up the phone and swiftly raced towards the crowd. Wait for me. Li Yifei struggled to keep pace with a rapidly moving Lin Chie. Take them to the school entrance. The wind will safeguard them. A voice, ethereal as the autumn sky, drifted in the breeze, calming Lin Chie's anxious heart. I have granted you the authority to open the wind barrier. Select those who are uninfected and allow them to depart. Upon speaking, a wind elemental mark appeared on the back of Lin Chie's hand, distinctively radiant and sacred compared to the marks on the Nantawa serpents. Also, render unconscious those enveloped in a gentle breeze, leaving them behind. I understand. Lin Chie reached the school entrance, where he sensed the wind was even more fierce. Do not run. Stay here. This place is safe. You cannot leave the school now. Lin Chie shouted. The students remained in disarray. Suddenly, a loud bang silenced the chaos, and all eyes turned in terror towards Lin Chie, who had fired into the sky. However, the crowd soon descended into greater panic. At that moment, Lin Chie's gaze sharpened, and he gripped the hilt of his sword with lightning speed. The gleaming blade mercilessly struck down upon the boy who instigated the trouble. The boy attempted to evade Lin Chie's attack, but was ultimately slower than the swift blade. Thud! A monstrous head rolled several times before coming to a halt, its serpent-like body collapsing onto the ground. The student stood transfixed, witnessing the scene. Silence. A fleeting flash of golden light flickered in Lin Chie's eyes, an instant of divine authority sufficient to quell the ordinary students. Lin Chie exhaled, relieved. Finally, calm had returned. Now, line up orderly in front of me, and I shall escort you out. Do not jostle. Approach in sequence. Hearing Lin Chie's words, the students, still shaken from the earlier fright, complied and began to form an orderly line. Lin Chie placed his hand, marked with the wind elemental insignia, upon the wind barrier. In an instant, a shimmering azure light flickered, and soon a large opening, approximately 3 meters wide, appeared in the wind wall. Proceed. Lin Chie stood aside, watching the students as they departed. Safe. 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 This cannot do. Lin Chie intervened, rendering the boy surrounded by a gentle breeze unconscious. This was a directive from Qiankong. Do not linger. You are fine. Go on. Observing several students hesitating before him, Lin Chie urged them to leave. The students gazed at the boy lying motionless on the ground. Lin Chie felt a twinge of embarrassment and clarified. He has a minor issue. Nothing serious. He will be fine shortly. Hurry along now. Oh, okay, understood. With Lin Chie's insistence, several students departed. He successfully sent away a substantial number of students. The seniors and freshmen had mostly exited. He had already coordinated with those outside, who would be responsible for receiving these students. In this cohort of students, Lin Chie identified 8 fully infected Nantawa snake demons, alongside a small mound of partially infected individuals. The number of partially infected far exceeded that of the fully infected, creating a disparity of at least 3-fold. Lin Chie sealed the breach in the wind barrier, preparing to continue his mission to rescue others within the school. However, he glanced at the disarrayed figures sprawled on the ground and pondered their fate. Qianxiu, let them be for now. I shall attend to them shortly. You go and save the others. Thank you, Qianxiu. Lin Chie smiled. It's nothing. After receiving Chinchio's response, Lin Jie chose to disregard those individuals and hasten back towards the campus. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He sensed he had forgotten something. What could it be? If Li Yifei were nearby, he would undoubtedly exclaim with exaggerated gestures, "It's me. Brother, you've lost track of such a significant person." The author has a small test tomorrow and needs to review, so a brief chapter is being presented today, if time permits. The author will provide a supplementary update tomorrow. Chapter 23. The Rescued not long after Lin Jie departed. Chinchio arrived at the school gate to assist in extracting the serpent seed from those affected. There were approximately 350 individuals who had not been fully infected, and now merely a little over 20 remained. The cured individuals lay bloodied on the ground, and to any observer, it would seem that Chinchio was not healing them, but rather conducting a gruesome slaughter, as the bodies piled high around them suggested a scene of mass carnage. 111. It's your turn. Come here, 111 approached, cradling the vitality blossom above the crowd. This blossom was 111's finest healing tool, brimming with life force. As 111 activated the vitality blossom, the crystalline petals unfurled, releasing a torrent of vitality that surged into the students, whose bodies had been ravaged by the serpent seed. The bloodied faces of the students regained some color, shedding their previous pallor that suggested they were on the brink of death. Thanks to the healing properties of the Vitality Blossom, the majority of their wounds were mended, leaving only minor injuries that would heal with rest at home. With a wave of 111's hand, a gust of wind swept through, gently lifting everyone out of the school, while Chinchio attentively ensured they were supported by the wind to prevent further injuries. "All right, the remaining individuals should all be in the sophomore teaching area," Chinchio remarked, brushing non-existent dust from his hands. 111 scanned the campus and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Chinchio, all those who are not fully infected are in the sophomore teaching area. However, there are still some rampaging Nandu serpentine entities in other locations. Oh, we will not concern ourselves with those entities for now. Once all the civilians have evacuated and after Jie has dealt with Li Yifei, I shall conduct a thorough cleansing of this school, Chinchio resolved, determined to purify the premises from top to bottom. Let us proceed to the sophomore teaching area. Jie should soon discover Li Yifei, given the clear hints I have provided. In a classroom on the third floor of the sophomore building, a frail boy with glasses observed the monster before him with calm composure, directing his classmates to move all the desks and chairs to the entrance to barricade the door. The furniture trembled under the monster's relentless assaults, mirroring the anxious hearts of the students within. Li Yifei had descended from the 5th floor to the 3rd floor via a rope, arriving at this classroom. He intended to lead the others to safety, but the boy's rebuttal left him speechless. Moreover, the rope had been severed by the Nandu serpent entities that had followed closely behind. Their escape route was cut off, and they found themselves surrounded. "Enkinjiu, what do we do now?" Li Yifei exclaimed in alarm. "We hold our ground." Enkinjiu adjusted his glasses. "We must delay the monster. Help will arrive shortly. There is no other option." Over 20 boys exerted every ounce of strength they could muster, battling against the 6 Nandu serpent entities, wagering the lives of dozens within the classroom against those outside. "Damn it. We can't hold on much longer." One Nandu serpent entity charged in, its claw reaching for the nearest boy. The boy, unable to evade, instinctively closed his eyes and braced his arm to defend himself. However, the anticipated pain did not manifest, for a gentle breeze enveloped him securely, a divine protection from the wind god. The Nanda serpent demon roared in fury, augmenting its strength. The remaining Nanda serpent demons lunged forward. Ultimately, it was merely a temporary and expansive shield. Despite its formidable nature, without a replenishment of energy, its duration was inherently limited. Presently, the protective breeze surrounding the group began to wane. At that moment, a brilliant azure blade suddenly appeared, cleaving through the body of the monster that had first emerged. The blade then veered to the right, tracing a graceful arc as it mercilessly severed the head of the Nanda serpent demon. "Chia!" Li Yifei exclaimed with delight upon recognizing the newcomer. "Oh dear, I thought you had abandoned me," he lamented, though it was he who had vanished first. Lin Jie sheathed his sword. I figured I hadn't contributed much earlier, so I aimed to perform admirably in hopes of joining the night watch later. Li Yifei felt a twinge of guilt. Lin Xie harbored slight dissatisfaction towards Li Yifei's erratic movements but chose to remain silent. He scanned the classroom for students, noting the absence of anyone marked, yet he spotted a girl imbued with the gentle breeze. Just as Lin Xie intended to approach and incapacitate the girl, he hesitated. The students in the classroom looked on in terror at the sudden appearance of Qiankyu beside the girl. After all, they had just witnessed Qiankyu slay her. The blood gushing from the girl's chest was intercepted by the wind swirling around Qiankyu, splattering instead onto Qingyu, who remained unfazed by the crimson droplets. Fixated on Qiankyu, he found Qiankyu even more alluring than Lin Xie. However, while he desired to dissect Lin Xie entirely, he felt an inexplicable urge to understand Qiankyu more intimately, devoid of any thoughts of dissection. 111 swiftly healed the girl. If one disregarded the bloodstains on her chest, she appeared to be merely asleep. Qiankyu, Tevelin, Lin Xie approached under the fearful gaze of the students. At last, it's done. I'm utterly exhausted. Qiankyu sighed with relief. Finally, I have saved everyone I could. Goodness, it's been exhausting. Over 350 individuals, each requiring meticulous care. I truly need a proper rest now. Qiankyu, have you finished saving everyone? Lin Xie's eyes brightened. Yes, Qiankyu nodded wearily. Only those fully infected remain. Then Lin Xie began, do not think about it. There are too many people now, and I fear for the safety of the ordinary citizens. If you wish for me to intervene, ensure the ordinary people are evacuated first. Very well, Lin Xie replied, somewhat disheartened at the prospect of prolonging the endeavor. What, there are no ordinary people left? Then I shall conduct a thorough cleansing of the school. Lin Xie's spirits lifted once more. Qiankyu instructed 111 to assume a medium size before he reclined atop the creature. I shall remain here. Just call me once you have completed the evacuation. Lin Xie intended to ascend the stairs first, bringing down the students above, and then leading them away collectively. Simultaneously, he informed Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, who were outside confronting the Nantawa serpents, that the ordinary citizens would depart and that the Qinqiu faction would take action thereafter. I can assist. Splitting up will expedite the notifications, volunteered in Qingyu. Li Yifei, witnessing in Qingyu's unexpected eagerness, felt a surge of urgency. I too shall go. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, concerned about the unknown number of Nantawa serpents still inside the building. He feared he might not be able to protect them all. The Nantawa serpents inside should have been mostly dealt with by that individual, and Qingyu added, thus, our task of notifying you carries minimal risk. Is that truly the case? Lin Xie gazed at Qinqiu, seeking confirmation. Qinqiu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, as I descended from the upper floor, I encountered the Nantawa serpents and dispatched them with ease. How do you know this? Lin Xie inquired, puzzled. Earlier, there was a cacophony from above, yet now it is remarkably silent, and Qingyu pointed out the anomaly. It appears that is indeed the case. Lin Xie and Li Yifei remarked in astonishment at Qingyu's ability to discern such subtleties. Very well, you may accompany me, but do ensure to call for my aid should danger arise. Lin Xie deliberated before acquiescing, acknowledging that a larger group would indeed hasten their efforts. Agreed. Chapter 24. Side by side, after entrusting the students to Qinqiu's care, Lin Xie ascended the stairs with Li Yifei and Qingyu. Qinqiu squinted, observing the departing figures. When do you think Xie will realize? It may take a while, or perhaps the boy beside him will give him a nudge, replied 111. That in Qingyu is quite astute. Xie is rather careless. Even with my support, he ought to exercise more caution, Qinqiu remarked, a hint of frustration in her voice. Humph. Once this matter concludes, I shall have him practice more rigorously. 111 produced a device that allowed them to monitor Lin Xie and his companions. Thus, Qinqiu and 111 remained in place, observing the live stream of Lin Xie's activities. Upon reaching the upper floor, Lin Xie swiftly assigned tasks to each person, dispersing them to relay the information. And Qingyu, why are you following me instead of completing your task? Lin Xie turned to regard Qingyu, who had chosen to accompany him. That creature must have maternal form, and Qingyu asserted confidently. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow indeed. After a brief silence, and Qingyu leaned closer to Lin Xie's ear. I suspect. Are you certain? Lin Xie inquired, his expression grave. I cannot be certain. It is merely a conjecture, believe it or not. Despite Qingyu's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Xie took his word seriously. Understood. Xie still relies on Qingyu's insights, Qinxiu mused, resting her chin on her hand. He has spent far more time with Li Yifei than Qingyu has. In truth, it seemed Lin Xie had begun to realize the inconsistency. 111 observed Lin Xie intently on the screen. After parting ways with Qingyu, the latter seized Lin Xie's firearm, despite having never wielded a gun before. Nonetheless, even if Qingyu was a master of human outlines, he was preferable to Lin Xie, who had a tendency to harm his allies. Lin Xie encountered a solitary Nantua serpent demon in a classroom, refraining from immediate action. Nantua serpent demon, I know you can communicate with us through your progeny. Why not engage in a proper conversation? After all, once Qinxiu intervenes, you may lose your chance. The Nantua serpent demon's movements hesitated momentarily before it gradually reverted to its human form, regarding Lin Xie with an expression of indifference. I have nothing to discuss with the night watchman. Lin Xie smirked subtly, clearly having baited the creature. You claim there is nothing to discuss, yet you ultimately chose to transform back? Have you sought me merely to exchange idle chatter? The Nantua serpent demon's human form began to waver. I'm simply curious. You seem well acquainted with society and humanity. Given this, you must have been lurking in this city for some time. I do not comprehend. With your abilities, you could effortlessly attach yourself to a select few powerful individuals without attracting the night watchman's attention, living in luxury. Yet you choose not to. I cannot fathom your motives. Reproducing progeny is my instinct. Moreover, I refuse to remain in obscurity. While I may believe other mysteries, yours is different. Lin Xie asserted with unwavering conviction that you possess extraordinary intelligence and an exceptional level of caution. Thus, it is improbable that you could lose control over your desires. Consequently, I am inclined to believe that you harbor ulterior motives that remain undiscovered. Such a ludicrous deduction elicited a derisive laugh from the Nantua serpent demon. In truth, I ought to express my gratitude to you for providing me with an opportunity, a chance to escape from that terrifying entity. You see, if I were to eliminate you, who are merely at the Zhan realm, and implant a serpent seed within you, do you think anyone would notice? Indeed, Lin Xie answered himself internally. Others may be oblivious, but Qinxiu would undoubtedly perceive it. The Nantua serpent demon harbored a profound fear, for he had long sensed the terrifying prowess of Qinxiu, who had marked all his progeny, effectively disrupting his entire strategy. Qinxiu, not only can I disrupt, but I can also overturn the table. Nevertheless, he retained a semblance of confidence in the disguise of his true form, as it bore no marks, allowing him to continue his performance here. Oh, how delightful. Both are merely acting. You play me, and I play you. Qinxiu watched with rapt attention, indulging in popcorn. Their acting skills, however, left much to be desired. At that moment, Lin Xie's instincts went into overdrive, issuing frantic warnings. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly leapt aside. Boom! Crash! A massive black figure shattered the wall behind Lin Xie, and a formidable serpent tail lashed out violently toward him. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Lin Xie was forcefully slammed against the wall. Coughing, he struggled to rise. Kid, you're still too green to face me. The Nantua serpent demon smirked. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Xie was still disoriented, the demon struck again, intent on a swift resolution. Lin Xie hastily drew his blade to block the serpent tail. Just as he braced for another forceful blow, the Nantua serpent demon let out a pained shriek. A perfectly rounded and graceful black crescent struck the demon. The Nantua serpent demon was repelled. Lin Xie widened his eyes at the sight of the black crescent. This is Mingsheng Shanyu. Xie, why do you look so disheveled? Zhao Kongcheng arrived before Lin Xie, taking a protective stance against the Nantua serpent demon. It seems calling Zhao Kongcheng to assist Xie was indeed the right choice. Just look at how moved Xie has become. Qinxiu was exhilarated by the sight of Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Chia sharing an impassioned gaze. Old Zhao, Lin Chia exclaimed upon seeing Zhao Kongsheng standing before him. What are you doing here? This situation is quite significant. The captain mentioned a shortage of personnel. My injuries have nearly healed, so I came to lend a hand. Zhao Kongsheng shrugged. I was originally at the playground when I received Qianqiu's message, and he brought me here. So it was Qianqiu who summoned old Zhao to assist me. Lin Qi amused. Damn. The Nantua serpent demon glared at Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Qi, its tail bearing a deep gash filled with rage. Qi, are you all right? Though Zhao Kongsheng engaged in casual conversation with Lin Qi, he remained vigilant against the formidable Nantua serpent demon. As Lin Qi arose and positioned himself beside Zhao Kongsheng, they stood shoulder to shoulder. Let us take up our blades and strike together, Zhao Kongsheng declared, launching himself fiercely at the Nantua serpent demon. Lin Qi, undeterred and closely following Zhao Kongsheng's lead, matched his pace despite trailing slightly behind. The two of them, one large and one small, executed a coordinated assault on the demon, weaving through the flickering lights of their blades in perfect harmony. Qianqiu observed the duo, a smile gracing his lips. Qia, you are now living your dream, he remarked. Once feeble and powerless, merely a witness to the demise of those before him, he had now blossomed into a formidable ally, ready to face adversity side by side. Chapter 25. Discovery swift yet lacking in strength. Lin Qi calmly assessed the situation alongside Zhao Kongsheng, strategizing their offensive. With a swift motion, Lin Qi brandished his blade. Yet the Nantua serpent demon responded with remarkable agility. The clash of metal echoed as the azure blade met the obsidian claws, neither yielding. In an instant, the Nantua serpent demon unleashed a tremendous force, propelling Lin Qi backward. However, their onslaught continued unabated. Zhao Kongsheng swiftly advanced, unleashing a dark crescent that struck the Nantua serpent demon as Lin Qi retreated. Just as the demon attempted to evade the assault, Lin Qi's eyes transformed from pitch black to a brilliant gold, an overwhelming divine authority descending upon the Nantua serpent demon. This pressure, emanating from a higher level of existence, was utterly insurmountable for the demon, rendering it momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Kongsheng delivered a decisive blow, striking at the vital point. Akin to targeting the neck of a human or the heart of a serpent, the question lingered, how to proceed. Yet Lin Qi and Zhao Kongsheng dismissed such concerns, intent on delivering their strikes. Re-establishing his stance, Lin Qi surged forward, aiming directly for the Nantua serpent demon's vital spot, while Zhao Kongsheng targeted its neck. At the last moment, the demon regained its senses and struggled to evade, but Zhao Kongsheng managed to inflict a grievous wound upon its neck, flesh torn and grotesque. Simultaneously, Lin Qi's strike carved a bloody path across the demon's back. Fear gripped the Nantua serpent demon. It realized that if this continued, its demise was inevitable. In a moment of desperation, it attempted to flee. Can you escape? Zhao Kongsheng grinned, his divine eye emanating a radiant light. Suddenly, the ground beneath the Nantua serpent demon slipped away. Zhao Kongsheng, having devised a unique application of his wind manipulation, disrupted the air beneath its feet, akin to an adversary slipping on a banana peel, losing stability. Witnessing this, Qianqiu ground his teeth in frustration. Ah, Zhao Kongsheng, is this how you wield your divine eye? Look at the elegant techniques of other wind element users, and then behold your disgrace. He resolved that both Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Qi would not escape unscathed. Rigorous training was imperative, and he would personally oversee their practice. Taking advantage of the Nantua serpent demon's instability, Zhao Kongsheng began to gather strength. A black crescent, larger than before, emerged, propelled by a fierce gale, and charged towards the demon. In an instant, the crescent sliced through several walls of the teaching building. Lin Qi stood in awe, witnessing a chasm 7 meters in diameter. As the dust settled, the Nantua serpent demon lay cleaved in two. Lin Qi was left in a state of disbelief. When did Zhao become so powerful? Haha, Qi, how was that? Was I not impressive? Zhao Kongqing boasted. Since acquiring the Forbidden Ruins and the Divine Eye, he had rapidly evolved, now standing at the pinnacle of the Lantern Realm, on the verge of entering the Pool Realm. Certainly, the final blow that so effortlessly vanquished the Nandu Serpent Demon was due to Zhao Kongqing harnessing the elemental power stored within the Eye of the Divine to amplify his attack, nearly draining the creature of its essence. Now, he could no longer utilize any of the Forbidden Ruins. Dashing, particularly dashing, Lin Xie graciously acknowledged Zhao Kongqing with a thumbs up. Hee. Zhao Kongqing felt a swell of pride. Xie, what are you still gazing at? Zhao Kongqing noticed Lin Xie deep in thought before the corpse of the Nandu Serpent Demon. Nothing, Lin Xie replied, shaking his head. Old Zhao, let us depart. I have already surveyed this floor, and there are no remaining students. Let us hurry and escort these youngsters out. Indeed, Lin Xie and Zhao Kongqing descended the staircase, coincidentally encountering Qingyu and Li Yifei. The two were engaged in some conversation, and upon seeing Lin Xie, Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement, while Li Yifei rushed over to Lin Xie, making exaggerated expressions. Xie, we have notified all the students in this building. I must say, I have made quite a contribution this time. Joining the Night Watchers should be a certainty, right? Lin Xie paused for a moment. Perhaps. Old Zhao, you take the students below and leave. Let Hongying and Xiaonan check the students for any markings before we depart. Then what about you, Xie? I have a few words to exchange with Li Yifei. Zhao Kongqing, seeing Lin Xie's resolute demeanor, swallowed his words of caution. Fine then. Although I am uncertain of your intentions, do exercise caution. Come, let us go. Zhao Kongqing draped an arm around Qingyu's shoulders and led her away. Although she had initially resisted leaving, she was firmly pulled along by Zhao Kongqing. Meanwhile, Qinshu brushed off the remnants of popcorn from his hands, stood up, and leisurely made his way upstairs. On his ascent, he encountered the descending Qingyu and Zhao Kongqing. Oh, Qinshu? Zhao Kongqing expressed surprise at Qinshu's presence. Hey, all the students are in classrooms 3 and 4. You should go find them. Qinshu waved to them. And there is no need to erase Qingyu's memory. Old Zhao, tell Chenmai to add her to the Night Watchers. Join the Night Watchers? Does this kid possess the Forbidden Ruins? I doubt it. She does. Just inform Chenmai that I said so, and I will explain upon our return. Well, all right then. Zhao Kongqing acquiesced, for it was a request from their divine being. I never stated any desire to join the Night Watchers, and Qingyu adjusted her glasses. Your opinion has been disregarded. Qinshu playfully ruffled her hair. Be obedient, and I shall grant you some mysterious research later. And do temper your gaze, otherwise, I might be unable to resist giving you a good thrashing. And Qingyu pursed her lips in silence, realizing that one must learn to yield. And now she was compelled to do so. I shall ascend to find Xie now. And Qingyu watched Qinshu's departing figure. Who exactly is he? She inquired of Zhao Kongqing. Well, Zhao Kongqing glanced around, knowing that while Qinshu was indifferent to his identity, he, as a subordinate, must refrain from speaking recklessly. Initially, Zhao Kongqing believed that Qinshu was merely a divine agent, but while recuperating, the captain revealed to him that he was, in fact, a deity. My goodness, a living god. It was the first time he had encountered a being of such divine essence. Moreover, it was a god that he could meet on a daily basis. Who else could claim such a privilege? Yet this deity appeared remarkably unreliable. Zhao Kongqing's worldview shattered into countless fragments. Does he possess a significant identity? What was clearly a question was transformed into an assertion by Qingyu. Enough of your inquiries for now. Zhao Kongqing urged Qingyu down the stairs, assuring him that he would soon discover the truth. Chapter 26. The Hurricane Symphony as Qinshu ascended to the floor where Lin Xie resided. He found Lin Xie lost in contemplation, gazing down at the lifeless body at his feet. At long last the realization dawns? Qinshu meandered over to Lin Xie's side. Qinshu? Lin Xie lifted his head, his expression tinged with sorrow and bewilderment. Are you upset? Indeed. Lin Xie nodded, feeling no need to conceal his emotions from Qinshu. Fear not. Li Yifei is not completely gone yet. You should have entered your hospital by now. The mythical beings you have slain with your own hands will all find themselves enslaved within your domain. Is that truly the case? Lin Qia's spirits lifted. Why would I deceive you? Chinchio replied. Yet I presumed you would not discern Li Yifei's anomaly, despite my overt hints. At this, Lin Qia's lips curled slightly. Yes, Chinchio had indeed hinted at it from the outset, and Lin Qia's gaze shifted to the collar of Li Yifei's neck, where he noticed a wind element mark. Precisely. It was the same wind element mark Chinchio had used to designate the Nantua serpent demon. Chinchio had marked Li Yifei as well, though the mark was obscured by his clothing. Lin Qia's conjecture found validation in this wind element mark, for he believed that Chinchio would not overlook any Nantua serpent demon. Thus, if Li Yifei was indeed the embodiment of the Nantua serpent demon, he must bear a mark as well. Consequently, Lin Qia utilized his mundane divine realm to perceive Li Yifei more acutely. The results were startling. Upon contact with Lin Qia's divine realm, the wind element mark on Li Yifei radiated like a beacon, blinding in its luminosity. It pulsated incessantly, as if to ensure he was seen, shimmering vibrantly. Accompanied by music, it would far outshine the flashing lights of any nightclub. If Lin Qia remained oblivious to this, he would be unworthy of existence. Dingling Lin Qia's phone rang. Hello, Captain? Understood. After ending the call, he turned to Chinchio. Chinchio, all ordinary individuals at the school have been evacuated. Very well, I am aware. Chinchio replied as he grasped Lin Qia's hand. Let's relocate. Chinchio led Lin Qia to the rooftop of the school, where they could overlook the entire campus. This will suffice, Chinchio declared, preparing to commence his performance. He summoned the sky harp. Lin Qia sensed a stark difference. Unlike the gentle breezes that once surrounded Chinchio when he played, a fierce and tumultuous wind now enveloped him, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of existence. Clang! At the first note, all fell still. An eerie silence enveloped the school. Clang, 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 clang. Chinchio's tempo quickened, the fervent melody surging forth, and the winds of the school began to dance wildly in harmony with the music. Clang, 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 clang. Lin Qia was enveloped by the melody emanating from Chinchio, the howling winds echoing as a chorus to his symphony. If one were to disregard the surrounding devastation, it was undeniably an unparalleled and magnificent composition, resonating like a battle hymn. However, upon witnessing the scene outside, this song transforms into a requiem for those creatures shattered by the hurricane. At the heart of the tempest, the cyclone violently rends apart all living beings within the school. It is an entity that cannot be approached, defied, or resisted. Although Lin Qia had long recognized Qin Qi's formidable strength, it was only upon observing this spectacle that he truly grasped a mere fragment of Qin Qi's immense power. For humanity, the natural disaster is insurmountable. Yet for Qin Qi, it merely serves as the accompaniment to his symphony. Qin Qi stands as the nucleus of this tempestuous world, with everything yielding to his will, surging forth under his command. This scene eludes precise articulation, leaving an ineffable shock that lingers profoundly in the heart. With a resonant chime, the final note descends, and tranquility envelopes the surroundings. Yet Lin Qia's heart remains tumultuous, unable to find solace. He is fortunate to be the sole audience member at this grand performance, an experience that indelibly etches itself into his memory. Even after Qin Qi departs, Lin Qia shall not forget the image of that youth, embraced by the wild winds, playing a magnificent melody unparalleled in the world. Qin Qi opens his eyes, gazing indifferently downward. All the Nga serpent demons have vanished from the campus, leaving no trace of blood behind. Aside from the scars on the ground and walls left from the confrontation with the night watchman, there appears to be no other evidence of the Nga's presence within this school. Well, the school is now clean. Qin Qi stretches lazily. It is all over. Lin Qia stands speechless, seemingly still in a daze. Qia? Huh? Lin Qia responds, somewhat bewildered. Let us go. Oh, okay. Qin Qi leads Lin Qia away from the rooftop. Outside the campus, Team 136 witnesses this grand display, though not as comprehensive as Lin Qia's VIP perspective. is nonetheless breathtaking. Hong Ying gazes at the colossal tornado, swallowing hard. Captain, is this the power of the divine? Qin Qi, or rather Barbados, has already reigned in his might. This cannot possibly be the extent of his power. Chun Mai shakes his head. Oh my heavens! Zhao Kongsheng stares up at the sky, entranced. Before long, the winds cease. Qin Qi and Lin Xie reappear before the crowd. Everyone, Hong Ying inquires with concern. Xie, are you all right? I just came to check. Si Xiaonan intends to conduct a brief examination of Lin Xie. No need, I'm fine. Lin Xie hastily waves his hand. And in Qingyu? Qin Qi asks. Here. And Qingyu steps forward from his side. Captain Shun, take this little fellow into the night watch. He possesses a forbidden ruin, the only true solution, which allows him to analyze and utilize all that he understands, including the mysterious. What? Chun Mai gazes at the frail youth before him, surprised. He has never heard of this forbidden ruin, but Qin Qi's description suggests it is extraordinary, capable of deciphering the arcane. Qin Qi addresses Chun Mai. Allow him to join. This is not a request, but notification. Chun Mai, upon hearing this, was not angered. After all, deities are often capricious. However, he was puzzled as to why Qinxiu insisted on having Qingyu join the Night Watchers. Qinxiu had observed that Qingyu, in the original narrative, was rather pitiable at the beginning. Although the child's mind was somewhat unorthodox, he still possessed a good heart, did he not? What sort of life was it to dwell in the sewers? Ultimately, Qingyu was destined to join the Night Watchers, so it seemed only fitting to facilitate his entry sooner. With Qinxiu's presence, the Night Watchers would also provide Qingyu with opportunities for arcane research, thus alleviating some of the hardships the child would face. Qingyu approached Qinxiu with a request. If I were to inquire about the reason for my joining the Night Watchers, what would it be? To which Qinxiu replied, there is no particular reason. It is simply that you appeal to me. Qingyu understood that his inclusion in the Night Watchers was a foregone conclusion, a matter set in stone, and resistance was futile. Therefore, the reason behind Qinxiu's insistence on his membership was of little consequence. What Qingyu truly wished to ask was, is that monster's body still available? May I examine it? Indeed, I have deliberately kept one for you, the one we discarded earlier, Qinxiu recalled. It should be in the thicket at the entrance of the school. Thank you. And Qingyu's eyes brightened, and he hurried off to find the corpse of the Nantua serpent demon, leaving a circle of onlookers with perplexed expressions as they watched him depart. Chapter 27. The True Level of Qinxiu. Where's Li Yifei? Lin Xie walked alongside Qinxiu down the dim corridor of the hospital. Did you not discover the prison in the basement earlier? Qinxiu absent-mindedly played with her hair. Li Yifei is currently confined there. It dawned on Lin Xie. No wonder the hospital housed such a chamber. Indeed. Therefore, let us proceed to see Li Yifei, Qinxiu remarked with a smile. And we shall also deal with the Nantua serpent demon, for it has caused me considerable distress. A chill ran down Lin Xie's spine upon hearing Qinxiu's icy words. This is bad. Li Yifei, I can no longer rescue you. You must fend for yourself. Silently, Lin Xie lit a candle for Li Yifei, observing a moment of silence for him. Tap, top, top. Qinxiu and Lin Xie traversed the dark, damp passage until they reached the first cell at the end. No. How could I be the Nantua serpent demon? How could I have killed them? How could this happen? Li Yifei crouched in the corner of the cell, appearing on the brink of collapse. Upon seeing Li Yifei, a panel materialized before Lin Xie. It's you. The once fragile youth transformed in an instant, his eerie vertical pupils fixating intently on Qinxiu and Lin Xie. As Lin Xie examined the panel, Qinxiu approached Li Yifei directly. Greetings, Nantua serpent demon. Qinxiu's smile radiated an air of satisfaction. You. Li Yifei glared at Qinxiu warily. It was this person who had nearly unraveled his carefully laid plans. Shoo, do not speak just yet. Allow me to play you a melody. You may speak once it is concluded. Qinxiu produced 2 pairs of earplugs, offering one to Lin Xie. Xie, you should wear these. I fear you may struggle otherwise. Earplugs? Lin Xie regarded the earplugs with curiosity. He had listened to Qinxiu's music before, but why the need for earplugs this time? Was the impact truly so formidable? Chinchio donned his own earplugs and urged Lin Xie again. I strongly recommend you wear them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xie hesitated to put on the earplugs, curiosity piquing his interest in the forthcoming melody. Observing Lin Xie's reluctance to heed his advice, Chinchio remained silent, confident that he would soon wish to wear them himself. Chinchio first plucked a couple of strings casually, the lively notes dancing in the cell. The Nantawa serpent demon sensed a fleeting stability in Li Yifei's persona. For the moment, he would not emerge. All right, I shall begin. As the first note resonated, Lin Xie remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. By the second note, confusion washed over him. By the third note, he was left in shock. Swiftly, Lin Xie retrieved the earplugs and hastily fitted them into his ears. With the earplugs in place, the cacophony was muffled, and Lin Xie exhaled in relief. He had survived. With terror etched on his face, Lin Xie gazed at Chinchio. This is terrifying. Truly, it is dreadful. The Nantawa serpent demon screamed in agony, overwhelmed by the piercing sound. The sound Lin Xie had just heard resembled the intense friction produced by two pieces of glass being rubbed together. It was far beyond the auditory range of a human, akin to torment or punishment. After all, the melodies Lin Xie had previously listened to from Chinchio were nothing short of exquisite. He never imagined that Chinchio could play the piano with such a distinctive flair. In truth, this was the authentic level of Chinchio's playing, for he was not actually skilled at the piano. Previously, Chinchio had relied on instinct or intuition to play, following the guidance of his subconscious without overthinking, allowing him to perform smoothly. However, now Chinchio had abandoned this instinctual approach, fully showcasing his original capabilities. Coupled with the psychological effects of the sky piano on the audience, the sensation was akin to having one's crown chakra lifted and being pricked with needles several times. It was exhilarating. Even the Nanda serpent demon found no solace by blocking its ears. The demonic sound still penetrated, tormenting its mind. Chinchio played for quite a while before finally stopping. By the time he ceased, the Nanda serpent demon lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Upon tidying up after the Nanda serpent demon, Chinchio felt a wave of relief wash over him. You little rascal, seeking trouble. Although I, Li Yifei, will not kill you. Do you think I cannot handle you? The mental torment could not be transferred to another persona. Chinchio delightfully stored away the sky piano. Lin Xie, seeing that Chinchio had no intention of continuing to play, finally removed his earplugs. He gazed at the Nanda serpent demon, whose eyes had turned vacant. Chinchio, this should be considered a form of mental assault, right? After a moment of contemplation, Chinchio replied, Indeed, if played well, the sky piano provides mental comfort. If played poorly, it could be deemed a mental attack. It's fair to say so. All right, you should take this fellow as a caretaker and have him assist you with some tasks, Chinchio suggested, pointing at Li Yifei. Caretaker. Lin Xie pondered. He then began to negotiate with the Nanda serpent demon, ultimately leveraging Chinchio as a threat to compel the demon to sign a series of unequal treaties, thereby allowing Li Yifei's persona to dominate daily life. Thus, the caretaker 001, Li Yifei, was freshly minted. How does it feel to be revived? Although Li Yifei is not technically alive right now, he is not truly dead either. Lin Xie was quite pleased to see Li Yifei once more. Not too bad, Li Yifei responded with a wry smile. Boss Lin, please don't exploit me too much. Call me the director, Lin Xie said, patting Li Yifei on the shoulder. So what should I call Chinchio? Li Yifei Yinkidat. Glancing at Chinchio, you can just call him by name, Chinchio waved his hand dismissively. Chinchio is different from us. He is here to have fun at the hospital, so don't mind him. Come, let me introduce you to this hospital. Hospital? Li Yifei questioned, doubting his ears. Lin Xie proceeded to introduce Li Yifei to the hospital. This area is for the wards, but currently only Nike's room is open, and she is the only one here for now. Over there lies the activity area. You may take her to watch television and play chess. This is the pharmacy. Remember to administer these medications thrice daily, with 2 tablets each time. Listening to Lin Xie's introduction, Li Yifei was perplexed, utterly bewildered, and profoundly astonished. What in the world had he stepped into? Dionysus, Gelasius, you have returned. Nyx observed Qianqiu and Lin Xie with joy. Mother, I have found you a companion. While I am away, he will keep you company. Lin Xie gently nudged Li Yifei towards Nyx. This is... Nyx hesitated, scrutinizing Li Yifei as if trying to discern something. Then, with a spark of delight, Nyx exclaimed, Is he my grandson? Dionysus, Gelasius, whose child is this? Just as Lin Xie was about to deny it, Qianqiu swiftly covered Lin Xie's mouth. A grin spread across Qianqiu's face, not mine, but definitely Xie's. Dionysus' child? Nyx Juifuyi Ambrasa Li Yifei. A grandson? Come, let grandma hold you. Li Yifei Pundarat. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Chapter 28. The eve of training. Several days have passed since the events at Cangnan No. 2 High School concluded, and Xingyu has now been approved to join the Night Watchers and will soon participate in their training alongside Lin Xie. However, there remains ample time before the training begins. Qianqiu has not forgotten his promise to provide additional training for Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng during their time at the school. Consequently, Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng have found themselves ensnared in Qianqiu's rigorous regimen, with a firm grip on their collars. Qianqiu led Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Qianqiu Zhao Kongcheng stammered, gazing apprehensively at the ground below. This seems a bit perilous. Lin Xie mirrored his concern, eyes fixated on the depths beneath them. Perhaps we could discuss this? No, Qianqiu replied, his voice chillingly calm. Today, you shall train in the sky. I will release you shortly. What? Indeed, I shall let go momentarily. And Zhao, the wind I create will not dissipate. You must wield the power of the divine eye to maintain your position in the air. I cannot do that. Zhao Kongcheng protested, consulting his divine patron. I haven't mastered the divine eye to such an extent. It's utterly impossible. Let us switch to something else. Qianqiu, he pleaded. Qianqiu's smile remained unchanged. I know you cannot. That is precisely the essence of this training. Fear not. You will not plummet to your demise. At worst, it will be akin to riding a drop tower. I will generate a wind current below you, and should you fall, you will be lifted again repeatedly. Upon hearing Qianqiu's words, Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng trembled in trepidation. And as for you, Qianqiu's gaze shifted to Lin Xie, sending a shiver down his spine. Here, he said, handing Lin Xie a mobile device. What is this? Lin Xie questioned, bewildered. You will engage in a game with me while suspended in midair. When you can defeat me, I shall allow you to return to the ground. Wait, what? Lin Xie exclaimed, wide-eyed. I am not jesting. This will be your task for the duration of this period. Understood? Now, I shall release you. Don't. Wait. I'm not ready. Zhao Kongcheng fumbled in distress. Qianqiu. But Qianqiu ignored their pleas and released his grip. Both Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng plummeted downward, with Zhao Kongcheng failing to summon the wind elements. After a swift descent of nearly 300 meters, Qianqiu gestured, intensifying the wind current to catch them, allowing them a moment to breathe. The wind current returned them to their original height, but before they could even catch their breath, the current vanished and weightlessness struck them once again. After several repetitions, both Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng had their spirits ground down to mere shadows of their former selves, akin to soulless fish. Nothing mattered anymore. Everything felt trivial. Zhao Kongcheng, remember to use the divine eye and the wind elements. Do you think that the divine eye is merely for decoration? Qianqiu expressed his frustration with an exasperated tone. And you, Lin Xie, hold onto your phone properly. Don't let it fall again. This is a test of your composure and seriousness. He reprimanded Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng. In the days that followed, both Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng found themselves engulfed in trials and tribulations. Each day, they faced the relentless ups and downs akin to extreme bungee jumping. After each descent, Lin Xie had to endure intense physical training under Chen Mai, often left searching for his teeth after being thoroughly thrashed. With unwavering concentration, Lin Xie immersed himself in a gaming duel against Qianqiu. Victory was tantalizingly close, just within reach. The opposing character was nearly defeated. He just needed to maintain his focus. Lin Xie could almost taste the sweetness of triumph. However, just as he was about to deliver the final blow to Qianqiu's character, a gust of wind struck him unexpectedly. So engrossed in the game was he that he failed to notice the wind blade slicing through him. Abruptly interrupted, he shuddered, helplessly watching as Qianxiu seized the opportunity to counterattack. No, Lin Xie lamented, heartbroken, as he beheld the K.O. symbol flashing on his screen. Qianxiu, how could you cheat like this? Qianxiu shrugged, feigning innocence. I told you before, I would disrupt your focus. When you can maintain awareness of your surroundings while playing the game seriously, only then will you be deemed competent. Lin Xie was at a loss for words. Was this even reasonable? He had to guard against unpredictable wind blades while simultaneously concentrating his efforts to defeat Qianxiu. Was such a feat truly achievable? It is possible, perhaps. Xie, you might anticipate old Zhao becoming adept with the Eye of God. That way, your task would become a tad less daunting. Lin Xie glanced sideways at Zhao Kongsheng, whose face was flushed from straining to control the wind elements. He sighed. Relying on others was futile. He had to strive on his own. As the training session approached, Zhao Kongsheng had only just begun to manage the stronger wind elements, maintaining the wind field left by Qianxiu. Yet, he had not yet developed his own elemental burst technique. Meanwhile, Lin Xie had reached a point where external disturbances no longer affected him. Regardless of the turbulence, his grip remained steady, and he deftly evaded all wind blade attacks. Lin Xie's domain had been refined to perfection, with heightened perception and a harmonious synergy with his body. Qianxiu observed the two young men with satisfaction. Indeed, the time spent was not in vain. Both have made significant progress. Their abilities have escalated considerably, and they are now on the brink of entering the pool realm. Today, Lin Xie was informed by Chun Mai that the Night Watch training was about to commence, and that Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan would accompany him and Xingyu to gather their belongings. I don't need to buy anything. I have all I need, and Xingyu replied disinterestedly. Little fish is far too rigid, lacking the fun that Xie brings, Hong Ying complained. Lin Xie could only roll his eyes, muttering an apology. And Xingyu offered a half-hearted apology. Suddenly, Qianxiu appeared before the four of them. Indeed, how could you embark on a shopping excursion without inviting me? Ah, Qianqiu, Si Xiaonan exclaimed in surprise. Given that you weren't called, one would expect your appearance nonetheless. Lin Xie knows Qianxiu all too well. Such a lively event would never escape her notice. Qianxiu was somewhat displeased with Lin Xie's response. Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. Come, let's venture out shopping. That afternoon, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Qianxiu escorted Lin Xie and Xingyu as they explored the entirety of Cangnan City. Wow, Xiaonan, that Peppa Pig bedspread looks absolutely delightful. Shall we purchase one for Xie? Hong Ying pointed excitedly at an incredibly pink bedspread. Qianxiu, with her keen eye, spotted another. Hong Ying, we must not show favoritism. What about that Maca one? Let us get it for Xingyu. Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement. I find your suggestions agreeable. How about that charming pink suitcase? Let us buy it. Certainly, certainly. Oh look, that little dress is simply stunning. Perhaps we could. Lin Xie and Xingyu hurriedly intervened, one covering Hong Ying's mouth while the other returned the dress to its place, their coordination impeccable. Lin Xie spoke earnestly, Sister Hong Ying. I believe that when tea suit us. Hong Ying appeared somewhat disappointed. Indeed, boys do not wear dresses. Qianxiu exclaimed excitedly as she presented a new garment. Lin Xie and Xingyu both beheld the alluring camisole and oversized shorts in Qianxiu's hands. How about this? I would love to see you both in it. Lin Xie and Xingyu exchanged glances, both overwhelmed. Initially, their bond was not profound, yet this shopping escapade forged a deep camaraderie between them. Everyone, turn around! Someone shouted from behind the group. Click! A fresh photograph was captured. The youthful playfulness of the boys radiated even more brilliantly beneath the sun. In the photograph, each individual was enveloped in a warm hue. Chapter 29. Inadvisable to travel far at the break of dawn the following day. Lin Xie busily packed her belongings for the training camp, filling 2 substantial suitcases to the brim. In contrast, Xingyu had considerably less to carry. Initially, Xingyu intended to bring only a backpack, but upon being discovered by Hong Ying, she was insistently given a large suitcase instead. Let me calculate. Chinchio mused languidly against the doorframe. It is unwise for you to embark on a journey today. What is Chinchio up to this time? You shall soon find out. Chinchio replied with a mysterious smile. Chia Xiaoyu, it's time to go. If you don't hurry, you'll miss the train. Wu Xiangnan shouted from outside. We're coming. Lin Xie responded, turning to Chinchio, her instincts heightened. Are you not coming with us? No, but we shall meet again shortly. Will we? And Qingyu adjusted his glasses. All right then. Lin Xie realized that Qingyu had yet to fully grasp Chinchio's nature. Otherwise, he would not be so composed. Xie Xiaoyu. Wu Xiangnan urged them on, and with little time to spare, Lin Xie took Qingyu by the hand and descended the stairs. Wu Xiangnan drove them to the train station, accompanied by Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan to see Lin Xie and Qingyu off. Sighing, Chen Mai expressed his concern. Beijing is far too distant. What if those two little ones are bullied at the training camp? If they were in Cangnan, we could simply confront the issue head-on. But in Beijing, they must rely on themselves. Chinchio overheard Chen Mai's murmurs. Do not fret. You may prepare your weapons. Chen Mai failed to comprehend Chinchio's words at that moment. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Hello? What? Without even hanging up, he hurriedly instructed Lung Xian, quickly call those two kids and stop them before they enter the station. Lung Xian looked at Chen Mai with confusion. The higher-ups have whimsically decided to relocate this new recruit training to Cangnan. Stop them immediately. Once they enter the station, the tickets cannot be refunded. With his wallet already nearly emptied from purchasing supplies for the two youngsters, he could not afford any further waste. See? I told you so, Chinchio shrugged. Meanwhile, at the train station, Lin Xie and Qingyu had not been intercepted in time. Had they been a mere second earlier, Chen Mai's funds might have been spared. Now, Lin Xie and Qingyu were on their way to the training camp, pulled along by Wu Xiangnan. Inside the car, the atmosphere grew tense and silent. Lin Xie felt her heart bleed. After preparing so much yesterday, most of it would now go to waste. Such a pity, it was all money. And Qingyu, though he too felt the sting of loss, was less perturbed. His thoughts drifted back to Chinchio's words before their departure, pondering how Chinchio had known about the change in training location. Did Chinchio have prior knowledge from the higher-ups, or did she possess some prophetic insight? And Qingyu has already deduced Chinchio's identity. Upon joining Team 136, he inquired about Chinchio's background, yet no one offered him an answer. Nevertheless, through fragments of conversation and intuition, he unraveled the truth. It seemed absurd, yet was also entirely plausible. For in Qingyu, the desire to dissect the enigma before him would always be subdued under the gaze of those cerulean eyes, as he dared not tarnish even a fraction of that person's sanctity. The vehicle eventually halted in a desolate suburb, devoid of human presence. Save for a series of watchtowers, Wu Xiangnan and his companions could escort them only this far. Beyond lay a military-restricted zone, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. In the distance, Lin Xie and Qingyu spotted a green figure. Xie, little fish, I told you it would be unwise to venture too far, he remarked. Indeed, and Qingyu replied. The opportunity for travel was abruptly curtailed, and we even lost our fare. The thought of this darkened Lin Xie's expression. Chinchio, are you also participating in the training camp? In what capacity, as an instructor? And Qingyu speculated. As an advisor, I secured a position as a teaching consultant from Yifan, Chinchio replied, standing with a proud demeanor. Thus, you may occasionally encounter me at the training camp. Lin Xie's expression remained impassive. Oh, are you not surprised? Chinchio pressed. I had anticipated it, and Qingyu confessed. Lin Xie added, nothing you do would astonish me now. However, if you require assistance, we are willing to cooperate. Such as? Chinchio queried, inviting a performance. Oh my Chinchio, you are truly remarkable, and Qingyu exclaimed. Hypocritical and ostentatious, Chinchio critiqued. A poor review. Amidst their playful banter, a camouflaged military jeep, stirring up dust, executed a swift drift and came to a halt beside the trio. An officer leaned out from the vehicle, surveying them with a scrutinizing gaze. What brings you here? New recruit training, they replied. Arrived quite promptly. Haven to you? The officer expressed surprise at their swift arrival. You certainly are enthusiastic. We're locals from Cangnan. Identification? He requested. Lin Xie and Qingyu retrieved their pre-prepared documents, which the officer examined before confirming their authenticity. And yours? He inquired, noticing Qinxiu lacked identification. Yifan did not provide me with any documents, Qinxiu admitted. However, you might contact Yuan Gang. My name is Qinxiu, and he will recognize me. The officer regarded Qinxiu with skepticism, but ultimately picked up his phone to call Yuan Gang. Sir, there's an individual named Qinxiu here without identification. What did you say his name was? Yuan Gang's voice rose momentarily. Qinxiu. Yuan Gang fell silent for a moment. What does he look like? No. What impression does he give you? The officer pondered briefly. He seems very approachable, quite refreshing, and reminiscent of the wind? Precisely. Yuan Gang's words resonated deeply with the officer. Understood, bring them all in. Understood, sir. After concluding the call, the officer gestured for the trio. Get in the vehicle. You're the first to arrive. The three individuals boarded the off-road vehicle, which proceeded to drive past all the checkpoints, ultimately coming to a halt at the entrance of the training camp. Lin Xie, pulling a pink Peppa Pig suitcase, and Qingyu, dragging a pink Hello Kitty suitcase, stood before the gates of the training camp, gazing at the place where they would spend nearly a year. Chapter 30. The Arrangement. Greetings, Lord Qinxiu. Eom Yuangong, the chief instructor of the training camp. Yuan Gang respectfully bowed slightly to Qinxiu, his outward demeanor conveying deference, though one could only speculate about his inner thoughts. Hello. No need to be so tense. I won't be staying in the training camp for long. I merely come by occasionally to observe, he said, nearly letting slip a secret. Well then, allow me to show you around, Lord Qinxiu, Yuan Gang offered proactively. Certainly, I appreciate your assistance, Qinxiu replied cheerfully. Qie, Xiaoyu. I shall take my leave first. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. All right, both Lin Xie and Qingyu concurred, understanding the significance of the chief instructor personally attending to a divine being. It was a privilege beyond their reach as mere recruits. Aspectohong, Yuan Gang did not forget Lin Xie and Qingyu, addressing the instructor standing nearby. These two youngsters are in your care. Please introduce them to the training camp. I shall take my leave with Lord Qinxiu. Understood. Instructor Hong replied. Though he was curious about the young Qinxiu, he prioritized the chief instructor's orders. Please, Lord Qinxiu. He gestured. Qinxiu followed Yuan Gang as they departed. Once they were gone, Hong turned his attention to Lin Xie and Qingyu. Come along, young lads, he beckoned, leading them away. Consider yourselves fortunate. I shall personally familiarize you with the training camp. During the ensuing hours, Instructor Hong provided an in-depth introduction to the training camp for Lin Xie and Qingyu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Gang engaged Qinxiu in an animated discourse, ensuring that there was never a moment of awkward silence or neglect. Qinxiu listened intently, and eventually, Yuan Gang brought him to the front of the dormitory building. Will you be residing in the training camp, Lord Qinxiu? Yuan Gang inquired. Please arrange a dormitory for me. A single room, if possible? Of course. Yuan Gang replied, pleasantly surprised by Qinxiu's agreeable nature. He had been prepared to construct an entirely new dwelling for Qinxiu, if necessary. Are you accustomed to dormitory living? Lord Qinxiu, would you prefer a different arrangement? No need. A dormitory will suffice. I shan't be staying here for long. Qinxiu waved dismissively. All right, you must be quite busy, so please attend to your duties. I will go upstairs to take a look. Do not mind me. Very well, Lord Qinxiu. Should you require anything, simply call for me. Yuan Gang stood in place until Qinxiu's figure was no longer visible before he departed. Yuan Gang rubbed the back of his neck, drenched in cold sweat. That was a deity, a true god. Upon learning this news, he had nearly faltered. He genuinely feared Qinxiu might unexpectedly act out. He, a mere minor figure, would be powerless to intervene. Qinxiu ascended the stairs leisurely, randomly selecting a dormitory for instructors before stepping inside. The room was modest, furnished only with a bed and a wooden cabinet, devoid of any other amenities. Fortunately, Qinxiu's current physique was indifferent to temperature fluctuations. Otherwise, the absence of air conditioning would render this summer quite unbearable. Qinxiu tidied up the dormitory with simplicity, neatly arranging the sheets and covers. With a satisfied clap of her hands to shake off the dust, she admired her handiwork. Stretching her wrists, she prepared for the task ahead. Transforming into a gentle breeze, she reappeared at Cangnan Mountain. 111. Have you found the Earth Dragon? Upon seeing Chinchio, 111 immediately began to report. Chinchio, I have found her. I have had a friendly exchange with her, and now she listens to me. Chinchio affectionately ruffled 111's hair. Well done. With the Earth Dragon issue resolved, we now turn our attention to the challenges posed by Cangnan Mountain. Observing the mountain's restless demeanor, Chinchio thought to herself how delightful it would be to flatten Cangnan Mountain for efficiency's sake. However, she realized that doing so would also eliminate the training grounds for Chie and the others. 111 then proposed an idea. Chinchio, I will mark the key points that make Cangnan Mountain prone to collapse and stabilize them. After that, you can shape the slopes like a staircase, preventing any landslides. That sounds excellent. You are truly clever, 111. Chinchio's eyes sparkled as she agreed to 111's suggestion. Without further ado, they set to work. 111 utilized wind projectiles to precisely strike each identified node. Soon, clouds of dust billowed from Cangnan Mountain. Fortunately, prior to their arrival, Chinchio and 111 had established a barrier around the mountain. Otherwise, such commotion might have attracted unwanted attention. Once 111 had stabilized all the nodes, Chinchio retrieved the poem of final size. The winds around her began to stir with life. Gathering her strength, she aimed and released an arrow. Whoosh! One shot leveled a section of the mountain. This was the result of Chinchio's careful control. Otherwise, the entirety of Cangnan Mountain would have faced obliteration. Chinchio fired several more arrows, effortlessly slicing through the sturdy terrain as if it were cake. Cangnan Mountain had undergone a transformation. 111, is this satisfactory? After scanning the mountain once more, 111 nodded. Yes, Chinchio, this mountain will not experience any landslides or collapses now. Excellent. Chinchio expressed her satisfaction, having resolved a significant issue. Next, she and 111 began to restore the vegetation on Cangnan Mountain. After their recent alterations, the surface flora had been nearly obliterated, leaving the mountain stark and bare. Working in tandem, 111 scattered seeds, while Chinchio infused them with her divine power. In no time, vitality returned to Cangnan Mountain. The flora appeared slightly rejuvenated, and the winds within the mountain grew more abundant. To the untrained eye from above, the changes in Cangnan Mountain were imperceptible, and no one could fathom that its topography had been entirely transformed. Exchanging smiles and a celebratory clap, Chinchio and 111 rejoiced. Hooray! Mission accomplished. With her arms crossed and a slight smirk tugging at her lips, Chinchio mused. Now, let me turn over the table first. I am eager to see how the ancient god cult fares after this. She had long harbored a disdain for the ancient god cult. Once Seven Knights finishes dealing with the ancient god church, there will be no need to send Brother Zhuang undercover. I shall dismantle the ancient god church myself. Chapter 31. Reaching the other shore on the following morning, Lin Chie and Xingyu were unceremoniously dragged from their warm beds by Chinchio and unceremoniously tossed onto the playground. You must run 10 laps, Chinchio commanded. Beneath a sunshade, Chinchio and 111 reclined on lounge chairs, sipping milk tea. Excuse me, and Xingyu raised his hand. Chinchio took another sip of her milk tea. What is it in Xingyu? As a frail researcher, may I reduce my laps? Oh, a frail researcher. Is it? Pray tell. How is your physical condition after studying the Nanduo serpent demon? Chinchio was not easily deceived by Xingyu's facade. Moreover, it is precisely because you are frail that you must exercise. Otherwise, you will not only be unable to fight, but also unable to run. And Xingyu had more to say, but Chinchio interrupted. Just run well, and afterward, I will catch you something mysterious. All right, and Xingyu quickly acquiesced, cheerfully setting off to complete the laps. Finding the elusive mystery in Cangnan was no easy feat. Ever since Xingyu had released the fish species after studying the Nanduo serpent demon, he had sent them out in search of the mysterious entity, only to find that Cangnan City was rather too pristine. Each time, the fish returned empty-handed. Now, if he sought the mystery, Chinchio was his only shortcut. Keep going. You can do it. Just 2 more laps. What's the point of mere encouragement? Lin Xie retorted. For him, 10 laps were not particularly strenuous. However, the contrast with Qinxiu, who leisurely sipped her milk tea, made the task considerably arduous. Hey, I'm supporting you in spirit. Lin Xie sighed in exasperation. Spirit support? What about physical support? Before long, Lin Xie and Qingyu, drenched in sweat, completed their 10 laps. Come here and rest for a moment. Qinxiu beckoned them over. I brought breakfast. Come eat. From somewhere, she produced a large bag. You should be grateful. The cafeteria at the training camp hasn't tea opened yet. Without me, you and T have anything to eat right now. Thank you very much. Is there soy milk? Lin Xie inquired directly. Yes, Qinxiu replied, placing the bag on the table. It's all in there. Help yourselves. Without hesitation, Lin Xie retrieved a cup of soy milk and 4 fried dough sticks from the bag. And Qingyu opted for congee and steamed buns. Xiao, I want tofu pudding. 111 raised its little hand to place an order. Tofu pudding? I remember buying some. Qinxiu rummaged through the bag. Let me find it. At that moment, the airborne 111 sensed a chilling gaze, causing its scales to bristle momentarily. Turning around, it found in Qingyu with a bun in his mouth, glaring at it with an intense green light. Xiao. 111 swiftly darted behind Qinxiu to hide. There's a pervert. It nearly unleashed a breath of dragon fire in response. Qinxiu playfully tapped Qingyu on the head. Quite a crisp sound. You have a good head. Refrain from such thoughts. If you were to be hit by dragon fire, you would be doomed. Understood. And Qingyu lowered his head after exchanging glances with Qinxiu. I will be more cautious next time and try not to get caught. Before long, the group had eaten their fill and quenched their thirst. As 111 indulged in the crispy fried dough, his mouth became slick with oil, prompting Qinxiu to gently wipe it clean. With a flick of his hand, Qinxiu summoned the wind to carry all the litter into the trash bin. Let us return to the dormitory, he suggested. Lin Xie and Qingyu concurred. Yet as they walked, Qingyu sensed something amiss. I recall that the instructor's dormitory and the new recruit's dormitory are not located in the same vicinity, Qingyu pointed out. Qinxiu affirmed, you are correct. Do not worry. We are indeed heading to your dormitory. Ignore Qinxiu, Lin Xie advised Qingyu. He is likely just eager to witness our antics. Is that so? I understand now. And Qingyu seemed to grasp the situation, nodding in acknowledgement. Qinxiu, I am not as you described, he retorted. Qinxiu pouted. Little fish, take me to your dormitory. Let us not mind Xie for now. All right. And Qingyu acquiesced, leading Qinxiu to his quarters. And Qingyu and Lin Xie did not share the same dormitory, so Lin Xie's roommate was presumably the chubby one. However, since Qingyu had not participated in the training camp, Qinxiu was curious about who Qingyu's roommate might be. Upon opening the dormitory door, they found a dark-haired youth seated cross-legged on the bed, a string of prayer beads clasped in his hands. Oh, I know who it is. Qinxiu surmised upon seeing the beads, and Qingyu approached first, extending his hand. Hello, I am Qingyu. Chao Yuan, the youth replied, casting a brief glance at Qingyu before returning to his quietude. Noticing Chao Yuan's disinterest in conversation, Qingyu too fell silent, as he was not one to engage in idle chatter. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense with 2 reticent individuals in the room. However, the silence was soon shattered by Chao Yuan, who, feeling Qinxiu's unwavering gaze upon him, became somewhat restless. May I assist you with something? Gao Juan Yin Guit? Unable to contain his curiosity. Oh, nothing much, just observing, Qinxiu replied. Indeed, Qinxiu was merely observing. His eyes possessed an elemental vision, akin to a form of energy X-ray in this realm. To his perception, Chao Yuan's energy was markedly distinct from that of others. While others appeared as a single layer of pure colored flame, Chao Yuan manifested as a dual layer of black and white flames, resembling an exquisite flower. Qinxiu extended his right hand, a sesame flower materializing within it. Here, take this. It can help mitigate the effects of Black King annihilation. What? Chao Yuan stared at Qinxiu in astonishment. Take it, Qinxiu insisted, offering the sesame flower. It bears my essence and will assist in suppressing the influence of Black King annihilation. While Chao Yuan was perplexed by how Qinxiu knew of his circumstances, The gravity of Qianxio's words left him little room for contemplation. Is this really true? Chao Yuan asked cautiously as he accepted the sesame flower. Indeed, Qianxio affirmed with a nod. Please visit me every 3 days henceforth, and I shall see if I can assist you in fully mastering the Black King's destruction. Chao Yuan gasped for breath. To fully master it? Then, would such tragedies as before not occur? Is it truly achievable? Suddenly, a thought struck Chao Yuan. May I inquire your name? Upon hearing Chao Yuan's question, Qianxio pondered. Does he mistake me for Lin Qi? Qianxio, he replied. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan's demeanor visibly deflated. No, you are not the one the master spoke of who could guide me. Thank you, but it is unnecessary, Chao Yuan insisted, attempting to return the Cecilia flower to Qianxio. I am not your guide, yet I can assist you. Qianxio gently pushed back Chao Yuan's hand. Trust me. Accept it. Perhaps it was the tenderness in Qianxio's tone, or perhaps the profound warmth in those azure eyes. But Chao Yuan ultimately accepted the Cecilia flower offered by Qianxio. The wind shall aid you, Qianxio declared. At those words, Chao Yuan's head shot up. The wind? Are you that very wind? He stammered, tears welling in his eyes. The master foretold I might encounter a breeze. Chao Yuan gazed earnestly at Qianxio, a wind of hope and opportunity. Indeed, Qianxio smiled, realizing that the master had indeed perceived him. That must be my role. I shall assist you. While I cannot absolve you of your sins, I can grant you the opportunity for redemption. Gently, Qianxio ruffled Chao Yuan's hair. I may not be able to guide you out of the sea of suffering, but I will help you gaze upon the other shore. Chao Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing this, tears streaming down his face. That is enough, more than enough. Thank you, thank you. In that moment, Chao Yuan wept like a child. Chapter 32. The contest for affection. Qianxio gently patted Chao Yuan's back, gradually soothing him. Thank you, thank you. Chao Yuan wiped away his tears. No need to thank me. Qianxio sighed, reflecting on the unfortunate circumstances surrounding the members of the Divine Slayer. Although they ultimately succeeded, the suffering endured along the way was undeniably real. And Qingyu, observing from the side, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, unable to bear it any longer. He stepped forward and pulled Chao Yuan away from Qianxio. Keep your distance. Let us speak properly. All right. Chao Yuan obediently knelt, gazing up at Qianxio. Qianxio suddenly felt as if he had taken in a forlorn black Labrador, its eyes pleading for affection. 111 was on the verge of exploding at the sight of Chao Yuan. What a character, meeting him for the first time and already clinging to Qianxio. How long has he been holding on? Shameless, truly brazen. In fact, when Chao Yuan first embraced Qianxio, 111 could hardly contain himself. Wen and Qingyu forcibly separated Chao Yuan. He received an approving glance from 111. Qianxio, Bali Pang Pang has arrived over at Lin Qi's place. Should we go take a look? 111 shifted Qianxio's focus. Upon hearing 111's words, a smile began to spread across Qianxio's face. We must go. This is a moment of social embarrassment for Lin Qi. Xiao Yu, something interesting is about to unfold over at Lin Qi's. Are you coming? Qianxio inquired of Qingyu. The amusement from Lin Qi? And Qingyu nodded. I'm in. Chao Yuan, you should join us too. The person we're looking for is named Lin Qi. Lin Qi. Shuangmu stands firm, the 8 gods converge. 10 years of night, ferrying the world. It must be him. Chao Yuan's eyes sparkled as he looked at Qianxio. You are the hope of transformation. He is the embodiment of enlightenment and fruition. Please take me to find him. Very well, let us depart. Qianxio hummed a little tune as he led Qingyu and Chao Yuan towards Lin Qi's dormitory. At that moment, Lin Qi was confronted with a scene that challenged his very worldview. His mind seemed overwhelmed, as he had never encountered such a situation before. Qi, your feet smell delightful. Lin Qi. The CPU has stalled, unresponsive. Seeing Lin Qi's prolonged silence, Bali Pang Pang hesitantly extended his foot towards him, cautiously asking, how about? You give mine a sniff? The CPU temperature is too high to function. But thankfully, 111, hurry, did you capture that moment? Rest assured I recorded it. Upon hearing these two voices, Lin Qi's pupils constricted in an instant. He stiffly turned his head. When he saw Qianxio and 111 eagerly sifting through the photos on the camera. The tension in Lin Chie's heart finally dissipated. With a swift kick, let me explain. Qianxiu nodded in a perfunctory manner. Go ahead. We are all ears for your excuses. No, Lin Chie. Chao Yuan dashed forward, sliding to his knees before Lin Chie, grasping his arm and gazing deeply into his eyes. Are you Lin Chie? Chao Yuan clenched his fists upon witnessing the scene between Bai Li Pang and Lin Chie, ultimately resolving to act. Chie, is this how you like it? I can do this too. Bai Li Pang, noticing someone suddenly vying for attention, grew anxious. What is happening? I haven't even established a good rapport with my roommate. And now there's an unexpected intruder. Chie, let me offer my foot for your inspection, Bai Li Pang volunteered. The intense tug-of-war between Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang forced Lin Chie to endure the ensuing emotional turmoil, reminiscent of a dramatic love triangle. Wow! Qianxiu observed this spectacle, his lips curling into a smile. And Qingyu munched on the sunflower seeds handed to him by Qianxiu, commenting, in contemporary parlance, this situation could be termed a battlefield of love. Lin Chie strained to escape the clutches of Bai Li Pang and Chao Yuan, endeavoring to clarify the misunderstanding to Qianxiu and Qingyu. It's not what you think. Subsequently, employing his eloquence alongside the personal dilemmas of Bai Li Pang and Chao Yuan, Lin Chie managed to evoke a sense of regret in Qianxiu and Qingyu, leading them to discard the sunflower seed shells in their hands. Just as Lin Chie exhaled a sigh of relief, he noticed the incessant flicker of a flash from a camera, which had barely ceased illuminating the scene. Oh no, I've inadvertently provided Qianxiu with more material. The root of all this chaos was that little chubby fellow. A spark of vengeance igniting within him. In recent days, Lin Chie and Qinyu's dormitories had nearly merged, primarily due to Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang competing for Lin Chie's affection while Qingyu observed the drama unfold. Jie, both of you, quiet down, Lin Chie asserted, delivering a punch that subdued both Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang. Crack! Lin Chie's eyes widened at the sound, turning to see Qingyu holding a high-definition camera. Trembling, he pointed at the device in Qingyu's hands. This? Qingyu replied nonchalantly as he stowed the camera away. It belongs to Qianxiu. He told me to capture moments of joy when nothing else is happening. Lin Chie gazed at Qingyu in disbelief. When did you become influenced by Qianxiu? I have not, and Qingyu retorted. Qianxiu said that for every 10 photos I take, I must catch one mysterious being. Therefore, for the sake of the mysterious and for the grand pursuit of knowledge, Lin Chie, you must make a sacrifice. Understanding Qingyu's implication, Lin Chie covered his face in despair. It's almost 2 o'clock. We should gather soon, and Qingyu reminded the trio. We must leave. Lin Chie glanced at the Rolex gifted in bulk by Li Pang, realizing the time was quickly approaching too. Let us go. We cannot afford to be late on the first day of assembly. Lin Chie and Qingyu walked side by side, with Chao Yuan trailing closely by Lin Chie's side, while Bai Li Pang hurriedly attempted to squeeze his ample thighs into his pants without tearing them, scrambling to catch up with Lin Chie and the others. They did not arrive particularly early, and by the time they reached the training ground, most of the attendees were already present, albeit the new recruits appeared lethargic. Stand at attention. What sort of appearance is this? Above, more than 20 instructors stood in a straight line, their heads held high and their postures impeccably upright. In that moment, the overwhelming aura they exuded rendered the students below speechless. That formidable presence resembled a majestic mountain, steadfastly imposing itself upon all beneath it. Chapter 33. The next match, Yuan Gang stood at the forefront of the instructors, silently surveying the crowd below with a sweeping gaze. After a prolonged moment of silence, he finally spoke, his voice resonant and commanding. I am aware that you all hail from across the vast expanse of Daxia. Each of you a prodigy in your own right, possessing exceptional skills in perilous realms and boasting remarkable backgrounds. But here, what are you? Are you recruits? No, you are nothing but detritus, mere refuse. To be a night watchman, you remain far from achieving that status. His merciless words ignited a rebellious fire among the young recruits below. Scorn, discontent, contemplation, and sarcasm flickered across their faces. Yuan Gang absorbed the myriad expressions of the newcomers. Almost everyone exhibited a degree of emotional response to his remarks, save for 4 individuals. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes at the 4 troublemakers he had singled out. Absurdly, these 4 obstinate characters had congregated together. However, he chose to momentarily overlook them, confident that someone would deal with them shortly. I declare you to be refused. Do you accept this? Yuan Gang bellowed at the assembly below. I do not accept. A young man, wearing his military cap backward, chewing gum leisurely, raised his hand mockingly. What is your name? Shun Qingzhu. Very well. Who else dares to dissent? I do not accept. Me too. As one led the charge, the rebellious spirits of the young recruits began to surface one after another. Remarkably, nearly half of the training camp was igniting in insurrection. Lin Xie and Qingyu remained composed in their positions, displaying no signs of agitation. Bailey Pang Pang, observing the tranquil yet somewhat serious expressions of Lin Xie and Qingyu, curiously inquired, Qingyu, what about you too? I accept, and Qingyu stated. I am merely a frail researcher. I accept as well, Lin Xie affirmed. I yield. Chao Yuan echoed. I too yield. The mystery is formidable. Lin Xie reminisced about Nantoa, the serpent demon, and the king of ghost faces, along with his prior experience of being hurled into the air by Qianxiu. Furthermore, one of the instructors had indeed infiltrated the ranks, Qianxiu himself. The boy you were with that day turned out to be an instructor? Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Lin Xie nodded. Well then, though I am uncertain of Qianxiu's prowess, if you all yield, then I shall yield too, Bailey Pang Pang stated, lacking in principles. On the stage, Yuan Gang noted the unyielding demeanor of the quartet and momentarily wore a peculiar expression, which he quickly masked. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourselves. With that, Yuan Gang produced a walkie-talkie. Let us proceed. Once the walkie-talkie was switched off, Yuan Gang lifted his gaze toward the sky. The recruits, perplexed, followed suit but beheld nothing. They could only marvel at the azure of the sky, the pure whiteness of the clouds, and the few unidentified objects floating above. Wait, unidentified objects? What are those small black dots, and why are they growing larger? Look, someone is falling from the clouds. There were 7 individuals, 7 cloaked figures adorned in gray, each bearing a black box upon their backs, their faces hidden behind various masks. They descended from the heavens without any protective gear, gazing down upon the masses with an air of superiority. Goodness, did they leap from the aircraft? Without parachutes? Free fall? My word, are they mad? Who are they? The new recruits around them buzzed with speculation. From a sky. Ah, help me out. Boss, save me. A figure, Vortex, was flailing in the air, shouting almost to the point of bursting along. Vortex, can you quiet down a bit? I'm about to go deaf. Rose cursed in irritation. Exactly, it's so loud. Upon hearing this voice, the members of the masked squad froze in surprise. That was not the voice of anyone in their team. At such a height of 1,000 meters, where did this unfamiliar voice come from? Everyone turned in unison to see Qianxiu, who had appeared beside them at some unknown moment. Hello, I'm Qianxiu. He greeted the masked squad with a smile. The name Qianxiu stirred a memory in Wang Mian, recalling Yuan Gang's earlier instructions. You are the specially appointed instructional consultant that instructor Yuan spoke of? Tianping was taken aback. He was certain there had been no one beside him moments before. How did you end up here? I flew up, Qianxiu replied nonchalantly. What? The entire masked squad was left in shock. This was a height of 1,000 meters, and he spoke of it so casually. By the way, do you need my assistance? It seems like he's about to lose it. Qianxiu pointed at Vortex. The members of the masked squad glanced over, realizing Vortex was on the verge of foaming at the mouth. It's just a show of intimidation. I assure you, it's not any less impressive than your jump. Perhaps even more so. Wang Mian recalled Yuan Gang's acknowledgement of this special consultant's prowess. What do you intend to do? Wang Mian inquired. Have you agreed? Qianxiu rubbed his hands together. Then I shall begin. 1. Special Wallen. Qianxiu shouted towards the heavens. A thunderous roar erupted. resonating with an air of authority that stunned the members of the mass squad. It was a suppression that struck at the very essence of life. That roar reverberated in everyone's hearts, causing them to miss a beat. What is that? They beheld a colossal azure figure descending from above. It was a dragon, a creature of mystery and majesty. It approached with astonishing speed, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Before the great dragon, the individuals appeared minuscule. The mere gust from its wings rendered them powerless against its might. The dragon's strength and regal presence were perfectly embodied in the graceful, agile movement of the wind around it. Let us proceed, as we discussed. I beg of you. Chinchio patted 111's head. Roar. Chinchio, no problem. 111 dove down, securely cradling several individuals upon its back. At that moment, the members of the mass squad seemed to regain their senses. Goodness. This is a dragon, right? Vortex, stunned by 111, trembled and pointed, asking in awe. Indeed, Tulin, also known as 111, the dragon of the east wind, need not be feared. It is my companion. Chinchio caressed the scales of 111. The members of the masked squad gazed downwards, where each scale was distinctly visible, glimmering softly as if imbued with some ancient power. My heavens! This is magnificent! With the absence of threat, Rose was filled with excitement. Is this your ability? Wang Mian inquired. No, Chinchio shook his head. You need not ask. I have traversed the path of enlightenment, so there is no cause for concern. Understood. Wang Mian nodded, genuinely refraining from further questions. Now, everyone, hold on tight. We are about to make an emergency landing. Upon hearing Chinchio's words, the masked squad immediately grasped the scales of 111. Before they could react, they felt a sudden whirlwind. No sooner had Chinchio's voice faded than 111 flapped its wings and dove downwards, spiraling vertically. The wings of 111 radiated a gentle luminescence, and the new recruits below beheld it as a streak of green, lightning slicing through the heavens, hurtling toward them. Of course, if one were to disregard the cacophony of the vortex nearby, the sight of the dragon descending from the sky was undeniably impressive. Chapter 34. The hunt begins below. Lin Xie sensed the ominous shift when the 7 dark figures transformed into 8. However, as the colossal shadow of the dragon materialized, an unexpected sense of relief washed over him, as if he had anticipated this moment. And Xingyu furrowed her brow. This is bad. The speed. Prompted by Xingyu's warning, Lin Xie quickly shouted to those around him, "Get down." The surrounding individuals were perplexed. Lin Xie had no time to concern himself with their confusion. He seized by Li Pangpang, the only one among the 4 who remained dazed and upright, and pulled him swiftly to the ground. In the next moment, a tempest erupted. The powerful flaps of the dragon's wings unleashed an overwhelming gust of wind upon landing, wreaking havoc among the standing recruits. Those farther away were fortunate enough to be merely knocked down, while those closer were swept into the air, experiencing an exhilarating taste of flight. Lin Xie and his companions were not spared either, although they had dropped to the ground in time to avoid being blown away. Their proximity to the dragon's landing site nearly compromised their stability. Thankfully, Bali Pangpang helped them regain their footing. The ground trembled, and after a prolonged moment, the dust settled, revealing the scene before the new recruits. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the training camp. 7 figures stood resolutely atop the dragon's back, their gray cloaks billowing in the wind, while one figure sat leisurely on the dragon's head, waving nonchalantly at the recruits below. Bathed in sunlight, they stood against the light, leaving the recruits gazing up in awe. Is that a dragon? The masked team, one of the 4 elite squads? So impressive. But who is that seated upon the dragon's head? Gasp! Descending on a dragon. After a brief pause, Wang Mian's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd before he spoke in a calm tone. Greetings, everyone. We are the masked team. Thud! Chinchio facepalmed in disbelief. Despite the dramatic entrance of the masked team, the swirling vortex still found itself kneeling. However, it was fortunate that, due to the height, the recruits below remained oblivious to the turmoil surrounding the masked team. The members of the masked team exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of annoyance as they regarded the vortex. It appeared that had it not been for their concern about the recruits catching on, they would have swiftly dealt with the vortex. Embarrassed, the vortex scratched his head. Boss, Wang Mian shot a knowing glance at Tian Ping, who immediately understood, stepping forward to cover the vortex's mouth and dragging him to the back of the formation. Ugh! The vortex was tearfully escorted away, and when he reappeared, he looked dejected. Who could know what transpired in the unseen moments away from the recruit's eyes? Having resolved this minor incident, Wang Mian refocused his attention on the recruits. From the moment Qinxiu and the mask team descended, Lin Qia's first sight was Qinxiu, her face radiant with joy as she looked at him, followed by the imposing figure of the man wearing the king's mask. Seemingly aware of Lin Qia's gaze, Wang Mian turned, and their eyes met. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qia understood they were kindred spirits, agents of the divine. After a brief moment, Wang Mian averted his gaze and slowly recited the previous lines. "We are the mask special team." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. With a fierce roar, 111 summoned the attention of the new recruits. Qinxiu gently patted 111's head, calming the creature, establishing a clear hierarchy between them. Another gasp rippled through the assembly. Following 111's show of force, Qinxiu, with a smile, introduced himself to the recruits. "Greetings, I am Qinxiu, your specially appointed instructional consultant for this training session." The recruits remained silent, each one too intimidated to speak. After all, above them stood a formidable special team from Daxia and a ruthless individual from Yulo. Who could possibly contend with them? Yuan Gang observed the quiet recruits, a smirk spreading across his lips, and declared, "Since you seem unconvinced, I shall offer you an opportunity. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon. Before 9 o'clock tonight, all 240 of you recruits must use any means necessary. Note, any means. To unmask any member of the mask team. If you succeed, you will have proven yourselves superior to them, and I shall promptly apply for your graduation tomorrow. You can leave immediately. However, if by 9 o'clock you have failed, you will cast aside your pride and obey all commands during this training, without any resistance. Do you understand?" At these words, the recruits reacted as if a drop of cold water had splashed into hot oil, igniting a frenzy. Some clever individuals protested. "This is unfair. Their ranks are higher than ours. How can we possibly compete?" Yuan Gang's smile widened, sensing their vulnerability. In this test, the entire mask team will suppress their ranks to the Zhan level. 7 against 240. Do you dare? The crowd erupted in disbelief. The recruits, now filled with fervor, stared intently at the members of the mask team, each one eager to prove themselves. Facing their spirited determination, Wang Mian calmly stated, "To deal with you, we do not even require 7 individuals. 5 of us can easily overwhelm all of you." His words momentarily froze the air, then ignited the atmosphere once more. If you cannot win one-on-one, how could you possibly succeed in a group battle? Come on, let us see who is truly formidable. Yuan Gang raised his hand to silence the recruits, then continued. "Furthermore, to prevent you from suffering too much humiliation, we shall grant you the opportunity for external assistance. You may seek help from Consultant Qinxiu. Each time you do, he will join you for 10 minutes to aid you in your struggle against the mask team. However, after 10 minutes, Consultant Qinxiu will join forces with the mask team for another 10 minutes to deal with you. Of course, the choice is yours. Whether or not to seek assistance is entirely up to you." Qinxiu addressed the recruits below. "If anyone wishes to request help, simply call out for Consultant Qinxiu or Instructor Qinxiu, and I shall come to your aid. I too possess the ability to suppress dimensions, and I shall not be accompanied by a dragon. I warmly welcome your assistance requests." Alas, Lin Qia's expression darkened. "Qia, what troubles you?" Baili Bambang Inkidat, puzzled as he regarded Lin Qia. Qinxiu also joined the conversation. If anyone seeks help, and Qinxiu joins the mass team to confront the new recruits, the already arduous task will become nearly impossible to accomplish, and Xingyu remarked with composure. Qinxiu is akin to a king they have allowed entry. If utilized wisely, he can devastate adversaries, yet if mishandled, he may bring destruction upon his own side. Is that truly the case? Baili Pampang Karia, Sumawat Buldarat. My apologies, Qia. I cannot engage Xinxiu in battle, but I can assist you against others, Chao Yuan offered to Lin Xie. Lin Xie seemed indifferent to Chao Yuan's words. It's of no consequence. After all, I would likely be unable to defeat Xinxiu, he replied. After glancing at her watch, and Xingyu gently urged Lin Xie to retreat. Xingyu? It is currently 2:43. The instructor just stated that from 2 to 9, which means, at that moment a new recruit was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth, struck directly by the scale. Was the instructor's message not clear enough? From 2 to 9, which means, at this instant, the event has begun. Chapter 35. The moment of hunt before the masked squad took action. Lin Xie and his companions had already retreated to the periphery of the new recruits. At the instant the masked squad launched their attack, Lin Xie grasped by Li Pangpang's hand, while Chao Yuan turned to flee alongside Xingyu. To the warehouse, and Xingyu suggested, "Why are we running? Aren't we going to fight?" Bai Li Pangpang Kirat Puzlat. Fight? With what weapons? They are fully armed while we are defenseless. Will we be merely serving them a meal? Lin Xie retorted. Bai Li Pangpang hesitated, contemplating his empty pockets. Though Lin Xie and his 3 companions had fled, numerous foolish individuals remained behind. Xianxiu sat atop the head of Unit 111, observing the bewildering spectacle of new recruits being expelled by the swirling vortex, only to be returned forcefully. Soon after, a colossal pink hammer, 10 meters high, appeared out of thin air, and with one strike, Rose sent the new recruits flying. As Rose prepared to swing again, one of the new recruits remembered Yuan Gang's previous admonition. Gritting his teeth, he called out, "Instructor Qianxiu, please help me." Just as the recruit was about to be launched away, an arrow shot through the air, colliding with Rose's hammer. However, a single arrow was no match for the might of Rose's hammer, shattering after a brief struggle. Yet this was not the end. The shattered wind arrow erupted with a powerful gust, propelling the recruit far away. Ah, indeed, facing the power of the Zhanjing is quite disadvantageous, Qianxiu mused, twirling the poem of lamentation. 10 minutes. Will you fight us? Rose diminished the size of her hammer. Huh, we can choose not to fight. Qianxiu blinked in surprise. Rose replied, of course. Our entire squad is present. You would have little chance against all 5 of us. The vortex emerged again. Engaging you would be a waste of time. It would be wiser for us to reach an agreement. Once 10 minutes have passed, we shall be allies. After contemplating, Qianxiu conceded, very well, many of the new recruits have either fled or collapsed, and there is no need for my protection. By the time the masked squad locates the new recruits again, 10 minutes will have nearly elapsed. Agreed, then we shall not fight. Let us search for the new recruits together. Qianxiu lowered his bow. Wang Mian, noticing Qianxiu's shift in allegiance, addressed his teammates in that case. The new recruits will likely head for the warehouse. You go ahead and block the door while we encircle from the outside. Understood. With a swift motion, Yu Gui vanished from sight. Wang Mian turned to Qianxiu. Qianxiu, you wield a bow, correct? Can we entrust you with long-range sniping? Qianxiu gave an affirmative gesture. No problem, leave it to me. With the assistance of Mo Li, Lin Xie and his companions entered the warehouse and acquired weapons. Now, they gathered to strategize their next move. We could form a team and join forces. And Xingyu suggested first. Mo Li cast a glance at Lin Xie and the others. Forget it. This fellow is an agent of the divine. And Xingyu promptly revealed Lin Xie's identity. Mo Li looked at Lin Xie with renewed interest. So you are the divine agent. And he is a high-risk entity from the Forbidden Realm. And Xingyu pointed to Chao Yuan. Molly raised an eyebrow and extended her hand. Very well, then. I look forward to your guidance. Ang Qinju nudged Lin Xie, who understood her implication and was about to reach out. Suddenly, Lin Xie's pupils constricted, and his outstretched hand swiftly gripped a dagger, striking towards Molly's diagonal rear. Clang! A metallic sound reverberated from an empty space. Molly reacted swiftly, rolling away from her original position. Gradually, a figure wearing a crescent moon mask materialized from the void. You can see me? Yuegui exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Xie remained silent, surveying his surroundings. There were no other members of the masked squad in sight, indicating this was a solitary member. This presented an opportunity. A lone member of the masked squad was vulnerable, a chance to strike together. Upon this realization, not only Molly, but also several new recruits who had just exited the warehouse turned their gazes toward the isolated Uegaway. Hey, is it really necessary? Uegaway felt the predatory stares around him, his lips twitching in dismay. However, he quickly retorted, "Who said I was alone?" Just as he finished speaking, several new recruits who had encircled him were sent flying. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a few azure arrows had struck those individuals, propelling them away. Lin Chia's heart leaped at the sight of the familiar arrows, and before he could ponder further, another similar arrow appeared within his perception. He had no choice but to dodge hastily. Molly was also targeted as an arrow hurtled toward her. She instinctively drew her blade, intending to sever the wind arrow. No! Lin Chia urgently intervened, but it was too late. Molly had already shattered the arrow, and in the next moment, the wind generated from the broken arrow sent the surrounding individuals tumbling away. Damn it, who called for help at the start and unleashed the king? How are we supposed to play now? Lin Xia inwardly cursed the person who had initiated the call for assistance. With Uegaway's elusive maneuvers and Chinchio's precise long-range strikes, they seemed to have the upper hand against the new recruits present. Just then, calamity struck as the other 4 members of the masked squad arrived, each taking a position around the warehouse. "Now you are surrounded by us," they declared. 5 individuals, 4 plus Chinchio in the distance, had encircled nearly 40 individuals within the warehouse. It was absurd, yet this was the grim reality. Tension filled the air as expressions turned grave. "Chia, approximately 2 minutes," and Kinjiu whispered to Lin Chia. His eyes brightened. Perhaps there was still a chance. 2 minutes? "We can try," he asserted, rallying the others nearby. "When we make our move, we'll charge toward the rows. Everyone heads in one direction. Perhaps we can break free." The new recruits, inadvertently eavesdropping on Lin Chia's words, exchanged glances, their hearts subtly aligning with his plan. "Qingyu." Lin Chia lowered his voice. "Understood. Approximately 1 minute and 37 seconds left." "All right," Lin Chia nodded slightly. "What are you discussing?" Bai Li Pang realized that throughout this journey, he seemed to have never comprehended the conversations between Lin Qi and Qingyu. For a moment, "Stay close to me and Qingyu." Lin Qi did not elaborate further. From then on, it was a matter of whether his gamble would prove correct. "Charge!" In an instant, all the new recruits surged forward. The grand melee has begun. Chapter 36, Breaking Through. Lin Qi dashed forward, followed closely by the new recruits. Tianping struck first, imposing double gravity upon the newcomers. Yet, undeterred, the recruits pressed on with gritted teeth. Lin Qi paused momentarily, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. An arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at him. As expected, he had drawn the keen interest of Chinchio. This made things simpler. Lin Qi swiftly evaded the arrow, which plunged into the ground before gradually vanishing. "Qingyu, 48 seconds, as you wish." "Very well, 45 seconds." As Lin Qi and his companions maneuvered to avoid Chinchio's strikes, they found themselves in the midst of the formation. 32 seconds. The recruits reached the faceless adversary. Gao Duan, adhering to Lin Qi's strategy, prepared to discreetly exit the ranks. 30 seconds. The recruits engaged in combat with the faceless foe. Initially overwhelmed by Tianping, they were subsequently sent flying by the rows. Chao Yuan was targeted by Chinchio's arrows, unable to advance. 26 seconds. Lin Qi and his companions blended into the larger group, capitalizing on the chaos. Chinchio loosed several arrows at them. 20 seconds. Almost half of the recruits had already perished. Lin Qi and his party began to retreat as Chinchio unleashed a barrage of arrows, severing their escape route. 14 seconds. Lin Qi seemed to finally muster his resolve. He was ready to charge. 12 seconds. He leaped forward with the other 3, surging ahead. Lin Qi aimed at 11 seconds. Damn! Lin Qi targeted an arrow shot by Chinchio. 10 seconds. He shattered Chinchio's arrow mid-flight. 9. 5 seconds. The wind arrow's destruction created a vast gust. 9 seconds. The 4 of them soared through the air, harnessing a favorable wind. They veered south, away from the fray. 7 seconds. Lin Chia and his companions landed safely. Now, close to the gate. 6 seconds. Both the faceless foe and Chinchio discerned Lin Chia's intent. Chinchio loosed arrows behind them, cutting off their retreat. The faceless enemy retaliated, attempting to shake off the recruits to impede Lin Chia and his allies. 5 seconds. The faceless team had evaded the recruits and commenced their pursuit of Lin Chia. 4. 5 seconds. Lin Chia smiled. For seconds. At the cost of Qingyu's life as a mere experiment, they successfully redirected one of Chinchio's arrows. The trajectory of the wind arrow led directly to a cart of explosives secretly arranged by Qingyu's little mouse. The top bomb's countdown dwindled to a mere second. 3 seconds. Fire and wind. A conflagration ensued. The faceless team was blasted away by the surging heat. Taken by surprise, Lin Chia struck with overwhelming force. The entire warehouse was engulfed, exploding into a fiery inferno. In the distance, Chinchio reluctantly lowered his bow. He could shoot no more. Another arrow would spell disaster, as the wind and the flames could claim lives. 2 seconds. The faceless team, powerless to pursue, saw Chinchio forego his arrows. 1 second. Lin Chia and his companions successfully escaped. 0 seconds. The transition time for Chinchio's faction had arrived. Congratulations to Lin Chia and the others for their survival. The 5 members of the masked squad struggled to emerge from the wreckage of the warehouse, their expressions grave. Xuanhua collapsed onto the ground in a disheveled manner, cursing vehemently. Damn it, these kids are truly ruthless. If it weren't for my quick reflexes and Tianping's, we would have surely met our end. Indeed, Yuegue touched the half-broken mask upon his face. The memory of the previous explosion still haunted Rose. It wasn't entirely their fault. My arrows struck those explosives, amplifying the blast's power. Chinchio appeared beside the members of the masked squad, setting down the newly rescued recruits from the warehouse, enveloped in the wind. I must say, the commotion Lin Chia just created was quite significant. It nearly wiped out the masked squad in one fell swoop. Moreover, the masked squad was too preoccupied to rescue the eliminated recruits, leaving it to Chinchio to act in the final seconds to save them. I wonder if this was all part of Lin Chia and Qingyu's plan. You all look rather battered. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest, suggested Chinchio. Wang Mian inquired. So, Chinchio, has your time run out? Yes, I have reverted to a transient state once more, Chinchio shrugged. It's a pity Venti had the chance to play for long. Very well, Wang Mian nodded. He gazed in the direction Lin Chia had departed, his eyes flickering. Yikes, it seems Lin Chia is in trouble. He has surely offended the entire masked squad and will likely face a beating soon. However, Chinchio had no intention of warning Lin Chia. In fact, he found himself somewhat eager to see Lin Chia get overwhelmed. Next, we should head to the dormitory building, Tianping stated. Oh, why is that? Xuanhua questioned, puzzled. Our numbers are a disadvantage, and with our realms suppressed to the level of mere mortals, we should avoid engaging in a war of attrition with them. Thus, we must eliminate the greatest threat right from the start. Oh, Xuanhua responded again. But shouldn't we attend to something more pressing first? What is it? Tianping asked, confused. We need to change our clothes. Our garments are in tatters from the explosion. Look at me. I can hardly move without revealing myself. Phew, we made it out. Lin Chia sighed in relief. Facing the alliance of the masked squad and Chinchio was immensely stressful. Even those few seconds of idling weighed heavily on him. After all, retreat was impossible and advancing only led to being cut down. Who could withstand such pressure? Chia, this scale is rather alarming. Isn't it? Surely, no lives were lost? Bailey Pang recalled the final explosion with a shiver. My goodness, that scale must have equated to at least 10 tons of TNT. Lin Chia shook his head. No, the masked squad shouldn't be that weak, and besides, with Chinchio backing us up, we should be fine. So where do we go next? Bailey Pang asked. To the dormitory building, and Qingyu replied coolly. Lin Chia pondered for a moment. Are there many ambush points? It is indeed quite likely that the dormitory could be the masked squad's next target. Then let us proceed to the dormitory building, Lin Chia declared. We should still be able to ally with some surviving recruits. Lin Chia and Qingyu have reached a consensus, and naturally, Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan will not object. Thus, the four of them turned and hurried towards the dormitory building. At this point, the first confrontation between the masked one and the newcomers has commenced, with the newcomers slightly gaining the upper hand due to Lin Xie and his companion's remarkable performance. Qinxiu appears to be in a state of detachment. The second encounter between the masked one and the newcomers is about to begin. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 10 seconds. Chapter 37. A direct confrontation. Braving the masked one's bang. Crash. Clang. The fight had already commenced. Lin Xie withdrew from the window. We cannot linger here any longer. The time has stretched on too long, and Qingyu stated. It is imperative that we take action now. Indeed, if we delay further, we may lose our chance entirely. Lin Xie turned to Chao Yuan and inquired, Chao Yuan, can you take on one of the masked team members? Absolutely. Chao Yuan exclaimed with palpable excitement upon hearing Lin Xie's request, responding without hesitation. Previously, he had already informed a few individuals about his forbidden realm, and although it bore some side effects, with Qinxiu still present, it was manageable. I can assist as well. Bailey Pang Pang raised his hand. Although he may not be able to overpower them, he could certainly hold one off for a short duration. Are you certain? Lin Xie was surprised by Bailey Pong Pong's eagerness to engage in battle. Without a doubt. Rest assured, I will manage, Bailey Pang Pang confidently assured, patting his chest. Well then, I entrust this to you. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Lin Xie and the others had yet to make their appearance, likely still observing the unfolding situation. The primary forces now comprised Molly and Shen Qingzhu, who had stealthily escaped from the warehouse earlier. Throughout this time, Qinxiu had been darting back and forth between the new recruits and the masked ones. Qinxiu was thoroughly enjoying the chaos of the battlefield. Due to the tumultuous nature of the combat, few could accurately recall the moment Qinxiu had joined the fray. This led to a peculiar situation where, just moments before, the new recruits had been fighting alongside Qinxiu, placing their utmost trust in him. Qinxiu loosed several arrows, forming a formidable wall of wind that ensnared the Rose. The recruits, elated, charged towards Rose to seize the mask. In the blink of an eye, Qinxiu retaliated with an arrow aimed at the recruits, catching them off guard and delivering a devastating backstab. All the recruits who had rushed toward Rose were swept away by Qinxiu's onslaught. What was meant to be a straightforward confrontation nearly resembled a game of werewolf, leaving one to ponder whether Qinxiu's actions were intentional. Xin Yi, are you all right? A recruit staggered over, shouting towards the debris nearby. Cough, cough. I'm fine. I was merely grazed by that advisor's arrow. Shen Qingzhu emerged from the rubble, his expression dark. How many of us remain? Shen Qingzhu fixed a serious gaze on the masked team and Qinxiu. Approximately 30 of us are still capable of fighting. Should we proceed? Yes. Shen Qingzhu tossed aside his military cap worn backward, speaking fiercely. That advisor is currently on our side. Moreover, I refuse to believe they can sustain this for much longer after such an extended battle. Just as Shen Qingzhu was about to charge at the masked individuals again, a shadowy figure darted past him like a meteor, racing towards the masked ones. Upon closer inspection, it was a figure exuding a terrifying aura, wielding a knife and laughing maniacally. In an instant, Chao Yuan arrived before the scale, taking advantage of the scale's momentary lapse in reaction, and struck at its vital point with a single, lethal blow, effortlessly breaking through its defensive field and aiming directly for its head. What on earth is this? The scales of fate barely evaded the impending vortex, which was preparing to assist. Alas, Qinxiu was already aware that Lin Xie and his companions lay in ambush nearby. Upon seeing Chao Yuan, it was only natural for him to lend assistance. Of course, while Qinxiu was aiding Lin Xie, he knew that such assistance would have to be repaid in due time. He unleashed a flurry of arrows towards the vortex, halting its advance. Just as it seemed that the scales of fate would be tipped against Tianping, a sudden blur obscured their vision, and a figure materialized before Tianping. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed as Wang Mian's Yiyuan met Chao Yuan's blade, sparks flying vividly in the dimming twilight. Yet this was not the end. Lin Xie, appearing from an unknown angle, surged forth, his blade aimed directly at Wang Mian, who had just finished his duel with Chao Yuan and was now vulnerable. Qinxiu, You must hold off the moon demon for us. And Qingyu implored. The moon demon was notoriously difficult to capture. Understanding in Qingyu's intent, Qianxiu realized that without Lin Xie, there would be no fresh recruits capable of apprehending the moon demon. Understood. With Qianxiu's agreement, and Qingyu turned her attention to Bai Li Pang Pang. Pang Pang, go assist Mo Li in restraining Rose. Can you manage it? Bai Li Pong Pong's eyes lit up at the request. Absolutely. He brandished a hefty sword and dashed towards Mo Li. Miss Mo Li, I'm here to help. Shen Qingzhu had already reacted upon Lin Xie's arrival. A whirlwind erupted from beneath his feet as he swiftly propelled himself into the chaotic battlefield. Although he was unfamiliar with Lin Xie and his comrades, he recognized that the sudden addition of allies was a boon, particularly given their formidable strength. Resolving not to lag behind, Shen Qingzhu sought out the lone adversary, the vortex, and immediately unleashed an air blast at close range. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room 20 meters underground, several instructors gathered around the large screen to observe the new recruits' performance. This year's recruits are quite impressive, Yuan Gang remarked, observing the footage. The recruits demonstrated clear roles. Though still unfamiliar with one another, they managed to coordinate effectively. Chao Yuan pressed Tianping, while Shen Qingzhu, Mo Li, and Bai Li Pang Pang stood resolute against the faceless foe. Moreover, Lin Xie, the divine agent, matched Wang Mian blow for blow. Thanks to Qianxiu's training, Lin Xie's mastery over the mortal realm had significantly improved compared to the original narrative, allowing him to hold his ground against Wang Mian. Alas, the moon demon fared poorly, still being toyed with by Qianxiu across the battlefield. And Qingyu, concealed in a corner, kept a watchful eye on her wristwatch. Suddenly, she called out, "Xie, Pang Pang, retreat. Time's up." Upon hearing her words, Lin Xie swiftly disengaged from his confrontation with Wang Mian and hastily retreated. "Ah, your timing is impeccable," he remarked, quickening his pace at Qianxiu's voice, which carried a hint of mirth. "Do not even think of escaping." In the next moment, Lin Xie felt a chilling wave of danger wash over him, every hair on his body standing on end. Qianxiu had released but a single arrow. Indeed, just one arrow, the poem of the wind god. In an instant, the sky darkened. A whirlwind, compressed to its utmost limit, manifested at the center of the arena, unleashing a tempest that irresistibly drew everything toward its core. Damn it, Qianxiu! Lin Xie could no longer maintain his composure. Even his remarkable self-control shattered under the overwhelming pressure. He plunged the blade he wielded fiercely into the ground, gripping the hilt with all his might, striving with every ounce of strength to resist being pulled away. The blade sank deeply into the earth, yet, despite this, Lin Xie found himself continuously dragged backward by the ferocious wind. A long gash marred the ground where the blade had sliced through, a testament to his desperate struggle. Chapter 38. The MVP of the match, Lin Xie, now resembled a noodle, trembling in the air. Only he knew how much he yearned to greet Qianxiu. Despite all precautions, he was still caught off guard by Qianxiu's ultimate move. Moreover, was this truly a stage of mere restraint? Qianxiu, are you certain you have suppressed your power to such an extent? This was an utter annihilation, and yet you dare to call it restraint? Even the realm of Qi does not wreak such havoc. What is there left to play for? Lin Xie struggled to endure. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps 2 minutes. For him, the wind finally ceased. With a resounding thud, Lin Xie made intimate contact with the ground. He could not afford to relax just yet. Like a carp leaping from the water, he sprang to his feet, cautiously surveying his surroundings. One piece of good news and one piece of bad news awaited him. The good news: Qianxiu's grand move indiscriminately affected both friend and foe, impacting the Faceless Squad as well. The balance forced the remaining members of the Faceless Squad to endure a 4-fold increase in gravity, stabilizing their positions. However, due to the distance from the balance, Yuegue was not buffed in time and soared freely above the fray, now perched atop the heap of bodies. The bad news: Qianxiu's ultimate truly cleared the field. Almost all the recruits had been swept away by Qianxiu's onslaught, leaving a towering pile of unconscious new soldiers in the center of the arena, resembling dead fish stacked carelessly. Chao Yuan was among them, clearly long since unconscious. Shen Qingzhu, having resisted Qianxiu's tempest due to the effects of the forbidden ruins, was now slumped on the ground, worn out. Bai Li Pang Pang and Mo Li narrowly escaped due to Bai Li Pang Pang's artifact, while Qing Yu had vanished into the chaos. The fighting capacity of the recruits was practically incapacitated. The faceless squad, having caught their breath, still possessed some fighting spirit, while Qianxiu loomed nearby, his eyes glinting with anticipation, with nearly 7 minutes left before he would relent. This was dire. Faceless versus recruits. The second confrontation. A direct clash. The recruits lay incapacitated, while Faceless was barely hanging on. Thus, in this engagement, Qianxiu emerged victorious. Lin Xie tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. He still wished to give it a try. After all, the thought of losing without a fight stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Want to fight? Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. Lin Xie nodded eagerly. Wang Mian glanced at his teammates. Although Vortex and the others were not gravely injured, their stamina was nearly depleted. They had an advantage, yet it was minimal. To be frank, the recruits had already achieved a victory by pushing them to this extent. How about a one-on-one? Wang Mian proposed to Lin Xie after a moment's contemplation. With about 10 minutes left until 9, shall we have a duel? Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Now, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Night was his domain. While the recruits had no chance in a group battle, Wang Mian had proactively suggested a duel. Lin Xie believed that, under the fivefold enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, he could indeed claim Wang Mian's mask. Faceless versus recruits. The third confrontation. The moment of decision. Wang Mian versus Lin Xie. Heart racing in a one-on-one duel. The battle is about to commence. With a swift motion, Lin Xie strikes first. Under the fivefold enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xie's speed is astonishing, akin to a fleeting shadow weaving through the ruins. Wang Mian responds with equal swiftness. The divine ruins unfold, and under the influence of time, his movements are remarkably rapid, leaving only a blur of afterimages as he draws his blade. Clang! Wang Mian's Ziyuan parries Lin Xie's direct strike, and for a brief moment, they remain locked in a standoff, neither yielding an inch. Your speed has increased? Wang Mian is taken aback by Lin Xie's newfound swiftness. Is this the capability of the mortal realm? Indeed, after all, it is the divine ruins, Lin Xie replies vaguely. That makes sense, Wang Mian concedes without suspicion. Both combatants take a step back before re-engaging without restraint this time. Their blades clash, producing a dazzling spray of sparks. The spectators can only discern a blur of afterimages, rendering their movements almost imperceptible. My goodness, Xie is formidable. Bai Li Ban Ban exclaimed Zinao. Indeed. Shen Qingzhu adjusts his hat, acknowledging Lin Xie's prowess with respect. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Molly poses a question. Of course, it will be our boss. Xianhuan asserts confidently, and Xingyu squints at the battlefield, analyzing. Given the current situation, it seems to favor Xie. No, it will definitely be our boss. Xie, boss. Xie. Qianxiu, who will ultimately triumph. And Xingyu bypasses the childish banter and directly queries Qianxiu, who is observing the fray. You ask me? Qianxiu glances at the two combatants locked in fierce combat. Lin Xie will not lose, but the final victor will surely be Wang Mian. And Xingyu nods in agreement, sharing a similar sentiment. Lin Xie and Wang Mian have exchanged several blows, and unexpectedly, it appears Lin Xie has gained a slight upper hand. The frequency of vibration from Wang Mian's Yuan intensifies, suggesting he is preparing for a final strike. Clang! Lin Xie is pushed back a few steps. Kid, this is the final blow, Wang Mian declares, his gaze fixed on Lin Xie as his Yuan emits a faint hum. Lin Xie takes a deep breath. In the next instant, both he and Wang Mian unleash the divine might of their respective deities. Golden light clashes with intangible waves of time, the residual force generating an immense pressure upon the onlookers. Qianxiu waves his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier of wind to shield the spectators from the divine might. Qianxiu, help me, Lin Xie shouts. Wang Mian's eyes widen in disbelief. What is happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a fair duel? Why bring in reinforcements? Here I come. Qianxiu had been anticipating Lin Xie's call. Drawing back the bowstring, He releases an arrow. Chinchio enhances this arrow with unparalleled speed, not seeking to inflict damage, but rather to disrupt the enemy. The winged arrow reaches Wang Mian just as Lin Chie's words fall from his lips. This arrow, even when wielded by the king of the Divine Ruins, moved with a speed that elicited no response. The arrow struck true. The king of the Divine Ruins staggered momentarily. Lin Chie seized the opportunity and swung his blade. Crack! The mask of the king was cleaved in twain by the pale blue edge of the knife. Dividing it from top to bottom, a hush fell over the arena. The king sighed in resignation, uttering an apology. Once again, the fluctuations of time began to manifest, and everything started to rewind, flowing back to 3 seconds prior. The shattered ground, the exhilarated crowd, and the fateful strike seemed as though they had never transpired. Lin Chie's eyes widened in astonishment. The king wore an expression mirroring Lin Chie's own shock. For in the midst of the king's temporal rewind, Chinchio suddenly appeared between Lin Chie and the king. Then, Chinchio delivered a swift and decisive blow to both Lin Chie and the king. As time resumed its normal course, the spectators regained their senses, only to see Lin Chie and the king sent sprawling. Lin Chie clutched his head, collapsing onto the ground. Chinchio, what was that for? Enkinjiu helped him to his feet. Chinchio is just wrapping things up, he remarked. Lin Chie was bewildered. Enkinjiu sighed, explaining, when we called upon Chinchio for assistance. It was likely due to the king's divine ruins. Your timing was off. Lin Chie's heart raced. Off timing? Does that mean? Exactly. When Chinchio aided you, he still had 10 seconds before transitioning camps. The moment he struck you was when Chinchio's time truly began. So that blow just now was Chinchio eliminating him? Lin Chie pondered. But why would Chinchio help me? Perhaps it was simply for amusement? Regardless, Chinchio has everything under control. After a moment of silence, Lin Chie nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Mask versus rookie. Their third encounter. This time, there were no losers. The MVP of the entire event was awarded to Chinchio. Chinchio exclaimed, "Hooray!" Chapter 39. The sands of time, the time limit has expired. The contest is concluded. Yuan Gang's voice resonated throughout the training camp via loudspeakers. Gather on the playground now. Wang Mian gazed at Chinchio, furrowing his brow. Why are you unaffected by the time? Because my priorities supersede yours. You. Shu. Chinchio raised a finger to his lips. I will explain later. For now, let's assemble. Wang Mian studied Chinchio for a moment before nodding in agreement. The awake recruits moved towards the playground, while those dazed were roused and dragged along. Lin Chie and the others also made their way to the assembly. Chie, you're leaving just like that? Chinchio appeared beside Lin Chie. Yes, what's the matter? Aren't we supposed to gather? Lin Chie pondered briefly. There seemed to be no issue. Chinchio gestured for Lin Chie to observe Wang Mian. Are you foolish? You ought to negotiate a hush fee. Hush fee? You have already unmasked Wang Mian. Shouldn't you extract some hush fee as a form of leverage? A light bulb seemed to illuminate above Lin Chie's head. I understand now. I'll be right back. Lin Chie turned and headed towards Wang Mian for a serious discussion. Lin Chie and Wang Mian walked at the back of the line, appearing as close companions. Approximately 20 minutes later, most of the recruits had gathered, with a few absentees resting in the infirmary. On stage, over 20 instructors and all members of the mass team stood rigidly. Chinchio leaned against 111. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront, secretly amused as he observed the recruits feigning indifference. The contest has concluded. Do you have anything to say? Silence enveloped the crowd. Look at you all, 240 individuals against just 5. No, including instructor Chinchio, that makes 6. 240 individuals facing 6. Most of you didn't even graze the attire of the mass team. At this, Yuan Gang cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chie. The recruits directed their gaze towards Chinchio, for he had eliminated a significant number of them, even more than the mass team. One gust of wind would send recruits tumbling. This left a profound impression on them. How laughable! Is this the foundation of your arrogance? I was entirely correct in my previous assertions. You are nothing but worthless. As per our agreement, since you have lost, cast aside that unfounded pride into the latrine and immerse yourselves wholeheartedly in training. This training will span a year, divided into 2 phases. In the first phase, we will utilize a forbidden artifact to seal your forbidden domains. For the next 6 months, you will completely lose the special powers you once took pride in and be reduced to mere mortals. During this period, the training will be exceedingly brutal. We will exhaust both your body and mind, pushing you to the brink of collapse at all times. In the second phase, we delve into the applications of the forbidden market and tactical theory. Rest assured, we shall immerse you in the depths of the forbidden market until you find it thoroughly exhausting. Believe me, by then, you may not wish to engage with it at all. Yuan Gang's gaze swept over the new recruits before he turned away. Novices, savor this fleeting moment. For tomorrow marks the beginning of your nightmare. A shiver ran through the new recruits. The instructors and the mass team promptly followed Yuan Gang, their cloaks tracing a graceful arc through the air as they gradually vanished into the night. A howl echoed as the rising wind stirred. After 6 hours, the recruits had learned to be wise. Upon encountering the gusts, they instinctively sought shelter, and if none was found, they reflexively dropped to the ground. The wings of 111 fluttered. Everyone, see you tomorrow. Chinchio waved at the recruits. Hurry along, the recruits murmured to themselves, desperately clinging to the ground to avoid being swept away. Unbeknownst to Chinchio, the recruit's thoughts were filled with anxiety. Otherwise, he might have allowed 111 to linger a while longer. Once 111 had completely departed and the fierce wind subsided, the recruits rose to leave. At last, this day has concluded. Li Fatty wiped the sweat from his brow. It's over, Lin Chia echoed weakly. By the way, a thought suddenly struck in Xingyu. Where are we staying tonight? She inquired. I recall the dormitory building was destroyed by the mass team and Chinchio. Indeed, we can't possibly sleep on the streets. After exchanging glances, they raced towards the dormitory. They hurried back to the dormitory area, only to stand there in stunned silence. Chia, pinch me. Am I hallucinating? Li Fatty extended his chubby arm before Lin Chia. Ouch, that hurts. You really did pinch me. Didn't you ask me to? Lin Chia disregarded Li Fatty's antics and surveyed the surroundings carefully. In the corner beside the dormitory building, a small black dot and a small green that were visible. Is that the masked team? Although posed as a question, and Xingyu asserted with certainty. Lin Chia withdrew his gaze. Let us go. Get some rest. We have training tomorrow. Oh, right, Chia is correct. The group playfully entered the dormitory. Beside the dormitory building, Chinchio addressed Wang Mian. You may inquire about my identity from Yuan Gang, but if you trust my words, I can divulge it directly. I trust you. Please go ahead. Given that Wang Mian regarded Chinchio as a fellow night watcher, he held a fair degree of confidence in him. I am a deity, Chinchio stated, his azure and flawless eyes fixed on Wang Mian. Yes, the very deity you envision. No exaggeration, it is the truth. Wang Mian was taken aback, not anticipating such a response from Chinchio. For specifics, consult Yuan Gang. I am disinclined to elaborate. Oh, Wang Mian replied, somewhat dazed. By the way, Chinchio extended his right hand towards Wang Mian. In Chinchio's hand, a cerulean wind coalesced, forming a diminutive orb of light. Gradually, the shell of the orb became translucent, revealing its inner contents, a pocket watch crafted from gold and emerald green. The watch hovered above Chinchio's palm, glimmering as if it possessed a life force, breathing softly. Wang Mian's gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. What is this? The sands of time? Chinchio offered the pocket watch to Wang Mian. Take it. One day, you shall find it useful. Wang Mian hesitated, uncertain whether to accept. Observing his indecision, Chinchio said nothing further and simply tossed the sands of time towards him. Upon contact with Wang Mian's body, it transformed into a beam of light and vanished within him, leaving no trace behind. Wang Mian was taken aback. Huh. Chinchio stifled a yawn. No need to search for it. It will not harm you. When the time comes, it will reveal itself. Having said all that needed to be said, Chinchio turned and vanished in an instant, leaving Wang Mian bewildered and alone to confront the current predicament. Chapter 40. The circle, the sharp and jarring sound of a bell reverberated throughout the training camp, abruptly rousing the new recruits from their slumber. Ah! Chinchio was jolted awake, springing up from her bed. Dazed, she sat on the edge, seemingly struggling to regain her senses. Chio-chio? 111 gently nudged Chinchio. Chinchio lifted her gaze to check the time. 3 in the morning. Oh, how early it was. The sun had yet to rise. No, this is too early. I'm so sleepy. I'll just go back to sleep. Chio, you promised Yuan Gang you would help him yesterday. Are you still going today? 111 nudged her again. All right, help. With her eyes closed, Chinchio slumped back on her bed, her consciousness hazy. However, she felt too drowsy to get up. But I should go. Meanwhile, Lin Xie had already roused by Li Pang from his cozy covers and hastily made his way to the training ground. Before the sun had risen, Lin Xie's speed was astonishing in the darkness. By the time he reached the training field, he was the first of the new recruits to arrive. With only 3 instructors present, Yuan Gang, seeing Lin Xie as the first to arrive, cast him an approving glance. Not bad. This lad is strong and obedient. Quite commendable. Lin Xie stood on the field, awaiting the arrival of the others, lost in thought as he surveyed the dim surroundings. Suddenly, a stark white figure, incongruous with the environment, caught his eye. He blinked and focused. What was that? As he peered closer, he discerned that the white object was floating about a meter off the ground, steadily approaching him. It appeared to be a cloud, adorned with green edges, and there seemed to be someone reclining upon it. As it drew nearer, Lin Xie recognized 111 pushing the cloud along. Ah, the mystery is solved. This cloud must be conjured by Chinchio, and the person atop it is likely her as well. 111 guided the fluffy cloud to the spot beside the 3 instructors. Sensing they had arrived, Chinchio cracked her eyes open slightly to survey her surroundings. Upon spotting Lin Xie's gaze fixed upon her, she yawned. Huh, good morning, Xie. Good morning, Lin Xie instinctively replied, his eyes still curious about Chinchio's cloud. He had heard of its ability to provide a place to rest, but this was his first encounter. The cloud looked soft and inviting, and his fingers twitched with the urge to touch it. Good morning, Consultant Chinchio, Yuan Gang greeted her. Good morning. Chinchio, no longer inclined to sleep, embraced the cloud and played with a strand of wind, squinting her eyes as she awaited the arrival of the other recruits. One by one, the new recruits arrived at the training ground, while Instructor Hong kept a keen eye on his stopwatch. When the last few recruits finally appeared, Instructor Hong's expression remained impassive as he addressed them. Today marks the first day of your training. Now, show me how much time has elapsed since the whistle blew. 10 minutes. What on earth have you all been doing? The first lesson I will impart to you is about discipline, what it means to execute tasks effectively. Upon hearing the shrill whistle, regardless of your previous endeavors, you must assemble at the training ground within 3 minutes. Instructor Hong's gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes narrowing slightly. Now, those who have exceeded the 3-minute mark, step forward. Chinchio stood aside, observing as Instructor Hong penalized several individuals for various infractions, speaking without permission, being improperly attired, exhibiting lethargy, and refusing to adhere to discipline, among others. Chinchio couldn't help but marvel at Instructor Hong's myriad of creative strategies. Ultimately, Instructor Hong rounded up all those who failed to arrive on time. You all shall bear weight and run 10 laps. Those I have singled out will run 20 laps. No rest until you finish. The new recruits were engulfed in a chorus of lamentations. Reluctantly, they shouldered their burdens and commenced their laps. As they ran, the recruits sensed something amiss. What is happening? Why can't I feel my forbidden realm anymore? Damn, I feel the same. What's going on? The seals on their forbidden realms had begun to take effect. Lin Xie assessed his power and discovered that both Mortal Realm and Starlit Dancer were affected, albeit minimally, allowing for normal usage without issue. Just then, Chinchio flicked a playful gust of wind toward Lin Xie. The mischievous breeze danced around Lin Xie several times before wrapping itself around his wrist. Once the wind settled on his wrist, Lin Xie felt utterly powerless, his abilities suppressed to an unbearable extent. Chinchio. The moment Lin Xie sensed the wind, he realized it was Chinchio's handiwork. Turning his head, he saw Chinchio grinning at him. This is fair. The wind conveyed Chinchio's words. Very well. Chinchio had merely sealed his forbidden realm for the sake of fairness, leaving Lin Xie with little room for rebuttal. Moreover, this alleviated concerns about the enhancement from Starlet Dancer, interfering with his training's effectiveness. Initially, the recruits maintained a decent pace. However, as time passed, some began to slack off. For instance, at the rear of the formation, Bailey Pang Pang struggled to move, while the seemingly leisurely Qingyu strolled, as if on a casual inspection. Instructor Hong, witnessing their lackadaisical attitudes, didn't he grow angry. Instead, he chuckled. "Ah, little rascals, I knew you wouldn't run properly." Instructor Hong addressed Chinchio, saying, "Chinchio, my dear assistant, I appreciate your efforts." "Huh." Chinchio waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. With a decisive grasp toward the air in the direction of the recruits, Chinchio summoned a disturbance. The recruits sensed a change and turned to find several small tornadoes materializing behind them. "Heavens! What is happening? Is someone going to get hurt?" Instructor Hong smiled at the recruits and said, "You're not running, are you? Just keep going. In the end, it's merely a spin in the sky. These tornadoes will pursue you relentlessly, and those caught within will not be released until the training concludes." Chinchio rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Nevertheless, rest assured that you are not in any mortal danger. It is merely a sensation of dizziness." Merely a sensation of dizziness. The recruits swallowed hard as they beheld the tornado swirling behind them. "Perhaps you should reconsider your words after witnessing the anguished cries of that unfortunate soul who was just consumed by the tempest." This time, as the recruits lifted their legs, their pace quickened significantly. At that moment, Lin Xie realized why Chinchio had chosen to seal him within the divine ruins. It was precisely to await his arrival here. Moreover, he had garnered special attention from Chinchio, as he was accompanied by a personal tornado of his own. In an instant, Lin Xie's legs were moving with fervent urgency. He absolutely, positively, did not wish to experience the sensation of being tossed about in an aerial washing machine. Chapter 41. May you find success. Ah, how I long for tranquility. As the new recruits began to earnestly sprint, Chinchio closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber upon a cloud. While Chinchio peacefully dreamt, the recruits were engaged in a frantic dash. Each time they passed by Chinchio, nestled in blissful slumber, their eyes twitched with a mixture of envy and determination, propelling them to run even faster. "Damn it, being chased by a tornado. I'm going to perish. No, I need to rest." By Li, plump and weary, flopped onto his bed, motionless as if lifeless. Lin Xie was not faring much better. As a focal point of attention, the tornado behind him surged with even greater speed than that of his peers, leaving him utterly exhausted. Minutes after they had all collapsed, the whistle blew once more. What is the meaning of this? The recruits grumbled in frustration, yet they rose with great difficulty. After enduring the morning's grueling trials, the instructors had made it abundantly clear that their methods were varied and relentless. Defiance would only invite further challenges. Most of the recruits managed to arrive on time, indicating that they had learned their lesson. Yuan Gang observed the new recruits below with a satisfied nod. "I am granting you 20 minutes. This is your meal time. You have 20 minutes to resolve your breakfast. Should you fail to return in 20 minutes, I assure you, the consequences will be dire." Initially, the recruits thought yet another task awaited them, but upon hearing the word meal, their eyes lit up with excitement. At Yuan Gang's command to disperse, the recruits dashed toward the dining hall, eager for sustenance. As they approached the dining hall, each appeared as a ravenous tiger, ready to consume their prey. However, upon entering, they were taken aback. The tables held only two types of food: plump, white-steamed buns and fresh, bloody raw meat. "Is this truly all we are to eat?" The recruits questioned, their souls in turmoil. "How are we to consume this?" Bali stared at the raw meat, at a loss. In contrast, Qingyu displayed no disdain. He produced a hidden surgical knife, slicing the raw meat into thin pieces to nestle between the buns. With a single piece of raw meat, Qingyu experienced the sensation of fine dining akin to a high-end steakhouse. Lin Xie glanced around and, after some contemplation, quietly took a portion of meat and a bun, settling in a corner. Chao Yuan and Bai Li, witnessing Lin Xie and Qingyu commence their meal, hesitated momentarily before also retrieving their portions. Where are the others? What is this? Is this fit for human consumption? Shun Qingzhu exclaimed, slamming his bowl and chopsticks down, frowning in dismay. Why are you shouting? Who the hell is causing such a ruckus? An elderly man wielding a large iron spoon stormed out from the kitchen, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to confront the source of the noise. Is this all there is? If you don't want to eat, then get out. Old son, who has provoked you to such ire? Came the voice of Wang Mian. Is you little ones? Isn't it? Elder son chuckled upon seeing the 7 figures walking into the canteen. Although the 7 did not wear masks, the new recruits immediately recognized them. Elder son, we've missed your culinary skills after such a long absence. Would you be so kind as to treat us once more? Vortex inquired. Knowing you would come, I've been preparing for your arrival. Elder son replied cheerfully, grabbing a large iron ladle and returning to the kitchen. Before long, Elder son reappeared with several plates in hand. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, ants climbing a tree, steamed base, and braised knuckles along with a few light dishes to cleanse the palate. The air in the canteen was filled with an irresistibly tantalizing aroma. Gulp! The recruits' eyes sparkled with desire, fixated on the table of the masked squad. It had already been 8 minutes. Are you not going to eat? Chinchou appeared in the canteen, seemingly out of nowhere, having just awakened and stifling yawn. I advise you to eat something. The day ahead will not be easy. The moment Chinchou appeared, the new recruits instantly subdued, turning their heads back, their rebellious expressions vanishing in an instant. Elder son raised an eyebrow at the recruits' swift change in demeanor. It was rare to see them so intimidated by one person. There was no doubt. In a remarkably short time, Chinchou had become the instructor that the recruits feared the most. You little rascals need not be so defiant. Once you leave this camp and return, I shall prepare a feast for you. Elder son addressed the recruits. Chinchou sauntered over to the table of the masked squad, making himself at home, pulling up a chair beside Wang Mian. Breakfast looks quite sumptuous, he remarked. Upon Chinchou's arrival, Wang Mian immediately straightened his back, sitting upright. Chinchou noticed Wang Mian's subtle movements, but paid no mind, assuming it was due to Wang Mian's prior conversation with Yuan Gang. Oh, by the way, Chinchou suddenly recalled something. It seems something is missing. Due to his divine presence, Lin Xie had already clarified matters regarding the agent. Thus, he did not join a masked squad for breakfast. Chinchou turned and smiled at Lin Xie. Xie, would you care to join us for a bite? Currently engaged in a fierce battle with raw meat, Lin Xie rolled his eyes upon hearing Chinchou's inquiry. He knew Chinchou would take the opportunity to tease him. Sure enough, the surrounding recruits cast him strange glances. No thanks, you enjoy your meal. As a new recruit, I shall eat what the new recruits eat. Throughout the meal, Lin Xie was subjected to peculiar stares from others, as if they sensed something amiss between him and advisor Chinchou. Outside the canteen, a sharp whistle rang out once more. The new recruits stared in astonishment at the clock on the wall. It hadn't even been 20 minutes. Nevertheless, they quickly reacted and dashed towards the playground. They could not afford to be slow. They certainly did not wish to be chased by the whirlwind for another few laps, especially with Chinchou watching them from the canteen, a smile gracing his face. With a sudden rush, the cafeteria emptied of its new recruits, leaving the space eerily vacant. Chinchou smacked his lips without the newcomers. The meal felt lacking in some essence. It seemed our time had come to depart. Wang Mian set down his chopsticks. Are we leaving already? Do you have a mission? Chinchou inquired. Indeed, a mysterious entity has appeared in the Northern Sea region. We must hurry there after our meal, came the response. Chinchou nodded in understanding. I see. He gestured for the members of the masked squad to come closer. Wang Mian hesitated momentarily, but ultimately signaled for his teammates to approach. Please crouch down a bit, Chinchou said, casting a disapproving glance at those towering over him. The members of the masked squad, perplexed, complied and half-squatted. Chinchou's hand gently brushed over their heads, a soft azure breeze rising and enveloping them. May you all find ease on your journey, with both sorrow and joy. The wind seemed to tenderly whisk away all negativity, instilling a sense of tranquility and peace. It was a maternal gentleness, a caress of affection from the divine towards its cherished children. Chinchou gazed at Wang Mian with warmth, gently resting his forehead against his. May time not linger, and may you always have company. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Wang Mian felt his eyes moisten. Chapter 42. The Fortunes of Instructor Han. No one could discern whether Qianxio's words were mere wishes or something more profound. At that moment, it seemed as if the strings of fate were plucked, sending forth ripples that, though subtle, were nonetheless significant. The masked figures departed, 7 individuals striding purposefully toward the sun. The wind caught the edge of a gray cloak, accompanying them on their journey. Qianxio smiled, watching them fade from view. The seeds of hope and opportunity had been sown. It remained to be seen what answers time would yield. On the training grounds, an unfamiliar instructor stood erect on the platform, while Qianxio sat nearby, resting his chin upon his hand, observing intently. Mysteries, they emerged from myths, legends, and even whispers. They were diverse and enigmatic, far surpassing humanity in strength. As we engaged in battle against these mysteries, who could tell me what it is that empowers us to overcome them? Instructor Han inquired of the new recruits below. By relying on the Forbidden Ruins, Shun Qingzhu replied lazily, raising a hand. The instructor scoffed. Qianxio opened his mouth to interject, but Han spoke more swiftly. The Forbidden Ruins are merely a facet of humanity's struggle against the mysterious. They do not encompass the entirety. Do you truly believe your Forbidden Ruins are so potent that a mere gesture can vanquish the enigmatic? Qianxio sighed, conceding that perhaps it was preferable for Instructor Han to face a setback. Indeed, Shen Qingzhu acknowledged candidly. What is your Forbidden Ruins? Sequence 068, Min. The instructor fell silent for a moment, then turned his head as if nothing had transpired, and continued, Is there any other answer? I know. It also relies on, Qianxio appeared beside the plump Bai Li, swiftly silencing him. Enough, little chubby. Your response is extreme and lacks merit. Qianxio gestured for Instructor Han to continue. Instructor Han resumed. Since you all refuse to answer, I shall speak. In our battles against the mysterious, aside from the Forbidden Ruins, the application of weaponry and our own combat skills are of paramount importance. At advanced levels, close combat with cold weapons becomes crucial, while the majority involves melee. Understanding some range knowledge is also indispensable. Today, I shall teach you the techniques of close combat with cold weapons, while Consultant Qianxio will instruct you on some range techniques. Let us begin with the usage of the straight sword. With enthusiasm, Instructor Han began demonstrating various techniques for drawing and sheathing the sword. Now, let me select a few individuals to assist with demonstrations. Instructor Han, allow me to volunteer. Qianxio thought of the instructor's extraordinary luck, considering that perhaps his participation would alleviate Han's melancholy. There's no need. I wish to observe how this group performs. Han declined outright, then pointed to Bai Li. You, the little chubby one, come up. Alas, Qianxio covered his face. Well, let us watch the spectacle unfold. Bai Li ascended the platform, where he was promptly attacked by Instructor Han, who wielded a wooden sword. A flash of golden light erupted from Bai Li. The wooden sword in Han's hand snapped. My apologies, Instructor. I forgot to deactivate my forbidden item. Bai Li Pang immediately acknowledged his mistake, his face filled with remorse. He carefully removed the necklace and addressed Instructor Han with a tentative suggestion. Shall we try again? Instructor? Grasping a new wooden sword, Instructor Han charged forward, launching an attack on Bai Li Pang, who flashed a crimson light. The wooden sword in Han's hand ignited. Han exclaimed, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Qianxio had stealthily produced a camera. I apologize, Instructor. I forgot. Shall we do it once more? Get down next. All right. You step up. Instructor Han then summoned Lin Qiyi. Obediently, Lin Qiyi ascended the stage. After confirming that Lin Qiyi possessed no prohibited items, Han attacked. But Lin Qiyi successfully defended. Han was taken aback. He attacked again, and Lin Qiyi blocked once more. You attack. I'll defend. You attack. I'll defend. Attack, block. Attack, block. Attack, block. The sound of their engagement resonated. Lin Qiyi effortlessly parried each of Han's strikes. Lin Qiyi remarked that this was merely child's play. After all, evading the wind blades in the sky prior to their training had proven far more challenging. If he could not handle such an attack, Qianxio might have him remade. After exchanging blows several dozen times, Instructor Han quietly ceased his onslaught. Have you trained? A little. Who was your instructor? I learned the sword from Team 130 SXS Captain Chen Muyi and my footwork from Consultant Qian Xiao. Hearing this, Han turned and cast a reproachful glare at Qian Xiao, who innocently shrugged. Instructor, this is not my doing. You never asked me. All right, you two get down. Han dismissed Lin Qiyi as well. Damn it. Am I just unlucky? No, I must choose more carefully. Instructor Han began to scrutinize the new candidates. That chubby one, unappealing, no. That tall one, too robust, pass. That slender lad, yes. You step up. Chao Yuan was taken aback, not expecting to be called by the instructor. However, regaining his composure, he approached the stage. He noticed Qian Xiao sitting nearby, already producing the sky harp. Having sought out Qian Xiao several times, Chao Yuan understood that the melodious strains could assist him in controlling the Black King. With that knowledge, he felt no fear. After confirming that Chao Yuan had no prohibited items and had not trained in swordsmanship, Instructor Han grinned widely. As Chao Yuan prepared to take the wooden sword from Han, he cautioned, Instructor, please be careful and do not sustain any injuries. If your life is threatened, please speak up, and Consultant Qian Xiao will intervene. Before Han could grasp the meaning behind Chao Yuan's words, Chao Yuan seized the wooden sword. Suddenly, a surge of dark malevolence erupted. Chao Yuan instantly transformed into a fearsome specter, cackling maniacally. What in the world is this? Instructor Han's eyes widened at the spectacle before him. I merely intended to demonstrate. With a swift initiation, Chao Yuan launched a frenzied assault, prompting Han to utter GG. A crisp note from the harp chimed through the air. Chao Yuan stood frozen in place, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes. It was at that moment that Instructor Han seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Qian Xiao approached the two, helping Instructor Han to his feet, and then swiftly incapacitated Chao Yuan with a precise chop to the neck. All is well now, Instructor Han, she assured him, although a small cloud seemed to hover above his head. Am I truly unsuited for teaching? Qian Xiao gently patted Instructor Han's back. It's nothing, Instructor Han. You simply had the misfortune of encountering a few rather unique individuals. The others are not like this. They still need your guidance. Really? He asked, seeking reassurance. Indeed, she replied confidently, and soon enough, I shall avenge you. Qian Xiao thumped her chest in a promise. As Qian Xiao and Instructor Han continued to exchange whispers, Lin Xia suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. Oh no, is something else about to happen? He thought, contemplating whether to wait a little longer or to hasten the events of the day. Chapter 43. The Tower After a Morning's Training. The playground lay strewn with bodies. The new recruits no longer mocked Instructor Han for his earlier mishaps, for in comparison to Qian Xiao, Instructor Han appeared almost angelic. Qian Xiao had vowed to exact revenge on behalf of Han, and during the archery demonstration, he had summoned others to showcase the technique. Consequently, individuals like Lin Xia and Bai Li were transformed into living pincushions, while the others were not spared either, each adorned with a thorn or two. Of course, Qian Xiao did not employ real arrows. He had nearly stripped the elemental properties from the wind arrows, rendering them mere nuisances that stung without leaving a mark. Yet, the discomfort was undeniably real. A group of recruits now lay in agony on the playground. Enough of this idleness, Qian Xiao declared, giving a kick to a nearby body. It's time to rise and dine. Your afternoon will be even more arduous. What? Upon hearing Qian Xiao's words, the recruits scrambled to their feet. The training had proven excessively grueling. Nevertheless, their thoughts quickly turned to the mess hall, where they rushed with urgency. TSK, TSK. I wonder if these little ones will retain their vigor this afternoon, Qian Xiao mused, relishing their frantic retreat. The afternoon promised not only physical trials, but psychological torment as well. However, this was of no concern to Qian Xiao. He had no intention of witnessing their extreme training, for his presence or absence would yield the same tedium. Instead, he resolved to wander through the mist. As long as he returned in time to catch Lin Qia's presentation of the true word ring, all would be well. Let's venture into the mist this afternoon and continue our endeavors, he suggested to 111. Sounds good, 111 readily agreed, accepting Qian Xiao's decision. After exchanging pleasantries with Yuan Gang, Qian Xiao departed from the training camp, quietly crossing the border of the Great Xia and stepping into the mist. Within the fog, Qianqiu took no protective measures. Though the mist was highly corrosive, the wind had the power to disperse it. This fog, conjured by a certain deity of the Ke lineage, had a name that eluded him. Forgetting the cumbersome foreign term, Qianqiu dismissed it from his mind. In truth, Qianqiu was akin to those deities of the Ke lineage, as both belonged to the realm of higher dimensional existence beyond this world. Having recently visited Northern Europe, he opted for a closer destination today, Japan. Transforming into a wisp of wind, Qianqiu, accompanied by 111, stealthily infiltrated the circle of the Japanese. Having become familiar with their domain, this was not his first intrusion. Though the management of these circles was stringent, Qianqiu's connections afforded him passage. Upon entering, 111 first compromised the intelligence system of the Pure Land, followed by casting a minor spell to diminish the presence of both Qianqiu and himself, particularly against the oracle's scrutiny. This was not out of fear, but rather a precaution to avoid complications that could arise from confrontation, which might have far-reaching consequences. Due to the disturbances in the time of this place, Qianqiu remains unscathed. However, should it inadvertently affect the Nightfall squad currently in Japan, it would spell disaster. Now, having entered Japan, the third step is to casually seek out a grand plaza where work must commence. Qianqiu, this plaza appears splendid, spacious, and bustling with people, 111 remarked, gesturing towards the map extracted from the intelligence system repository of the Pure Land. Then let us proceed there today. Before long, Qianqiu and 111 materialized in the plaza, and no one around seemed to find it peculiar. Qianqiu settled by the fountain, retrieved the sky harp, and began to play and sing. The tale I wish to share unfolds in a land known as Mondstadt, a realm ruled by a tyrant. I became acquainted with a youth who had never witnessed the azure sky, yet longed to behold the sight of soaring birds. The whirlwind claimed only the hymns, leaving no other echoes behind. Is the true sky, the poetry and song beyond the cage, not a desire worth fighting for? The young man extended an invitation. Join me. Let us shatter the tyrant and tear down the walls of wind. He raised the banner of rebellion, and I too plunged into the struggle for freedom. As the performance commenced, the audience was sparse, yet gradually a few passers-by were drawn in. The ethereal melodies entwined with Qianqiu's pure voice conjured vivid imagery in the minds of those listening. The listeners seemed to drift into a dream where they began to yearn for freedom, to contemplate independently, and to rebel against the divine. Each individual was fervently shouting alongside the rebels as they ascended the towering spire. In this dream, they ceased to live humbly. No longer did they place faith in deities. In pursuit of freedom, in defiance of the divine. Such sentiments are deemed blasphemous in this society, yet none were aware. All who heard Qianqiu's harp played in serene silence. The divine throne crumbled, chaos ensued. Amidst the smoke of battle, we bore witness to the tyrant's demise, and in the ashes we saw the towers collapse, heralding the dawn of a new Mondstadt, where no one would ascend the throne again. As the song concluded, the crowd awakened from their reverie. Yet no one recalled the experiences of their dream. Only the clarity of Qianqiu's voice remained, along with the fervor and the spirit of resistance nestled within their hearts. Confusion and bewilderment enveloped them. They seemed to lack something profoundly significant, though they could not recollect what it was. Qianqiu gazed compassionately at their bewilderment. They were simply pitiful souls. This glimmer of hope and opportunity was offered. Those desiring to rebel must seize it. If they dare to take that step, the tower would inevitably be toppled. Well then, today marks the finest performance of a wandering bard, Qianqiu exclaimed with a smile. This statement shattered the spell of confusion among the crowd. Wow, that was beautiful. Huh? Why do I seem to have forgotten what he sang previously? A sense of excitement mingled with discomfort stirred within them. Surely, everyone found my performance splendid, right? So, let us extend our support to this humble bard. Just a 5-yen coin or an apple will suffice. 111 held a small pouch and fluttered before the crowd, beginning to collect the tips earned from the performance of Qianqiu. He made his appearance directly in front of everyone, yet none found it amiss. I don't require much, just 5 yuan will suffice. 5 yuan is too little. Allow me to offer you a bit more. Madam, please take back your card. I truly do not need it. Oh, who do you look down upon? I spend tens of thousands at Hongwudo. Ah, this. Qianqiu's expression darkened. In that case, I absolutely cannot accept it. What if he snatches Lin Chie's flower tickets? Ugh, flower tickets? No, that's not right. Regardless, I cannot accept it. I sincerely cannot. After a prolonged tug-of-war with the lady, she finally relented, leaving behind a 5 yuan coin and a check. The numerous zeros on the check left Qianqiu dizzy. Oh well, never mind. I'll take it. Qianqiu neatly stowed away the items, which signified the lady's awakening, a good sign indeed. With a hearty sigh, 111 secured the tips, laboriously zipped up the small pouch, and slung it across his shoulder. Qiu, it's still early. Where shall we go next? Should we return to Daxia, or... Let me ponder. Qianqiu contemplated. Previously, he had not yet met with Bailey Pang Pang, so during his earlier visit to Japan, he had not sought them out. Perhaps now it would be a good time to pay them a visit? As for the paradox of time, such matters should not affect Qianqiu. In that case, 111. Let us seek out the Nightfall Squad. Off we go. Chapter 44. Preparing a grand feast in the depths of night, a mud-stained youth emerged slowly from the thicket. He appeared utterly disheveled, with countless minute wounds adorning his body and face, and his military cap was nowhere to be found. Under the moonlight, that diminutive figure gradually approached the group of instructors. It seemed he had returned just in time. Qianqiu silently materialized among the ranks of instructors, unnoticed by anyone. I have reached the finish line, he uttered, and with those words, it was as if the last vestige of strength sustaining Lin Chie had dissipated, causing him to collapse. Yuan Gang instinctively moved to support Lin Chie, only to discover that the wind had already lifted him. Turning swiftly, Yuan Gong beheld Qionqi. Advisor Qianqiu, you have returned. Indeed. Lin Chie just emerged, Qianqiu replied, gently controlling the wind to lay Lin Chie flat on the ground. How do you feel? He inquired. On the brink of death. Lin Chie responded weakly. Chie, as a creator of a new history, would you consider facing a punishment? Upon hearing Qianqiu's words, Lin Chie was suddenly jolted to attention, momentarily disregarding his fatigue. No, he protested vehemently. If he donned the truth ring and allowed Qianqiu to pose questions, who could predict what absurd inquiries this unorthodox deity might conjure? Oh, come on, just for fun. After all, no one else is around to hear it. I shall ask just one question. Absolutely not. Lin Chie retorted. Just one, and it's not a personal question, Qianqiu insisted. Under no circumstances. Lin Chie's resolve remained firm. How about this? You wear it while I ask you a question, and then I will wear it, allowing you to inquire of me as well. How does that sound? Hearing Qianqiu's proposal, Lin Chie hesitated but ultimately shook his head. No way. This was truly perplexing. Had Qianqiu's previous antics soured Lin Chie's trust? Unless you disclose what you wish to ask beforehand, this discussion is moot. Really? Qianqiu exclaimed in delight, sensing a shift. Was Lin Chie actually acquiescing? Very well. My question is quite simple, Qianqiu said, tossing the truth ring lightly. What is it that you most desire to do? What I most desire? Lin Chie was momentarily taken aback. Of course, it is to return home. Ultimately, exhaustion overcame Lin Chie, and he fell asleep without ever donning the truth ring. Ah, such a pity, Qianqiu mused, poking the peacefully sleeping Lin Chie. Oh well, in light of how weary this lad is, I shall let him be. The instructors began stripping down all the new recruits and tossing them into barrels. Qianqiu observed as they were flung in like dumplings, plopping down with a splatter. Chief Instructor, is everyone accounted for? Yuan Gang surveyed the scene, nodding slightly. They are all present. Your Excellency may commence. As the melody commenced, Qianqiu played a lullaby for all the new recruits. The soothing, gentle notes alleviated their mental fatigue, and the frowns etched on their brows began to relax. Well done, everyone. Wishing you sweet dreams tonight. The following morning, Qianqiu enjoyed a restful slumber, especially after rising early the previous day and venturing out into the bustling city in the afternoon, leaving her feeling somewhat fatigued. What time is it now? She inquired, rubbing her eyes. It's already past 9, replied 111. Time to get up. It's already this late. With that, Qianqiu rose from her bed. Indeed it's time to rise. We need to head to the supermarket shortly to procure items for tonight's grand feast. Hooray, a grand feast! Upon hearing this, 111's eyes sparkled with delight. Chinchio couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of 111, resembling a little glutton. After Chinchio and 111 prepared themselves, they stealthily exited the training camp once more. Their first stop was to acquire a complete set of barbecue equipment, followed by a trip to the supermarket to gather an abundance of ingredients. They secured meat and snacks, and beverages were accounted for. I believe that's everything, 111 stated as she checked the contents of their bags. Chinchio casually tossed the bags into her spatial pocket. Let's depart then. Tonight, we shall barbecue at Cangnan Mountain. First, let us notify Chiye, and then I must inform Yuan Gang, after which we can set up the venue. All right. Upon returning to the training camp, they spotted Lin Chiye emerging from Yuan Gang's office, clutching a box. What do you have there? The payment from last time? The Azure Heart, Chinchio replied. Indeed, is the Azure Heart. Lin Chiye noticed Chinchio approaching. I haven't seen you all morning. Where have you been? I went shopping. By the way, remember to visit the hospital tonight. I'll take you and Nix out for the grand feast. With Nix? Lin Chiye exclaimed in surprise. Nix can come out? Soon. You just need to visit Nix once more, and he'll be temporarily discharged, Chinchio assured, waving her hand. All right, just remember, now go train. I'll have a word with Yuan Gang to prevent unnecessary panic among the unfamiliar deities. After notifying Lin Chiye, Chinchio entered Yuan Gang's office, leaving no room for further inquiries, while Lin Chiye remained behind, unable to pursue her. Within the office, Yuan Gang was nearly knocked off his chair by Chinchio's words. Wait, are you saying that the goddess of night, Nix, will be coming to Cangnan tonight? Yes, indeed. I wanted to give you a heads up. There is no need for excessive concern. Yuan Gang was at a loss for how to respond. Isn't Cangnan supposed to be a place of good fortune? Why are these elusive deities suddenly congregating here? Rest assured, Nix will not linger long nor pose any threat to Cangnan. Therefore, there is no need for alarm. Chinchio reassured Yuan Gang, secretly thinking that they would likely remain undetected. Well, I've conveyed my message, and now I must take my leave. Wait, Yuan Gang attempted to retain her, but Chinchio had already vanished without a trace. This sigh. Yuan Gang sighed, pressing his forehead in frustration. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up the phone to report to his superior. Such matters were beyond the scope of a mere subordinate. It was best left for Commander Yi to handle. Chapter 45. Discharged Grandma. It's time for dinner, and we must eat with chopsticks. I can't. Don't worry, Grandma. I'll teach you. Look, just grasp them with 2 fingers. Yes, like that, then pinch, and the food will come up. Are we already eating? Jealous. Upon hearing Chinchio's voice, Nikes instantly tossed aside the chopsticks and turned to face Chinchio. You're here. Chinchio, having visited the hospital numerous times, had grown accustomed to Nikes' persistent reluctance to change his ways, despite Chinchio's considerable efforts to help him harness his divine energy. Eventually, Chinchio recognized that Nikes was not only ill, but also feigned ignorance. There was nothing else for it. Chinchio accepted the situation. I have arrived. Chinchio glanced at the sumptuous spread on the table, which boasted a delightful assortment of dishes. Did Li Yifei prepare this? Yes. Hurry, grandson, quickly fetch another pair of bowls and chopsticks, so Jelaz can sit down and eat. Nikes urged as he pulled Chinchio to sit down and directed Li Yifei to retrieve more utensils. No need. I came here to invite Nikes to dine outside. Chinchio gently patted the hand that Nikes held. Once Chiye arrives, we will feast together as a family. I've made all the arrangements for a barbecue. Really? Nikes exclaimed with delight. Of course. Would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, just wait for Chiye to arrive and ask him. Nikes beamed with joy. What about all this food? Li Yifei looked at the table laden with his creations, a touch of melancholy in his voice. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinchio replied, We can take it with us. You should come along too. Huh? I can go out as well? Li Yifei was astonished. With my assistance, a brief excursion should pose no issue. Besides, who would grill for us if you do not accompany us? So you brought me along solely to assist in grilling for you esteemed guests? Li Yifei rolled his eyes. However, the prospect of going out filled Li Yifei with joy. and he refrained from further complaints, turning to find something to carry the food. Chinchio and Nikes engaged in light conversation, while Nikes frequently glanced towards the door, clearly eager for Lin Chia's arrival. Donna Dusi. The moment Lin Chia appeared, Nike spotted him immediately. His eyes sparkled as he turned to Lin Chia. Lin Chia met his hopeful gaze with a smile and nodded. "I'm back, mother." "Come, come." Nikes beckoned to Lin Chia. "Gelaz said he would take our family out for barbecue. Is that true?" Lin Chia directed his gaze toward Chinchio, contemplating whether Chinchio intended to forcibly take Nikes out of the hospital. Just a brief chat with Nikes. His treatment progress has improved significantly, hasn't it? Just a little more, and he will be able to temporarily discharge. Upon hearing Chinchio's mental communication, Lin Chia instinctively checked Nike's treatment panel. The sight startled him. Nike's treatment progress had reached 49, just shy of the critical 50. Truly, mother, we shall all go together. As the family gathered together, Nikes heard Lin Chia's affirmative words and smiled. The progress of Nike's treatment stood at 51. A notification chimed, indicating that the conditions for receiving rewards had been met, allowing for another random extraction of Nike's divine abilities. With the treatment progress surpassing 50, Nikes was permitted to temporarily leave the Hospital of the Gods for activities. Lin Chia noticed the prompt before him. While the possibility of extraction was anticipated, the option for discharge had caught him by surprise. It seemed that Chinchio had indeed spoken the truth. "All right, just mentally agree to Nike's discharge. I will take Nikes and Li Yifei out first. You can take your time with the extraction. Once you're done, just call for me, and I'll come to fetch you," Chinchio instructed. "Huh?" Lin Chia was taken aback. Did Chinchio and Nikes already know about his ability to extract? "Will that be all right?" "If I'm not present," Nikes hesitated. "It should be fine. You are bound to this hospital. Everything will function normally whether you are here or not. There is no need for you to be present to guide Lin Chia," Chinchio explained to Nikes. Seeing Lin Chia still in a daze, Chinchio reassured him, "Rest assured, your ability to extract has been tacitly approved by them. Now, stop dawdling and agree quickly." Oh. Lin Chia snapped back to reality and consented to Nike's discharge. "All done. Li Yifei, are you ready? It's time to go." Chinchio called out to the kitchen. Coming. Li Yifei rushed over, carrying several lunchboxes. "So, Nikes, we're off to have some fun." Chinchio took hold of Nikes and Li Yifei's hands, and together they vanished from their spot. Lin Chia was left alone in the hospital, while Nikes and the others were whisked away by Chinchio to Jinan Mountain. At the mountainside of Jinan, Chinchio had arranged a small platform surrounded by thickets, but with a breathtaking view overlooking the entire city of Cangnan. The area was already set up with a barbecue grill, skewers, and wine, awaiting the guest's arrival. "Li Yifei, I leave the barbecue to you. Everything is laid out. Good luck," Chinchio said to him. All right. Li Yifei set down the lunchboxes and organized them. "You can start eating. Barbecuing takes time." "It's fine. We're in no rush. We have all the time in the world." "This is the divine realm of Danadus," Nikes remarked, gazing at the distant twinkling lights of Cangnan. "The divine realm of Danadus is truly beautiful." Chinchio nodded in agreement. "This place is a miracle constructed by the collective efforts of many. Humanity is indeed remarkable. They are both fragile and strong, evoking both pity and admiration." Before Chinchio could finish his contemplation, the wind carried Lin Chia's call to him. "Nikes, wait for me a moment. I'll go fetch Chia," Chinchio said to Nikes. "Go ahead. Mother is waiting for you both," Nikes replied gently. Chinchio nodded and transformed into the wind, heading to the training camp to retrieve Lin Chia. Nikes sat still, watching as Chinchio vanished, seemingly touched by memories that left her in a prolonged reverie. When Chinchio and Lin Chia returned, they were greeted by a poignant scene. Nyx sat beneath the night sky, her gaze fixed on Li Yifei, who was busily engaged in his tasks, quietly awaiting the return of her children. In the shadowy embrace of night, Nyx embodied an aura of nobility and authority, yet they could discern the subtle loneliness and sorrow concealed within the darkness. "Mother!" Lin Chia could not help but shatter this moment, gently calling out to Nyx. "Danaeus!" Nyx snapped back to reality at Lin Chia's voice, offering him a faint smile. "Mother!" Lin Chia found himself at a loss for words. Nix, here, there is no need for pretense. Otherwise, someone may worry. Chinchio approached Nix, taking her hand in his. Danaeus, Gallus. My children, you have all grown so much, journeying far and wide, and now I remain all alone. Nix's gaze dimmed slightly. Chinchio remained silent. He was not Nix's true child and lacked the capacity to bear her hopes. All he could offer was his temporary companionship in this moment. The silent breeze gently caressed Nix's cheek, as if to provide solace. Lin Xie also slowly approached Nix's side, sensing the depths of her sorrow. At least for now, you have us. We are here with you, are we not? Lin Xie's voice was soft, as if fearing to startle something fragile. We would not depart easily. Chapter 46. The evening feast beneath the night sky. After a brief interlude, Nixis, despite her momentary melancholy, was ultimately placated by Lin Xie's gentle reassurances. Thus, she now clung to him with an unwavering grip. Mother, might you consider letting go of me? Lin Xie ventured tentatively. Oh, what harm is there in allowing your mother to hold you a little longer? Nixis clearly had no intention of relinquishing her embrace. With her struggles proving futile, Lin Xie resigned himself to lying comfortably in Nixis's arms. Gelasius, would you care to join us? Nixis inquired of Chinchio. However, before Nixis could finish her sentence, Chinchio sensed the impending awkwardness. He had no desire to partake in such affectionate displays. Let Lin Xie enjoy that for now. The meat should be ready. Who wishes to sample it? Li Yifei announced. Already? Chinchio hurried over, seizing a skewer. Allow me to taste. This looks rather appealing, he remarked, observing the skewer's perfect hue, glistening with juices. He took a bite. Ouch, a bit hot. Yet, the flavor is exquisite. Chinchio gave Li Yifei a thumbs up. Impressive. Your culinary skills are commendable. Indeed, cooking is my forte, Li Yifei proclaimed with pride. Chinchio offered the meat skewer to 111, who eagerly took a bite. Delicious. 111 exclaimed between chews. Li Yifei continued to extract the grilled skewers. These are all ready to eat. Feel free to take them. I shall finish the remaining once they are done. Very well. Chinchio procured 2 trays and loaded them with skewers. 111, wishing to assist, approached with a tray balanced on her head, wobbling slightly as she returned. Nixis, Chia, come and sample the freshly grilled skewers by Li Yifei. Chinchio beckoned them over after setting down the tray. The flavor is quite delightful. Upon hearing that her grandson's skewers were ready, Nixis finally released Lin Xie, eager to taste his culinary creation. Lin Xie let out a sigh of relief. Nixis had at last loosened her grip. By the way, what will you all be drinking? Chinchio rummaged through nearby items. We have beverages and wine. Nixis, do you indulge in wine? Perhaps we could share a drink? Chinchio lifted a greenish bottle. This is Fengshen brew. I assure you have never tasted its like. Fengshen brew? You brewed this? Lin Xie asked in astonishment. Fengshen brew is merely a name. Not all that bears it is truly Fengshen brew. However, this bottle indeed is my creation. Upon hearing this, Nixis reconsidered her initial reluctance. Then I shall partake as well. Seeing Nixis agree to share a drink with him brought joy to Chinchio, who quickly found a cup and filled it for her. The clear liquid flowed from the bottle's mouth, and an aromatic fragrance began to waft through the air, subtle yet impossible to overlook. Lin Xie leaned in, eager to discern the unique qualities of the brew. The liquid in the cup shimmered a vibrant turquoise, seemingly imbued with a hint of luminescence. It swirled slowly but continuously, as if caught in a gentle breeze. Let us taste. Nixis raised her cup and took a small sip. At the entrance, the wine is not pungent, but rather refreshing and sweet, with just a hint of the rich aroma that confirms its nature as a fine wine. Among the wines I have tasted, the one crafted by Jellos ranks within the top 3. Nix provides a serious review. As an esteemed deity of Greek mythology, she has undoubtedly experienced the finest of wines, yet she bestows such high praise. Although it may be that Nix exaggerates the merits of the wind goddess brew to please a child, it cannot be denied that the wind goddess wine is indeed exquisite. Lin Xie gazes curiously at the wind goddess wine, intrigued by its flavor. No. Chinchio places a glass of sparkling sour plum juice before Lin Xie. Minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol, so drink your beverage obediently. Lin Chie finds himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he is still a minor. Ha ha ha. Chinchio revels in Lin Chie's speechlessness, finally able to utter this phrase rather than being the recipient of it. Come, come, the food is finally ready, Li Yifei announces as he brings over the remaining dishes. Is everything cooked? Chinchio inquires. Indeed, it's all here. Then let us begin our feast, Chinchio declares, marking the official commencement of the gathering he has prepared. Dionysus, this dish is delectable. You must try it. Here, let me feed you. Mother, there is no need, truly. I can eat by myself. Jellos, this piece is for you. Thank you, Nix. Grandson, no need to rush. Take your time. No one is competing with you. Indeed, grandmother, just look over there. Nix turns her head to see Lin Chie and Chinchio engaged in a playful skirmish. Chinchio, you're stealing my meat. That was the last piece of crispy bone. Lin Chie exclaims, filled with indignation. With a mouthful of meat, Chinchio leisurely replies, who told you to be slow? Their bond remains as strong as ever. And Nix feels a deep satisfaction watching Lin Chie and Chinchio bicker. Under the night sky, everyone temporarily casts aside their worries, engaging in cheerful conversation and laughter. Chinchio strums the piano, singing grand and magnificent verses from another world, while the wind dances an accompaniment. Nix reminisces about the past, sharing amusing stories, with the night serving as a witness. Lin Chie and Li Yifei act as attentive listeners, providing rhythm for Chinchio and helping Nix document the tales of yore. Occasionally, Lin Chie and Li Yifei share amusing anecdotes from their lives, bringing joy to everyone. The atmosphere is warm and joyous, reminiscent of a family gathering every weekend, sharing their experiences. Yet, everything also feels surreal, as the entire night celebrates Nix's delight, and the mountain winds become slightly chaotic due to Chinchio's inebriation. This gathering is simple yet extraordinary. Are you happy today? A slightly tipsy Chinchio asks as she approaches Lin Chie. Very happy, comes the response without a moment's hesitation. A child brings joy to their mother, and a mother comforts her child, bringing happiness. Friends playfully tussle with the child, spreading joy amongst them all. Everyone has their own worries, which is why it is essential to take a moment to unwind. Chinchio seems to have had a bit too much to drink and is quite talkative now. Hey, Chia, in a few months it will be the new year. Will you be going home to celebrate? Lin Chia was puzzled by Chinchio's inquiry. No, I won't be going back. Oh, they'll just throw you back. Goodness, is this what a drunken person is like? Lin Chia felt exasperated. He simply wouldn't listen. As Chinchio gazed at the myriad lights of Cangnan City, the individual lights may not have been particularly bright, but collectively they illuminated the surroundings. Your divine realm is about to shatter. The topic changed abruptly, leaving Lin Chia momentarily bewildered. Divine realm? Where did that come from? I have no divine realm. Cangnan, Lin Chia replied, speechless. Are you referring to Cangnan? Cangnan is not my divine realm. Oh. Chinchio chose to ignore Lin Chia and move closer to Nikes. Nikes, let's come out to play again next time. Lin Chia couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. This guy was indeed quite intoxicated. Extra. Truth or Dare. Shun Qingzhu by Li Pangpang. And Qingyu, Lin Chia, Chao Yuan. And Chinchio all play Truth or Dare, with 111 as the judge. Our motto, treating each participant equally with a hint of persecution. Let's spin the bottle. Whoever it points to must take their turn. Just to be clear, no one should cheat. Lin Chia ended up with an empty glass bottle. It's you, Chinchio. Did you hear that? I would never cheat. Chinchio replied, somewhat speechless. What kind of image do I have in Lin Chia's mind? Is my reputation really that poor? I would never cheat in such a trivial game. Besides, if the wind were to move the bottle, what does that have to do with him? Oh, that sounds fine. Lin Chia sighed in relief. 111 confirms with everyone present. Are we ready to begin? No objections? And Qingyu? No problem. Baili pangipang, em abitnervas. Shun Qingzhu, stop dragging your feet and get on with it. Chao Yuan, I'm ready. Then let us start with Chia. 111 randomly selected someone to begin. Lin Chia was the first to spin the bottle. Whoosh, the bottle began to spin. After a short while, it slowed down and finally pointed to Lin Chia himself. Lanqi, emoticon clandeuil. Ah? Chinchio, ha 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 ha. Others, Wow, 111. Lin Xie, RZ haha. This is too funny. Chinchio is about to burst from laughter. May I ask? Participant Xie, will you choose truth or dare? It was unclear where 111 had found a small microphone, but now it was thrust close to Lin Xie's mouth. Lin Xie felt quite uncomfortable. He never expected to draw himself. I choose truth. Very well. 111 swiftly produced a deck of cards. Draw one. Answer whatever it says. All right. Lin Xie hesitated momentarily before finally deciding on the card in the middle. Everyone strained their little heads towards Lin Xie. 111 picked up the card and read aloud. Do you wish to be supported by a wealthy individual? Lin Xie was taken aback by the question. Bali Pongpong's eyes lit up with anticipation as he gazed at Lin Xie. Wait a moment. Just as Lin Xie was about to speak, he was interrupted by Chinchio. What are you planning? Lin Xie regarded Chinchio warily, suspecting that this deity was up to something again. Come on, everyone put this on. Let us continue the game after wearing these. Chinchio distributed rings to several people present. Lin Xie examined the ring, finding it eerily familiar. Isn't this the truth ring from the training camp instructors? Lin Xie was utterly astonished at the truth ring in his hand. Chinchio, did you rob the restricted storage of the training camp? Chinchio shrugged nonchalantly. Honestly, it's not as outrageous as you think. I am also considered an instructor of the training camp. I merely borrowed it. Lin Xie, I don't believe you. All right, everyone put it on quickly. Don't worry, I'll wear one myself. Despite Lin Xie's protests, he was subdued and eventually donned the truth ring. Now, Lin Xie, do you wish to be supported by a wealthy individual? 111 inquired. Duh. Bili Pang Pang excitedly slammed the table and immediately jumped to his feet. Xie, look at me. What do you think of me? I could support you. Enough. Be quiet. Lin Xie covered Bili Pong Pong's mouth and pressed him back into his seat. Although I don't have much money, I can earn it. You must not run off with that scoundrel. Chao Yuan lamented from across the table. You need be quiet too. Lin Xie's expression darkened. What a ridiculous scene of impoverished love and a wealthy suitor competing for one person. Bili Pang Pang. Xie, I can. Chao Yuan. Don't believe him, Xie. Chinchio brought a bag of sunflower seeds and shared them with Xingyu. The two watched the unfolding drama while munching on seeds. Crack, crack. Xingyu turned to the sound and saw Chinchio and Xingyu enjoying their seeds, raising an eyebrow. Give me some too. Excellent. The gossip army has gained a new commander. All right, Lin Xie, answer quickly so we can continue the game. 111 halted the farce. Lin Xie rubbed his head, muddled from the bickering of Bili Pang Pang and Chao Yuan. Who's next? It's still you. Didn't the last round point to you? It's your turn again. No way. Lin Xie wore a mask of despair. He truly feared the bottle would point to him again. Nevertheless, the game must go on. At the very least, he couldn't be the only one pointed at. The bottle began to spin. Slowly, gradually, the speed of the bottle decreased. Finally, the mouth of the bottle pointed towards Chao Yuan. Upon being chosen, Chao Yuan began to fidget nervously. Chao Yuan, do you choose truth or dare? Ikuzadare. Chao Yuan chose an adventure yet to be tread by anyone. Very well, the adventure's task will be designated by the previous contestant. So, 7 nights. What task do you intend to assign to Chao Yuan? I have to specify. Lin Xie felt a headache coming on, unable to conceive of anything. If you cannot think of anything, there are cards available to draw for the adventure. 111 produced a deck of cards. Then let's draw one. Lin Xie truly found himself at a loss. He randomly selected a card. Please have Chao Yuan experience bungee jumping from a height of 1,000 meters. Note, no safety harness. Chao Yuan's expression twisted. We can't even bungee jump here, pointed out Xingyu. No, it is possible. Lin Xie cast a peculiar glance at Chinchio. This card must have been concocted by him. He recalled the days of being trained by Chinchio, enduring extreme bungee antics with old Zhao, an experience both exhilarating and torturous. Now it was time for someone else to partake in it. Chinchio rubbed his hands together. I'll assist in making this happen. With that, Chinchio lifted Chao Yuan and vanished. Where did they go? Bili Pang Pang inquired with curiosity. Lin Xie pointed upwards. To the sky. Come quickly and take a look. Shun Qingzhu beckoned to the others from the window. What is going on? Bali Pang Pang scampered over. Lin Xie and Qingyu moved at a slower pace, both acutely aware of what Chao Yuan was about to experience. Ah! Shun Qingzhu and Bali Pang Pang watched as a small black plummeted rapidly from above. That can't be. Bali Pang Pang swallowed hard. Yes, it's Chao Yuan. Shun Qingzhu's complexion darkening as well. In no time, Chao Yuan was nearing the ground. Just seconds before his landing, a gust of wind materialized, safely catching him. At this moment, Chao Yuan was merely 1 meter from the ground. Perhaps that was a bit premature. Qianxiu returned with Chao Yuan back into the room. Cough, cough, cough. Chao Yuan trembled as he returned to his seat, his limbs weak and quaking from the thrill of the experience. In a side note, truth or dare, the atmosphere in the room began to grow tense. 6 individuals fixated intently on the bottle at the center. If their gazes had temperature, the bottle would have been riddled with holes. After a moment of composure, Chao Yuan began to spin the bottle. The bottle twirled, gradually coming to a halt. Ultimately, the neck pointed towards Shun Qingzhu. 111 flew to Shun Qingzhu's side. May I inquire, contestant Qingzhu, do you choose truth or dare? I choose truth. The brave and audacious brother showed no fear. Very well. 111 conjured a large fan of cards before Shun Qingzhu. Please draw one. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Qingzhu casually reached out and selected a card. Look, this is how one plays truth or dare without a hint of hesitation. May I ask, how many adult films have you watched? Shun Qingzhu suddenly fell silent. What sort of question is this? Can't we ask something normal? Brother, do say something. Bai li bang bang urja. What? We couldn't hear you. Qianxiu remarked. 0. Is that sufficient? Wow, such an innocent young boy, Qianxiu sighed. Shun Qingzhu's ears turned crimson. All right, I'm done. Next. Shun Qingzhu promptly began spinning the bottle, denying the chance for those rascals to tease him. After a few revolutions, the bottle came to a halt, pointing directly at Lin Xie. Why me again? Lin Xie exclaimed, eyes wide. Is my luck truly this unfortunate? Congratulations, contestant Xie. You've earned a trip to the inner palace. 111 applauded Lin Xie. Now, may I ask whether contestant Xie chooses truth or dare? Lin Xie hesitated momentarily. Truth it is. The dare was set by Qianxiu, and he feared he might not withstand it. Draw a card. Faced with the cards before him, Lin Xie selected the one at the edge. How many girls have you confessed to? This question, Lin Xie initially intended to say 0, but his mouth betrayed him. 34. Upon uttering those words, Lin Xie himself was taken aback. Why not so fast? I have never confessed to any girl. Lin Xie panicked, for he truly hadn't tea. Little Xie, do you need a reminder? Qianxiu chuckled. Second high school, non-Tuwa serpent demon. Lin Xie was astonished. Does that even count? They aren't human. Wow, you're going big. No, that was part of the Night Watcher's task. I had no choice. Lin Xie insisted, flustered. Yes, we understand, they replied. Lin Xie sighed. Next round, next round. He muttered. 111 prompted him. Sullenly, Lin Xie began to spin the bottle once more. The bottle whirled and eventually pointed at Qingyu. Without waiting for 111 to inquire, Qingyu adjusted her glasses and declared, I choose dare. I have no specific request. Let us draw a card for Qingyu. Lin Xie relinquished his chance to specify. As Lin Xie drew a card from 111, his expression shifted upon reading the task. Subway. Elderly. Phone JPG. The others were curious about the task Lin Xie had drawn for Qingyu. Please wear a seductive camisole and alluring shorts, striking a pose that highlights her body-ass curves for a photo shoot. That's quite harsh. Everyone discreetly glanced at Qingyu. Look, the clothes I bought for you earlier are finally being utilized. Qianxiu beamed radiantly. Humph. And Qingyu remained expressionless. The clothes aren't here now, and changing is a hassle. I'll do it later. Since hearing the task requirement, Qingyu exuded an aura of coldness. Very well then. To prevent Qingyu from erupting, they decided to let it go for the time being. However, after the truth or dare concluded, Qianxiu set her sights on Qingyu, who ultimately could not evade. Moreover, several others discreetly downloaded and saved the photos, even backing them up multiple times to the cloud, fearing they might be lost. But that essay tale for another time. Now, and Xingyu began to spin the bottle. After a prolonged period of contemplation, and Xingyu finally began to spin the bottle. Qianxiu observed in Xingyu's earnest demeanor, and his eyelids flickered in response. Surely, this must be aimed at him. Throughout the rotation of the bottle, and Xingyu's gaze remained fixed upon Qianxiu, and the slightest movement of Qianxiu's fingers would put Xingyu on high alert. This is troublesome. As the bottle came to a halt, its opening pointed directly at Qianxiu. He sighed, realizing he could not evade this fate. Very well, I shall choose truth. Qianxiu draw, just as he was about to approach. The card was snatched away by Lin Xie. Let me handle this. Lin Xie took the card and approached Qianxiu, well aware of the close bond between Qianxiu and 111. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease. Go ahead and draw. Qianxiu observed Lin Xie and the others, who appeared to be guarding against wolves and thieves, his lips twitching with amusement. Must you be so cautious? If he genuinely wished to know, no one could conceal it from him, and besides, he wouldn't resort to such tactics. Where would the fun be in that? Qianxiu casually drew a card. May I inquire what you consider the most beautiful scene? The most beautiful scene. Qianxiu reflected. It is the wind that completely disperses the frost and snow. Yet, while the wind clears away the frost, bringing vitality and hope, in the end, that person is no longer present. Qianxiu? What is it? Qianxiu snapped back to reality. You. Lin Xie gazed at Qianxiu, unsure of what to say. Just moments ago, Qianxiu seemed lost in thought, wearing a faint smile tinged with sadness. Although the sorrow that enveloped Qianxiu was not heavy, it was palpably felt by those around him. Are you worried about me? Qianxiu blinked, the weight of his sadness dissipating, though it was unclear whether it had truly vanished or merely been concealed. I'm fine, just reminiscing about something. All right, let us continue. Qianxiu returned to normalcy and spun the bottle once more. The bottle whirled and finally pointed towards Bai Li Pang Pang. Why is it me? Bai Li Pampan exclaimed, Sumawat flusterat. Might I inquire, dear Pang Pang, will you choose truth or dare? I choose dare. Bai Li Pang Pang gritted his teeth and opted for dare. Oh, adare. Qianxiu regarded Bai Li Pang Pang with a grin reminiscent of a cunning fox. Bai Li Pang Pang ingratiatingly addressed Qianxiu. Brother, dear brother, I implore you to show mercy. Very well, very well. I am not particularly keen on leading you astray. Lin Xie listened to Qianxiu's words in silence. What is this? Are you only eager to lead me astray? Let us keep it simple then. Dear Pang Pang, please locate the first female contact in your call log, call her, declare I love you, and hang up immediately. Bai Li Pang Pang was left dumbfounded. But 111 prompted him. Please complete the task. Bai Li Pang Pang hesitated unwillingly. Who is your first female contact? Shen Qingzhu inquired curiously. It's Molly. And Xingyu answered on behalf of Bai Li Pang Pang. How did you know? Bai Li Pang Pang was astonished, and Xingyu waved the phone in his hand. Oh, Bai Li Pang Pang was quite plump, and it was uncertain when he had been touched by Ang Qingzhu. Everyone comprehended that Bai Li Pang Pang was now shy. Go ahead, said Qianxiu. Consider this a rehearsal, and later confess sincerely. However, Bai Li Pang Pang was in turmoil. Trust me, confess, Qianxiu urged, his gaze upon Bai Li Pang Pang filled with encouragement and earnestness. Do not allow yourself to regret. I understand, Bai Li Pang Pang stammered, uncertain of Qianxiu's motivations, yet feeling compelled to heed his advice. It seemed he harbored a premonition that they were not destined to be together, which was why he had hesitated to confess for so long. Yet now, he resolved to cease his evasion and take a chance. He would confront the matter and deal with the aftermath later. With determination, Bai Li Pang Pang picked up his phone and dialed Molly's number. The phone rang, echoing in the silence, undisturbed. Hello, Pang Pang? What's wrong? A sweet voice came through the line. Molly, Bai Li Pang Pang summoned his courage and shouted with all his might, I love you. Is that you, Molly? She seemed taken aback. Wait, you. And the line went dead. Bai Li Pang Pang hung up and collapsed onto the table, his phone clutched tightly in his hand. Lin Xie gave Qianxiu the thumbs up. The onlookers shared quiet laughter, for this little chubby fellow had finally taken that significant step. Chapter 47. The hunt, as winter approached, the air turned crisp. 5 months had elapsed since the commencement of training, and the recruits had become well acquainted with the rigors of camp life. They now ran laps with a newfound autonomy and enthusiasm, no longer needing to be pursued by Chinchio's relentless spirit. Chinchio felt a twinge of regret. Their adaptation had been so swift that the camp had lost its allure. During this period, Chinchio had only occasionally attended classes at the training camp, spending the majority of their time, as before, venturing into the mists, seeking a solitary figure, and returning to their roots as a wandering minstrel, performing wherever they could. It was not a matter of imposing expectations upon others. Chinchio merely offered a choice. However, with the new year approaching, it was time for Lin Chia and the others to take a break. Just moments ago, Chinchio had spotted Chunmai arriving at Yuan Gang's door, sword in hand. Such commotion was too enticing to resist. "You're granting a holiday for your training camp?" Yuan Gang asked, perplexed. "Captain Chun, I was unaware that our training camp was to have a holiday," he replied. "Then let us issue special leave for Lin Chia and in Qingyu," Yuan Gang said, feeling a headache coming on. "This isn't in accordance with protocol." Leaning back in his chair, Chunmai retorted, "There's no other way. You may find it hard to believe, but 2 members of our squad are currently lying in wait outside your training camp. If you refuse, they may very well resort to taking them by force." Yuan Gong inhaled deeply. "Captain Shun, could you enlighten me as to why you insist on taking Lin Xia? I am still in the dark regarding the reason." With solemnity, Chunmai explained, "Currently, Cangnan is not secure. Numerous intruders have infiltrated. Their objective is precisely this training camp." A knock resounded at the door, interrupting the standoff between Chunmai and Yuan Gang. "Who is it?" came a call. "It's me. I'm coming in," Chinchio announced, twisting the doorknob to Yuan Gang's office. "Chinchio?" Chunmai inquired. "Your Excellency Chinchio, to what do we owe your presence?" Yuan Gang asked, puzzled by Chinchio's arrival. "You were just debating whether to grant a holiday, weren't you?" "Do so. There are indeed intruders among us," Chinchio stated plainly, acknowledging the infiltration in Cangnan. But Yuan Gang hesitated, understanding that since Chinchio had taken it upon themselves to protect Cangnan since their arrival, it was reasonable for them to be aware of the current circumstances. Yet if what Chinmai claimed was true, the recruits were in jeopardy. Should they still take a holiday under such conditions? "Allow the holiday. With my presence. You need not fear casualties," Chinchio asserted, sharing their thoughts. "Let this incident serve as a drill or examination." Yuan Gang felt a flicker of hope at Chinchio's proposal. "I assure you, as long as they remain in Cangnan, I can safeguard their lives," Chinchio expressed with confidence. Would it not be beneficial to hone the recruits through genuine combat? Originally, the ancient deities sect sought to hunt those with talent. Why should the recruits not turn the tables and hunt them instead? "Rest assured, I will take responsibility. Cangnan is largely under my control, and the recruits will face no fatal consequences. At most, they may suffer a broken limb. Let the new recruits indulge in a grand revelry." Chunmai, observing Yuan Gang's intrigued demeanor, fanned the flames of excitement. Moreover, by dividing their forces, they could better navigate the chaos, whether in defense or offense. This strategy proved far more advantageous than being mere targets in a training camp. Yuan Gang inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. "I must admit, you have swayed me." A sharp whistle reverberated throughout the training camp, lingering in the air. Numerous recruits emerged from various corners of the camp, and onlookers might be astonished by the sheer number of individuals materializing from such small spaces. The recruits raced toward the playground, and within 3 minutes, they were all assembled, standing upright, awaiting the instructor's address. Shortly, Yuan Gang and Chinchio appeared on stage. "Today, we shall not engage in physical training. Rather, I have an announcement to make." Yuan Gang's voice resonated clearly in every recruit's ear. "The first half of the training has concluded, and from now on, our focus will shift towards tactics, firearms, and the forbidden ruins." The recruits could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Finally, they would no longer be chased by a whirlwind. Moreover, Yuan Gang's voice intensified, silencing the recruit chatter. Simultaneously, after discussions among the instructors, there will be a trial ahead. A trial? The recruits were perplexed. "Allow me to elaborate." Chinchio stepped forward, taking over from Yuan Gang. From today until the second day of the Lunar New Year, you will have a total of 4 days of leave. What? The recruits gasped, their eyes wide in disbelief, thinking Chinchio had misspoken, especially since he had just mentioned a trial. I did not misspeak. It is indeed a holiday, and the trial will occur during this period. During this time, you must not leave Cangnan, and the scope of the trial encompasses the entire city. The recruits fell silent, cautiously observing Chinchio, for he was known to be unpredictable and surely had more shocking revelations to share. Are you familiar with the ancient Deity Church? Chinchio inquired with a smile directed at the recruits below. Indeed, as members of the Night Watch reserves, they were well aware of this malignant entity plaguing the Great Xia. The ancient Deity Church has infiltrated Cangnan. Your trial will involve confronting the ancient Deity Church. Goodness, this is quite the undertaking. The recruits were taken aback. This trial will factor into your final graduation scores. Furthermore, rest assured, your lives will not be in jeopardy during this period. However, heed my warning. I will protect your lives, but I will not shield you from injuries, and losing limbs is a distinct possibility. To me, as long as you remain alive, I shall not intervene. Therefore, gauge your capabilities wisely and avoid reckless actions. The recruits pondered deeply. This time, it seemed the instructors genuinely intended for them to engage in combat. Although there was no imminent danger to their lives, who could predict whether chaos would ensue? And if the instructors could arrive in time? Chinchio's expression turned serious. This battle is yours. Cangnan will serve as your inaugural battlefield. The Night Watch is not a mere patrol for amusement. It is a brutal struggle marked by blood and tears, and this marks the commencement of your fierce encounters. Now you still have my protection. Afterwards, you will have nothing. Therefore, cherish this opportunity. Are you afraid? Yunggong Spuka. Afraid of what? Afraid of death? I have already promised to safeguard your lives. Afraid of injury? If you fear injury, what are you doing here as Night Watchman? Is this a game to you? No. Tell me, are you afraid or not? Not afraid. Each new recruit shouted with all their might, their voices merging into a deafening roar. Then do you dare to complete this trial? We dare. Excellent. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction at the fervent new recruits below. Chinchio, I entrust this to you, Yuan Gang said, nodding to Chinchio beside him. Chinchio smiled back at Yuan Gang. Rest assured, I will protect these children. Chinchio turned to face the new recruits. Closing his eyes, one hand rested on his chest while the other reached forward. The air began to flow gently, and the wind swirled around the training ground, enveloping all the new recruits. They seemed to perceive a faint azure glow emanating from the wind. In my name, I bestow upon you the assurance of safety. The wind brushed past every new recruit, and the azure glow settled upon them, forming a mark of wind element on the backs of their hands. The recruits realized that this was Chinchio's method of granting them protection. Behind Chinchio, a pair of white wings briefly flickered, unnoticed by anyone. All right. Chinchio opened his eyes. He had bestowed the protection of the wind upon everyone, sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from the sea realm. It was not that Chinchio was unwilling to provide them with higher-level protection, but the recruits were too weak to endure it. This would suffice for now. If his protection were to fail, Chinchio would immediately appear before them, ensuring their safety. Seeing that Chinchio had finished, Yuan Gang addressed the recruits. Everyone, return to the dormitory to pack your belongings. Assemble at the training ground within half an hour to collect your Starfall Blade. A vehicle will transport you all together. Is that clear? Clear. Dismissed. With a rush, the new recruits scattered, sprinting toward the dormitory. The hunt is about to begin. Chapter 48. The pre-war alarmed the recruits, finished packing their belongings, and made their way back. The instructor was indeed audacious. This trial would directly confront the ancient God Church. Bai Li, plump and jovial, remarked as they walked. It felt as though this trial was proposed by Chinchio. One must admit, Lin Xie, having spent the most time with Chinchio, immediately grasped the truth. This time, it would undoubtedly be perilous. Chao Yuan's expression grew somber. Old Chao, you speak of danger? Bai Li, with a grimace reminiscent of a toothache, gazed at Chao Yuan. In the absence of instructor Chinchio, my concern lies more with our adversaries than with you. Chao Yuan, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced aside, scratching his head. And Xingyu interjected, Chinchio previously inquired about my fish species. Your fish species? Lin Xia knew well of Qingyu's aquatic classification and its implications. Why? To compare my intelligence gathering on Cangnan, and Qingyu replied. Chinchio stated that I would serve as the intelligence source for this trial. You, as an intelligence source? Why wasn't T that mentioned by Chinchio? Gao Duan Guidi Pepe. Chinchio insisted I reach out on my own and devise a strategy, and Qingyu sighed in resignation. Moreover, there exists an unspoken rule. Cleanse Cangnan before the new year. If not, for every additional day, we recruits will endure an extra day of training. What? Why? The trio exclaimed in unison. Chinchio proclaimed it was to ensure everyone could enjoy the new year, and Qingyu revealed, echoing Chinchio's words. But we want to be able to enjoy it. The group lowered their heads, feeling the weight of their predicament. As the four conversed, they returned to the training ground. The instructor stood beside a cluster of black boxes, which must be the stellar blades. Meanwhile, Chinchio leaned against the bus with closed eyes, toying with a crystal orb the size of an egg. Now, come forth to collect your stellar blades. Use them only in emergencies. However, should such a situation arise, do not fret about being discovered. Our instructors possess means to manage it. Focus solely on battle, and ensure none escape your grasp. If even one slips past you, consider yourselves returned for additional training. Is that understood? Understood. Come to collect your blades. Yes. All the recruits lined up in an orderly fashion to retrieve their stellar blades from the ground. Bailey examined his newly acquired weapon, musing, the quality of this blade is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to the forbidden items. Lin Xia slapped his forehead, resigned to Bailey's obliviousness to the world's adversities. Be silent. Venti, you notice the gazes around us? Bailey turned to observe. The glances from the surrounding recruits seemed to convey, come, choose a color for your shroud. We shall adorn you with it tonight. Bailey shuddered, promptly sealing his lips. Those who had collected their stellar blades boarded the bus, and once filled, the vehicles slowly departed, heading straight towards the training camp's exit. As they gradually left the confines of the camp, a sudden lightness enveloped them, as if some unseen constraint had been shattered in an instant. And everyone felt themselves begin to elevate. Goodness, I've broken through. So have I. What is happening? How do we suddenly break through? I have been stuck for so long. Everyone felt the breakthrough in their realms. Yet Lin Xia appeared utterly bewildered. What is going on? Why does he feel nothing at all? Sitting in the passenger seat, Instructor Hong chuckled. Do you think the training camp merely suppresses your forbidden void? The restrictions have long been weighing down your realms. After being suppressed for so long, once released, a natural rebound occurs. Upon hearing this, the others enlightened, their excitement growing, feeling more confident about the upcoming trials. But why hasn't my restriction been lifted? Lin Xia pondered in confusion. Across the aisle, Chinchio, who had overheard Lin Xia's words, paused while toying with a crystal ball and smacked his forehead. I forgot. Chinchio quickly waved at Lin Xia, and a wisp of azure wind burst forth from Lin Xia's wrist. In that moment, Lin Xia finally sensed the lifting of the restriction, and the long-lost divine void returned in full. He nearly forgot that he had been sealed by Chinchio alone. At the moment of unsealing, Lin Xia's aura surged dramatically, directly breaking through to the pool realm and instantly rising to the mid-pool realm before coming to a halt. Before entering the training camp, Chinchio had pushed Lin Xia to the pinnacle of the lamp realm, so it was only natural for him to break through to the mid-pool realm after such a prolonged suppression. Very good. Chinchio nodded in satisfaction as Lin Xia reached the mid-pool realm. Both Chao Yuan and Qingyu also broke through to the pool realm, while Bai Li Pangpang, though lacking in the forbidden void, still experienced a boost in mental strength. Next, Chinchio glanced at the unsuspecting new recruits engaged in casual conversation. It was time to offer them a word of caution. All the recruits were oblivious as the windows of the buses that could be opened were swiftly opened by the instructors. 3, 2, 1. 111. Like lightning, the buses surged forward, then abruptly halted just a meter away from Chinchio's bus window. To the new recruits, it seemed as if a colossal dragon had suddenly appeared beside the bus, and a sudden stop of 111 stirred up a fierce wind, toppling the unprepared recruits to the ground. Some seated by the windows almost got swept out through the open windows, but the instructors were quick to react, pulling them back just in time. Wow. The scene erupted into chaos. Lin Xie's reflexes were swift. He managed to grasp the hefty by Li Pangpang beside him, preventing himself from being thrown off his seat. However, Chao Yuan and Qingyu were not so fortunate. They came perilously close to being blown out of the bus. Yet the instructors acted fast and rescued them. Well, are you all dumbfounded? This serves as a wake-up call. Remember, your opponents in this trial are the ancient God Church, and it's a real battle. Enemies may appear at any moment. Therefore, from now on, I want everyone to be on high alert and vigilant of your surroundings. Instructor Hong seized the opportunity to educate the recruits. The other instructors also took this chance to impart lessons, having previously coordinated to sound a warning bell before the true battle commenced. The recruits bowed their heads in shame as they listened to the instructors' admonitions. Indeed, they had been careless, had it not been for the illustrious dragon of Qinxiu, but rather the enemy's stratagem. They would have faced near total annihilation. Instructor Hong was imparting wisdom to the recruits, while Qinxiu conversed with 111. How are things on your end? 111. 111, having shrunk in size, flew through the car window and landed on Qinxiu's lap. Qinxiu, the missile launch base has been secured. No one was harmed. The woman you mentioned has been rendered unconscious and discarded in a corner of Cangnan Alley. Well done, 111. Qinxiu affectionately ruffled 111's small head. As Qinxiu toyed with the crystal orb in hand, the hue of the azure, transparent sphere appeared to deepen. Chapter 49, Tactical Discussions Group Chat. The other party is typing. 204. Tonsils Never Speak. Who named this group? I stared at the name for quite a while before it finally registered. Flying Fish has renamed the group to the Rodent Cleanup Plan. Flying Fish, launching you all as well now. That name was suggested by Qinxiu. Tonsils Never Speak retracts the previous message. Tonsils Never Speak. All right, I shall say nothing. Flying Fish. Is everyone present in this group? For those who have not yet joined, please assist each other in adding. Eggplant stir-fried with eggs. Lin Chia, wait a moment. There are still some who haven't entered. I will invite them. Eggplant stir-fried with eggs invites the boss to join the group chat. Boss, Xin Qingjun? What is this group? Flying Fish. Hold on. Once everyone is here, we shall speak. Eggplant stir-fried with eggs invites a total of 36 individuals to join the group chat. Eggplant stir-fried with eggs. All right. It should be complete now. Flying Fish. Good, then I shall begin. Flying Fish. This time, Advisor Qinxiu has provided me with crucial information. We must cleanse Cangnan before New Year's Eve. If not, we shall extend our training for an additional day. Youthful boy, what? Seriously? We still have to endure that devil's training? Flying Fish. Qinxiu will oversee it personally. Also, Qinxiu is in the group. Youthful boy retracts the previous message. Flying Fish retracts the last two messages. Flying Fish. Is everyone clear now? Understanding. 99, 99 plus in 10 seconds. Flying Fish. Then, Flying Fish. Location, Flying Fish. The location above is derived from my use of the Forbidden Abyss to locate members of the ancient Deity Church. Anonymous, what is this? Flying Fish. It pertains to the Forbidden Abyss. I am here to serve as your intelligence source, which will expedite our efforts. Child of a common family. Bailey Pang Pang, what? What's going on? Why are there so many red dots around me? Flying Fish. Ah, congratulations. Pang Pang, you've struck gold. Flying Fish. I checked. And while the individuals near you are not members of the ancient Deity Church, they are nonetheless connected to them. They are our adversaries and fall within the scope of our cleanup. Child of a common family. Oh no, they are approaching me. Child of a common family. Help. I'm scared. Flying Fish. You are with Chao Yuan, correct? Young monk Ming Yuan. Yes, I am with Pang Pang. Flying Fish. Be cautious. Their intentions are not benevolent. Flying Fish. Eggplant stir-fried with eggs. You are nearest to them. Please investigate. Eggplant stir-fried with eggs. Understood. Flying Fish. Pang Pang and your group are currently in a densely populated red dot area. When the time comes, you three should clear that section. Eggplant stir-fried with eggs. All right, I understand. Flying Fish. Others, there are 7 more densely populated red dot areas and numerous scattered zones. Let us divide the tasks. Flying fish, those with greater strength, such as Boss and Jasmine, please lead some individuals to the dense areas. The scattered areas should be assigned to those of relatively lesser strength, while still forming teams where possible. No objections? Boss, sounds good. Molly, certainly. The tonsils never speak. I can lead too. Flying fish. Online form. Flying fish. Everyone, please allocate yourselves, and once you've made contact, fill out the form. I will then provide you with more detailed location information. Online form editing participants. 19. 170. 249. Flying fish. Captains, please add me individually. Flying fish. Image. QR code. Flying fish. I have a comprehensive grasp of information throughout Cangnan City. I'm generally aware of most matters. Flying fish. I will keep a close eye on the group, so please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Flying fish. Finally, please take care of yourselves, and I wish everyone great success. Boss, Moly, we will definitely win. Youthful boy, haha. Let us show them what we can do. The tonsils never speak. Let's go, everyone. Time to make a scene. Anonymous. Things are heating up. Just filling in. Hurry and fight, so we can celebrate the new year afterwards. Ordinary family as child. Chia, hurry up. We have visitors. There are quite a few people. And old Chow can't hold on much longer. Scrambled eggs with eggplant. On my way. Lin Chia exited the group chat, and in the brief moment of leaving, the messages in the group had already exceeded 99. Lin Chia did not open the chat again and quickened his pace towards the direction of Bai Li. All the new recruits were nearly in motion, following in Xingyu's directional commands as they evenly dispersed to various corners of Cangnan. They remained oblivious to the fleeting moment of disorientation as they headed towards an ambush against the ancient god sect. Qiuqiu was positioned atop the tallest building in the center of Cangnan. During the discussions among the new recruits, Qiuqiu had been lurking, observing as they swiftly arranged tactics and assigned territories. Not bad, they show some promise. Qiuqiu nodded in satisfaction. However, this satisfaction abruptly ceased when the first team of new recruits encountered the enemy. No, are they foolish? They charged straight in. We already have intel on the enemy's movements. It's supposed to be an ambush. A bunch of fools. Qiuqiu pounded his chest in frustration. These naive youngsters presented themselves right in front of the enemy. Qiuqiu, calm down. The core is about to shatter. 111 saw Qiuqiu's anger and quickly urged him to relax. Hearing 111's words snapped Qiuqiu back to reality, and he quickly eased his grip. He brought the small crystal ball closer to his eyes for a careful inspection. Phew, thank goodness. Qiuqiu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the core wasn't damaged. Otherwise, all my efforts during this time would have been in vain. Yet these kids are truly foolish. Qiuqiu reminisced about the recruits' silly antics and began to grind his teeth. Qiuqiu picked up his phone, found a mouse cleanup group chat, and started typing furiously. Group chat, mouse cleanup plan, 241, Qiuqiu Fengwei. Sharing the wisdom of guerrilla warfare, Qiuqiu Fengwei. Sharing ambush tactics, Qiuqiu Fengwei has renamed the group to Silly Kittens Catching Mice, Qiuqiu Fengwei. You all better study these ancient texts thoroughly. Qiuqiu Fengwei. Can any of you be a bit more astute? Is it not customary to greet one another before engaging in a face-to-face confrontation? This is a battle, not a mere contest. Surely, you would not resort to ambush. Qin Xiufeng remarked, during the holiday, memorize the main content of these two books for me. I will conduct a review upon your return. Should you fail to commit them to memory, I shall take you on an exhilarating journey thousands of meters above ground. After sending the message, Qinxiu exited the group chat, paying no heed to the cacophony of lamentations from the new recruits in response to his announcement. Chapter 50. The first encounter under the guidance of Qinxiu, the recruits began to alter their tactics. They started to resemble cunning wolf packs, slowly encircling their prey and seizing the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Although their methods were still somewhat inexperienced, they were a marked improvement over their previous, rather foolish direct assaults. In this confrontation, the recruits were the hunters, while the ancient god church remained blissfully unaware of their peril. Meanwhile, the instructors at the training camp were not idle. Though this was a trial, the instructors took action. Most enemies at or above the initial level of Chuanjing were swiftly dealt with, leaving only a few as mere tokens. After all, it would be absurd to pit mere novices of Qi Jing against foes from a higher realm. What would that even prove? Who could fall faster? Seventh night. There is someone at a distance who hasn't moved for quite some time. They're likely a remote sniper. Let us deal with them first. Came Ankinjiu's voice through the earpiece. I see them, but they just jumped off the building, Lin Xie replied, having just engaged in combat with the female archer, who had fled in defeat. What? Ankinjiu momentarily faltered at Lin Xie's words. It was until she contacted her little white mouse nearby that she grasped the situation. But before she could say anything, she watched in astonishment as Lin Xie leapt off the building without any preparation. Lin Xie, with a few light taps of his toes against the building's wall, Lin Xie gracefully descended from the 6th floor to the ground below. Ankinjiu fell silent. When did you learn to jump off buildings? If you were thrown into the air by Qianxiu for a month, you'd learn too, Lin Xie mused, realizing that the skills acquired from practicing bungee jumping were indeed quite useful. You, the fleeing female archer, witnessing Lin Xie's audacious leap, was taken aback. While she had employed protective measures to cushion her descent, this monster had simply jumped off. Lin Xie paid no heed to the archer's shock and charged forward. The archer hurriedly turned and dashed down the winding streets behind her, shooting arrows as she ran, trying to hinder Lin Xie's pursuit. Compared to Qianxiu's elusive arrows, this archer's projectiles were considerably easier to evade. With a few swift turns, Lin Xie dodged all of them effortlessly. Not intending to toy with the archer any longer, Lin Xie gripped the hilt of his blade and closed the distance with even greater speed than before. Before the archer could react, he swung his sword, and in an instant blood splattered. Casting aside the bloodied blade, Lin Xie sheathed it as the woman's body slowly crumpled to the ground. Ankinjiu's voice suddenly shattered the dramatic scene. All right, stop showing off. Lao Chao has already dispelled the seal over at Fatty's side. If you delay, Fatty might end up being taken away by Lao Chao along with the enemy. I'm not showing off. Lin Xie rolled his eyes, yet his pace remained swift. What is the situation over at Fatty? Ankinjiu shifted her perspective to observe the situation beside Li Fatty. Hasten your pace, for old Chao's enemies have perished. Indeed, while the foes have fallen, our allies remain. Thus the next target must be our comrades. Lin Xie quickened his steps. Observing from a distance, Li Pang watched as Chao Yuan, treading upon the bloodied ground, approached with a menacing grin, the dark flames swirling around his gleaming blade. Calm yourself, old Chao. Maintain your composure. With each step Chao Yuan took forward, Li Pang retreated in tandem. I tell you, should you advance any further, I shall reveal your secret to Qi and instructor Qianxiu. Although Chao Yuan was momentarily unaware, the mention of Lin Xie and Qianxiu sparked a flicker of awareness in his eyes. Is it truly effective? Li Pang's eyes widened in surprise. What was meant to be a casual remark had indeed elicited a response from Chao Yuan. Old Chao, I must inform you that Qi is on his way, and instructor Qianxiu might very well be observing from a distance. You must not act impulsively. Chao Yuan halted in his tracks. Li Pang gaped at the figure enveloped in dark flames, realizing that instructor Qianxiu's treatment had proven effective, astonishingly. Old Chao had not succumbed to madness and attacked his allies. Lin Xie arrived, already well aware of the situation. He gestured towards Li Pang from afar. Pang. The latter quickly grasped Lin Xie's intent and rummaged through his towel, ultimately retrieving a roll of black ribbon. Xie, here is old Chao's chastity belt, catch. Li Pang hurled the seal scroll toward him. Without hesitation, Lin Xie seized the seal scroll and promptly activated both dark corruption and mundane divine domain, imposing them upon Chao Yuan. In the moment that Chao Yuan was rigidly controlled, Lin Xie swiftly unfurled the exclusive ribbon, deftly wrapping it around Chao Yuan twice. Noting the hint of awareness in Chao Yuan's demeanor, Lin Xie paused to observe, ultimately tying a small bow for good measure. After a brief interval, Chao Yuan regained consciousness, the dark flames that once enveloped him having dissipated entirely. Xie, Pang, I am thankful for your swift actions. Are you both unharmed? As he spoke, he began to untie the ribbon, only to find it rather stubborn. What is this? Why can't I seem to unfasten it? Chia, come and assist me. I cannot remove the seal scroll. Lin Chia cleared his throat, feeling somewhat guilty, for he had indeed tied it quite securely. He hastened to help Chao Yuan with the ribbon. Thank goodness you arrived in time, or I would have been in dire straits. Bai Li Pang Pang chimed in, rushing over. So, is this where it concludes? May we take our leave? Qingyu, are there still foes nearby? Lin Chia inquired through his earpiece. There are none in the vicinity. Your positions overlap with Zhuagu S. And he has cleared the area, and Qingyu replied, glancing at the map. The small red dots surrounding Lin Chia and his companions had nearly all vanished. You may return. Wait a moment. After a moment of silence, and Qingyu spoke again, you all may need to fend for yourselves. Her tone carried both resignation and a hint of schadenfreude. What is amiss? Upon hearing and Qingyu's words, Lin Chia was engulfed by an ominous premonition. You cannot escape. The instructors declared, stating that your combat skills were far too simplistic compared to others. They have already instructed the commanding officers to arrange a challenging scenario for you to hone your skills. What? Lin Chia's mouth fell agape. A challenging scenario? Indeed, Lin Chia could not see the smirk curling at the corner of Qingyu's mouth. But fret not, it is merely a preliminary stage. What kind of challenging scenario? Are we truly to engage in one? Bai Li, plump and startled, reacted in disbelief. Chao Yuan's hand froze mid-tier of the tape, and Qingyu sent a message to Shun Qingzhu. I have sent Zhuangge to your location. You will be better off fighting alongside him. Having assistance will surely be advantageous. If you have any objections, take them up with the instructors. It was their decision, and others have contacted me. I must attend to pressing matters. And Qingyu seized the moment to withdraw swiftly. And Qingyu? He received no further response, abandoning his beleaguered companions. Lin Chia's head throbbed. Why did this scenario feel so familiar? Meanwhile, a certain individual who discreetly controlled all information within Cangnan City through the wind remained shrouded in anonymity. Tomorrow is the CET 4 and CET 6 exams. May fortune favor the author, for the child's English is truly lacking. Chapter 51. The four heavenly kings battle the river boundary boss. Qianxio's gaze was fixed upon Cangnan, who circled around several times, assisting whenever a peculiar situation arose. Is it safe to assume that the majority of these new recruits have concluded their battles? Qianxio turned toward Lin Chia and his team, discovering that the river boundary had arrived as he had instructed. It's time for Lin Chia and his team to engage the river boundary. After consolidating the information, 111 replied. Qianxio, we are essentially finished. Only a few weaker foes remain, and they will be dealt with shortly. Perfect, Qianxio exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Come, Gentleundich. Let's broadcast this epic battle against the river boundary live for everyone to see. Group chat. Mischievous kittens catching mice. 240. Qianxio Fengwei. Sharing the passionate battle of the four heavenly kings against the river boundary boss. Live stream. Qianxio Fengwei. The live stream password is 17,414. Come and take a look. The new recruits, having dealt with foes, were well aware of Qianxio's nature, sensing that someone from their training camp had been subjected to his antics. However, since it was not themselves being targeted, they curiously clicked in, eager to witness the entertainment. Upon entering, they beheld Qianxio standing atop a rooftop with 111 off to the side, engrossed and holding a phone, oblivious to being captured in the frame. Qianxio, microphone in hand, waved at the camera. Hello, my dear students. Did you miss me after just one day? A unified response echoed in the minds of the new recruits. No. Do you think I'm unaware of your thoughts? For now, I shall spare you. The recruits, drenched in sweat from the first half of his statement, sighed in relief upon hearing the latter. Now, we have 4 of the 5 titans from our training camp present. Although one is directing from a distance, we can still form our 4 heavenly kings. Let us now witness the confrontation with the formidable river boundary demon king. As the camera panned left, the battlefield was fully revealed. First, we saw competitors Shun Qingzhu and Lin Chia converge. Upon hearing of the battle against the river boundary, Shun Qingzhu's expression visibly contorted. Then, the enemy river boundary boss, made his grand entrance. Here he comes, ablaze with fiery brilliance. The live stream automatically added background music. You are like a flame in the winter. The blazing fire warms my heart. Each time you quietly approach me, your glow illuminates my soul. The viewers watching the live stream felt their mouths twitch uncontrollably. Yet, surprisingly, the timing was rather impeccable. Now that the enemy boss has arrived, the four Heavenly Kings team stands ready for battle. Our Shen Qingzhu seizes the initiative. Look, he clenches his hand in the air, drawing the surrounding air from the enemy boss. Splendid. The enemy little torch has been extinguished, leaving them temporarily deprived of oxygen. Seizing the moment, Shen Qingzhu struck again, directing a compressed air blast toward the adversary. How will the opponent respond? Wow. The little firebrand reacted swiftly, quickly evading the air bullet unleashed by the competitor Shen Qingzhu, reigniting the flames upon its form. Shen Qingzhu faltered. However, it mattered not, for Lin Xie had already maneuvered behind the little firebrand. Indeed, it appears that Lin Xie has diligently studied the 2 volumes I previously shared, a promising pupil indeed. Qianxiu nodded with satisfaction during the live broadcast. Although this should be a serious battle, the new recruits watching the stream, under Qianxiu's commentary, could not help but feel an odd mixture of amusement, bewilderment, and sympathy. Ah, Lin Xie is quite clever. The competitor Lin Xie initiated a skill, and a dark shadow spread forth, ensnaring the little firebrand. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xie delivered a decisive strike, while Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers. Bu Billy, not one to be outdone, brandished his great sword, seizing the moment to launch a surprise attack. Could they succeed? Would their strikes land? Could the little firebrand escape this critical predicament? Wow, they struck true. All 3 attacks hit the little firebrand. Alas, the smoke is thick, obscuring the situation below. Qianxiu raised his hand, wishing to disperse the smoke with a gust of wind, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. After all, this is their battle. The smoke might still serve a purpose for them, so it is best not to interfere. In the live stream, only a cloud of smoke billowed forth. All held their breath, eagerly anticipating the next developments. Look, the enemy's little firebrand is ablaze. Perhaps now it should be dubbed the Great Firebrand. With the law of smoke and no harm in play, the Great Firebrand, though injured, is still ready to fight. Wait, over there, our little firebrand has emerged. The player Chao Yuan has broken the seal. This round pits the little firebrand against the Great Firebrand. Which is superior? The dynamic background music returns. You are like a flame. The roaring fire warms me. You are like a flame. The brilliant blaze illuminates me despite the spectacle and excitement of the clash between black flames and crimson flames. The new recruits, under the influence of this background score, increasingly perceive these 2 as mere torches. No, they cannot dwell on this thought. The recruits hurriedly banished the looping melody from their minds. Now, player Chao Yuan engages the enemy boss in a distracting entanglement. Player Lin Xie commences a guerrilla strategy, attacking and retreating. Player Shen Qingzhu launches a fierce ranged assault, though his aim leaves much to be desired, with a wide radius that risks harming allies. Bu Billy lurks on the periphery, occasionally striking the boss. This configuration is quite commendable. A high-damage tank, an agile assassin with commendable attack speed, a high-damage marksman, and a supportive ally. It seems this battle will not conclude swiftly. We are now entering a protracted struggle. However, while the 4 Heavenly Kings collaborate harmoniously and currently hold the upper hand against the Chuanjing boss, it remains uncertain whether the boss possesses any hidden cards. Should the boss lack any aces up its sleeve, then the outcome appears to be all but predetermined. The battlefield began to stabilize, and the new recruits felt a sense of relaxation. The instructors had resolved other matters and were now perched on the roof beside Qianxiu, observing the unfolding drama. Suddenly, flame surged once more from the opposing side. Goodness, the enemy boss had shed its armor and entered its second phase. Player Chao Yuan was sent flying, scattering the formation of the 4 Heavenly Kings, placing them in peril. Surprisingly, despite his corpulent figure, Bai Li was quick on his feet. Bai Li, true to his supportive role, successfully shielded players Shen Qingzhu and Lin Xie. Under the relentless flames, Yao Wang protected the three, enduring their trials. As for Chao Yuan, well, he had already vacated the battlefield. All right, Chao Yuan is out. Qinxiu gave an approving gesture to Instructor Hong, who was carrying the unconscious Chao Yuan. One of the four heavenly kings had fallen. Now, it remained to see how the remaining trio would contend with the challenge. Player Lin Qie took the initiative, unleashing his divine might. The enemy momentarily stiffened. Lin Qie took up the position once held by Chao Yuan, engaging the enemy boss in combat. After dozens of exchanges, it was evident that Lin Qie was struggling. He was nearing his limit. With a final, desperate strike, was he about to concede? The enemy boss staggered back, leaving its center wide open. Shun Qingzhu had been charging up all along. A well-timed air projectile surged toward the enemy's face. Could they triumph? Alas, the opponent evaded. Curiously, why were Shun Qingzhu and Lin Qie exhausted and seated on the ground, still smiling? Oh my goodness, the backup was none other than the plum player. His presence had been understated, allowing him to catch the enemy off guard completely. After the enemy dodged Shun Qingzhu's air projectile, Bai Li's great sword followed swiftly, leaving no chance for the foe to react. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They had won. The new recruits in the live stream erupted in jubilant cheers. This was the Chuanjing, for individuals from the Pool realm had triumphed over it. Observing the fallen figure and the few seated on the ground, the recruits brimmed with pride. I declare this time, the four heavenly kings have achieved a resounding victory against the Chuanjing boss. Qinxiu proclaimed loudly. Oh, my child received a score today. Though it was quite low, I am still very happy. Tomorrow there is an exam, and once that is over, I shall provide you with more updates to celebrate. Chapter 52, Prizing Lin Qie in a corner. The youth is formidable indeed, exclaimed Instructor Hong in astonishment. The live stream had already been terminated, and just before it ended, viewers were still showering it with virtual rockets. 111 suspected that someone had pilfered their parents' cards to send gifts. Qinxiu furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. It appeared that the initial phase of Chuanjing was not particularly strong. Originally, he intended to temper their enthusiasm, but given the current situation, it seemed prudent to wait until they had thoroughly dealt with both Chuanjing and Qijing today, allowing Lin Qie and the others to tackle Haijing tomorrow. Haijing? Instructor Hong gasped in surprise. Surely these children could not withstand such a challenge. It is merely to broaden their horizons. Winning is of no consequence. Very well. After some deliberation, Instructor Hong acquiesced to Qinxiu's proposal. They had instructors for Haijing on their side. General Yuan Gang would undoubtedly safeguard these youngsters. Qinxiu turned to Instructor Hong and gestured below. After so much activity, it's time for you to rest, Instructor Hong. I shall escort these few back. Indeed, they've been busy for quite some time. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Qinxiu. Instructor Hong and his team had been engaged in repelling the enemies from Chuanjing, which was no simple task. Now, it was indeed time for them to recuperate. Qinxiu grasped Chao Yuan and, after nodding to Instructor Hong, leapt from the rooftop, landing gracefully on the ground. Are you all well? Instructor Qinxiu. This time you have truly put us in a difficult position, lamented Bai Li Pang, his tone filled with grievance, as though someone had betrayed him. Isn't it true that dealing with Qijing was child's play for you? You surely found it unsatisfying to merely engage with Qijing, did you not? Qinxiu shrugged. Shun Qingzhu remained silent, though her expression was unfavorable. Observing that both Bai Li Pang and Shun Qingzhu were awake, Qinxiu took a glance around. A few superficial injuries. Nothing serious. Qinxiu then turned his attention to the unconscious Lin Qie. Exhausted and in disarray, he appeared to be in no grave danger. Little Pang, do you wish to continue residing here? Qinxiu inquired. I would like to, but Bai Li Pang glanced at the nearby hotel, the 90th floor still ablaze, with devastation all around. Under such circumstances, it seemed unfeasible to stay. That matter. Qinxiu winked at Bai Li Pang. Quite simple, with a snap of his fingers. The surrounding space warped, and in an instant, everything reverted to its original state. The fire at the hotel extinguished, as though the destruction wrought by the battle had never occurred. Wow, what kind of ability is this? Li Pang gasped in astonishment. Time reversal? Shun Qingzhu speculated. Qianxiu shook a finger. No, it has nothing to do with time, but rather pertains to space. While it is true that a deity possesses some understanding of space, Qianxiu did not hold dominion over spatial authority. So how had he accomplished such a vast spatial transformation? Everyone remembers that Cangnan is, in fact, Lin Xie's divine realm. A divine realm exists as a world unto itself, inherently possessing spatial attributes. Although Lin Xie's divine realm may currently be rather fragile, it nonetheless qualifies as a divine realm. As such, it possesses the most fundamental attributes of a divine realm. In the grand scheme of things, Qianxiu had managed to wrest nearly half of the control over the divine realm from Lin Xie, the creator of this celestial domain. After all, Lin Xie held no dominion over Cangnan, rendering the seizure of control remarkably straightforward. Had it not been for the fear of the miracle vanishing, Qianxiu could have effortlessly taken over Cangnan. Utilizing a modicum of divine power, he established a parallel space based on his half of the control over Cangnan. The ancient god church was promptly cast into this parallel realm upon entering Cangnan. While interactions typically masked their presence, it became evident that should the members of the ancient god church attempt to harm ordinary citizens, they would find themselves utterly incapable of inflicting damage upon any being or object within Cangnan. The skirmishes between the new recruits and the ancient god church also unfolded within this parallel space. The crystal orb that Qianxiu had been contemplating for some time served as the medium and core to supply energy to this parallel realm. Since the hotel was unharmed, I could continue my stay there, thought the rotund Bailey, beaming with delight. Old Chow, I'll be sharing the room with you. Chia, I can escort you home. But what about you, Shun Qingzhu? Shall I see you off? No need, Shun Qingzhu declined. I have someone accompanying me. I can walk on my own. Qianxiu cast a glance at Shun Qingzhu, who squirmed under his gaze. What's the matter? Is there an issue? Little Shun, could you do me a favor? Qianxiu inquired with a cheerful smile, producing a bag. There's a reward involved. What kind of favor? Shun Qingzhu was intrigued upon hearing of a reward. Qianxiu shook the bag, producing a delightful clinking sound. Bury the contents of this bag near the toll station outside Cangnan. For each item buried, I shall compensate you with $10, according to quantity. Shun Qingzhu accepted the bag and opened it to discover a collection of small glass beads, each adorned with intricate patterns that twinkled in the sunlight as if they were dancing. What are these? He inquired, puzzled. A precaution to prevent enemies from infiltrating Cangnan. Qianxiu explained. Understood. Whatever these little trinkets may be, their efficacy will surely not falter should the need arise. I keep my word. Will you do it? I will. Shun Qingzhu seized the opportunity, recognizing that he could use the money. Here, this is $3,000. If it's insufficient, feel free to borrow more from me or other instructors. You can repay later, Qianxiu said, handing Shun Qingzhu a wad of cash. When you bury them, remember to scatter them. You can cover a radius of 1 kilometer outside. Before Shun Qingzhu could respond, Qianxiu whisked Lin Xie away. Goodbye. I shall take Xie with me now. Shun Qingzhu intended to return the excess money, feeling it was a bit too generous. But Qianxiu had already vanished before he could voice his thoughts. More than 200 glass beads for $3,000. One had to commend Qianxiu's astute grasp of Shun Qingzhu's limits. The extra amount was not excessive, just within Shun Qingzhu's tolerable range, and could be repaid later. 3,000 was just right for a few days of living expenses for him and his companions. How annoying, Shun Qingzhu muttered, pouting. Meanwhile, Qianxiu and Lin Xie had begun to tidy him up, ensuring that Lin Xie's exterior appeared unscathed. Then, Qianxiu perfectly fulfilled his previous promise and returned Lin Xie home. Thus, when Lin Xie awoke, he was greeted by a scene that was both startling and surreal. One moment, his memories were anchored in battling the boss in the Chuanjing realm, and the next, he found himself back at home, where Qianxiu was amusingly charming his aunt, who wore a beaming smile, as if she were about to adopt Qianxiu as her honorary son. What is happening? Ah, Xiao Qi has awakened, his aunt exclaimed upon seeing Lin Xie emerge from his bedroom. Look at you, rushing home, but neglecting your health. It's no big deal to return a day late. You've exhausted yourself to the point of fainting. Thankfully, little Chinchio brought you back, or you might still be lying outside, his aunt remarked, feigning reproach, but clearly expressing concern. Little Chinchio? Aunt, the person before you is hardly small. I wonder just how old he is, Lin Chia mused internally. However, there was a wealth of information contained in her words. Lin Chia narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze toward Chinchio, realizing that it was indeed Chinchio who had brought him home while he was unconscious. Chinchio wore an innocent expression, though a hint of mirth danced in his eyes. Aunt, now that Chia has awakened, I can rest easy. I shall take my leave. Little Chinchio, you help Xiao Qi. Why not stay for a meal? No. I would want to intrude on your family reunion. Chinchio waved his hand dismissively and departed. After exchanging farewells with his aunt and sharing a glance with Yang Jin, he affectionately tousled the head of the little black dog before leaving. Once Chinchio was gone, Lin Chia spoke up. Aunt, I look at you. You've lost weight. You haven't eaten well while you were out, have you? Knowing you were coming home today, I prepared several delicious dishes. Come, taste them, she said warmly. How did you know I was returning today? Lin Chia asked, momentarily taken aback. Didn't you send a message saying you'd be back today? Are you still groggy from sleep? Realizing it was Chinchio who had informed her, Lin Chia turned over the implications in his mind. It was all premeditated. Brother, Mom made quite a few delectable dishes waiting for your return, Yang Jin said, taking Lin Chia's hand and leading him toward the dining room. As Lin Chia was being led along, the words he intended to voice were swallowed back. His phone buzzed twice in his pocket. He pulled it out to check the message. Chinchio, rest assured, do not underestimate our new recruits at the training camp. The Qijing realm has been largely cleared, and the Chuanjing has been tidied up by the instructors. Cangnan is currently quite safe. I've already informed the members of Team 136 on your behalf. So, since you've finally returned home, enjoy it to the fullest. Chapter 53. Making dumplings upon receiving a message from Chinchio, Lin Chia temporarily set his mind at ease. Although Chinchio's arrangements could occasionally induce hypertension, they were generally quite reliable. Now that he had returned home, further discussion was futile. Thus, he decided to heed Chinchio's advice. Lin Chia savored the long-awaited warmth of home, being doted on by his aunt and inundated with questions from Yang Jin about the amusing tales from training camp. It was a tranquil and delightful experience. As Lin Chia lay in bed, sleep eluded him for quite some time. The reason for his restlessness was the excitement stirred within him after reuniting with his aunt and Ajin. Suddenly, he thought of Nikes. Since sleep was far from his grasp, he might as well visit the hospital. At the Asylum of the Gods, Chinchio, Nikes, and Li Yifei were engaged in the art of dumpling making. Xiaofei, how do you pinch this? Nikes inquired, holding a half-formed dumpling with a look of bewilderment. Grandma, look. Let me demonstrate once more, Li Yifei said, picking up a dumpling wrapper and performing a slow-motion tutorial. First, place the wrapper in your hand, then add the filling, fold it over, and pinch to create pleats. There you go. He successfully crafted another dumpling. However, Nikes remained perplexed, gazing innocently at Li Yifei. Li Yifei closed his eyes in exasperation. How many times has it been? Why can't I get through to him? Unlike Chinchio, Nikes simply cannot grasp it. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Chinchio interjected, Nikes, come, watch me. Let us start from scratch. Take a wrapper and place the filling inside. Nikes obediently followed Chinchio's instructions. Let's try a different method, one that isn't as complicated as Li Yifei's. Really? Nikes perked up with enthusiasm. Now let's use both hands. Hold one side with each hand. Using the space between your thumb and index finger, Chinchio guided as they both encircled the dumpling with their hands. Then, with a gentle press, there. See? It's done. Excellent. 2 dumplings without pleats have emerged, and although they may lack the traditional folds, they are indeed dumplings. Nikes had pinched them perfectly, with no filling escaping. Wonderful. Nikes beamed at her first completed dumpling. It's all thanks to Chinchio. Li Yifei observed the 2 oddly shaped dumplings with a bemused expression. What is that expression you have? Chinchio shot a glance at Li Yifei. Nothing, you've done splendidly. Li Yifei replied, giving the 2 deities a thumbs up. Are you really making dumplings? As Li Yifei rolled his eyes while handling Nikes and Chinchio's antics, Lin Chia, clad in a white coat, approached. Donato's, look, I made dumplings. Nike's exclaimed, proudly presenting her creation to Lin Xie. It was me who taught her, Chinchio added with pride, having guided Nike's in crafting her first dumpling. Lin Xie wore a peculiar expression. Western gods making dumplings? Is this not a tad peculiar? Moreover, this dumpling. He scrutinized the oddly shaped creation, then glanced at Nike's hopeful gaze and reluctantly said, Mother, you did wonderfully. Nike's beamed even brighter. Once I perfect it today, I shall make dumplings for you tomorrow, she declared with determination. Tomorrow? Lin Xie's gaze drifted towards Chinchio. Tomorrow, he would take Nike's out to celebrate the new year, otherwise. The hospital would be too desolate with only 2 people. During the new year, it ought to be lively and festive. Chinchio asserted this with confidence. Indeed, Lin Xie felt a tinge of regret. He had completely forgotten about Nike's. Through Nike's, Lin Xie experienced a maternal love he had never known before. And now Nike's had nearly become synonymous with a mother in his heart. Yet, he had overlooked Nike's as the new year approached. Mother, let us celebrate the new year together tomorrow, Lin Xie said to Nike's. Our family gathering would be incomplete without you. All right, Nike's replied with a gentle smile. Radiant and beautiful. Chinchio remarked on his contributions to the family, declaring that it would fall apart without him. Lin Xie accompanied Nike's, chatting as they made dumplings. The atmosphere of home began to envelop them. After a while, Chinchio set down the dumpling wrapper. He decided not to waste any more materials, aware of his own skills. As long as the dumplings didn't leak, they would suffice. Aiming for aesthetics was a different matter altogether. With nothing else to do, he glanced around and suddenly remembered Lin Xie's breakthrough. The second door could now be opened. Lin Xie, would you like to take a look at the second door? Chinchio communicated telepathically. Lin Xie's eyes brightened at the mention of the second door. Indeed, with his mental fortitude having advanced, he should be able to open it now. Mother, you keep busy. I have some other matters to attend to. All right, I will practice making dumplings while you go. Nike's was determined to craft the most visually appealing dumplings for Lin Xie's sake. As Lin Xie prepared to leave, Chinchio naturally followed. I will go and see as well. Lin Xie was about to open the second door, and Chinchio rubbed his hands together, thinking that the books he had collected would finally come into play. After waiting at the door for a moment without seeing Chinchio, Lin Xie wondered, where has Chinchio gone? He usually wouldn't miss such an occasion. Before Lin Xie could ponder for long, Chinchio returned, albeit with a large stack of books in hand. Chinchio, what is this? Lin Xie glanced to the topmost book, The Republic by Plato. Ah, I haven't read it, but I've certainly heard of Plato. What are you planning to do with this? This is for my discussion with the one inside. Lin Xie was perplexed, marked by a question mark. Chinchio smiled joyfully. Open the door, and you shall find out. With a heart full of questions, Lin Xie grasped the doorknob. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the camera was already set up. Click! The old door emitted a piercing sound as it creaked open. Inside the dimly lit room sat a young man draped in a deep blue robe. His features were unremarkable, yet they accentuated the depths of his profound gaze. Eyes that, once seen, would not be forgotten. The man's expression radiated an ineffable wisdom and tranquility. You have arrived. Merlin noticed Chinchio standing behind Lin Xie. Oh, it's the wind. Oh, you know me? Chinchio responded, somewhat taken aback. Whether I am aware or unaware, I merely acknowledge the presence of a gentle breeze. Merlin shook his head. I cannot fathom you, and fate itself has shifted due to your influence. However, Merlin locked eyes with Chinchio. In a prophecy, you embody hope and transformation. Thus I extend my congratulations and respect for your existence. You have not halted the vortex, yet you have bestowed a future upon those ensnared within it. Chinchio smiled. I'm grateful for such praise. Chapter 54. A discussion after Lin Xie examined Meilin's panel. He noticed that Chinchio and Meilin had already engaged in conversation. He found himself unable to interject into their dialogue, though their discussion seemed rather ordinary. Lin Xie felt an unsettling premonition. If he were to intrude, while no immediate consequences might arise, something unfavorable would surely transpire later. Occasionally, as the two deities exchanged glances, Lin Xie could sense the exquisite divinity that inadvertently emanated from them. Fortunately, Their conversation did not linger for long, observing the clarity of Mayleen's logic during their discourse. Lin Xie found no indication of any mental affliction. From Qinxiu, Lin Xie realized that directly inquiring about the divine beings around him was far more effective than relying on his own conjectures. Thus, he turned to Maylin and earnestly asked, "What ailment do you suffer from?" Maylin raised an eyebrow in response, retorting, "You're the one who is ailing. What are you doing here if you are not unwell?" "I do not know," Maylin shrugged. "I am merely a scholar attempting to unveil the true nature of the world." "The true nature of the world?" Lin Xie mused, finding the phrase grandiose. "What do you believe the world is, and what are we?" Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback by Maylin's philosophical inquiry. "Now, that is a profound question. Here, Maylin, take a look at the thoughts of the author of this book." Qinxiu selected a volume from her stack. Principles of Human Knowledge by George Berkeley. Maylin accepted the book. "This one, I believe you share a common intellectual language with the author." Qinxiu recalled her own astonishment upon encountering Berkeley's theories in her philosophical readings, which mirrored Maylin's reaction. Curiosity piqued. Maylin began to read the book swiftly. Lin Xie too felt intrigued about its contents. "Just examine this outline. Given your intellect, it should be quite a challenge. Should you comprehend it, I would worry about your potential madness upon agreeing with his ideas." Qinxiu handed Lin Xie a printed outline that nearly encapsulated the thoughts of all idealist and materialist philosophers. As Lin Xie sifted through the multitude of texts, he finally stumbled upon George Berkeley. "You strike the table, feeling its hardness, yet is it truly hard, or merely your perception?" The main thesis summarized, to be is to be perceived. In simpler terms, everything in the world is merely what you believe it to be. Who knows what is genuinely real? "Indeed, a kindred spirit," Maylin exclaimed with fervor. "Excellent." Qinxiu nodded approvingly at Maylin's enthusiasm. "Now, take a look at this one. The System of Nature by Halbach." Maylin began to delve into the new book, while Lin Xie, too, navigated the ocean of text. The cycle of existence continues, yet the world is in flux. Paradoxically, some aspects remain unchanged. The principal idea summarized: the material world exists independently of human perception and consciousness, governed by its own objective laws. In more colloquial terms, the nature of the world bears no relation to your feelings. It exists regardless of your awareness. This, Maylin began to ponder deeply. "Now, let us increase the intensity. Examine this book." Qinxiu produced yet another volume. "This book is indeed substantial, not merely in its academic merit, but I fear that upon completion, you might find yourself spiraling into madness even more profoundly." Sophie's World, authored by Jostein Garter, piqued my interest as well. Without hesitation, Merlin accepted the book. "Here, I shall provide you with another copy, though I advise you to merely grasp the overarching concepts without delving too deeply." Qinxiu then produced another copy of Sophie's World and handed it to Lin Xie. "Refer to the outline I provided alongside it." "All right," Lin Xie nodded in agreement. As Merlin perused the text, his expression transitioned from calm anticipation to bewilderment, then to terror, ultimately culminating in exhilaration. Meanwhile, Lin Xie felt as if he were drowning in the ocean of knowledge. It's time to expand my intellect. What is this? My mind." Merlin's heart raced, his hands trembling. "Good heavens, this is realism. This is prophecy. This is scripture." "Merlin, how do you feel?" Qinxiu inquired with a smile. "The world is an illusion." Merlin had never felt such conviction. When one begins to question the reality of this world, does that cast doubt upon their very existence? "I am real," he asserted. "Indeed, the world may be illusory, yet I can be authentic." Merlin appeared to attain a profound understanding. Merlin's healing progress, 0, 1, 23, 69, 89, 92. The conditions for rewards have been met. Merlin may randomly draw divine abilities. Merlin's healing progress has exceeded 50, allowing for temporary excursions from the divine asylum. Oh my heavens! Upon witnessing the data on the panel, Lin Xie was astounded. He swiftly turned to Qinxiu, exclaiming, "This is remarkable! The ability to draw powers." The mysterious wheel, suspended in the void, began to spin autonomously. However, when one begins to question the world's authenticity, Is it due to their own consciousness or some external existence? At that moment, is their own existence truly real? Merlin was momentarily taken aback. Lin Chiet too found himself in a state of confusion. Merlin's healing progress, 89, 49, 68, 31, 15, 1, 0. The conditions for rewards were not met. The random draw of Merlin's divine abilities was revoked. Lin Chiet emitted a sharp, piercing sound, signifying his impure state. Merlin too erupted in a similar cacophony, indicating his own lack of purity. I. Merlin stammered, lost in bewilderment. Lin Chiet shared the same perplexity. It appeared that the healing progress could indeed regress. Initially, Merlin's rapid improvement was not solely attributed to Qianqiu's influence, but rather the provocative nature of Sophie's world combined with heightened emotions. Merlin was overthinking. Once he calmed down, even without Qianqiu's subsequent remark, he would inevitably realize that healing progress could still decline. Addressing this early might spare Merlin from unnecessary turmoil. Hence, one should never delve too deeply into philosophy. Genius resides on the left, while madness lingers on the right. To become a sage is to embody the essence of a philosopher and thinker. To fail in this endeavor is to risk descending into madness. Qianqiu placed a multitude of books upon Merlin's desk, saying, "These tomes are now yours. Peruse them at your leisure, for you may uncover the answers you seek." Really? Merlin's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "I cannot say," Qianqiu replied candidly, shaking his head. "Philosophy eludes my understanding. In my view, this question lacks a definitive answer." Merlin's expression fell, disappointment shadowing his face. Such matters hinge upon one's own comprehension and perspective. I believe external assistance bears little significance. Once you grasp the truth for yourself, you shall soar to great heights. Qianqiu gently patted Merlin's shoulder. "I hope you discover your answer. Best of luck." At last, I have completed this writing. Today's examination revolves around Marxism, encompassing materialist philosophy. I couldn't find rest until I finished this chapter. I recommend the book mentioned, Sophie's World, an excellent introduction to philosophy. I feel it resonates perfectly with Merlin. Chapter 55, Capturing Jellyfish and Starfish. Lin Chiet, filled with a sense of loss, pounded his chest. Just a moment longer, and Merlin's healing progress would have reached its zenith, yet it plummeted back to zero. It was evident that a single utterance from Qianqiu could almost bring Merlin to the brink of recovery, while another could plunge him into doubt about the very existence of the world. Lin Chiet took a moment to steady his heart, heavy with sorrow. He turned to the somewhat deflated Merlin, who had been struck by Qianqiu's words, and inquired, "So, do you believe the world is an illusion?" "Indeed, the world is an illusion," Merlin affirmed with unwavering conviction. "Ah, this is..." Qianqiu grimaced slightly. Had the medicine been too potent? Now, Merlin seemed utterly convinced that reality itself was a mere fabrication. If you perceive this world as false, then what is real? Is there a genuine world? Lin Chiet posed a profound question. Certainly, at the mention of the true world, Merlin's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. "Long ago, I communicated with a mysterious dimension through magic. Though I know not its precise location, I can sense that it embodies the true reality." Upon hearing Merlin speak of the true world, Qianqiu discreetly tugged at 111, retreating a few steps. The true world. Yes, I glimpsed the true world. Merlin recalled the peculiar underwater realm and the enchanting yellow block, his eyes widening as excitement coursed through him, causing involuntary convulsions. With fervor, Merlin began to dance wildly, an odd blend of wisdom and folly reflected in his gaze. His form twisted dramatically, and in an instant, he transformed into a pink starfish clutching a net. "SpongeBob, let's capture jellyfish." The pink starfish leapt into action, bounding forth, the net landing squarely atop Lin Chiet's head. "Lin Chiet?" "Ha!" Qianqiu erupted into laughter, unable to contain herself. "Ah, jellyfish, wait for me. Don't run away." The pink starfish bounded away, darting out of the ward, the fishing net swirling wildly as if attempting to ensnare unseen entities. One must commend the deity of magic. While others delve into philosophical musings about the nature of existence, He has outright morphed into a different being. After recovering from his shock, Lin Chia couldn't help but jest. Chinchou elucidated for Lin Chia, it's quite normal. For deities, transformations often reflect their innermost thoughts. Now that Merlin believes himself to be Patrick Star, it's only natural for him to assume that form. Here, take this. Chinchou produced a colossal syringe from seemingly nowhere. Its label emblazoned with the word sedative. What? Lin Chia's eyes widened at the sight of such an enormous sedative. Whose sedative is this large? Chinchou pointed to the lower left corner of the label, where the words for divine use were inscribed in smaller font. Oh, it's our own, meant for Merlin. However, despite understanding, Lin Chia struggled to grasp the implications. If this were entirely for Merlin, would it truly be safe for others? Surely, so much medicine could easily engulf him. Go forth, young man. It is your destiny, Chinchou declared, sending Lin Chia into the fray. Quickly, come our pink starfish. Lin Chia rolled his eyes but resignedly grasped the massive syringe, pursuing the exuberant Patrick Star, Merlin. Merlin, halt. SpongeBob, look, there's a jellyfish over there. Merlin, hey, I caught it. A lively pink starfish darted ahead, while Lin Chia, wielding a syringe like a cannon, sprinted after it with fervor. Chia, keep going. You can do it. Chinchou cheered, shaking her little fists in encouragement. Go, go. 111 waved 2 glowing sticks, joining in the chorus. Hurry up. Hurry up. Lin Chia called back, don't just shout. Come help me. Chinchou and 111 responded with a resigned expression. Nike's and Li Yifei, sensing the chaos outside, emerged from the kitchen and approached Chinchou, intrigued by the chase unfolding before them. What is happening, Chinchou? Nike's inquired. It's nothing much. The seafood has escaped, and Lin Chia is trying to catch it. She replied with a laugh. Do you need us to help? Asked Aneo Dus. No, he can handle it himself. Let us just watch. Chinchou declined on Lin Chia's behalf. Upon hearing her words, Nike's relinquished his urge to assist and joined Chinchou and 111 in their spirited cheering for Lin Chia. Eventually, Li Yifei joined the ranks as well. Go, go. They all chanted, waving their glowing sticks energetically. The scene in the hospital was quite the spectacle. The starfish leaped about in frantic escape. Lin Chia pursued with a fierce expression, and the trio cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines. Lin Chia felt exasperated. Is that a starfish? It seems more like a shooting star. I can't catch up at all. Realizing this approach was futile, he decided to employ a different tactic. He halted and summoned the full power of the mortal realm, and in the next moment, hurled the syringe like a javelin. Predictably, the syringe struck the rear of the starfish, Mei Lin, with precision. With a thud, the pink starfish fell flat on its belly. Lin Chia rushed over, disregarding whether Mei Lin would withstand the pressure, and pressed the syringe down firmly, fearing the starfish might revive. Exhausted, Lin Chia collapsed onto the ground. Panting heavily, Mei Lin fell silent, reverting to human form. Upon confirming Mei Lin's condition, Lin Chia noted that the star merely appeared dazed. There were no significant injuries. Well done, Chia. I knew you could do it, Chinchou said, appearing at his side and patting his head. Lin Chia scoffed. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions, Chinchou. You didn't help and even stopped Nike from assisting. How cunning. Chinchou affectionately ruffled Lin Chia's hair. I just wanted to encourage you to train a bit more. She then produced the sky lyre and played a lively tune for Lin Chia and Mei Lin. After listening to the melody, both felt significantly rejuvenated. Mei Lin, how do you feel? Chinchou asked. Quite well, and Barbados, your music is exquisite, Mei Lin replied, regaining his wise demeanor as he stood up. Thank you for the compliment, Chinchou responded with a smile. Donnas, are you all right? Nix helped Lin Chia to his feet. Mother, I am fine. Lin Chia is merely a bit fatigued. Come, let's all sit and rest for a while. Li Yifei beckoned everyone to take a seat. They settled onto the sofa. Lin Chia closed his eyes, listening to the conversation among Nix, Merlin, and Chinchou, while Li Yifei brought over the dumplings he had previously prepared. The dumplings are ready. Come and taste. Shoo. Chinchou placed a finger to her lips, signaling Li Yifei to notice Lin Chia. It was then that Li Yifei realized Lin Chia had already fallen asleep, and both Merlin and Nix had also ceased their loud chatter. Li Yifei quickly covered his mouth, silencing himself. Lin Xie was indeed quite weary. From the day spent battling foes to the excitement of reuniting with family, and now this playful chase. It was certainly time for rest. Chinchou gently strummed the strings of her instrument, playing a lullaby, while Nyx tenderly caressed Lin Xie's head. Merlin quietly cast a dream enchantment over Lin Xie. Good night. May you have sweet dreams. Chapter 56. The first encounter with the Sea Realm in the early morning. Lin Xie awoke in a state of confusion, only coming to his senses when Yang Jin lifted the covers. How had he fallen asleep the previous night? It seemed he had dozed off while listening to Chinchou lament about Mei Lin's Mediterranean antics in the hospital. Brother, it's time to get up. Yang Jin stole by Lin Qies bedside. Breakfast is ready. All right, but you must return my blanket first. Lin Xie quickly dressed, and, after sharing breakfast with his aunt and Yang Jin, busied himself with preparations around the house, putting up spring couplets and the character for fortune. A vibrant red fortune character was affixed prominently to the window. It's snowing, Lin Xie remarked, gazing outside at the vast expanse of white. His aunt observed the snowfall and commented, "It's rare to see such heavy snow in Cangnan. Beyond the mountains and the sea, there exists a group of Smurfs. They are lively and clever." Lin Xie picked up his phone. "Xingyu? What is the matter? Have you checked our training camp group chat?" And Xingyu's voice came through. "No, what happened?" Lin Xie had been preoccupied and hadn't had the chance to look at his messages. "You should take a look. Chinchou sent a message, and the group is about to explode." Lin Xie replied, "Okay, I'll check now. You better hurry." After hanging up, Lin Xie opened the group chat. Group chat, silly cats catching mice, 240-99 Chinchou Fengwei. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Child of an ordinary family. Raising hand, good news. Chinchou Fengwei. The good news is there is only one enemy left in the Qi realm. Leader, what is the bad news? Chinchou Fengwei. The bad news is that enemy is with someone from the Sea Realm. Chinchou Fengwei. So you'll be facing the Sea Realm next. Little monk Mingyuan. Jasmine. Tonsil never speaks. Child of an ordinary family. Chinchou instructor, you're joking, right? Chinchou Fengwei. I'm serious. However, participation in the operation against them is optional since it involves the Sea Realm. Chinchou Fengwei. I will be going with you, so your safety is assured. Chinchou Fengwei. Leader, you must attend. I'll provide you with some lessons on the opposing void. Leader, understood. After a long wait, Chinchou Fengwei wait. Is no one signing up? This is a wonderful opportunity to broaden your horizons. The group fell silent. Chinchou Fengwei. All right then, let us draw lots. We'll select 5 people. If you're chosen, you must come. Chinchou Fengwei. Drawing lots. Chinchou Fengwei. Let us see the results. Shen Qingzu, Ngiya, Bai Li Pang Pang. Gao Juan, An Qinggu. Chinchou quietly disabled the drawing plugin. Child of an ordinary family. Little monk Mingyuan. And Qingyu. Chinchou. Do you dare to do it again without manipulating the results behind the scenes? The return of the autumn breeze. All right, it's settled then. We shall gather at 9:30, and attendance is mandatory. I shall take my leave now. The ordinary child of a common family remarked, Wait, Instructor Chinchou. Instructor Chinchou? Chinchou? The one who never speaks, tongue of the almond, interjected, Brother, cease your calling. Instructor Chinchou has already logged off. Take care, brother. The youth of vibrant spirit added. Take care, everyone. Jasmine echoed, Take care. Lin Xie's first thought upon reading the messages was this. Yesterday, it was the Chuan realm, today the Sea realm. If this continues, will the instructors next summon an infinite entity for them to battle? Surely they cannot be so utterly deranged. Lin Xie felt a pang of discomfort, realizing it was already past 9 o'clock, and the assembly time was fast approaching. He hastily dressed, intending to step outside. He needed to leave promptly, otherwise Chinchou might arrive to drag him along. Xiaoqi, are you heading out? Auntie observed Lin Xie preparing to depart. Yes, I'm going out for a bit. Please refrain from leaving the house this morning. What is the matter? It's nothing, merely that the snow outside may intensify, accompanied by strong winds. When the storm begins, the wind stirred up by Chinchou will be no trifling matter. All right then, Xiaoqi, Return home early. Understood. Lin Xie stepped out into the world. Damn it, damn it. Why have I ever been in such a predicament? A battered woman fumed in a narrow alley of Cangnan. Han Xiaoyan, go and eliminate those ungrateful night watch recruits. It's all their fault. I was ordered to assassinate the agent of Michael. Han Xiaoyan responded with unwavering calmness. The serpent woman's countenance twisted with rage. These night watch recruits have become inexplicably fierce, each one more tenacious than the last. How can they engage in ambushes and gang assaults, even employing a wheel of battle strategy? Is this how it's done? I don't care. I must take vengeance. Han Xiaoyun remained silent, observing the serpent woman. Very well. Here is your chance. Show me how you intend to exact your revenge. Han Xiaoyun was taken aback, sensing the presence of others unbeknownst to him. Who? The serpent woman spun around abruptly. As they turned, they found Qianxiu waving at them from the alley's entrance, accompanied by Lin Xie and the others. Night watchman? The serpent woman squinted. Not exactly, but they are indeed here to eliminate you. Qianxiu smiled amiably at the two before continuing. Fatty, Chao Yuan. The woman from the pool realm is your responsibility. Do not let her escape. Understood. Viley Fatty immediately accepted the task, thinking merely the pool realm. As long as she isnt from the sea realm, all is negotiable. No problem. Chao Yuan quickly concurred, both of them gazing at the serpent woman with glimmering eyes. Han Xiaoyan furrowed his brow, stepping forward as if to shield the serpent woman's retreat. Do not move. In an instant, Han Xiaoyan found himself immobilized, as Qianxiu employed wind to restrict his movements. Seeing this, the serpent woman recognized the peril and promptly turned to flee. Viley Fatty and Chao Yuan exchanged glances and seized the opportunity to pursue the serpent woman. Very well, now it is our time. You are truly formidable. Han Xiaoyan gazed into Qianxiu's eyes, which held a glimmer of hope. Qianxiu looked at Han Xiaoyan with a deep sadness. Yes, I can assist you in achieving the peace you desire. Upon hearing Qianxiu's words, Han Xiaoyan felt a surge of excitement. Had he not been restrained by Qianxiu, he might have impulsively sought to engage in a struggle for his demise. However, I shall not confront you for the time being. Qianxiu addressed Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu. Xie, Qingzhu, your current task is to engage him in battle. Rest assured, I will protect you. Qianxiu, are you serious? Lin Xie's expression contorted with disbelief. Shun Qingzhu remained expressionless, indicating his indifference. Qianxiu smiled. Indeed, let him witness your strength and determination. Chapter 57. The Snowstorm and Han Xiaoyan upon catching sight of Lin Xie. Han Xiaoyan's pupils contracted. His interest had waned after Qianxiu refrained from engaging him, and he had intended to depart. However, with the objective directly before him, he could not simply withdraw. The agent of Michael? Han Xiaoyan inquired, his gaze fixed on Lin Xie. Lin Xie offered no reply, instead adopting a combat stance. Shun Qingzhu regarded Han Xiaoyan with caution, and Qingyu chose to abstain from the fray, as he currently lacked potent offensive capabilities. He understood that Qianxiu had no intention of allowing him to fight, but merely sought to enrich his arsenal. With a snap of his fingers, Qianxiu dispelled the winds that bound Han Xiaoyan, restoring his freedom. Yet, Han Xiaoyan did not act immediately. Instead, he stood still, closing his eyes. You ought to lead them away, or take matters into your own hands, rather than allowing them to perish, he expressed to Qianxiu, eyes still shut. I shall not perish. I have confidence in my abilities, Qianxiu replied with a calm and relaxed demeanor. Let us engage in a duel, shall we? Considerate guidance from a senior to a junior. A tremor coursed through Han Xiaoyan's body, and he let out a self-deprecating laugh. I am no longer a sentinel. I am a believer. With no further words, he thrust his long spear directly toward Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu. The two easily evaded this initial strike, which lacked true potency. After battling side by side the previous day, Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu had developed a certain synergy. Without the need for further communication, Lin Xie surged forward like a specter, aiming a blade at Han Xiaoyan's vital points. Shun Qingzhu supported him, launching air projectiles at Han Xiaoyan's defensive blind spots. As the cutting edge and ferocious air blasts were about to strike Han Xiaoyan, a fierce gale erupted around him, swirling the accumulated snow from the ground and forcing Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu's attacks to retreat. Han Xiaoyan seized the opportunity to strike again, aiming the tip of his spear directly at Lin Qia's heart, taking advantage of Lin Qia's momentary instability caused by the wind. However, thanks to Qi Qiu's influence, all recruits in the training camp had grown accustomed to the tempest, and maintaining balance amidst the wind had become second nature. Lin Qia, having endured Qi Qiu's winds even earlier than the recruits, was particularly adept at handling such conditions. In an instant, he recalibrated, his straight blade meeting Han Xiaoyan's spear head-on. Sparks flew as they clashed. Ultimately, Lin Qia's lower realm proved inadequate against Han Xiaoyan's prowess. He found himself retreating several steps, dissipating the force, while Han Xiaoyan remained steadfast. Once steady, Lin Qia chuckled. No wonder Qi Qiu had us fight you. Your forbidden domain is intricately linked to the wind. The forbidden domain sequence 079, Great Wind Disaster. And Xingyu recognized Han Xiaoyan's domain. Identifying my domain does not aid you in battle, Han Xiaoyan spoke calmly. Engaging me is a grave error. Allow me to demonstrate the true Great Wind Disaster. No sooner had he spoken than whirlwinds manifested around him, rapidly coalescing into the nascent form of a tornado. Silence. This was the decree of the god of wind over this realm. The winds here dared not defy him. In an instant, the gale surrounding Han Xiaoyan dissipated. The air here is devoid of even the slightest breeze, to the point where it feels as if the atmosphere itself is beginning to solidify. A single word is sufficient to summon the winds. Such an effortless control over the air in this vast expanse is a feat only achievable by Qinqiu. You. Han Xiaoyan gazes at Qinqiu in astonishment. This power is beyond the capabilities of the sea realm. It requires at least the pinnacle of the infinite realm, or even a Klein realm. Little Qingzhu, have you mastered it? Your forbidden void can manipulate the flow of air. What I just accomplished you can achieve as well. Qinqiu instructs Shun Qingzhu on the spot. Shun Qingzhu's lips twitch. Can he really do it? He knows his own limitations well enough. To exert the level of control that Qinqiu does over this entire area is exceedingly difficult. However, Shun Qingzhu narrows his eyes. Perhaps he could merely nullify the opponent's forbidden void. Han Xiaoyan, lost in shock, is oblivious, but Lin Qia seizes the opportunity to strike again. Swift, precise, and merciless. He aims for Han Xiaoyan's neck. Caught off guard, Han Xiaoyan can only hastily defend against Lin Qia's assault. He instinctively attempts to use his forbidden void for protection. But Shun Qingzhu has long been eager to act. As Han Xiaoyan employs his forbidden void, Shun Qingzhu swiftly grasps it, completely nullifying Han Xiaoyan's defense. Blood blossoms forth, staining the white snow beneath. Han Xiaoyan stands dazed, touching the wound at his neck, perilously close to severing an artery. He's been injured. His adversaries are merely two youths of the pool realm, mere rookies among the night watchers. Ha ha ha, Han Xiaoyan looks hetili. What is he laughing at? Is it the prospect of his wishes coming to fruition? Is he amused that he cannot slay the agent of Michael? Is he chuckling at the night watchers promising successors? Is he relieved that he no longer has to assist tyranny? Lin Qia and Shun Qingzhu are perplexed by Han Xiaoyan's sudden laughter, even as he weeps. However, this does not deter them from continuing their assault. Han Xiaoyan can no longer employ his forbidden void. If he uses it on a small scale, Shun Qingzhu will counter it. If he uses it on a grand scale, Qinqiu will intervene. Thus, Han Xiaoyan has entirely abandoned the use of his forbidden void, engaging Lin Qia and Shun Qingzhu in straightforward close combat with cold weapons. Employing the most primal methods to vent his frustrations, they clash back and forth. Han Xiaoyan's combat experience far surpasses that of Lin Qia and Shun Qingzhu, yet the duo works in tandem. Should Lin Qia falter, Shun Qingzhu will immediately provide cover. The wound on Han Xiaoyan's neck continues to bleed profusely, and as he exerts himself, he grows increasingly weak. Yet, he seems utterly unconcerned, or perhaps he relishes this state. The glint of blades flashes, ringing with metallic resonance. Han Xiaoyan engages Lin Qia and Shun Qingzhu in multiple exchanges, perhaps due to his blood loss and weakness. Even when he lands blows on them, he fails to inflict any fatal injuries. It almost resembles a guided spar. Han Xiaoyan leans on his long spear, panting heavily. Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu are not faring much better, now covered in wounds. None are fatal, merely minor injuries. That will suffice, Qinxiu finally speaks. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu immediately drop their weapons and collapse onto the ground, and Qingyu rushes forward to examine their injuries. As Han Xiaoyan opened his mouth, he sensed an irresistible force that rendered him immobile. It was a gentle yet unyielding breeze that ensnared him. How do you feel? Qinxiu approached Han Xiaoyan, inquiring, are you still enjoying yourself? You could have effortlessly ended my life. Why resort to such theatrics? I wish to show you the current generation of your successors, the flame that they carry forth. Qinxiu smiled, not too shabby, right? After a moment of silence, Han Xiaoyan finally responded, indeed. Qinxiu gently tousled Han Xiaoyan's hair. You must be weary. Although it seemed peculiar for someone who appeared significantly younger than him to do so, Qinxiu's actions felt remarkably natural. Han Xiaoyan easily understood that Qinxiu was not merely inquiring about his fatigue from the recent battle, but rather probing into the tumultuous journey of his life. Child of the wind, you are ensnared. You are not at fault, yet you carry guilt. Han Xiaoyan clenched his fists, recalling the past. He had signed a contract as a follower to save his comrades, yet he had ultimately failed to rescue them and, subsequently, was manipulated into slaughtering the innocent people of the Great Xia. Are you tired? Have you made your decision? Han Xiaoyan comprehended the unspoken words of Qinxiu. He fought back the dryness in his eyes and offered a faint affirmation. Yes. All right. Qinxiu gazed at Han Xiaoyan with compassion, then rest. There was neither blood nor wounds, only a gentle breeze. This was the decree of the wind god for the child chosen by the wind, granting him peaceful slumber and absolution for the sins of his past. He was not the wrongdoer, yet he bore the weight of death. He was in agony and turmoil. He was weary. Thus, let him rest in tranquility, transforming into a wisp of unfettered wind, soaring freely alongside his comrades. Chapter 58. Preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner, a gentle breeze carried faint glimmers of light into the distance. Do not wander too far. Remember to return home after finding your companions. Qinxiu seemed to be advising someone. Is it over? Lin Xie's voice emerged, somewhat feeble. He responded, what is the situation? Shun Qingzhu inquired. During their battle, they had observed that the individual, while capable of inflicting harm, exhibited a lack of fighting spirit, even occasionally allowing them to exploit his weaknesses. It was a profound contradiction. Ultimately, as that person departed, tears mingled with a smile reflected a sorrowful yet joyous emotion that deeply touched both of them. Ah, a pitiful child trapped in his circumstances, Qinxiu remarked, gazing at the sky. But now, no one can confine him any longer. All enemies in Cangnan have been thoroughly dealt with, Qinxiu announced, clapping his hands and regaining his cheerful tone. How are you all? They were unscathed and could resume their lively selves by afternoon. Master and Qingyu assessed. Can you walk? We need to find Xia Pangpang and Xiao Chaoyuan, he asked. Yes, Lin Xie responded, trembling as he attempted to rise. And Qingyu, noticing Lin Xie's condition, hurried to assist him. Shun Qingzhu stood up independently, casting a condescending glance at Lin Xie. Xie, you're not well. Come on now, Qinxiu urged, adding fuel to the fire. Lin Xie. He stubbornly refused in Qingyu's aid and managed to stand on his own. Let us go. Let's quickly find Pang Pang in them. He took the lead. Xie, you're heading in the wrong direction. Qinxiu pointed to the opposite side. They're over here. Lin Xie. He silently turned on his heels. The shoulders of the other three began to shake with suppressed laughter. Lin Xie shot them a glare. No laughing. Hurry up. All right, let us go. Lin Xie. After they had laughed enough, they lifted their legs toward Bailey Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan. After navigating a few alleys, they spotted Bailey Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan. However, the scene was quite curious. Xiao Yuan lay on the ground, completely subdued by Bailey Pong Pong's substantial weight, with his hands bound. Wow, what is this new game? Pang Pang, I'm awake. Get off me. Oh, okay. Just as Bailey Pang Pang was about to move, a cracking sound resonated nearby. Both Bailey Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan turned to look towards the source of the sound. Another crack echoed. Very well, you both can now see the camera, Chinchio remarked, pleased as he reviewed the photographs. Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan were momentarily stunned before they reacted, beginning to shout loudly. Instructor Chinchio, you! Bailey Pang Pang trembled as he pointed at Chinchio. Fool, hurry and get up! Chao Yuan exclaimed, nearly frantic. Are you just going to wait for Instructor Chinchio to take another picture? Oh. Bailey Pang Pang promptly sprang up from Chao Yuan. And untie me, coming right up. In a flurry of activity, Chao Yuan and Bailey Pang Pang finally completed their tasks. Chinchio, please send me a copy later, Lin Shi murmured softly. Chinchio responded with an approving gesture. And me. And Xingyu adjusted her glasses, while Shunqing Zhu cleared his throat twice. Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked, Chinchio assured as she stored her camera. Chinchio, dear instructor, Bailey Pang Pang cautiously moved closer to Chinchio. That photo. It cannot be deleted, and it has already been sent out. Both Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan turned ashen at this revelation. At the Peace Affairs office, Bailey Pang Pang, Chao Yuan, and Qingyu were present. Lin Shi had gone to his aunt's house to fetch her and Yang Jin, while Shunqing Zhu went to collect his younger brother. Chinchio had gone to the hospital to bring back Nikes. During the new year, it was essential to create a lively atmosphere. Since everyone in Cangnan was somewhat isolated, celebrating together was the best course of action. Chinchio had suggested a simple dinner, after which Lin Shi would take his aunt and Yang Jin home to keep vigil and enjoy dumplings, ensuring nothing was delayed. Although Lin Shi initially disagreed, he ultimately succumbed to Chinchio's relentless persuasion. Indeed, he had gone to fetch them. Chinchio was the last to return. Initially, she had invited Li Yifei and Mei Lin, but one was officially deceased, and attending a vigil would be tantamount to self-incrimination. The other was too preoccupied with devouring the book Chinchio had left him to show any interest in such activities. Thus, they both declined. Consequently, Chinchio brought only Nikes to partake in a New Year's Eve dinner. I'm here to collect the items, Chinchio called out at the door. Chinchio, how much have you bought? Zhao Kongcheng emerged to assist her with the 2 large bags. Well, it's the new year, so I thought I'd destock up, Chinchio replied, handing the bags to Zhao Kongcheng. Let us head inside. She took Nikes by the hand and led him in. Chinchio and Lin Qi had agreed on a unified explanation. When introducing Nikes to others, they refer to her merely as Lin Qi's mother. Due to mental illness, recognized Lin Qi as her son. Seeing Lin Qi's pitiable demeanor, no one questioned this narrative. They refrained from mentioning Nike's name to avoid further explanation. With Chinchio's subtle tactics, no one held any suspicion, and the ruse proved highly effective. Zhao Kongcheng went to organize the items Chinchio had purchased. She guided Nikes into the living room, where Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Lin Qi's aunt, and Yang Jin were busily making dumplings. Lin Qi and Wen Qi Mo each held a large basin, preparing the dough, while Lung Xian and Wu Xiang Nan assisted in rolling out the wrappers. Mother, Lin Qi greeted Nikes, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. This is exhausting. It's truly maddening. Kneading dough is more tiring than fighting. Nike's eyes brightened at the sight. Making dumplings. I practiced for a long time yesterday. May I join? She inquired eagerly. Of course, we are short on hands. Hong Ying quickly invited Nikes to sit down. You all continue with the dumplings. I'll check on things in the kitchen, Chinchio announced to the group. Lin Shi replied absently as Chinchio slipped away to the kitchen. Quick, someone catch that fish. Bailey Pang Pang shouted, watching the fish sway freely in the air. Shunqing Zhu was busy grinding meat using the air-powered mincer. Indeed, the air-powered meat grinder was remarkably efficient, producing a large bowl of minced meat with each use. With a snap of her fingers, Shunqing Zhu trapped the fish in the air, a skill she had learned that morning from Chinchio. Wonderful, Bailey Pang Pang sighed in relief. I'll take care of it, and Qingyu, unable to bear the sight any longer, sent Bailey Pang Pang off to wash vegetables with Chao Yuan while he took on the task of killing the fish. He was, after all, a professional, having already analyzed a portion of Han Xiaoyun's forbidden techniques earlier that day, and Qingyu now utilized them to pin the fish against the cutting board. With swift, Precise movements, he deftly separated the fish's innards and meat, arranging them neatly on either side. Impressive, exclaimed Shen Qing Zhu's underling, Deng Wei, giving Qing Yu a thumbs up. Look at how expertly he cuts, and then at my own efforts. It's no contest. Is there anything else to cut? Hand it over, and I will finish it all at once. And Qing Yu asked the head chef, Chen Muyi, Kid, why don't you help me disassemble that chicken as well? Chen Muyi replied, Vide c'est fain vegetables. All right, and Qing Yu said, his gaze sharp as he focused on the chicken in the nearby bowl. I'm back. Is there anything left to do? Xin ki approached Chen Muyi. Chen Muyi, startled by Qian Xiu's sudden appearance, nearly dropped his utensils. How about I help you stir-fry? Qian Xiu scanned the kitchen, noticing that most tasks had already been allocated. You can stir-fry? Chen Muyi was taken aback. Underestimate me at your peril. Qian Xiu raised an eyebrow. Although Chen Muyi was skeptical about Qian Xiu's culinary skills, he decided to give him a chance. Why not start with a simple green vegetable? Qian Xiu rolled up his sleeves, filled with enthusiasm. All right, just watch me. He heated the oil in the pan and tossed in a handful of chopped scallions, which released an enticing aroma almost immediately. To his surprise, he appeared quite adept. Everyone was bustling about, engaged in lively conversation and laughter, their voices mingling with the delightful scents of the dishes and wine that filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere of culinary camaraderie. Chapter 59. The New Year celebration. We have finished making the dumplings. Lin Xie entered the kitchen, carrying a plate of dumplings. Where should I place these? He inquired. On the table over there, Chen Mai instructed without lifting his gaze. The table outside has been cleaned, Chao Yuan announced as he shook the water off his hands. Is there anything else? Have the bowls and chopsticks been set? Pang Pang and Zhuangga are arranging them now. Qinxiu responded, counting 1, 2, 3, 11. She paused. We need to prepare another dish. We cannot have an odd number. Don't the dumplings count as a dish? Chao Yuan asked. Qinxiu shook her head. No, that is a staple. She handed 2 plates of dishes to Chao Yuan and Lin Xie. Please take these up when you return. You are quite demanding. Lin Xie grumbled, feeling like he had been summoned back and forth without a moment's respite. Lin Xie, a versatile brick, moved wherever needed. Hurry along. With that, Qinxiu dispatched Lin Xie and Chao Yuan from the kitchen. You only learned to make dumplings yesterday? Ani asked, looking at Nikes in surprise. Yes, but my skills are not yet proficient, Nikes replied, nodding. No, you're doing quite well. Look, you surpass those 2 children. Ani reassured Nikes, you possess a natural talent. Thank you. Nikes beamed with happiness. Auntie and Nikes chatted merrily, occasionally sharing amusing stories from Lin Xie's childhood, eliciting hearty laughter from Nikes. Come, the dishes are ready, Zhao Kongcheng announced, bringing in the final dish. Steamed meat with vermicelli, crispy fried pork, tender fried meat, oil-braised prawns, shepherd's purse rice cake soup, stir-fried potatoes with chicken, stir-fried zucchini with meat, braised chicken legs, steamed fish head with chopped chili, and a mixed vegetable stew filled the table. Slurp, Bailey Pang Pang wiped away the drool that was about to spill. When are we starting the feast? Anqing Yu glanced at Bailey Pang Pang. Are you drooling? Bailey Pang Pang replied solemnly. With such an array of delicious dishes before us, who wouldn't be tempted? The last 2 chefs, Chen Mai and Qinxiu, finally emerged. Why are you all just sitting there? Let us eat. Qinxiu wiped her hands. Lin Xie pulled out chairs for Qinxiu and Chen Mai. We were waiting for you. You do have a conscience, Qinxiu remarked as she and Chen Mai took their seats and everyone gathered around. Then let the feast begin. Many could no longer contain their impatience. As soon as Qinxiu served Nikes a portion, Bailey Pang Pang seized a piece of fish meat without hesitation. Delicious. Hey, you're too quick, Chao Yuan remarked, staring at the fish that had already lost a significant chunk. Zhao Kongcheng, holding a bottle of wine, called out to Chen Mai. Captain, grab a cup. Let us have a drink. Pour me some too, Wen Qima added, joining in. Xie, pass me the drink. Hong Ying directed Lin Xie. This one? Lin Xie asked. No, I meant the peach juice. Take care of yourselves, Shen Qingzhu told his 2 younger companions. Brother Shen, we are no longer children, Deng Wei expressed with a hint of exasperation. Children shouldn't drink alcohol. Auntie kept a watchful eye on Lin Xie and the others, even seizing the wine that Qianxiu had just produced. Qian Xiu gazed mournfully as the exquisite wine slipped away from him. Lin Xie stifled a laugh at Qian Xiu's despondent demeanor. Qian Xiu shot Lin Xie a glare and stealthily maneuvered to the other side of the dining table, quietly producing another bottle of wine. Asha, surprise. He still had one. Leaning against the window, Qian Xiu cautiously sipped his clandestine drink. Oh, the dumplings are still on the stove. Chunmai exclaimed, smacking his forehead. I'll go check. Chunmai rose and headed to the kitchen. Feeling slightly tipsy, Qian Xiu took out his lute. May you be warm in winter. May you not feel the chill of spring. May you have an umbrella on rainy days. May your dreams find peace. Dumplings are here, Chunmai announced, carrying a large bowl of dumplings. May you be warm-hearted and kind. May your heart remain untroubled. May time flow gently. Ah, this dumpling. Nikes exclaimed in delight, gazing at the dumpling he had bitten into. Honging noticed the coin hidden within Nike's dumpling. Congratulations. You found good luck. Nikes beamed with joy. May old friends never part. Everyone's faces radiated joy. Unbeknownst to them, Qian Xiu had discreetly replaced the water in Lin Xie and the others' cups with a generous pour of white wine. Who will be the first to notice? Preferably Lin Xie. Let him be the one to mock him. May you, in the years to come, find a loving companion. May there be joy without sorrow. Lung Xian assisted Si Xiaonan in selecting her favorite dishes. May you find companionship and not feel lonely. May your troubles be fleeting. Zhao, Kongcheng, Chimai, and Wen Qima were engaged in a spirited game of rock, paper, scissors while downing drinks. May your hurried steps slow down. May you never forget to look back. Wu Xiangnan laughed heartily, as Zhao Kongcheng had already been penalized with several cups. May your life be smooth and your path clear. May you encounter no obstacles ahead. Hong Ying found herself engrossed in conversation with Nikes, occasionally covering her mouth to stifle laughter. The gentlemen, led by Chun Mai, were engaged in a drinking contest, while the ladies, including Auntie, chatted amiably on the side, and Lin Xie's table of children was enthusiastically vying for food. May you be brave and steadfast. May your heart be warm. May the cycle of life be hopeful. May old friends never part. In the midst of their playful banter, Lin Xie accidentally knocked over his cup of wine. What a pity, but it was all right. There were others to share. May you, in the years to come, find a loving companion. May there be joy without sorrow. Bailey Pang Pang held a large chicken leg in one hand, savoring every bite. May you find companionship and not feel lonely. May your troubles be fleeting. And Xingyu quietly enjoyed her drink on the side. May your hurried steps slow down. May you never forget to look back. Lin Xie was engaged in a spirited competition with Pang Pang over the meat, even employing the Starry Night dancer technique. May you live this life to the fullest, without regrets. May all matters reach completion. Shun Qingzhu succumbed. His tolerance for alcohol faltered, nearly leading him to collapse after a single drink, startling his younger companions. May you be unbound by constraints, free from inner turmoil, guiltless yet virtuous. Chao Yuan also fell victim, now weeping profusely as he clung to Lin Xie. Lin Xie delivered a swift kick, sending Chao Yuan sprawling. May your remaining years be filled with safety, surrounded by loved ones. May worries be fleeting. Auntie tirelessly served dishes to Yang Jin and Lin Xie. May you slow your hurried pace, never forgetting to glance back. Yang Jin insisted he could serve himself, yet Lin Xie and Auntie continued to pile food onto his plate. Observing the mound of meat in his bowl, Yang Jin discreetly tossed several pieces under the table for the little black dog. May this journey be splendid and worthy of remembrance. May it weave vibrant tales. 111, adorned with a small red scarf, frequently adjusted his angle while capturing photographs with his little camera. Qian Xiu turned to gaze out the window, his eyes fixed upon the night sky. May this world be free of regrets as clouds disperse. May all matters find fulfillment. May you all ultimately reach the shore, with all suffering dissolved. As the final note resounded, the melody concluded. Everyone look! Qian Xiu pointed towards the window. The crowd turned in response. Outside, fireworks burst into bloom, illuminating the night sky. In that fleeting moment, brilliance danced, dazzling the eye. The golden glow of the fireworks streamed through the window, reflecting the smiles upon their faces. Happy New Year! This is a slightly revised version of May You, an early wish for everyone to have a joyful new year. Chapter 60. The weather doll Lin Chia pushed open the door and stepped into the Peace Affairs office. Last night, he had left early with his aunt and Yang Jin, while Chunmai and the others were still indulging in their revelries. He wondered how they fared today. Upon entering, Lin Chia spotted Chunmai, looking weary and cradling his head. "Captain," Lin Chia greeted. "Oh, it's Chia," Chunmai replied, rubbing his temples. "You've arrived. Are the others still asleep?" Lin Chia peered inside. "They're all still slumbering. I just woke up when you came in." The scene inside was chaotic. Zhao, Kongsheng, and Wen Qima lay sprawled on the floor, while Wu Xiangnan precariously balanced on the edge of a table, almost toppling over. Lung Xian had abstained from drinking the previous night, opting instead to escort Si Xiaonan and Hongning home. Nikes was also returned to the hospital by the time Lin Chia left. Aside from those three and Lin Chia's family, the rest had spent the night at the Peace Affairs office. After his aunt departed, Chinchio had fully embraced the night's festivities, rallying Wu Xiangnan, Zhao, Kongsheng, Chunmai, and Wen Qima for an entire night of drinking. They consumed red, white, and beer, and as the night wore on, they found the cups too small, resorting to pouring their drinks into a large teapot. Despite the teapot being only half full after several bottles, they downed it in one go, leaving Lin Chia worried they might choke. Chinchio displayed remarkable stamina, taking on 4 opponents without faltering. Ultimately, she managed to bring them all to their knees. One must admit, it was impressive. However, while the inebriated ones were present, Chinchio was nowhere to be seen. "You've come at the right time. Please help me move these people to the sofa. It's inappropriate for them to sleep here," Chunmai remarked, eyeing the drool at the corner of Zhao Kongqing's mouth. Lin Chia nodded in agreement. Together, they moved the drunken individuals to the sofa in the lounge. Inside, Bai Li and his companions were still fast asleep. Shen Xingzhu had claimed a large sofa for herself, unceremoniously kicking Chao Yuan and Bai Li to the floor, where they lay entwined, blissfully unaware. And Xingyu had somehow procured a blanket, neatly laying out a makeshift bed. 111 curled up by the heater, occasionally scratching its belly with tiny paws. Still, there was no sign of Chinchio. Shanmai had yet to shake off his hangover, and after moving everyone, he seemed a bit disoriented. Lin Chia quickly supported him. "Captain, you should take a rest." Shanmai shook his head. "No, we had a late dinner last night, and there's still much to tidy up." Lin Chia gently pressed Chunmai onto the sofa. "Let me handle it. I'll take care of the cleanup." Concerned for Chunmai's well-being, Lin Chia was apprehensive about him overexerting himself, especially as he walked unsteadily. Lin Chia sighed at the disarray before him, but dutifully began to clear the dishes. Halfway through, he noticed a teapot filled with alcohol, containing something white floating within. Initially thinking it was a piece of paper, he approached for a closer look and realized something was amiss. Lin Chia grasped the creature's wings, lifting it to his eyes for a closer inspection. It was a white figure adorned with hints of blue. A weather doll? Lin Chia pondered, what on earth is this? Why does it feel as if it is alive? Moreover, it appears to be sleeping quite soundly. He gave the weather doll a gentle shake, and it swayed in response. "Who is it?" The doll's originally straight-eyed line slightly widened into elongated ovals, and the feathery part atop its head wobbled, suggesting it was still in a haze of slumber. Yawning, it seemed to question whether it was polite to disturb someone's sleep. Lin Chia was taken aback, exclaiming, "What?" The weather doll just spoke, and it sounds remarkably like Chinchio. Startled, he lost his grip, and the doll tumbled back into the teacup with a splash. An impressive dive, earning a perfect 10. The poor wind sprite, still waking from its slumber, had just experienced an unwelcome plunge. As Chinchio resurfaced, all remnants of drowsiness and intoxication vanished in an instant. "Chinchio." Lin Chia realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly reached out to retrieve Chinchio. However, before he could act, Chinchio had already taken flight. "Who threw me down?" The sprite flapped its tiny wings, ascending into the air as the surrounding winds dried its body. With its little arms akimbo and feathers standing erect, it appeared quite indignant. Chinchio's gaze fixed on Lin Chia's outstretched hand, and with narrowed eyes, it declared, "Lin Chia," although only 2 small white eyes were visible on Chinchio's wind sprite visage. Lin Xie could distinctly sense its anger, or perhaps a more fitting term would be its fury. Qinxiu extended its diminutive arm and struck Lin Xie on the head. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, landing abruptly on the ground, his hand pressed to his reddened forehead. It was evident that one's ancestry remains unchanged regardless of size. Qinxiu, looking down from its elevated position, demanded, "Speak. Were you attempting to murder me?" "No, absolutely not." Lin Xie hastily waved his hands. "It was merely a slip." Qinxiu raised an eyebrow. Lin Xie, in a state of desperation, pleaded, "I'm truly sorry. I didn't realize it was you." Qinxiu scrutinized him silently for a moment, and Lin Xie felt the weight of pressure intensify. Once more, Qinxiu extended its little arm. "Ouch!" Lin Xie endured another strike. Tears welled as he rubbed the spot where Qinxiu had struck him. Satisfied, Qinxiu stretched languidly. "Very well, I forgive you." "Qinxiu, you look quite different now." Lin Xie could not refrain from inquiring. "Oh, this form is akin to my true essence." Qinxiu twirled in place. "I'm a wind sprite, you see." "A wind sprite?" With a gentle hum, Qinxiu circled around Lin Xie a few times. "Surprised?" "A little," Lin Xie nodded. Although he had long known that Qinxiu was not human, it was his first encounter with such a form of Qinxiu. To be honest, it was quite adorable. Lin Xie stealthily took out his phone and opened the camera. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just checking if anyone has messaged me." Maintaining a composed demeanor, Lin Xie swiftly exited the camera app and opened the group chat. "Oomph." Qinxiu scoffed. "Kid, this is all leftover from his games." Lin Xie was once again struck. However, that night, he received a photograph sent by Qinxiu. Beneath the azure sky, the tiny wind sprite held a dandelion, tilting its head and squinting at the lens. "Message, Qinxiu, for you." Chapter 61. The award ceremony. The familiar sound of the whistle echoed. Ding, ding, ding. The holiday had come to an end, and all the new recruits had returned to the training camp. It must be said that after a few days without the whistle's wake-up call, these recruits were still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Now that they were back, it felt just right. The recruits swiftly leapt from their beds, mechanically donning their uniforms with closed eyes before opening them to ascertain their direction, dashing towards the playground. Ha-Bai Li, the pudgy recruit, let out a tremendous yawn. Mid-yawn, he suddenly realized something, exclaiming in surprise, "Wait, weren't we done with our physical training? Why do we have to rise so early?" "I have no idea," Lin Xie replied, shaking his head. "But when the whistle blows, we can't be mistaken." Today's atmosphere seemed particularly grave. The instructors stood solemnly on the platform, most adorned with medals of varying sizes and colors. Among all the instructors, Yuan Gang boasted the most numerous and diverse array of medals. Qinxiu also stood on the platform, holding a thick scroll, although he bore no medals himself. Before long, the recruits had assembled on the playground, their movements swift and orderly. Instructor Hong counted the number of recruits and nodded towards Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang cast his gaze upon the recruits below and solemnly stated, "This morning's training is canceled. We have but one primary matter to attend to today." Pausing to scan the recruits once more, Yuan Gang continued, "It is to award some of you with medals." "What? Awards?" The recruits' breaths grew heavy with anticipation. "Is this for real?" During the holiday, the instructors had witnessed everyone's efforts to protect the people and combat the ancient god church. Although this was a trial, the contributions and sacrifices made by all were indisputable. This awarding ceremony was well-deserved. The crowd instinctively straightened their backs. Yuan Gang went on. "The merits of our night watchmen are classified into 4 categories. First, the easiest to obtain is the Spark Medal, awarded for completing significant mystical extermination tasks or safeguarding a large number of lives. The Starlight Medal can only be earned by slaying highly dangerous mystical entities or averting major disasters. The Star Medal is awarded for vanquishing infinite-level mysteries or quelling large-scale events capable of causing societal upheaval. It is exceedingly rare. The Star C Medal has no specific criteria. Rather, it is bestowed when everyone believes you are deserving of it." Several instructors approached, each carrying a tray. "Now those whose names I call, please step forward," Yuan Gang instructed. Stepping back, Qinxiu moved to the forefront, unfurling the scroll to begin reading. Molly, who led the team in slaying dozens of ancient god church members. ensuring the stability of Cangnan City. She fought valiantly against the Chuanjing, sustaining severe injuries to protect her comrades until the instructors arrived. Awarded Spark Medal. Although Qianqiu's voice was soft, the wind carried it across the playground, ensuring that every ear could hear. Molly slowly ascended the stage, the remnants of her previous injuries still aching. Yet she chose to disregard them entirely. All eyes were fixed upon her as she accepted the delicate pink medal. At the moment she presented the medal towards the audience, a smile graced her lips. Though subtle, it was profoundly moving. Zhang Wei and Wang Chong, while evacuating thousands of citizens from Cangnan City, displayed unwavering commitment in the face of a surprise attack by the cult of the ancient gods, prioritizing the safety of the people and fighting valiantly. They were awarded the Sparks Medal. Although Qianqiu had indeed separated the battlefield from reality, the new recruits remained unaware, genuinely striving in their efforts. Even with Qianqiu's protection, they were not merely risking their lives. They were contending for their future. Two boys, who had previously been rather inconspicuous in the training camp, stepped forward. They were ordinary, yet undeniably heroic. Bai Li and Chao Yuan, having slain the serpent woman of the cult of the ancient gods and several enemies from the Pool realm, participated in the elimination of foes from the River realm. They were also bestowed the Sparks Medal. Bai Li and Chao Yuan approached with a gravity that contrasted their usual demeanor. As they received the medal, both felt its weight, an embodiment of their valor. Li Ming single-handedly thwarted a member of the cult of the ancient gods from detonating themselves, resulting in devastating injuries to both arms, rendering him unable to continue training. Yet he had protected hundreds of citizens in Cangnan. He received the Starlight Medal. Though assistance was offered, he refused, resolutely walking forward on his own. The instructor personally affixed the light blue medal to him. Tears streamed down his face, yet his expression remained one of joy. And Xingyu, orchestrating the entire response, commanded all 240 recruits for 13 consecutive hours to counter the assault from the cult of the ancient gods, minimizing the losses incurred. He was awarded the Starlight Medal. Initially drawn to the Night Watchers due to Qianqiu's abduction and a fascination with the mysterious, he now grasped a fragment of the oath's significance as he held the light blue medal. Lin Qie and Shen Qingzhu, having vanquished several enemies from the Pool realm and faced the 13th seat of the Believers, Han Xiaoyan, without retreat, nearly achieving a kill. They were also honored with the Starlight Medal. As they stepped forward, Lin Qie cast his gaze upon the medal, moved by an inexplicable emotion. At that moment, Qianqiu declared loudly, "To our heroes, salute." With a swift motion, all recruits and instructors raised their right hands in unison, rendering a military salute to the medal bearers on stage. Under the sunlight, the medals gleamed brilliantly, radiating golden light. The onlookers saluted with admiration in their eyes, while those on stage stood resolutely, gazing ahead. This moment was solemn and profound. As the ceremony concluded, all lowered their arms, and the medal recipients bowed to the instructor before descending from the stage. Just when it seemed the awarding of medals had concluded, Qianqiu spoke once more. Wang Chong, having slain 3 enemies from the Pool realm, sustained a minor head injury. Zhao Yong assisted Molly in slaying an enemy from the Pool realm, sustaining a fracture in his leg. Chun Hao eliminated a foe from the Pool realm while protecting a mother and her daughter, who suffered penetrating wounds to their abdomens. Lu Feng. The scroll of Qianqiu meticulously recorded the experiences and injuries of all present at that time. The period of Qianqiu's disappearance was not spent idly. Every detail was carefully documented by him. He recited each account in turn. Chun Jing, Li Po. Each individual, to varying degrees, had either slain an enemy or defended the citizens of Cangnan and had similarly endured injuries of differing severity. Not a single person was omitted from Qianqiu's scroll. As they listened to the lengthy roster, recounting the deeds and wounds of their comrades, a profound emotion surged within them. Once more, they offered their salute. Qianqiu rolled up the scroll. This salute was dedicated to everyone's contributions and sacrifices, honoring your valor and fearlessness. Your blood has stained the heavens. Salute. All the recruits and instructors raised their right hands once again. Drops of water traced down their cheeks, falling to the ground. Whether sweat or tears, it was hard to tell. Chapter 62. The Persecution of Instructor Gu Nao. The award ceremony has come to a conclusion. Yuan Gang announced the completion of the honors. The new recruits let out a sigh of relief, as the solemn atmosphere was undeniably nerve-wracking. However, when the new recruits heard Yuan Gang's next words, their hearts sank once again. All right, the award ceremony has concluded, but the matter is not yet finished. With rewards come penalties. Yuan Gang revealed a smirk of schadenfreude. Surely, you did not think this was the end, did you? No. Chinchio's tone regained its lively spirit. With a swift motion, Chinchio pulled a piece of paper from the scroll. His smile widened. Based on the circumstances, I have categorized you into 3 groups. The first group, those who performed adequately, will be let off. The second group, those who sustained entirely unnecessary injuries, will continue their physical training every morning and evening for an additional 2 months. As for the third group, those who, due to carelessness or other inexcusable reasons, put themselves in life-threatening situations, triggering the protective mark I placed upon you, will have to endure physical training until the completion of the boot camp. After all, sustaining unnecessary injuries indicates that your agility still requires improvement, does it not? The new recruits stared wide-eyed at Chinchio. Wait, what? Is he a devil? Physical training continues? They would still have to race against the whirlwind. Ignoring the accusatory glares from the recruits, Chinchio began to read the categorized list. The first and third groups were few, while the majority fell into the second category. The playground was filled with cries of despair. Anyone passing by would inevitably ask, didn't the new year just pass? Why are we still slaughtering pigs? The new recruits reluctantly resumed their relentless morning and evening physical training. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The most unfortunate part was that after several instances of Chinchio enjoying warm soy milk while observing the recruits' training, he inadvertently inspired those who had escaped the additional penalties. Consequently, the scene that unfolded daily on the training camp as playground was quite the spectacle. A group of grim-faced individuals raced against the whirlwind, while a nearby group savored their breakfast or dinner with delight. Even Chinchio was taken aback by their audacity. But truth be told, the meals were indeed delectable, and nearly everyone watching indulged in an extra couple of bowls of rice. During this period, the cafeteria's chef's son had to prepare an additional pot of food every time he cooked. The recruits also relished in the joy of Chinchio watching them suffer. Of course, the primary focus of the boot camp in the latter half of the year was not on physical training, but rather on tactical guidance, simulation drills, the principles of forbidden zones, combat practice, and knowledge of the world's mythical systems. Most of the time, the recruits found themselves seated in classrooms absorbing theoretical knowledge, providing many with a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of school days. At the podium, an instructor wearing black-framed glasses concluded his explanation of the theoretical knowledge regarding forbidden zones, with some time still remaining before class ended. Well, that brings us to the end of today's discussion. You may now freely pose any questions. Do not underestimate the value of theoretical knowledge. We are but mere specks in the grand tapestry of existence. It is only through relentless inquiry and exploration that we can begin to unravel the mysteries of the universe and perceive the truths that lie within it. Lin Xie initially had no intention of posing any questions, but upon hearing the phrase "the truth of the world," something stirred within his very being. Indeed, for the past few days, Merlin had been engaging Chinchio in nightly discussions regarding the essence of reality, which resulted in Lin Xie being inundated with a plethora of bewildering concepts. The two deities traversed topics ranging from the nature of reality itself to the arguments for its potential fallacy, and even the existence of higher dimensions and the means by which to prove such claims. They employed a myriad of approaches spanning philosophy, magic, and the realms of physics and mathematics, time-space magic, quantum physics, parallel universes, dimensional theory, and the laws of the universe. It was all too abstract for Lin Xie, whose limited capacity for comprehension was utterly overwhelmed. Each day, he could only watch the fluctuating numbers on Merlin's treatment panel, as the healing progress oscillated dramatically. A single remark from Chinchio could elevate the progress from 0 to 87, yet before it could ascend further, a retort from Merlin would send it crashing back down to 0. The numerical values danced like an electrocardiogram, rising and falling, an endless cycle of suspense. Lin Xie felt as if he were losing his mind. Therefore, upon hearing instructor Gu mention the truth of the world, he could not help but raise his hand. Report. Lin Xie interjected. Do you have a question? Instructor Gu encouraged him, curious about the inquiries he might propose. Instructor, how can we prove the world's falsity and the existence of higher dimensions? Instructor Gu raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Lin Xie, do you believe the world is false? His expression suggested disbelief, as if he were concerned about the boy's mental state for questioning the very fabric of reality. Lin Xie felt a pang of frustration. It was all the fault of Merlin and Qianxio's engrossing discussions that had imprinted their theories of a potentially illusory world into his mind, causing him to blurt out his thoughts. Realizing that these were issues even the two deities struggled to comprehend, Lin Xie opted to revise his query. No, let me pose a different question. Instructor, what do you believe the truth of the world is? Or rather, do you think that the world we inhabit is real? Instructor Gu furrowed his brow, preparing to respond, but Lin Xie interrupted him. How do we know that the world is merely what we perceive and understand? On what grounds can we assert that the realm we currently occupy is indeed authentic? Dimensional theories, higher dimensional universes, parallel timelines. What lies beyond this realm? Under the scrutiny of higher dimensional beings, how do we present ourselves? Lin Xie recalled the initial topics of discussion between Merlin and Qianxio. Have you ever considered that we might be creations of a higher dimensional existence? If that is the case, are we truly real? Is everything we experience a product of our own volition? How can we substantiate that? Instructor Gu's brow furrowed deeply, as if he were earnestly contemplating Lin Xie's inquiries. His gaze reflected a mixture of composure, surprise, awe, and bewilderment. Your question is indeed profound. Instructor Gu inhaled deeply. However, I'm unable to provide an answer at this moment. Please allow me some time to return and conduct a thorough examination. Rest assured, since you have posed this question to me, I shall not evade it. Grant me a little time, and I will certainly furnish you with a response. After class, Instructor Gu hurriedly departed after tidying up his belongings, deep in thought as he walked with his head bowed. Lin Xie observed the retreating figure of Instructor Gu and sensed, from the resolute glint in his eyes as he left, that he might be in some peril. He could not allow any harm to befall Instructor Gu. Chapter 63. Extracting Merlin's abilities. The renewed life at the training camp is filled with joy. This afternoon, during the training session in the Forbidden Ruins, the instructors issued the new recruits their ACE devices. The ACE, affectionately known as the acrobatic exploder, continuously emits a fluctuating mental current for 24 hours. While it is not lethal or harmful, it does compel the user to perform astonishing feats of agility. The recruits must maintain a harmonious balance between their mental energy and the current throughout their daily activities, including eating, sleeping, and even using the restroom, to avoid embarrassing mishaps. During this period, Qianxio gathered some rare footage. Chao Yuan executed a backflip through a ring of fire, held by 111, in a seamless display of coordination. Anqingyu leapt and rolled forward, seamlessly catching Thomas' spin with a full rotation. Lin Xie performed a forward roll into a backflip, followed by a split. But what garnered the most admiration was his ability to eat while performing a one-handed handstand. Bailey Pang Pang executed a 1,080-degree spin over a tightrope, only for the rope to snap, yet he managed a flawless 360-degree forward roll upon landing. Shun Qingzhu added flair with a side flip into a one-handed rotation, appearing quite impressive. Of course, Qianxio did not overlook the other recruits, capturing their efforts as well. He uploaded all this material to the group chat. Group chat. Little Silly Cats Catching Mice, 241. Qianxio Winback has uploaded files to the group. Qianxio Winback has renamed the group to Gathering Place for Escaped Inmates. Qianxio Winback. The chat software does not support large video uploads, so I can only share these. Please bear with it. Eggplant stir-fried with eggs. The sky is falling. JPG, Ordinary Child. The ground is shattering. JPG, Little Monk Mingyuan. The world is ending. JPG, Anonymous. It's over. JPG, the sky is falling. JPG, 99 motivated by Chinchio's antics. The recruits reduced their time controlling the ACE, for none wished to have their embarrassing moments immortalized and shared publicly. After a while, some recruits became accustomed to the ACE and ceased their acrobatics, which left Chinchio feeling somewhat disappointed. During this time, Lin Xia noticed that Instructor Gu was absent. He had not attended class for quite some time. Upon inquiry, Lin Xia learned that Instructor Gu had been admitted to a psychiatric hospital. It seems my initial intuition was indeed correct. Instructor Gu did not escape unscathed. At the psychiatric hospital of the deities, Lin Xia arrived. "Donatus, you have returned," Nix exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. "Yes, mother, I have come. How have you been lately?" Lin Xia inquired. "I am well, though I am worried about Gelasius." Nix sighed with concern. "What has happened to Chinchio?" Lin Xia questioned, puzzled, fearing something unfortunate had befallen him. "Gelasius has been locked away with Merlin studying magic for several days now, and I am uncertain of his well-being. He has not emerged for days." Lin Xia pondered. No wonder he hadn't seen Chinchio in recent days. It turned out he had been in a hospital with Merlin researching magic. "Mother, I shall go visit them." "All right, Darnadus. It would be timely to remind Gelas not to overexert himself." "Very well." Lin Xia proceeded towards Merlin's room. As he opened the door, he beheld Chinchio and Merlin engrossed in earnest calculations, surrounded by a multitude of books and sheets of computations. "I quit," Chinchio exclaimed, flinging his pen aside, collapsing onto the table. "I've been assisting you for 5 consecutive days. I now require rest." "Your Excellency, we are merely one variable away from completion. This magic is on the verge of fruition." "I quit," Chinchio insisted, surrendering to fatigue. Initially, he had only harbored a slight interest in the dimensional magic that Merlin was studying, which had lured him into this endeavor. But he never anticipated that Merlin would keep him engaged in research for several days. He wished to slack off. He did not want to work. Merlin appeared somewhat exasperated. "Your Excellency, how about this? I will assist you in perfecting that core key, and you and I can continue to complete this magic." Merlin smiled slyly, akin to a fox. Chinchio's mouth drooped. "You're insufferable. How could I possibly refuse under these circumstances?" Reluctantly, Chinchio picked up the computation sheet again, gazing despondently at the magic inscribed upon it. Can you imagine calculus combined with permutations and combinations in quantum physics? To Chinchio, the dimensional magic that Merlin was studying felt akin to such a torturous amalgamation. It was beyond human capacity. It was an utter waste of brain cells. "Chinchio, Merlin." Lin Xia tiptoed carefully around the scattered books and papers, approaching the two. He glanced at Merlin's healing panel. Progress still at 0. "Director Lin." Merlin greeted Lin Xia with a smile. "Xia, it would be splendid if you could assist me." Chinchio sighed as he looked at Lin Xia. "Why can't you perform magic? Oh, wait. Magic?" Chinchio's eyes lit up. He turned to Merlin. "Merlin." Merlin raised an eyebrow, recalling something as well. "Director Lin." Merlin grasped Chinchio's intent and turned to Lin Xia. "What is your understanding of the nature of reality and illusion?" Lin Xia did not anticipate Merlin would pose such a question. What did it mean? Was it a test? He recalled the explanation from Instructor Gu regarding the doctors in the psychiatric hospital, and he found it quite agreeable, rather than a materialistic perspective. Lin Xia leaned more towards an idealistic interpretation. "Never mind, Director Lin, just express your understanding," Merlin said gently. "Although both you and Chinchio have concluded that the world is illusory, I still wish to assert that the world is real." "Oh." Merlin appeared somewhat astonished and appreciative, encouraging Lin Xia to continue. "Why do you hold such a belief?" Lin Xia took a deep breath. "Because I exist in this world. I cannot detach from it. Family, friends, countless flesh and blood individuals inhabit this realm. Are they also illusions? If the world is false, do their lives, joys, and sorrows, as well as our familial and friendly bonds, become inconsequential? Not necessarily. If my family and friends were to pass away, I could not console myself with the thought that they were merely illusions, and their demise is of no consequence. My world is small, confined to this very space. I belong here. The veracity of the world is of little relevance to me. As long as those around me are well, then this world is undeniably real to me." Merlin smiled, his profound gaze flickering slightly. A commendable response, Dean Lin. Merlin's healing progress, 0. 60. 60. The conditions for obtaining rewards have been met. The random selection of Merlin's divine abilities is about to commence. Lin Chie's eyes widened as he beheld the panel before him. Merlin's healing progress had not diminished. The ability extraction was truly beginning. Moreover, there were 2 opportunities for extraction. Lin Chie was unaware of the cause of Merlin's ailment. Thus, he was astonished by the sudden surge in healing progress. However, Qianqiu understood. A portion of Merlin's affliction stemmed from the mingling of Patrick Star's soul, while another part was due to Merlin's own obstinacy. Yet, Qianqiu had shattered Merlin's stubbornness, resolutely presenting the conclusion that the world was an illusion, and together they explored ways to transcend this reality and ascend to higher dimensions. For a scholar, what is most precious? Companions who share the journey of studying magic and contemplating truth are the rarest of treasures. In any case, Qianqiu had not anticipated that engaging in philosophical discourse with Merlin would lead to his own entanglement. Thus, when Merlin was free from Patrick Star's influence, all else became secondary. No one could hinder his pursuit of truth alongside his companions, not even his own mental afflictions. Chapter 64. Magic Lin Chie fixed his gaze upon the spinning wheel before him, the pointer's rotation gradually slowing until it finally came to a halt. Mastery of summoning magic. Mastery of transformation magic. In 2 successive draws, he had acquired magic, for Merlin's abilities were predominantly magical in nature. Mastery of summoning magic. Attain the complete knowledge of all summoning spells possessed by the Mage Merlin, transforming oneself into an ultra-compatible entity for summoning magic. The casting time is reduced by 50, the materials required are diminished by 50, the mental energy needed is cut by 50, and the difficulty of casting is lower by 50. Mastery of transformation magic. Illusionary realm. Perfectly transform oneself into any creature or object previously encountered, while possessing, to a certain extent, their abilities and characteristics. The strength of these abilities is contingent upon one's understanding of the subject. A familiar epiphany washed over him once more. However, this time, Lin Chie found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament. When he had drawn the ability of Nyx, he had primarily gained energy, but this time, drawing from Merlin's magic, he had amassed a wealth of knowledge instead. Fundamental magical understanding and Merlin's lifelong insights into the 2 forms of magic were brutally thrust into Lin Chie's mind. Qianqiu and Merlin had been closely monitoring Lin Chie's condition. Upon witnessing Lin Chie's dazed expression post-draw, Qianqiu immediately comprehended his plight. The influx of information was overwhelming, and Lin Chie's brain had momentarily short-circuited. Merlin quickly cast a healing spell on Chie. We must prevent this lad from losing his wits. Merlin, undeterred, swiftly recited an incantation, a beam of green luminescence striking Lin Chie. However, Lin did not respond. Merlin proceeded to refresh Lin Chie's status several times. Qianqiu began to relax. Knowledge, after all, poses little threat. It merely causes the mind to overheat a bit, and timely healing would remedy any issue. With Merlin present, Qianqiu felt no concern that Lin Chie would lose his sanity. After a considerable pause, Lin Chie finally rebooted. Are you awake? Let us see how many fingers I'm holding up. Qianqiu wiggled 2 fingers in front of Lin Chie's eyes. Seeing Lin Chie remain silent, Qianqiu exaggerated. No way, he can't truly be daft. It's 2. Qianqiu patted his chest, relieved. Thank goodness, you're not foolish. Lin Chie felt a pang of annoyance. Though his head no longer felt as if it might explode, he now sensed a peculiar lightness akin to walking on cotton, rendering him somewhat dizzy and slow to react. My magic may indeed be rather complex. Attempting to learn 2 at once is quite a challenge for you. Merlin offered Lin Chie a cup of warm water. Qianqiu gently ruffled Lin Chie's hair, a gentle breeze brushing past, bringing a semblance of clarity to his muddled mind. After steadying himself, Lin Chie downed the water Merlin had poured, finally regaining his senses. What magic did the headmaster learn? Merlin inquired. Summoning and transformation magic, Lin Chie replied, rifling through the magical knowledge in his mind. I truly did not anticipate that learning magic would be so arduous. You have leaped to a level that others strive for a lifetime to attain. Enduring a bit of hardship is only natural. Qianxiu offered some comfort to Lin Xie. After undergoing a baptism of knowledge, Lin Xie had acquired a fundamental grasp of magic. With his headache alleviated, he rubbed his hands together, eager to experiment with his newfound abilities. While summoning magic was impractical within the confines of the hospital, transformation magic remained a viable option. What truly intrigued Lin Xie was the characteristic of transformation magic that allowed one to mimic another's abilities. Having spent considerable time with Qianxiu, he believed he had a reasonable understanding of her. If he transformed into Qianxiu, might he not also wield her powers? After all, Qianxiu was a deity. A glimmer of blue light flickered in Lin Xie's eyes as a deep blue magic circle briefly illuminated the ground beneath him. In the next moment, he had perfectly transformed into Qianxiu's likeness. "You can even take on my appearance," Qianxiu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Xie. She circled him a few times, marveling at the accuracy of the transformation. The fabric of the clothing, down to every crease, was indistinguishable from the original, revealing not a hint of flaw. How delightful! Lin Xie then raised his hand and waved it forward in the air, only to nothing happened. Well, not entirely. If one were to observe closely with a magnifying glass, they might notice the paper on the table had tilted at an angle of approximately 3 degrees. Silence ensued. Then, puahaha, Qianxiu burst into laughter. This is even more pathetic than Zhao Kongsheng. At least he could manage to blow out a candle. You can't even extinguish one. Why is that? Lin Xie was utterly perplexed. Surely, there should be some semblance of wind. The complete absence of it was baffling. Director Lin, while transformation magic allows one to assume the form of any creature they have encountered, deities are not so easily imitated, Merlin elucidated. Qianxiu stroked her chin thoughtfully. It should also relate to the fact that you have yet to witness my true form. True form? Lin Xie recalled the wallpaper on his phone. Is it the wind spirit? Not quite. That is merely the prototype, but not my authentic divine form, Qianxiu clarified, shaking her finger. Lin Xie was astonished. So, he had never even seen Qianxiu in her divine manifestation? It seemed so. Qianxiu never exhibited any divine aura, appearing as an ordinary person. Lin Xie suddenly realized that, despite their time together, he still knew very little about her. Upon transformation, the director can indeed possess certain characteristics, but one must be of a lower realm than oneself to fully unleash the potential of transformation magic, Merlin advised Lin Xie. He attempted again, transforming into various other mysterious creatures and individuals. Indeed, it was only those whose realms were inferior that allowed for greater capacity in mimicry. As for beings like Qianxiu, Merlin, and Nyx, such aspirations were futile. He could only take on their forms without replicating their powers. Alas, the notion of vanquishing foes by borrowing divine strength was dashed. Well then, now that you have learned magic, Qianxiu said with a mischievous glint in her eye, one can only assume your foundation in magic is quite sound. What's the matter? Lin Xie sensed an ominous premonition. With a loud thud, a stack of paper half his height was placed before him by Qianxiu. Now, the verification of this data is entrusted to you. Qianxiu gently patted Lin Xie's shoulder. It is quite simple. As long as one possesses a fundamental understanding of magic and mathematical computation, it suffices. Lin Xie contemplated a refusal. The sheer volume of papers was nearly as tall as he was utterly insurmountable. You are not aiding me. You are aiding yourself. Do you not wish to see an increase in Merlin's healing progress? Lin Xie fell silent, pondering, and ultimately succumbed shamefully. Qianxiu observed Lin Xie, who was visibly exuding frustration, yet compelled to write fervently, and smiled. How splendid it is to have a tool to assist. Now one can indulge in idleness. Lin Xie calculated for an extended period, his eyes swimming with stars. As he neared the end of the towering stack of papers, hope glimmered on the horizon. Director Lin, Merlin suddenly interjected. What is it? Lin Xie instinctively replied without lifting his gaze. These two I must entrust to Director Lin, Merlin spoke courteously. Yet his actions were anything but. He presented Lin Xie with yet another stack of papers, even taller than the one Chinchio had provided. Chinchio cast a surprised glance at Merlin, who merely raised an eyebrow in response. How could one not take full advantage of an exploited assistant? This significantly reduced a considerable amount of necessary, yet tedious work. Lin Chie's breath hitched as he beheld the mountain of papers that obscured the light. Is this even humanly possible? So much. Director Lin, I implore you, Merlin earnestly beseeched Lin Chie. Surely, you believe in Director Lin's capabilities, do you not? Very well. Lin Chie gritted his teeth in response. Upon receiving Lin Chie's answer, Merlin cheerfully resumed his magical research. By the time Lin Chie had completed the verification of all the data, he was utterly slumped in his chair. It seemed as though one could envision a translucent white object adorned with a small halo slowly ascending from Lin Chie's head towards the heavens. Chapter 65. Design Assessment. Since the incident where Lin Chie was captured by Merlin and Chinchio to serve as a laborer, he had refrained from returning to the hospital for quite some time. Initially, Lin Chie held a certain enchantment for magic. As who wouldn't he yearn for the ability to wield it? Every child harbors dreams of becoming a magical boy or girl. However, after enduring the rigors of knowledge and the torment from the two deities, Lin Chie had an epiphany. Magique. He observed that as long as Merlin refrained from uttering the words real world, everything was fine. Day after day, she tirelessly researched ways to breach the dimensional barriers. Consequently, for the time being, he had no intention of treating Merlin. He decided to let things unfold naturally. Unable to experiment with summoning magic in the hospital, Lin Chie seized an opportunity to test it outside. Guided by an inexplicable fate, he invoked a plethora of peculiar entities through the simplest form of random summoning magic. In a state of urgency, he hastily dealt with these manifestations. The next morning, a pair of white stockings was discovered beneath by Li's bed. Time gradually progressed. Chinchio did not remain at the training camp for long. Unless there was a significant event, he was rarely seen. He was either wandering through Cangnan or darting about the world. He appeared quite busy, though it remained unclear what occupied his time. During this period, Lin Chie also learned of certain exploits attributed to Wu Xiangnan and Chen Mai. He was taken aback to discover that one was a former member of the elite Blue Rain team, while the other had once been a prodigy in Shangjing. The possessor of the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 037, known as Black Wuchang. Another revelation struck him. A decade ago, Cangnan had been the battleground for a divine conflict, sparked by a forbidden object known as the Curse of Shiva. Upon learning this, Lin Chie's heart skipped a beat. The coincidence of the 10-year mark felt too uncanny. 10 years ago, the captain vanished in Shangjing and later reappeared in Cangnan. 10 years ago, the Divine War erupted in Cangnan. 10 years ago, he had witnessed Michael on the moon, leading to his blindness. Were you pondering so seriously? Startled by Chinchio's sudden appearance, Lin Chie calmly replied, I was contemplating the Divine War in Cangnan that occurred a decade ago. That matter. Chinchio understood, deducing that Lin Chie had likely received this information from Yuan Gang. Lin Chie discerned something in Chinchio's tone. Chinchio, do you know? Indeed. Chinchio did not shy away. I can even state explicitly that you are connected to this affair. Lin Chie was taken aback. He had already suspected his involvement in the divine conflict, and with Chinchio's confirmation, it seemed undeniably true. Yet how could this be? How could a mere small fry like him be entangled in a divine war? Chinchio tossed the crystal ball he held. To be precise, it is your connection to Cangnan that matters. Lin Chie stared at Chinchio in confusion. Do not overthink it, Chinchio reassured, ruffling Lin Chie's hair. At your current stage, there is no need to dwell on such matters. You are not yet equipped to navigate the complexities of the Cangnan situation, so it is sufficient for you to understand the general context. It is best to have a buffer when the truth is finally revealed. Chinchio smiled at Lin Chie. The rest, he thought, could be entrusted to others. Well, they're still training this afternoon. You should hurry and grab a bite to eat. I need to find Yuan Gang. Time is running out. Lin Chie suddenly realized that mealtime had nearly elapsed. Thoughts of Cangnan and divine battles faded from his mind. The most pressing concern now was to eat. Once the time had passed, there would be no food left, and the instructor would show no mercy. Chinchio nodded in satisfaction at Lin Chie's hurried silhouette as he dashed towards the dining hall. pleased with his skill in diverting the conversation. Leisurely, Chinchio made his way to the back mountain of the training camp, where a group of instructors awaited. 3 black-armed transport aircraft descended slowly from the clouds. Once the aircraft stabilized, a fully armed operative maneuvered a transport vehicle out, carrying 3 enormous black cubes. Report. The 3 captured Chuan Realm mysteries have been delivered. Please provide instructions. Thank you, Yuan Gang acknowledged with a nod. After meticulously inspecting the 3 black cubes and finding no issues, both men saluted each other. The transport aircraft ascended gently into the sky once more. Now, a slight smile crept across Yuan Gang's lips as he turned and remarked, "The carnival day for the new recruits is about to commence. We shall proceed according to Advisor Chinchio's proposal." Yuan Gang inclined his head slightly towards Chinchio. "Thank you for your assistance." Not at all, Chinchio replied, tossing the crystal ball in his hand. "It's not solely my endeavor. Everyone contributed to the design, and it should be quite enjoyable." Both Chinchio and Yuan Gang smiled, as did the other instructors. Yet, their smiles bore an unsavory delight, a malicious glee that would instill a heightened sense of vigilance in the new recruits upon first sight. That night, as the new recruits slumbered, the instructors prepared to stir mischief. The core in Chinchio's hand began to emit a cerulean glow, levitating in the air. Chinchio was the first to utilize his authority to transport the 3 dormitory buildings of the new recruits to an alternate dimensional space, ensuring they would not hear a whisper or sense a thing amiss. Next, Chinchio granted each instructor temporary powers to manipulate and create while using divine strength. Of course, these instructors lacked divine power, so they would rely on spiritual energy, which would inevitably deplete more quickly, designating the teaching building as their stronghold. The instructors eagerly prepared to showcase their skills. In the realm of reality, all 16 instructors were stationed at the final checkpoint, with 14 classrooms spanning 2 floors. One instructor gazed at the map of the teaching building with a hint of concern. "You've miscalculated. There are a total of 15. Advisor Chinchio does not play the final boss," another instructor suggested. "And I recall there's a storage room on the top floor. Clearing that out should suffice." "All right," the first instructor exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "You are absolutely correct. Are the hunters and cubes positioned properly?" Yuangong inquired. All set. Then let the atmosphere team familiarize themselves with the layout. We can't afford to falter in front of those little rascals tomorrow." "Understood." Suddenly recalling something, Yuan Gang hastily added, "All right, make the final challenge a bit more difficult. Do not let them approach you so easily." "Of course, we cannot allow them such ease," the instructors assured with cheerful smiles. Meanwhile, in a parallel realm, Chinchio addressed the instructors before him. "No worries, this is the trial of their souls. We can design it as we please. Freed from the constraints of their physical forms, they could afford to be bolder. Moreover, with only their souls remaining, I can establish certain rules to limit them." Upon hearing this, the instructors' eyes lit up, and they swiftly modified the layout of the space. In the end, they respectfully invited Chinchio to set the rules. Chinchio observed the designs of these instructors with a twitch at the corner of his eye. Who would have thought? They truly possessed quite an imaginative flair. Once the space here was nearly complete, Chinchio went to check on the instructors responsible for designing the final challenge in reality. After reviewing all the layouts created by the instructors, Chinchio was left astounded. Good heavens! What enmity or grievance could inspire such torment for the new recruits? He mused silently, lighting a candle for them in his heart. The instructors had unleashed their creativity. May the recruits find solace in their own resilience. Chapter 66. The assessment begins the following morning. As Lin Xie opened his eyes, an unsettling feeling washed over him, though he could not pinpoint the source of his disquiet. Rising from his bed, he cast a glance at Bai Li Pang Pang, who was still slumbering soundly like a lifeless swine. It was only when he noticed the pile of Rolex watches on Bai Li Pong Pong's bedside that the gravity of the situation struck him. It was already 5:30. That was the source of his unease. Where was the whistle? Typically, around 5 in the morning, the instructor would be outside blowing the whistle. On particularly fervent days, it would be unusual for them to commence at 2 or 3 in the morning. Yet today, at 5:30, there was an eerie silence outside. No wonder he felt so uncomfortable in his sleep. What on earth was happening today? Lin Xie opened the door and stepped outside. The corridor was enveloped in silence, as was the exterior of the building. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. Following their previous encounter during the New Year's practical exercise, all the recruits had heightened their vigilance towards their surroundings. Their nascent battle instincts were screaming that something was wrong within the training camp. Rather than venturing out immediately, Lin Xie decisively returned to his dormitory, snatched up his slippers, and delivered a resounding slap to Ba Li Pongpong's face. The slipper slid off Ba Li Pangpang's face, leaving a distinct red mark, yet he exhibited no sign of awakening. Lin Xie's expression shifted to one of concern. Lin Xie certainly grasped the situation swiftly. In a designated area, apart from the atmosphere team, all the instructors had congregated. Before them lay numerous light screens, allowing for comprehensive observation of the entire training camp through permissions granted by Chinchio. The recruits were divided into two groups. One group was required to rise before 6 o'clock to identify the issues and pass the instructor's evaluations in the reality space, while the other group, who had not risen by 6, faced the mysterious extraction of their souls by the Spider Child and needed to defeat the Spider Child in the instructor's designed parallel space to pass. The recruits had banded together. The instructors observed the unfolding situation, as some were already heading to the armory to retrieve weapons. It must be said that the previous practical exercise had indeed honed these youngsters. One instructor remarked with a sense of admiration. Otherwise, their reactions would not have been so prompt. Speaking of the parallel space, how were those youngsters faring? The individual scripting the scenario over there was truly talented. They were likely just beginning and had yet to delve into the main storyline. But let us not focus on that. It appeared they had already identified the issues with the teaching building over here. On the screen, the recruits had conducted a preliminary exploration of the training camp and were now directing their attention towards the teaching building. Come on, distribute the controllers, Chinchio exclaimed, bringing over a large box to distribute joystick controllers, those used for video games. This one is mine. That's mine. Nonsense, put that down. That's mine. I worked hard for it yesterday. Go find your own. The scene grew chaotic. Chinchio observed the instructors squabbling like children over the items, his lips twitching in exasperation. All right, everyone, quickly grab your own. Yuongong commanded. If only the chief instructor would return my item, it would lend more credence to his words. Instructor Hong cast a melancholic glance at Yuan Gang. Ahem. Yuan Gang cleared his throat, feeling somewhat guilty. I merely wish to take a look. Instructor Yuan. I never anticipated you to be such a character, Chinchio jested, shaking his head. I'll return it to you now. Yuongong, lacking sufficient fortitude, reluctantly returned the handle to Instructor Hong. All right, everyone, take a moment to familiarize yourselves with the controls. The recruits will be entering shortly, Chinchio reminded the instructors. In the realm of reality, Lin Xie and his companions had already stepped into the teaching building. Ascending the staircase, they emerged not into a corridor, but into a classroom. The door at the far end of the classroom led to a corridor on the 4th floor. The spatial arrangement of the teaching building was utterly chaotic. The layout within this building is completely disordered, and Xingyu observed. Do you recall the trials during the previous New Year? I suspect this is Chinchio's doing. It is indeed plausible, Chao Yuan concurred. So, is this also a test for the instructors? A portion of the recruits had succumbed to slumber. Yet the problematic location was situated far from the dormitory building, within the teaching building. This shouldn't be an enemy attack. It must be an assessment from the instructors. And Xingyu deduced. What should we do then? It's impossible to ascertain right now. And Xingyu shook his head. However, the instructors cannot merely maintain this state. Something will inevitably occur, which will serve as a clue. Leading the group, Lin Xie's mortal realm was the first to sense something amiss. Caution! There is something ahead. He warned Xingyu and Chao Yuan. The group immediately heightened their vigilance, gazing warily ahead. Before them loomed an unidentified creature, dark, viscous, and resembling an enormous slime. Is this the mysterious entity? Perhaps, and Xingyu replied, uncertain. I shall test it. Lin Xie charged forward. Within the instructor's space, Yuan Gang's expression twisted with rage as he stared at the screen, frantically manipulating the controller. Quickly dodge. Dodge. Yuan Gang fumed, frustrated by the inadequacy of the creature he had conjured. To the left, chief instructor to the left. Now to the right, hurry right. Yuan Gong, dumb. Qinxiu could not help but shout instructions. Qinxiu and a circle of instructors observed Yuan Gang's attempts to maneuver the black slime against Lin Xie. Damn, how is this kid moving so fast? Yuan Gang seethed with impotent fury. On the screen, the black slime struggled to move. Despite Yuan Gang's earnest efforts to evade Lin Xie's attacks. However, the hardware limitations rendered his skill moot. The black slime succumbed to 2 swift strikes from Lin Xie, utterly defeated. Yuan Gang halted his frantic movements, inhaling deeply. Quickly, whoever is nearby, rush over and swarm those recruits. This is so frustrating. We're being completely overrun. If we can't win, then let us gang up on them. I must reclaim my dignity. I'm nearby. Qinxiu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Instructor Yuan, wait for me, as I seek vengeance on your behalf. In the realm of reality, after Lin Xie vanquished the black slime, he was astonished to see it dissolve into azure luminescence, leaving behind a badge adorned with the emblem of the black slime. Lin Xie gazed in disbelief at the disappearance of the creature. What has transpired? Does a mysterious death simply vanish? Guetstin Gaojuan. Certainly not, replied Qingyu, who possessed the most authority on the matter. Thus, this phenomenon is not enigmatic. It may be an artifact controlled by the Forbidden Ruins, or perhaps a creation of Qinxiu. Lin Xie picked up the badge. This must serve as a clue from the instructors, he remarked, turning to approach Qingyu and Qiao Yuan. Suddenly, he noticed a colossal figure materializing behind them. The shadow surged towards Lin Xie and his companions. By heaven! Lin Xie's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. The figure exuded a sense of power and futuristic technology. Its armor gleamed with a resplendent metallic luster. In its grasp was a beam sword radiating a ghostly azure light, seemingly capable of severing all, and behind it were massive wings, intricate and imbued with unparalleled mechanical elegance. Goodness, where did this giant Gundam come from? Is this for real? Qinxiu observed the screen, amused by Lin Xie's shocked expression, his lips curling into a smirk. Ha ha ha. It was worth staying up late to recreate a Gundam after witnessing other instructors Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. Chapter 67. The colossal beam sword of the Gundam on Qingyu and Qiao Yuan swiftly noticed the astonishment etched upon Lin Xie's face. They quickly turn around, just in time to witness the Gundam charging toward them. Run! Lin Xie reacted promptly, seizing both Qiao Yuan and An Qingyu, and they began to flee with all their might. Were the instructors out of their minds? They had actually unleashed the Gundam. Qinxiu piloted the Gundam, relentlessly pursuing them from behind. The scene felt achingly real, devoid of fixed narratives, with a superb tactile experience and a freely adjustable perspective. The anguished cries of the recruits echoed in the air. This was far more exhilarating than any game. The trio sprinted ahead with remarkable speed, much to Qinxiu's delight. They were indeed swift. My Gundam, lacking thrusters, could hardly keep pace. Qinxiu nodded in approval. Clearly, enhancing their training was the right decision. Look at how agile they have become, running at such velocity. Indeed, these little rascals are darting about like rabbits. They've never run this fast in previous years. Yuan Gong remarked, astonished. What now? We can't possibly catch up with those 3, he lamented, observing the screen where Lin Xie and his companions maintained a significant distance. Fear not. I have a plan, Qinxiu replied with a mysterious smile. I assure you, I will exact my revenge. Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow, but remained silent, continuing to watch Qinxiu's maneuvers. Qinxiu's Gundam slowed down, eventually coming to a halt. It seems to have stopped pursuing us, Qiao Yuan noted, his gaze fixed on the Gundam behind them. It has stopped? Lin Xie questioned, perplexed. The trio also reduced their speed, cautiously observing the rear while remaining vigilant. Qinxiu pressed a button on the controller. The Gundam unsheathed the beam sword it carried. Was it about to attack? Lin Xie's expression turned grave. Relax. It can't catch us, Qiao Yuan reassured, though his composure faltered the very next moment. The Gundam waved its beam sword, which instantaneously elongated, the blade surging to nearly 10 meters. What the hell? Both Lin Xie and Chao Yuan exclaimed in unison. Even Anqing Yu couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Yuan Gang, too, was taken aback by the spectacle, unable to resist giving Qianxiu a thumbs up. Impressive. A sense of inexplicable pride surged within Qianxiu. Hee, let's see if they can outrun my 10-meter sword. The Gundam waved a long sword in its grasp, lifting its gaze toward the astonished trio. They understood the Gundam's intent without words. Run, I grant you a few meters head start. Anqing Yu threw a scalpel at the Gundam. Before it could travel far, the 10-meter beam sword effortlessly sliced it in half, as if it were mere tofu. Damn it. Seeing this, the three of them wasted no time in turning to flee, each wishing for the power of a whirlwind beneath their feet. They certainly did not consider themselves sturdier than a scalpel. Once the trio had gained a few meters, Qianxiu controlled the Gundam to charge after them with impressive ferocity. The 10-meter beam sword brandished menacingly. Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and Anqing Yu found themselves desperately evading Qianxiu's relentless pursuit. Yuan Gang watched on the sidelines, feeling a sense of vindication. In truth, such scenarios frequently unfolded throughout the entire teaching building. The new recruits were pursued not only by the likes of Bumblebee and Optimus Prime, but also by mysterious entities such as Alien, Sadako, and Chucky. Within the confines of the space, the instructors were visibly flushed with excitement as they fixated on the screens. It was a cube maze battle royale, orchestrated by the enigmatic Cube, where instructors controlled their handcrafted characters to chase after the recruits. Characters could be seen scurrying across the ceiling, shifting on the ground, and flapping through the air. The recruits could hardly fathom the endless possibilities, as the instructors could conjure up anything imaginable. It was well known that when the instructors let loose, they could create anything. The instructors wielded their controllers, engaging in games with the recruits. Naturally, there were those like Yuan Gang, whose lack of skill resulted in fragile characters that succumbed to defeat with just a few strikes. The roles of hunter and prey could easily be reversed, especially since defeating the instructor's characters awarded the coveted badges, a significant condition for advancement. Overall, due to the varying craftsmanship of the instructors, the strength of their characters was quite balanced, with a diverse array of strengths and weaknesses. The boss group of instructors joyfully played the game, while the Atmosphere crew delighted in frightening the recruits. They had prepared a large barrel of fake blood in advance. Upon the recruits' demise, they would discreetly whisk them away and immediately toss in a fresh corpse, dousing it in fake blood, thus perfectly staging a crime scene. The recruits who failed to deduce this was merely a trial would be filled with dread, while those who did would still be taken aback. Perhaps influenced by Qianxiu's penchant for photography, the Atmosphere instructors even borrowed a camera from him, intending to capture the distorted expressions on the recruits' faces. How much longer would this chase last? Chao Yuan felt somewhat fatigued. The towering Gundam behind them had been pursuing them for quite some time, its 10-meter-long lightsaber nearly striking them multiple times. Xie, the time for the transition is nearly upon us. Anqing Yu reminded. The portal lay just ahead. Lin Xie, sensing through mortal realm, detected another space ahead. Accelerate. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Anqing Yu and Chao Yuan immediately quickened their pace. Lin Xie decisively swung open the classroom door at the end of the corridor, and, as the three entered the next space, he slammed the door shut behind them. 3, 2, 1. The space rippled, and the environment outside transformed. The original corridor morphed into another classroom. Phew, that was close. We nearly got sliced apart. Chao Yuan collapsed onto the ground. Lin Xie turned to Anqing Yu. We managed to shake off that Gundam with the spatial change. What's next? Show me the badge you obtained earlier. Anqing Yu extended his hand towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie handed the badge to Anqing Yu. The badge bore no peculiarities, merely depicting a black slime with 3 small digits, 604, inscribed below. Anqing Yu pondered for a moment, suddenly struck by a thought. Could 604 be the classroom number? Xie, do you think the 604 on this badge might indicate the classroom number? Anqing Yu displayed the badge to Lin Xie. Could the instructor be waiting for us in 604? Where is the object that could plunge the plump one into slumber? Lin Xie's brow furrowed in contemplation. It is possible. Hence, we must navigate through this disordered labyrinth to reach the 6th floor, Chao Yuan remarked after listening to Lin Xie and in Xingyu's analysis. So, we are to discern a pattern and traverse the maze? No. Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with insight. Perhaps we need not seek a pattern at all. Rising, Lin Xie approached the wall and ran his hand along its surface. The previous beam of light from the towering sword must have left marks on the ground and the wall. Right? You mean? And Xingyu grasped Lin Xie's implication. It may be feasible, but we must be cautious not to damage the load-bearing wall. Understood. Lin Xie grasped his long knife firmly. Lao Chao, lend a hand as well. Assist with what? Chao Yuan also rose to his feet. To break the wall. Lin Xie tightened his grip on the knife and swung it with all his might towards the wall ahead. Boom! Dust and debris filled the air as the wall crumbled, revealing another chaotic space beyond. Unable to find a pattern, we shall resort to brute force. Chapter 68. The banquet in the soul space commences as they watch the screen, displaying Lin Xie relentlessly breaking through walls and swiftly advancing. Qinxiu and Yuan Gang exchanged glances. Qinxiu was the first to speak. Look at the soldier you trained. I trained him? Yuan Gang vehemently denied that Lin Xie, who was straying from the righteous path, was a product of his instruction. Isn't this your doing? Xie was once obedient. It was after entering the training camp that he went astray. That lad was inherently mischievous. To begin with, Qinxiu and Yuan Gang engaged in a blame game, refusing to acknowledge their roles in corrupting Lin Xie. What in the world? An instructor, who had been happily pursuing the new recruits, was suddenly taken out by Lin Xie and his companions who burst through the wall. Why aren't they following the right path, but instead breaking through walls? Qinxiu and Yuan Gang turned to see the instructor in a frenzy over his character's abrupt demise. Qinxiu and Yuan Gang stared at each other, wide-eyed. What now? Yuan Gong inquired. You're asking me? Qinxiu replied. Who else? You control the entire training camp. Is it possible to reinforce the teaching building? Indeed, it is possible. However, they are rampaging and have nearly reached the mysterious center where the magic cube is placed. Then let us reinforce it first. I'll instruct all the instructors to surround those three as a makeshift punishment. Qinxiu gave Yuan Gang an okay gesture, put down the controller, and proceeded to use his authority to strengthen the walls of the teaching building. Brothers, stop playing. Quickly pursue that wayward Lin Xie. Yuan Gang commanded the engrossed instructors. If he continues like this and breaches the entire teaching building, all the new recruits will surely pass. Upon hearing this, the instructors promptly shifted their focus to Lin Xie's perspective. Upon viewing the scene, they gasped, my goodness. Lin Xie and Xingyu and Chao Yuan have been consistently breaking walls in a straight line and are now nearing the center. This cannot be tolerated. The instructors, eager to impart a lesson to the overly clever trio, rolled up their sleeves in preparation. Clang! The straight blade struck the wall. Yet this time it did not break through. Instead, a flash of azure light appeared on the wall, seemingly providing protection, causing the blade to rebound. What is this? Lin Xie raised an eyebrow at the spectacle before him. The wall has been reinforced. Indeed, and Xingyu said, brandishing a scalpel and plunging it into the wall, which once again glimmered with azure light. And Xingyu observed intently. After a moment, he retracted the scalpel, and the azure light faded. It is undoubtedly the handiwork of the instructors. This is Qinxiu's ability. I cannot decipher this particular power. Gao Yuan Sumi. So they discovered our cheating and have now sealed off the loophole? What a pity, Lin Xie lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened. The instructors reacted too swiftly. Fear not. And Xingyu calmly adjusted his glasses. Having traversed through so many spaces, I have discerned the patterns of this maze. Even if we cannot break through the walls, I am confident that I can lead you out. You are truly remarkable, Xingyu. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan gazed at Xingyu with starry eyes, recognizing the brilliance of this high-intellect mastermind guiding them. This spatial distortion appears to operate according to the principles of a Rubik's Cube, so let us proceed in that direction. And Xingyu began to lead the way. Without a shred of doubt, the three followed her guidance, but before they had traversed far, their steps faltered. Xie, am I mistaken? Chao Yuan swallowed hard. Not at all, Lin Xie replied, his expression darkening. Before them lay a multitude of bizarre instructors manipulating various contraptions, even more numerous than what Lin Xie could perceive through his mortal realm senses. We cannot engage. There are too many. Run. Soon after, the trio resumed their frantic escape. The formidable figures wielding luminous swords had been replaced by a plethora of diverse threats, even more exhilarating than before. Kik. The instructors emitted villainous laughter, relentlessly pursuing their characters. Let us congratulate Lin Xie and his companions for amassing the wrath of all instructors, earning themselves a full-scale pursuit debuff. Enough. Allow them to be pursued for an hour to instill some wisdom. Those who can be caught shall be eliminated, while those who cannot will be spared. Otherwise, that would be excessively unfair. Yuan Gang issued the order, specifying the duration of this inevitable and merciless ordeal. Yuan instructor, your character has perished. Would you like to borrow mine? Qinxiu inquired after reinforcing the teaching building. Yuan Gang was taken aback by Qinxiu's willingness to lend him her character. You're not playing anymore? The main storyline is progressing elsewhere. I intend to explore that direction. Qinxiu gestured toward the screen of the soul space. I even have a cameo role in that script. Yuan Gang recalled the extravagant scripts crafted by the young instructors, causing his lips to twitch. Then hurry along. He waved his hand after accepting Qinxiu's controller. I shall take a turn with your Gundam. All right, I shall leave this in your capable hands. Qinxiu winked at Yuan Gang before vanishing. Meanwhile, a grand banquet was underway in the soul space. Within the majestic palace, lights twinkled, music resonated, and people adorned in opulent attire mingled. I wish to obliterate this place. Shen Qingzhu could hardly contain her desire to destroy everything with Qi Min. Now, Shen Qingzhu wore an exquisitely lavish court gown, her shoulders partially exposed, her cheeks flushed, and her entire being trembling. Calm down, calm down. Baili Pangpan astili reasurat Shen Qingzhu. Look, I'm also in a dress. Baili Pang donned a cake-like gown, resembling a walking popcorn, his form appearing inflated from a distance. Yes, boss, remain composed. We must not shatter our personas. Shen Qingzhu's subordinate, Deng Wei, continually urged her. Boss, remember that previous individual who strayed from their character? They were summoned to dance. Earlier, someone had deviated from their designated persona, resulting in the king specifically requesting them to perform, publicly showcasing an extravagant dance. If that individual had been a woman, it would have been acceptable. However, it so happens that the person was a man, yet wielding a lady's identity badge. A burly man, dressed in women's attire, performing a provocative dance, publicly facing humiliation. Indeed, the king was portrayed by the instructor, and so was the queen. The instructor fully embraced the role, reveling in the experience. Some guests and attendants present were also NPCs enacted by the instructor, designed to propel the narrative or to punish the recruits who faltered in their roles. The designated recruits were bound to obey commands. Nevertheless, there existed an unspoken rule. The issuer of commands must hold a higher status than the one receiving them. Otherwise, the order would be deemed invalid. For instance, even a servant portrayed by the instructor could not command a noble played by a recruit. Yet in this scenario, no one held a higher rank than the instructor embodying the king, following the punishment meted out to that individual by the king instructor. No one dared to break character again. The recruits, filled with trepidation, were anxious not to draw the attention of that smiling king instructor. Chapter 69. The banquet. Upon hearing the words of his subordinate, Shen Qingzhu's expression froze momentarily, yet he managed to regain his composure. By the way, Brother Zhuai, what is the identity badge you possess? Baili Pang swiftly shifted the topic. The princess of a neighboring kingdom, Shen Qingzhu replied, his countenance darkening at the mention. She had been sent here for a political marriage to the crown prince, who unfortunately passed away, and now preparations were underway for her to wed the second prince. What about you? Shen Qingzhu inquired of Baili Pang. I am the daughter of the emperor's aunts. Baili Pang momentarily faltered, hastily producing his identity badge. The daughter of the emperor's aunt's cousin's sister's nephew. Shen Qingzhu was left bewildered by the convoluted lineage. So what does that even mean? Essentially, I am a young lady from an earl's household, with a slight connection to the emperor Bai Li Pang summarized in a more straightforward manner. It is rumored that I am the emperor's secret lover, but in truth, I am the queen's secret lover. Shen Qingzhu's eyes twitched at this revelation, and he turned to query Deng Wei. And you? A seasoned attendant with 10 years of service in the palace, Deng Wei responded. Shen Qingzhu and Bai Li Pang exchanged peculiar glances with Deng Wei, as this identity seemed excessively ordinary. In a realm where their identities were anything but conventional, how could one possess such a mundane title? It felt decidedly unfair. Please, do not look at me like that. Deng Wei retreated a few steps under their scrutinizing gazes. I haven't finished yet. My true identity is actually an undercover agent arranged by the Duke. Ah, I see, Bai Li Pang and Shen Qingzhu both sighed in relief. Our missions must be similar, correct? Bai Li Pang asked. To gather intelligence when the sound ceases, to probe for secrets when the winds stir, to piece together the truth and vanquish the malevolent. Indeed, Shen Qingzhu and Deng Wei nodded in agreement. Deng Wei continued, thus, our current task is to eliminate that malevolent entity. Yes, but first we must locate it. Shen Qingzhu rubbed his temples. The hall was quite expansive, roughly the size of half a football field. It was entirely visible at a glance. Within, there were either new recruits or jovial instructors, and no signs of any malevolent beings whatsoever. This is troublesome, he remarked. Have you gathered any information? We have, but the instructors refuse to divulge anything. They merely watch us with smiles, which is rather unsettling. Bai Li Pang expressed his frustration. The three of them wore expressions of dismay. What kind of foolish game and script is this, anyway? All the new recruits in attendance furrowed their brows in contemplation, uncertain of how to proceed. Attention! The Grand Court Mage has arrived. A voice echoed, capturing the attention of everyone in the hall. A gentle breeze began to stir, and all heads turned upward to witness azure light coalescing into a figure, draped in a deep blue cloak that resembled a tapestry of the night sky. A figure clad in a white court gown descended gracefully. Your Majesty, the figure smiled and performed a perfect courtly bow. I apologize for my tardiness. Elegance and mystery were flawlessly embodied in his presence. Had they not been mindful of maintaining their composure, the young recruits would have already erupted in screams. Even with that awareness, they could not suppress their hands from covering their mouths. So handsome. The new skin of the Chinchio commander is truly remarkable. My dear, you have not arrived too late. The Emperor Commander flawlessly assumed the role. Our esteemed mage has worked tirelessly. Now, let us relish the banquet. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chinchio winked at the King Commander, who returned a warm smile. Now that the novice protection period has concluded, it is time to observe how the recruits will respond. In the next moment, the music in the hall abruptly ceased, and all the lights extinguished, plunging the surroundings into an abyss of silence and darkness. What is happening? Why has it gone dark so suddenly? What is going on? An attack is underway. Everyone, be cautious. The atmosphere descended into chaos. Fortunately, the recruits exhibited commendable organization. After overcoming their initial panic, they calmed down and began to remain vigilant, clustering for warmth. One among them utilized a forbidden technique, igniting a flame to illuminate their surroundings. As the recruits scanned their environment, they realized that all the instructors had vanished, leaving only themselves. One recruit spotted an exceptionally imposing man whose neck bore a gaping wound, his head conspicuously absent. The exposed skin glowed a pallid gray in the dim light, and he dragged an exaggeratedly large executioner's sword behind him. Look, a recruit alerted the others. He's attacking us. At that very instant, as his voice reached the headless man, the figure stomped the ground with a tremendous force, propelling himself forward at an incomprehensible speed, with marble fragments scattering in his wake. The headless man appeared before the shouting recruit in a heartbeat. The recruit barely had time to react as blood gushed forth before him. Thankfully, he was not alone. His companions swiftly retaliated against the faceless man the moment he was injured. Their response was commendable, yet the hunting sounder was far too swift. Chinchio, hidden in the shadows, eagerly observed the recruits battling the hunting sounder. The recruits, lacking discernment, struggled to gain the upper hand. Chinchio did not vanish alongside the instructors. He was a hidden Easter egg within this space, patiently awaiting discovery. Shun Qingzhu charged forward with determination, her high heels clicking fiercely against the ground. Chinchio noted her aggressive advance, but, predictably, Shun Qingzhu stumbled. When she rose, her body trembled with fury. In a fit of anger, she removed her high heels and hurled them at the hunting sounder. While the damage was minimal, the insult was profound. The hunting sounder paused momentarily, then fixed its gaze intensely upon Shun Qingzhu. Bai Li, plump and quick-thinking, rushed forward to shield Shun Qingzhu with Yao Guang, for without his intervention, she would have been eliminated. Chinchio could not contain his laughter, his hands nearly shaking as he recorded the spectacle. This was a rare moment that needed to be documented. Amidst the chaos, not only were forbidden techniques soaring through the air, but high heels, long swords, skirt supports, and torn fabric were also tossed about, creating a truly spectacular scene. Though the situation appeared comical and chaotic, the 100 recruits remained earnest in their collective effort against the hunting sounder. However, they found themselves utterly powerless against the hunter, primarily due to the hunter's astonishing speed. After approximately 10 minutes, the lights illuminated once more, and the music began to play again. The attire and footwear of everyone were refreshingly restored to their original, undamaged states, and the instructors reappeared as well. Yet, the injuries on the new recruits remained unhealed, merely ceasing to bleed. The recruits observed the instructors with vigilance, while the instructors paid no heed to their watchfulness. In a sudden burst, Shun Qingzhu leaped forth and seized Chinchio's cloak. "Oh!" Chinchio exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Shun Qingzhu. It was evident that Shun Qingzhu had been fixated on him the moment the lights illuminated. Chinchio raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It was indeed peculiar that the first to notice him was Shun Qingzhu. "Why do you grasp me?" Chinchio inquired with a playful smile. "If you do not provide a reasonable explanation to this sorcerer, I assure you I am capable of administering a punishment." In the midst of the winds, secrets were sought. Shun Qingzhu held tightly to Chinchio's cloak, declaring, "It is undoubtedly you. The wind's directionality is too pronounced." Chapter 70. Approaching completion, is it that obvious? Chinchio inquired, somewhat puzzled. "I don't recall mentioning it during the training camp," Shun Qingzhu replied. "Nevertheless, whenever the subject of darkness arises, you are the first person that comes to mind." Perhaps it is because Shun Qingzhu's affinity with the Forbidden Realm resonates well with Chinchio, which account for this sensitivity, Chinchio mused. "So, can you divulge the secrets you know, esteemed mage?" Shun Qingzhu provocatively asked. "Certainly," Chinchio replied, a smile gracing his lips reminiscent of a cunning sorcerer from a fairy tale. "The secret is that I am aware of the conditions for immediate passage." Immediate passage? Shun Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Were the conditions? If you eliminate 10 others in the darkness and locate me within that shadowy realm, you shall gain instant access." Chinchio's voice dripped with temptation. "What do you say? Shall we give it a try?" Chinchio contemplated the scenarios crafted by the instructors. A little trial, a fleeting moment of demise, perhaps? Murder? Internal strife? Should you dare to choose this path, do you believe the instructors observing from another dimension would not revoke this trial entirely? Shun Qingzhu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Must this trial necessitate mutual slaughter? That seems implausible. Aren't we supposed to see clues? Both are options, yet slaughter expedites the process. Chinchio fixed his gaze on Shun Qingzhu's eyes. "So, what is your decision?" "I refuse," Shun Qingzhu replied with a smile. "I have no interest in seizing opportunities by eliminating others. I shall seek the clues myself." "Excellent. You have resisted temptation and remained steadfast." Chinchio's demeanor shifted to one of righteous virtue as he patted Shun Qingzhu on the shoulder. "In that case, I shall reveal the true secret to you." Shun Qingzhu's lips twitched. He had not previously noticed how theatrical Chinchio could be. His rapid transformation was startling. Just moments ago, he seemed fraught with danger. Now he appeared as a righteous ally. "I shall impart to you 8 words. Compatibility breeds cooperation and mutual benefit." "Is that all?" Shun Qingzhu wished for more elaboration. "Is there anything else?" "Engage more with everyone. You shall gain much from it." "Very well, that is all I have to say." A gentle breeze enveloped Chinchio. This time, I allowed you to grasp it easily, but next time will not be so simple. Wait. Shen Qingzhu realized Chinchio was about to flee. Chinchio transformed into the wind and vanished, and Shen Qingzhu could not halt him. Chinchio stretched languidly. I have bestowed upon you a vital clue. That lad isn't too dull after all. I had anticipated that without Lin Chiye and in Qingyu, it would take several attempts to ensnare you. The instructor, Hong, remarked as he and Chinchio conversed in a concealed corner. Indeed, Chinchio nodded. He had not expected Shen Qingzhu and his companions to react so swiftly, capturing him immediately following their first encounter in the darkness. The young man is commendable. He has not betrayed his comrades, Instructor Hong expressed with satisfaction. Now, it remains to be seen how adept their analytical skills are. While combat prowess is vital, intelligence must not wane. Although Shen Qingzhu and his companions may not be exceptionally clever, their ability to seek assistance is commendable. Upon witnessing Shen Qingzhu's return, Chinchio found himself in a state of agitation, while Bailey Pang Pang and Deng Wei offered no assistance. The three of them, after a brief period of indecision, proceeded directly towards another group of new recruits. As information circulated from one to another, culminating in a collective effort, the new recruits united under the leadership of a young woman who assumed the role of strategist. The previous trial during the new year had proven remarkably effective. Now, when faced with challenges, they no longer acted independently, but instead collaborated as a cohesive unit, which elicited a sense of admiration from Instructor Hong. Chinchio felt a swell of pride. After all, this was a testament to his guidance. The interplay of darkness and light shifted every 10 minutes. With each cycle, the vulnerabilities of this sound hunter, which relied on sound wave positioning, became increasingly apparent. Once a pattern was discerned, the sound hunter was easily dispatched by the new recruits. Isn't this a form of malevolence? One of the recruits queried, perplexed. Isn't the sound hunter mysterious enough to be considered evil? Does defeating it not signify the end of our troubles? No, malevolence does not refer to it, the female strategist replied, shaking her head. Malevolence requires us to seek clues and gather intelligence. Defeating it is merely a means to ensure our safety in the darkness. She meticulously contemplated and organized all available clues. The insights gained by Shen Qingzhu from Instructor Chinchio, pertaining to complementary backgrounds, cooperative prosperity, and dialogue, sparked an idea within her. She summoned everyone and instructed them to engage in conversation with the instructors. But the instructors have been reticent, came the protest. Not all instructors are silent, the strategist clarified. Previously, an instructor responded to a query posed by Count's illegitimate daughter regarding his noble lineage. Therefore, I suggest you all inquire about your own respective identities with the relevant instructors. With newfound direction, the recruits promptly set to work. To their delight, inquiries directed at instructors related to their identities yielded fruitful responses. However, some instructors imposed minor conditions, such as answering questions about the previous day's lesson. The key points of blade techniques from the first half of the year and mythology. While not overly difficult, these requirements were somewhat irksome to the recruits. Must we really undergo a quiz at this stage? Instructor Hong observed the pained expressions of the new recruits below. As long as they systematically contacted the appropriate instructors according to their identities and eliminated distractions, they could piece together the whereabouts of the Spider Child and ultimately vanquish it to clear the level. Alternatively, if any of the recruits in the real world managed to locate and slay the Spider Child first, they could also achieve victory. Chinchio recalled the final trap set by the scriptwriting instructor. This would allow them to escape. However, upon being cast out, they would still have to navigate the challenges of reality. In the real world, the Spider Child's location was said to be in the attic above the 6th floor of the teaching building, which was already the final boss level. What new recruit would dare to ascend to such heights when faced with pressing challenges? Instructor Hong shook his head. It is impossible. Chinchio pondered for a moment. Indeed. However, should someone find themselves with the leisure to ascend to the attic and slay the Spider Child, the recruits in the Soul Realm on the verge of victory might very well harbor thoughts of exacting vengeance upon that individual. Everyone had completed their inquiries with their respective instructor NPCs. What would this all mean? Were they merely being presented with a plethora of letters? Moreover, the responses varied even when different individuals questioned the same instructor. The female strategist furrowed her brow as she gazed at a collection of letters scrawled on paper. Having long abandoned the study of foreign languages, she surmised that these were likely phonetic transcriptions. Social status compatibility. Suddenly, she raised her head. Everyone, please disclose your identities. Remove any clues derived from associations with individuals of dubious character. Those illegitimate children and mistresses are not permissible. A new recruit raised his hand to inquire. What about those 3 men who are entangled in relationships, yet have not been exposed? Silence ensued. It was indeed a pertinent question. Are we considering social status compatibility? Yes, then let be counted. The recruits began to sort through the clues. The task was considerable, yet the abundance of new recruits ensured a swift pace. Ultimately, the remaining items were arranged according to the stature of those who provided the clues. They deciphered a phrase, "In the darkness, seek him, and he shall lead you." Could it refer to that enigmatic figure lurking in the shadows? No, it must pertain to Qinxiu, interjected Shen Qingzhu. I sensed his presence in the darkness earlier. Only he, as an instructor, has not vanished. The other recruits were astonished. Shen Qingzhu felt fortunate. He was particularly attuned to the movement of air in the space around him, and the presence of Qinxiu often brought with it a breeze, enabling him to detect Qinxiu's existence. Previously, it was this very sensitivity that had led to their capture of Qinxiu. Thus, our forthcoming task is to apprehend Instructor Qinxiu. The female strategist commanded. Understood. Of late, the pressure of examinations has been overwhelming, and this festive period has driven me to the brink of madness, perhaps resulting in less than stellar writing. Not to worry, it shall soon come to an end. Let us all persevere. As we enter a new year, I wish everyone a fresh beginning and a joyous New Year's Day. Chapter 71. The end of the carnival darkness descends once more, this time under the command of Shen Qingzhu, for only he possesses the keen insight to accurately gauge Qinxiu's position. Bai Li, plump and jovial, retrieves a communication device from his finger ring and distributes it among the group. With everyone fully prepared, they encircle Qinxiu. He deftly evades their grasp, his cloak sweeping through the air, tracing the graceful arc of a flowing river of stars. Ah! Qinxiu exclaims, once again eluding the ambush of the recruits, playfully sticking out his tongue at them. You can't catch me. The recruits, visibly disheartened, watched Qinxiu glide through the grand hall, clearly enjoying the game. I've already reduced my speed. If you still can't catch me like this, then I cannot help you, he shrugs, observing the recruits' frustration and anger. Qinxiu feels a pang of sympathy. He adjusts his pace to be just a fraction quicker than theirs, allowing them the chance to discern his movement patterns and lay in wait to catch him. Without such limitations, the recruits would stand no chance of ever capturing him. Not in this lifetime or the next. The female strategist casts a knowing glance at Shen Qingzhu, and after a brief exchange, he nods in understanding. Qinxiu deliberately refrains from eavesdropping on their conspiratorial plans. This time, the recruits do not charge directly at him. Instead, they scatter throughout the hall. Oh, Qinxiu muses, somewhat impressed by the strategist's astuteness in swiftly deducing his landing point. The recruits close in gradually, tightening the net around Qinxiu's movements, while Bai Li produces a net. Surely, that won't be necessary. Qinxiu chuckles at their earnestness in attempting to ensnare him. Just then, Shen Qingzhu, emerging from an unexpected angle, races toward Qinxiu. His companion employs an invisibility spell, complemented by Shen Qingzhu's own ability to move without generating wind, momentarily catching Qinxiu off guard, who relies heavily on his sense of the breeze to perceive his surroundings. As Qinxiu dodges, he manages to evade Shen Qingzhu's initial grasp, yet his cloak is snagged. Surrounded by recruits, Qinxiu internally laments, is this really necessary? It feels akin to a criminal chase, as if they fear I might flee. I've got you, Shen Qingzhu exclaims, gripping Qinxiu's cloak with unwavering determination. Now, surely we can pass this stage. Qinxiu raises his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, fear not, I shall not flee. I will guide you to the final destination. The group loosens their tension slightly. Just as Shun Qingzhu prepares to speak, an unforeseen calamity strikes. The sound of shattering glass reverberates around them, and the very fabric of space seems to fracture. In mere seconds, before the recruits can react, darkness envelopes them, plunging them into unconsciousness. Both Chinchio and the instructors remain astounded, as the recruits are but souls upon the death of the spider child. Their essences are drawn back to their bodies. However, the instructors, being corporeal, remain trapped within space. Who would be idle enough to slay the spider child in the attic? Instructor Hong never anticipated such a conclusion, just as they were on the brink of success. This group of youngsters has been sent back to the starting line. Chinchio was genuinely curious about who had slain the spider child, although he was unaware at that moment. He anticipated that the answer would reveal itself upon returning to the monitoring room. Turning to the gathered instructors, he declared, "Everyone, I shall lead you back to the monitoring room." He produced the crystal orb, utilizing his authority to escort all the instructors away, simultaneously obliterating the surrounding space. Chief Instructor, who indeed killed the spider child? Upon their arrival, the instructors clamored to inquire. Their curiosity piqued about who could have committed such an act against the spider child. Chinchio promptly summoned a screen, locking onto the perspective of the attic. It was then that a familiar figure came into view. Ah, is that not Lin Xie? It turned out that this young man was the one responsible for the spider child's demise. Lin Xie, utilizing the mortal realm divine domain, had sensed the presence of the spider child in the attic. Yu deduced that this might be the reason for the other's slumber, prompting 3 eager individuals to ascend and ultimately slay the spider child. While the spider child was not particularly powerful, he was quite adept at evasion, nearly escaping capture. "Terrifying humans," the spider child exclaimed in distress. Once the ordeal concluded, Lin Xie was certain to face a collective assault. "I believe there is no need to wait until the end. He may very well be besieged shortly," Yuan Gang proposed, offering a differing perspective. "It is quite possible." Chinchio concurred, acknowledging the likelihood. Once those newly awakened recruits learned who had obstructed their path, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against Lin Xie. After evading the pursuit of all the instructors, Lin Xie, following Yu's directions, arrived at the center, vanquishing the enigmatic cube and disrupting the labyrinth, much to the instructor's chagrin. "Hasn't this directly compromised our setup, allowing others to pass through as well?" Following this, Lin Xie and his companions faced another hour of relentless pursuit. When this chase finally concluded, they once again eliminated the spider child, severing the newly awakened recruit's route. "Goodness," Chinchio mused, shaking his head in disbelief. "What a lamentable journey, traversing every conceivable pitfall, both overt and covert." Nonetheless, Lin Xie's dismantling of the labyrinth would facilitate the passage of the newly awakened recruits, ultimately easing their journey. Chinchio yawned, now awaiting their return with badges in hand. This day had consumed considerable energy. He had been vigilantly overseeing this miniature divine realm, continually adjusting it, and was feeling rather fatigued. However, he was grateful for this experiment, as it had afforded him a wealth of experience. Lost in contemplation of his plans, he remained oblivious to the recruit situation until Yuan Gang's declaration of the Carnival Day exercise is hereby concluded, jolted him back to reality. Chinchio promptly annulled the parallel space and all creations. The recruits sensed a shift in their surroundings, as if something had altered, yet nothing seemed fundamentally different. Upon regaining their senses, they were astonished to witness the instructors materializing suddenly in the open space. Chinchio surveyed the disheveled state of the recruits before him. The darkness of the barbecue room 601, Inferno, loomed ominously, while the slicing room 602, Sword Chi, bore witness to countless wounds. In the juicing room 603, Gravity, one could hardly muster the strength to rise. Chinchio lamented the rigorous methods of the instructors, although they never laid a hand directly upon the recruits. The mere act of opening the Forbidden Realm was enough to send them scurrying. Despite these thoughts, Chinchio's hands were never idle, as he produced a grand group photo and promptly uploaded it to the group chat. Bathed in the twilight, the recruits grinned through their various injuries, standing in unison and with precision. Years later, this photograph would become a cherished memento for those who had transformed into night watchmen. However, the most memorable aspect was undoubtedly the blurry video. In the dead of night, a large crowd could be seen fervently pursuing 3 individuals, while onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. The pursuers wielded an assortment of makeshift weapons, toilet plungers, feather dusters, and bedboards. Whatever was at hand was hurled forward. Yet, the 3 adeptly maneuvered, resulting in many unintended injuries among allies and bystanders alike. What began as a chase devolved into a chaotic melee involving the entire training camp, ensnaring even the instructors in the fray. Consequently, the following morning, each participant bore a swelling as they jogged their laps. Ha ha ha. According to a certain whimsical photographer who captured this video, the blurriness was a result of his laughter at the sight of a toilet plunger atop Yuan Gang's head, causing him to lose his grip on the camera. Chapter 72: Graduation Revelry. As the time for evaluation approached, the new recruits in the realm of souls outperformed their counterparts in the physical realm, despite the trials in the soul space falling short of expectations. Their performances, however, were commendable. Yet, following the chaotic skirmish of the previous night, Yuan Gang, with a furrowed brow, deducted 2 points from each recruit S-score. After this deduction, Yuan Gang felt a wave of invigoration wash over him. Upon learning of this penalty, the recruits seethed with indignation. They downloaded the video from last night, which Chinchio routinely shared in the group chat, capturing screenshots of Yuan Gang in a compromising position with a toilet seat. They swiftly created a plethora of memes to circulate within the training camp. Infuriated, Yuan Gang brandished a pen, intent on docking another point, but was fortunately restrained by his fellow instructors. As time passed, a perplexing mystery unfolded within the training camp. All the weapons in the warehouse mysteriously vanished overnight. Despite the instructor's thorough investigation, the culprit remained elusive. Meanwhile, the fugitive Lin Xie had summoned a war mummy using the mysterious corpses harvested during the revelry, feasting the stolen weapons to nurture his little mummy. In the days that followed, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt when confronted by the instructors. With graduation imminent, Chinchio awoke to a gloomy sky, foreboding an impending downpour. The sight of the heavy clouds jolted him into awareness. Today marked the penultimate day before their graduation. He glanced at the calendar and nodded, affirming to himself that today was indeed the day for public orders and the meddlesome antics of the ancient cult. Chinchio waved at the sky, and the wind forcefully dispersed the thick clouds, revealing a radiant sun. This was more like it. Satisfied, he nodded. With the storm and tremors quelled, the possibility of civilian injury or death had been averted. Let's go 111. Today, we shall head to school. Chinchio sprang from his bed, foregoing the training camp as he believed they could manage without him. Very well, replied 111. Chinchio chose not to utilize any abilities, instead opting for a leisurely stroll towards Cangnan No. 2 High School, following the flow of people along the tidy thoroughfare. The shouts of vendors and the laughter of passers-by created a warm and inviting atmosphere, rather than a cacophony. When you plan to leave? 111 inquired of Chinchio. 111 had already established contact with their superiors, and Chinchio could have departed long ago. However, he wished to leave a mark on this world. Hence he lingered to make arrangements. Let us wait until the Divine War in Cangnan concludes, Chinchio replied, providing a definitive timeline. He intended to return home. Even in a foreign realm, the winds of nostalgia beckoned him. The conclusion of the Divine War seemed an opportune moment, as the ensuing 2 years promised relative tranquility. Delaying further might lead to an emotional attachment that would be hard to sever. Indeed, the Divine War could be perilous. We must meet your world's mother beforehand. 111 acknowledged. Considering the time differential, Chinchio's dormant body in this realm might also face danger. 111 nodded in agreement. The gifts of the world are not easily relinquished, especially as Chinchio's abilities had become inextricably linked to his soul. In his original world, special abilities were met with disdain, particularly now that Chinchio bore the essence of another realm within him. Returning recklessly, he might be shunned and harmed by the original world. Therefore, before sending Chinchio home, 111 must take Chinchio's soul to meet the world's mother, Chiyoyo, allowing the mother to recognize her child first, and once she has recorded Chinchio's essence, only then can Chinchio return home. This way, Chinchio shall remain unharmed, and the special abilities will be carefully repressed back into the soul by the mother. This process is swift, yet the two worlds are out of sync in time. Thus, in the god-slaying world, Chinchio's physical manifestation might involve a prolonged slumber. During this time, ensuring Chinchio's physical safety is paramount. Although 111 is confident in using tools to safeguard Chinchio, it is prudent to eliminate all potential dangers. Chinchio and 111 arrive at school. Whenever Chinchio felt weary from running around the world or encountered something disheartening, spending a day at school, listening to the teacher's lectures, would soothe his spirits. Hence, Chinchio often visited the school intermittently. However, with departure imminent, matters concerning school must also be addressed. It has been previously mentioned that dropping out is not an option. Yet Chinchio can graduate early. Lin Xie and the others have already completed their training camp, and today Chinchio has come to undertake the early graduation examination. The teacher gazes keenly at Chinchio. Are you certain you wish to graduate early? I do not recommend this course of action. Yes, teacher, Chinchio responds with a respectful demeanor. The application for early graduation has already been submitted. Sigh, my child, the teacher exhales, handing the paper to Chinchio. Though I do not understand your urgency. Should there be any difficulties, do inform me. Teacher, please do not worry. Chinchio replies with a wry smile. There is nothing amiss. Very well. Then commence your work. The teacher gestures, still suspecting there is something unsaid by Chinchio. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, Chinchio begins to answer the questions, while the teacher oversees the examination. Sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the test paper, leaving only the sound of the pen gliding across the paper in the classroom. Before long, Chinchio senses a slight tremor beneath his feet, subtle enough to be easily overlooked. The ancient god sect has begun to stir. Chinchio pauses momentarily, attuned to the whispers of the wind carrying tidings. The ancient god sect has attempted to blast the mountain multiple times without success, and no landslide has occurred. However, due to the vibrations, some houses surrounding Cangnan Mountain have collapsed, yet there have been no casualties. Chinchio subtly shakes his head at the invisible 111 beside him. No need to worry, the path has already been laid out. It is time for those young rascals to truly hone their skills. With an undercover presence in the form of the Earth Dragon's beauty, the worst-case scenario shall not unfold. Since there have been no fatalities, Chinchio resumes his focus on the examination, diligently answering the questions, completing 4 examinations in a single day and achieving a commendable accuracy rate. Upon reviewing the paper, the teacher's gaze towards Chinchio changes. Chinchio scratches his cheek, his eyes wandering. In truth, this seemed to be a case of great suppression. The wind had recorded nearly all events, and even if he wished to remain oblivious, he could not. You have passed, the teacher concludes, collecting the papers. As evening approaches, the school day is drawing to a close. If you no longer wish to return, you may take this opportunity to tidy up your belongings in the classroom. It will take some time for your diploma and documents to be processed. Very well, then, farewell, teacher. Thank you for your guidance. Chinchio descends the stairs towards the classroom. What a day of answering exam papers. I am utterly exhausted, remarks 111. Chinchio, are you feeling fatigued? Indeed, examinations are truly the most arduous endeavor in the world. Chinchio laments. The classroom is not overly crowded. After exchanging a few pleasantries with classmates, Chinchio begins to gather her things. Her possessions are quite minimal, just books and a pillow for sleeping, which she could easily forego. However, after some contemplation, she decides against inconveniencing those tasked with cleaning. What is it, Jiang Qian? Chinchio looks up to see Jiang Qian standing awkwardly to the side. Is something the matter? Are you Chinchio? Planning to leave the school? Yes, Chinchio nods. I'm graduating early. Why is that? Is it because something unfortunate is about to happen? Jiang Qian asks eagerly. Chinchio is taken aback. Why do you say that? I don't know, I just feel uneasy lately, as if I've forgotten something, sensing that something is amiss. Jiang Qian confesses, nervously clutching her clothing. Seeing you today, the feeling intensifies. Chinchio raises an eyebrow. What is this, a girl's intuition? She gently ruffles Jiang Qin's hair. Your instincts are quite accurate. Indeed, a significant event will transpire. Chinchio smiles at Wang Xiao, who is also observing from a distance. However, do not worry. It may not be ideal, but the worst-case scenario will not unfold. A gentle breeze sweeps through, calming the anxious heart. Rest assured, the shattering of the South is not an end, but rather a beginning. Even if only the soul remains, the wind will guide us all back. It is not a miracle, powerless to resurrect. Yet, leaving behind hope allows for the possibility of rebirth. Rest assured, everyone, this is not the immediate conclusion. After the divine battle, Chinchio will rest, and she will awaken once more. Chapter 73. The Oath Ceremony at dawn. Chinchio hurried to find Yifan. What Chinchio was about to undertake could potentially cause a stir in the Great Xia. Hence it was prudent to give an advance notice. Seated across from Yifan, Chinchio exuded an air of authority. Commander Yi, this will benefit everyone involved. Yifan responded with a wry smile. Your Excellency, the implications of this matter are too profound. I cannot fathom what repercussions it may bring to the Great Xia. It will not harm the Great Xia, as our contract previously assured, Chinchio replied confidently. However, this issue transcends your concerns and will involve many others. That is of no consequence. I have contemplated it thoroughly. The winds traverse the world. They shall not remain confined to the Great Xia. Yet I shall leave a key for one individual. A spirited exchange ensued between Chinchio and Yifan. Your Excellency. Yifan sighed. I understand that you have already made your decision. You are merely informing us. I am somewhat relieved that you still have the patience to explain this to us. However, Yifan raised his gaze to meet Chinchio's eyes. To speak candidly, we cannot place our complete trust in you regarding such a significant matter. Chinchio acknowledged the Night Watcher's skepticism. So, I shall pose a singular question to you. Yifan regarded the pair of cerulean eyes before him, eyes that blended the azure of the sky and the verdant hues of life and hope. Although they appeared somewhat indifferent at present, they occasionally revealed a hidden gentleness towards all things. Can I, or rather, can the Great Xia, entrust them entirely to you? Taken aback by this inquiry, Chinchio had anticipated Yifan would request specific details about the Divine Kingdom. Yet Yifan asked only this. However, upon witnessing the fervent conviction burning in Yifan's dark eyes, Chinchio smiled. A gentle breeze began to stir, faint yet continuous. No grandiose words were necessary. It seemed that even the simplest of affirmations could be deemed a promise. Chinchio simply smiled and replied yes. These two words encapsulated everything. Yifan felt a sense of relief. Ha! Yifan chuckled, his previously tense body relaxing as he slumped in relief. Then, I entrust this to you. For the first time, Yifan slightly bowed his head to this otherworldly deity. A consensus was reached between Yifan and Chinchio. If only we had been so straightforward from the beginning, Chinchio remarked, reverting to his usual demeanor. You spoke so much before. I would have been exhausted even if you weren't. We must still exercise caution regarding matters that could affect the Great Xia, Yifan said, abandoning the negotiating stance. Now smiling warmly. This is unavoidable. Yifan lifted his cup of tea and took a sip, gesturing towards Chinchio. Would you care to try? This is the finest tea I offer. No, thank you. I shall pass on the tea. The thought of its bitterness made Chinchio's face scrunch up. The time is nearly upon us, Chinchio said, glancing at the clock on the wall. I must take my leave. I still have to oversee the oath ceremony for those young ones. I have heard that this batch of children possesses remarkable strength, Yifan reflected. They are fortunate to receive your personal guidance. Not quite guidance, Chinchio replied, rising and shrugging his shoulders. Moreover, these little ones do not perceive my presence as a stroke of fortune for them. It appears that your expectations are rather lofty. Yifan noticed that Chinchio had opened the door. What expectations could there possibly be? Chinchio glanced back, light desperately seeping through the crack of the door. Frankly, I merely hope that when I send a message in the group later, every member will be present to respond. The new recruits of the training camp have completed their training. The turmoil instigated by the ancient God Society yesterday was resolved solely by the recruits. In the realm of Qi, it was insignificant, In the realm of Chuan, a few stood against the enemy. In the realm of Hai, they could also contend. The tender young eagles, having endured pain, have already learned to soar, evoking both pride and tenderness. Chinchio had previously bestowed protection upon the recruits. Some of the new recruits had not utilized their protection, so Chinchio did not reclaim it. This time, it proved effective, safeguarding individuals such as Shinjinju. Chinchio had previously vowed to dismantle the ancient god society once the tumult had passed. True to his word, he ventured forth last night and obliterated the strongholds of the ancient god society. It is unlikely that the ancient god society will re-emerge soon, as one could essentially declare that Chinchio has eradicated its grassroots. The higher-ups, however, fled swiftly, many escaping when the situation turned dire. Chinchio did not pursue them. They would not be able to conjure anything remarkable in the near term, so they may remain for others to practice upon. After departing from Yifan, Chinchio returned to the training camp just as the oath ceremony was commencing. The unwavering star blade, the cloak symbolizing glory and identity, and the emblem bestowing dignity and tenderness upon all-night watchers were solemnly entrusted to the recruits by the instructors. The straight blade was sheathed, the cloak danced with the wind, and the emblem was worn close to the heart. Yuan Gang stood at the front, his posture erect. He solemnly declared, "Everyone, raise your hands and commence the oath." With a swish, all raised their right fists to their hearts, their left hands resting on the hilt of their straight blades. Their expressions grave. Their clear voices coalesced into a grand chorus that resonated throughout the training grounds. I, Beng Li. I, Li Liang. I, Deng Wei. I, Mo Li. I, Shun Qingzhu. I, Gao Duan. I, Bai Li Tu Ming. O, Lin Jiye. I, and Qing Yu. The crowd straightened their backs and shouted with all their might. "We swear under the red flag of Daxia. If the dark night should ever descend." They tightly clenched their fists, their hearts racing. In their eyes, there was excitement, determination, and resilience. This moment was etched in the hearts of all. "I shall stand before multitudes, with a blade drawn towards the abyss. Blood shall stain the heavens." The oaths of the multitude echoed throughout the vast expanse, lingering for an eternity. The young eagles truly began to soar into the sky, ready to spread their wings and disperse. Chinchio observed this scene from an upper floor. He was not a night watcher and thus did not formally attend the oath ceremony, merely watching from the side. This world is both wretched and beautiful. In the midst of the fog dwell those divine beings of sand. Alongside the foolish night watchmen at home, they selflessly protect the masses, safeguarding the tranquility of the great Xia. They uphold their vows, resolute in defending the flickering lights of countless households, undeterred even in the face of death. Thus, he cherishes this world so deeply, yearning to leave behind a legacy before his departure. In the group chat, a gathering place for escaped inmates of the asylum, 241, Qianqi Fengwei, vow. Video, Qianqi Fengwei, not as radiant as the sun, yet akin to the stars, each glimmer illuminating the expanse. Qianqi Fengwei, I wish for all of you in the days to come, that even if not everyone can bask in the glory of the sun, you may shine like a star. Qianqi Fengwei, the stars of great Xia guard the darkness and illuminate the surroundings. Qianqi Fengwei has renamed the group to Brilliant River of Stars. Qianqi Fengwei. In conclusion, I have but one request of you all. Qianqi Fengwei. When I message again, Qianqi Fengwei. I hope that everyone will respond. 240 individuals, complete and whole, not a single one missing. Chapter 74. The Divine Realm has departed. I have also taken my leave. Take care, everyone. In the future, those who come here must seek me out. My dear leader, I shall miss you dearly. Hurry along, do not dawdle. And if something arises, make haste. Do you understand? Do not foolishly rush ahead without thought. Very well. Take care of yourself, my leader. Sobi, Sobi, Sobi. Chi, after I leave, who will keep you company at night? Will you find it difficult to adjust? And remember me. Chi, you must not forget me. Bai Li Bang Bang, Gao Yuan. You too. Refrain from uttering anything that might lead to misunderstandings. Enough of the antics. If we do not leave soon, the captain and the others will become anxious. The group bid an affectionate farewell at the doorway, Then, with their belongings in tow, turned and went their separate ways. Lin Shiyi and Qin Yu each pulled a pink suitcase as they boarded the carriage sent by Hong Ying and Wen Qiyi. "What is that on your shoulder? A lizard?" Hong Ying inquired, her curiosity piqued by the mini lizard perched on Lin Qiyi's shoulder. "Ah, this is actually a dragon, albeit a terrestrial one," Lin Qiyi responded with a hint of exasperation. It was amusing that a dragon was mistaken for a lizard. It should be considered Qian Xiu's pet, I suppose. Lin Qiyi was uncertain, especially since after the incident at Chao Cangnan Mountain. This earth dragon had attached itself to them, and Qian Xiu had yet to come looking for it. However, the creature did bear Qian Xiu's mark. The earth dragon had been of immense assistance to them, having directly countered the ancient deity's church, alleviating much of their burden. Initially, it was Qin Yu who wished to care for it, but it adamantly refused to stay with her, ultimately leading Lin Qiyi to take it along. Just that? Still a dragon? Hong Ying expressed her astonishment. Indeed, it is at the pinnacle of the sea realm, nearly matching the immeasurable, and Qin Yu elucidated. Hiss! Both Hong Ying and Wen Qiyi, seated in front, gasped in surprise. Who would have thought? By the way, where are the captain and the others? Lin Jie inweited. Recently, tensions have escalated in Cangnan. Wen Qiyi, Lung Xian, Xiaonan, and Old Zhao have gone on patrol. The captain and Xiang Nan are currently negotiating with Qian Xiu and a certain human pinnacle, and Qin Yu replied. What? The captain is negotiating with Qian Xiu and a pinnacle? Lin Qiyi was taken aback. What could possibly warrant the attention of a pinnacle and a deity? It can't be that Cang Nan is on the brink of destruction, could it? And Qin Yu jested. She pondered numerous possibilities. While such an event could indeed stir such factions, it seemed improbable that Cang Nan would face annihilation. To be honest, we are not certain either, Hong Ying shrugged. Which pinnacle is in attendance? And Qin Yu queried. One sword, one steed, one venerable, one void, one sage. Which one has come at Cangnan? It appears he arrived in a carriage. So, it should be that sage, Hong Ying speculated. Peace Affairs Office. Underground. After Wu Xiangnan poured the tea and arranged the fruit, he quietly sat to the side. Such a discussion, given the caliber of participants, was beyond his capacity as the vice captain. It required the captain's presence. Master Chun, esteemed Qinxiu, I have received Commander Ye's orders. I shall endeavor to cooperate with you. Spoke Shenmai. Master Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, I am not an old man. I am merely following the arrangements of esteemed Qinxiu this time. In truth, there are no grand plans, merely a collective effort in battle. After I took over Cangnan, the miracles ceased. Captain Chun, the Shiva's grievance upon you can no longer be concealed. Those deities will undoubtedly come, Qinxiu stated solemnly. Once they arrive, they will discover that Cangnan has entirely transformed into my divine realm. At that point, the cake will not merely consist of Shiva's grievance, but also this newly birthed divine kingdom. Thus, this battle is not solely to repel enemies, but also to establish authority. Establishing authority. Both Master Chun and Shenmai pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Wu Xiangnan was bewildered. What earth-shattering secret was being deliberated? Could he truly be privy to this discussion? Would he not be silenced? Kill. Qianxiu's gaze turned icy. At the very least, we must eliminate them to the extent that they refrain from daring to strike against the divine realm for a considerable time. The others present clenched their fists at Qianxiu's words. Slaying deities was an aspiration both coveted and seemingly unattainable for them. Qianxiu smiled. But this smile did not soften his demeanor. Instead, it amplified his imposing presence. Rest assured, as long as the Supreme does not intervene, I shall ensure that those deities who come will not return. For a moment, no one dared to speak. All felt Qianxiu's murderous intent towards those deities. Even the air in the room grew a bit more frigid. After a while, the atmosphere calmed and the others relaxed. Those heartless bastards among the deities must be incensed by their actions. Their existence was a waste of resources, and their demise merely polluted the environment. Although Qianxiu had retracted his murderous intent, he could not help but voice. Sending them to purification and liberation would be an act of merit. The corners of the others' mouths twitched at his words. Such a scathing remark, well said. Though they maintained their composure, inwardly, they applauded Qianxiu's sentiments. as he perfectly articulated their thoughts. Chenmai spoke again. Esteemed Chinchio, since you took over Cangnan, what about the people of Cangnan? Chinchio gently shook his head. I lack the authority to resurrect the deceased. I cannot save those who have perished. He then turned his gaze to Chenmai. However, the wind can preserve souls. With nurturing, there will come a day of awakening. Upon death, the soul may drift in a haze, yet consciousness does not fully awaken. Through the nurturing of the divine realm, the soul can regain consciousness and manifest in reality. But this shall occur but once. This is the utmost I can achieve. Is that so? Chenmai nodded, considering it anticipated. The act of resurrection is inherently defiant against the heavens. Even a deity with the power to revive would find it exceedingly challenging to resurrect an entire populace of Cangnan. Moreover, Chinchio's authority bore no relation to resurrection. When you plan to take over Cangnan, esteemed Chinchio? Chinchio turned his gaze towards the door. He chuckled softly, seemingly perceiving something beyond it. In due time, the specifics remain uncertain, yet it is anticipated to be soon. While others may find it difficult to grasp the essence of Chinchio's words, they comprehend that the disappearance of Cangnan is imminent. If it becomes feasible, I kindly request that you, Lord Chinchio, inform me at your earliest convenience, Chenmai promptly declared. Master Chun stroked his beard, chuckling as he remarked, I shall remain in Cangnan for the time being. When the moment arrives, simply give me your instructions and rest assured. Chinchio responded with a smile, I shall notify you in advance. Moreover, even if I do not, you will inevitably learn of it in due course. The conversation concluded harmoniously, marking the end of the prelude to this divine confrontation. As the individuals rose to depart the chamber, Chinchio was the first to exit, catching a fleeting glimpse of a garment's hem around the corner of the corridor. It appeared to be two individuals together, with prior hints and the external intellect of Ang Kinjiu. Lin Xie would likely arrive at this realization swiftly. Having left the Peace Affairs office, Chinchio ascended to the pinnacle of the highest tower in Cangnan. He had intentionally afforded Lin Xie some solitary time for contemplation, demonstrating his thoughtfulness. Swinging his feet, Chinchio gazed at the bustling thoroughfare below. Though Cangnan is on the verge of collapse, it shall not vanish. A new divine realm is destined to emerge. This undertaking has long been a desire of Chinchio's. In this world, there exists no underworld, no cycle of rebirth. Souls are left to await their dissolution. Chinchio aspires not merely to preserve Cangnan, but to ensure that all wandering souls find a sanctuary, free from the torment of aimlessness. Everyone shall be able to await in hope, anticipating the final outcome. The wind shall carry all, transcending the errors of the present, and arriving at a radiant new future. Chapter 75. Farewell. Outside the door, Lin Xie listened intently to the conversation within, adopting a furtive posture akin to that of a thief. As Qingyu passed by, she noticed Lin Xie's clandestine demeanor and inquired with a hint of confusion, Qie. Without hesitation, Lin Xie grasped Qingyu's arm and covered her mouth. Shoo! And Qingyu glanced at Lin Xie and then at the room beside them, choosing to remain silent and follow Lin Xie in eavesdropping. In truth, Lin Xie had not intended to eavesdrop, but certain keywords had piqued his curiosity as he walked by. Taking over Cangnan, divine kingdom, god-slaying, soul, resurrection. Although he comprehended each word, their collective meaning eluded him. Once the conversation within the room concluded, Lin Xie quickly pulled Qingyu away. As they walked, Qingyu remained pensive. When Lin Xie finally paused to catch his breath, Qingyu solemnly remarked, Xie, the jest we spoke of earlier seems to have manifested. Cangnan indeed appears to be on the brink of destruction. Meanwhile, while Chinchio was strolling outside, he casually dispatched a mysterious entity that had appeared in Cangnan and returned with the tavern owner, who had been engaging in nefarious rituals, bound up like a dumpling. Such cultists were best left to the night watchers to handle. As Chinchio navigated the alleyway back to the Peace Affairs office, he encountered Zhao Kongsheng, who stood in the alley, his head bowed in contemplation. Old Zhao, Chinchio called. Zhao Kongsheng looked up, surprised to see Chinchio. What brings you here? Chinchio detected a hint of astonishment and confusion in Zhao Kongsheng's demeanor. Is something amiss? Zhao Kongsheng produced a yellow talisman from his hand. An old Taoist suddenly appeared and asked me to pass this to the first person I encountered. After I took it, he vanished the moment I looked down. How peculiar, Qianqiu mused. It cannot be a mere masquerade by the mysterious. Upon seeing the talisman, Qianqiu felt a surge of understanding. Let me see it. Assuming that even if it were a trap from the mysterious, it posed no threat to the divine, Zhao Kongcheng handed the talisman to Qianqiu without reservation. Qianqiu examined the talisman closely, and suddenly, an intuition struck him. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the mouth of the alley, where a gray-clad old Taoist stood, smiling and nodding slightly at him. In the blink of an eye, the old Taoist vanished again, as if everything had been a mere illusion. However, Qianqiu was certain it was no mere figment of his imagination. A faint smile graced Qianqiu's lips as he reciprocated the nod in the direction from which the old Taoist had disappeared. He tucked the talisman away and patted Zhao Kongcheng's shoulder. Old Zhao, you are quite fortunate. Fortunate? Zhao Kongcheng was perplexed. You encountered someone most would never meet, Qianqiu mused. The celestial sovereign sends talismans. It seems the divine of Daxia not only refrains from obstructing you, but may even support your endeavors. Is that old Taoist of significant stature? Zhao Kongcheng inquired with curiosity. Indeed, he holds great prominence, Qianqiu affirmed. He is the celestial sovereign. How could he not be significant? I shall escort this individual to the office. Old Zhao, will you return? Qianqiu gestured to the person he had bound, floating behind him. No, my patrol is not yet complete, Zhao Kongcheng declined. After bidding farewell to Zhao Kongcheng, Qianqiu returned to the office with his companions and handed them over to Chun Mai for further handling. After circling the office twice, he noticed the absence of Lin Qiye and Qingyu. Qianqiu understood they were likely eavesdropping, feeling guilty, and hiding away. He was indifferent to this. Such an effect was precisely what he desired. Allowing them to gradually deduce the situation would result in less emotional turmoil than outright revelation. What followed was a period of waiting. In the subsequent days, Qianqiu ceased his wanderings and remained at the office. Out of boredom, he would occasionally stroll through Cangnan City or bring Zhao Kongcheng out for practice. Zhao Kongcheng had reached the mid-stage of the Chuan realm. This could be seen as a culmination of his efforts, aided by Qianqiu's intermittent visits to the training camp over the past year to encourage Zhao Kongcheng's training. Although his elemental combat skills had yet to be fully developed, his proficiency with the vision was commendable, allowing him to summon strong winds. Moreover, his utilization of the Forbidden Abyss was quite adept. Previously, Zhao Kongcheng had managed to endure the attacks of the Chuan realm's Ghost King without the Forbidden Abyss. Now, equipped with two of them, he could contend with early-stage high realm opponents. However, this was still insufficient. If Zhao Kongcheng were to truly assume the responsibilities entrusted by Qianqiu, merely reaching the high realm would only be barely adequate. Qianqiu lounged upon a cloud, observing Zhao Kongcheng, who was being pursued by 111 and making a cacophony of cries. Sighing, he expressed his concern. Just then, he noticed Lin Qiye and Qingyu standing nearby. They finally could not contain their curiosity. Despite having seen Lin Qiye frown for 5 days, he had managed to hold back until now to inquire. Qianqiu interjected, wait a moment. Let me call someone. He made a pausing gesture, took out his phone, and sent messages to Chun Mai and Chen Fuzi. Putting away his phone, Qianqiu leaped down from the cloud, already aware of their impending questions. Let us go. Everyone is gathered. We could discuss together. Lin Qiye and Qingyu followed Qianqiu into the conference room, where they hastily encountered Chun Mai and Chen Fuzi, only to be bewildered by the truth that Cangnan was supported by Lin Qiye's realm of mundane mortals. After the initial shock wore off and the reality settled in, both remained silent. Their speculations were not far from the truth, yet the news of Cangnan's impending destruction was still difficult to accept. Silence engulfed them, an unending silence. Is there truly no way? Lin Qiye's voice was hoarse. No, Qianqiu silently shook his head. Even if I take over Cangnan, all I can preserve is its soul. I cannot achieve resurrection. Lin Qiye bowed his head, his fists clenched tightly, while Qingyu contemplated deeply. However, if you could discover a means to restore their physical forms, it would indeed allow for their revival. Was this a glimmer of insignificant hope? Yet, At least there was hope. It was not absolute despair. I wish to return and spend time with my family, Lin Chia murmured. Chen Mai and Chun Fuzi exchanged glances, both sighing with resignation. Then go back and see them. Lin Chia departed, lost in thought, and Xing Yu appeared relatively composed, but inwardly felt the weight of sorrow. Preparations could now commence. Qinxiu addressed Chen Mai and Chun Fuzi knock. Knock, knock. Xiao Qi, you have returned. Upon opening the door, Aunt was pleasantly surprised to find Lin Chia standing outside. Oh, what has happened? The moment Lin Chia laid eyes on Aunt, tears streamed down uncontrollably. Aunt, under the pretense of a holiday, Lin Chia spent several tranquil days with Aunt. The warmth and simplicity of daily life pierced Lin Chia's heart profoundly. However, after weeping, shouting, and enduring pain, Lin Chia sought out Qinxiu once more. Are you certain? Qinxiu gazed earnestly at Lin Chia. I am certain, Lin Chia nodded. Do you recall the feather from Michael? Qinxiu suddenly inquired. Lin Kai paused. Ido. After you cancel the miracle, everyone in Cangnan will recollect the memories of death, Qinxiu remarked, looking at Lin Chia. Let us use that feather to support for another 7 days. Not just you, but others in Cangnan also need to bid farewell. Since departure has become inevitable, let there be no regrets. On that day, all the people of Cangnan instantly realized what had transpired. The miracle was about to conclude. 7 days. They had 7 days left. At the moment of memory restoration, all Cangnan residents, whether nearby or far away, hurried back home. These 7 days must be thoughtfully arranged. A proper farewell must be made. In these final moments, let there be no regrets. Qinxiu took out the sky harp, seated at a height. Just as before, she sang and played alone. The prologue of the poem was nearing its end. The miracle would ultimately cease. This moment of farewell, reluctance, sorrow, and helplessness. Chapter 76. In a land of 1,000 winds for 7 days, everyone was preoccupied. The 7-day deadline was not merely for the people of Cangnan. It was equally applicable to the officials and the night watchers from the outside world. While the inhabitants of Cangnan were engaged in cherishing moments with their loved ones at home, those beyond were equally industrious. The authorities mobilized entirely, urgently arranging to address the myriad issues that would arise following Cangnan's disappearance. The children born during the miraculous decade would not vanish. Thus, these adolescents, bereft of their parents, required care, necessitating coordination from the officials. Furthermore, how would they elucidate to the oblivious populace the complete disappearance of Cangnan? Public sentiment also needed to be managed. In the lead-up to the divine battle commencing after 7 days, all individuals had to be safely evacuated. The officials were overwhelmed with tasks. Staff consumed coffee as if it were mere water, clinging to their resolve, desperately holding on. One feared that in the next moment, they might succumb, peacefully lying down. Meanwhile, the night watchers were incessantly strategizing. The moment Lin Chia voluntarily withdrew from a mortal realm, the Shiva's grievance within Chun Mai could no longer be contained. Although Qinxiu, stationed beside Chun Mai, promptly attempted to suppress it, that fragment of aura had already escaped. The outer gods, sensing the scent of blood, must have raced toward the Great Xia. Cangnan was the primary battlefield, yet other regions would also encounter those eager to extend their claws. On the 7th day, the final day, along the coast of the East Sea, the waters roared like a colossal black beast, surging to heights of dozens of meters before crashing violently against the shore, sweeping everything in its path, leaving only fragments in its wake. Ding! A sound of a sword echoed through the heavens and earth. With a single stroke, the waters parted. A young man, cradling a sword sheath, slowly advanced towards the shore. The sea willingly parted. A majestic figure emerged from the depths. The sea god, Poseidon. Endless sword energy surged into the sky. Zhou Ping lifted his gaze, his eyes locking with Poseidon's, and he spoke slowly. In the territory of the Great Xia ahead, divine beings are forbidden to tread. In northern Great Xia, where darkness spread, countless souls found their eternal slumber disturbed. The deceased rose again, moving with the shadows towards distant cities. The scent of death lingered in the air until it encountered the resplendent golden light of Buddhist chants. Y fan les yeux lit à cigarette. resting it at the corner of his mouth, and gazed at the figure outlined by the darkness. The lord of the underworld, Hades. Great Xia does not welcome uninvited guests. 20 kilometers from Cangnan City, a dashing young man sped along a desolate road in a Maybach, his velocity seemingly propelling him towards the sun. However, an even more astonishing event unfolded. A small yellow electric scooter kept pace alongside the Maybach, which was racing at 219 kilometers per hour. The ever-speedy delivery driver from me, Tuan, nonchalantly produced a pizza box, extending it to the astonished young man. "Hello, your delivery has arrived. Are you out of your mind? I didn't order any delivery." The delivery driver maintained his smile. "You're the trickster god Loki, designated as divine being number 018, aren't you? This is your order." The sound of a ticking delivery echoed, accompanied by an eerie blue glow that seeped through the box. In the city of Cangnan, the populace engaged in their final farewells. The 136th team, shrouded in sorrow upon learning of their captain's demise, felt the weight of grief envelop them. On their last day, Chimai led everyone to the park for a barbecue, seeking solace. Captain Hong Ying's eyes brimmed with tears. The men remained taciturn, while Si Xiaonan lowered her head, her expression somewhat unnatural. "All right, let's not dwell on sorrow. It's the last day. There's no need for tears." Chimai consoled them. "And this might not be a permanent farewell. Didn't Ti Chinchio mention we could awaken once more?" Silence ensued. Though it was a fact, hope felt elusive. "Captain, this is for you," Si Xiaonan said, looking resolutely at Chunmai as she handed him a flower she clutched in her hand, a green resurrection lily. Symbolizing endless hope, Jiang Qian returned to school. She and her parents were among the deceased, and bidding farewell felt rather lighthearted. In her final moments, she intended to revisit the places of her ordinary life. "Jiang Qian? Wang Xiao, you've come to school too?" she remarked upon spotting Wang Xiao approaching. Wang Xiao scratched his head. "Yeah, there's nothing else to do, so I thought I'd visit the school." They exchanged casual banter, reminiscing about trivial matters. The time Chinchio saved them, and the impending obliteration. "It's strange. I'm not afraid at all. I feel quite calm," Jiang Qian expressed, perplexed. "Normally, I'm not very brave. I should be terrified of death. Perhaps it's because we've already died once?" Wang Xiao joked. "Maybe," Jiang Qian reluctantly accepted his explanation. "Actually, I'm somewhat worried about Chinchio. Isn't he a deity? He should be able to protect himself." She glanced at Wang Xiao. "Even if Chinchio is a god, he couldn't prevent Cangnan's disappearance, which suggests there are forces mightier than him. He guarding Cangnan. Perhaps a battle will ensue once it fades away. Even gods are not omnipotent. They can be wounded." Wang Xiao fell silent for a moment. "You're right." Jiang Qian and Wang Xiao ceased their conversation, gazing up at the sunset over Cangnan. Two ordinary children, at that moment, sincerely prayed for a deity. "Chinchio, stay strong and be careful." That night, Lin Xie shared a final meal at his aunt's house. "What are you two crying for?" His aunt gently wiped the tears from Lin Xie and Yang Jin's faces. Unbeknownst to them, tears had begun to flow again. Lin Xie had thought he was fully prepared, but when the moment arrived, all his preparations felt futile. Aunt Yang Jin, fighting back sorrow, gazed at his mother in this world with almost greedy eyes. "Mom." His aunt embraced Lin Xie and Yang Jin, gently patting their shoulders to comfort them. I've lived a few extra years." The moment of parting had come. The child, lulled to sleep by his mother, has long departed from Cangnan. Upon awakening, he will find himself at his grandparents' home, where he will learn that his parents are going on a business trip and may not be able to visit him for an extended period. This family, miraculously surviving to this day, shared a warm dinner, silently supporting one another. A young man, venturing alone to make his mark in Cangnan, sent his family a final message, informing them that he had risen to prominence, with his employer entrusting him with significant responsibilities. He would soon be preoccupied and might not return home often. In the days leading up to this moment, everyone may have experienced fear, panic, and sorrow, yet when the time arrived, they found peace. They had bid farewell to friends, family, and the world without regrets. Beneath the night sky, Chinchio, cloaked in white, held the heart of the divine. His vast, pristine wings unfurled completely, the tips of his hair and the divine patterns adorning his body faintly glowing. A gentle breeze swirled around him, exuding purity and embrace, leaving an indelible first impression. His clear, azure eyes gazed down upon the scattered lights below. The wind stirred, emanating from him and expanding outward. It was not forceful but tender, refusing to dissipate easily. The aura radiating from the heart of the divine bathed all of Cangnan in a serene blue hue. The ethereal silhouette of Qianfeng Zhili appeared in the night sky. Towering trees stood firm at the center of Qianfeng Zhili, surrounded by an endless, crystal-clear sea. This was the origin of the wind, a place both of endings and beginnings. Some wept, others embraced with reluctance, while some smiled and waved goodbye. The ones who remained watched as the departing figures gradually faded away, transforming into flickering lights, guided gently by the soft breeze towards Qianfeng Zhili. As they bid farewell, it seemed that a mysterious melody filled the air, a song sung by him, in an unknown tongue, almost a whisper. Ethereal and enigmatic, it carried a tinge of sadness intertwined with hope. Let the wind guide you. Listen to the wind song. The souls, transformed into glimmers of light, followed the soothing requiem carried by the gentle breeze. Under the night sky, these lights converged, forming a flowing river of azure, spiraling upwards, illuminating the entire expanse above. The wind brushed away their tears. Do not weep. We shall meet again. Farewell, farewell. In the end, the divine realm of Qianxiu was named Qianfeng Zhili. While some interpretations were appealing, the final choice, Qianfeng, was derived from the phrases most frequently uttered in Mondstadt and the origin of wind, to which I added Zhili, creating Qianfeng Zhili, the homeland of Qianfeng. Inside this divine realm, I envisioned a place reminiscent of the origin of wind, with the sea named Shihai, the ocean where the wind begins and hope resides. This chapter was written quite effortlessly, but I realized that its tone deviates significantly from the intended style. This segment is somewhat sentimental, while the other is purely comedic and chaotic, making it impossible to blend them seamlessly. Thus, I shall present it independently. Dramatic interlude. Divine attire, Team 136, including Lin Qie and In Qingyu, witnesses Qianxiu adorned in divine attire. What are their reactions? Qianxiu, clad in divine garments, stretches her wings slightly, arching her delicate waist into a perfect curve. Ahem, 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 ahem. Have you choked, or are you merely gasping? At this rate, your lungs might just escape your bodies. Qianxiu gazes at the group with exasperation. Qianxiu, may your coughing be your undoing. These individuals gaze skyward at the ground and at the elder, yet they ignore Qianxiu entirely. Each one looks around, but occasionally, a few cannot resist stealing glances at her. For instance, there's Hong Ying, whose mouth waters uncontrollably, and Si Xiaonan, who remains silent, yet glances at Qianxiu from time to time. Hong Ying, wipe that drool away. Qianxiu sighs, exasperated. Hong Ying's cheeks flush crimson as she instinctively wipes the corner of her mouth. Qianxiu crosses her arms, a cold smirk playing on her lips. Do they truly believe she is oblivious to their thoughts? Oh, she knows all too well. Clearly, their minds are filled with nothing but foolishness. The pure remain untainted, while the impure reveal their nature. Suspended in the air, Qianxiu looks down upon them with disdain, her lofty position accentuating her regal aura. And Qingyu's lips twitch slightly. Goodness, she begins to comprehend the sentiments of those who call out, "Sister, brother, come tread upon me." Moreover, truth be told, Qianxiu possesses an androgynous beauty that captivates all, regardless of gender. It is said that deities lack a definitive gender. No, she must not dwell on that. Qianxiu surveys the crowd. What are you all staring at? Do you wish to say something? Ahem. Once again, everyone averts their gaze from Qianxiu. Chenmai Zhao Kongsheng. And when Qima exchange glances. Zhao Kongsheng, ahem, what to do? Chenmai, ahem. Are you asking me? Zhao Kongsheng, ahem, 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 ahem. Indeed. This is our deity. I cannot say anything. Chenmai, ahem, 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 ahem. Perhaps we should fetch a garment for Qianxiu to wear. When Shima, ahem, Ishago. Are you all exchanging secret signals? Qianxiu's voice wafts through the air. Ahem. Chun Mai awkwardly coughs one last time, gesturing subtly to Wen Qima. When Qima turns and strides toward the inner room, Lin Xie appears lost in thought, though in reality. He contemplates Qianxiu's appearance. From a distance, at first glance, she is breathtaking. Especially when elevated, Qianxiu exudes an aura of unparalleled sanctity. Up close, however, the first impression is equally astounding. Goodness, she's clad so minimally. Is that truly attire? Upon a second glance, one cannot help but be utterly captivated. It must be said, it is indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Yet, one cannot overlook the underlying implication, which I trust you understand. On the third glance, alas, it is too much. I must avert my gaze. Ahem. Lin Xie was the first to speak with a tone of gravity. Qianxiu, your attire. Qianxiu raised an eyebrow, curious to hear what Lin Xie would articulate. Aren't you a tad underdressed? Aren't you cold? It is perhaps unwise to expect any commendable remarks from this terminally oblivious fellow. Just as Lin Xie was about to continue, he was silenced by Qingyu, who pulled him to the back. At that moment, Wen Qimo returned, bearing a white long coat. He had intended to drape it over Qianxiu. However, as he stood behind Qianxiu, contemplating the garment in his hands, he fell in his silence. Who could enlighten him on how to dress someone with wings? Should he simply cut holes in the fabric? Yet, upon observing Qianxiu's majestic wings, which appear to span nearly 2 meters, he pondered if they could possibly fit. Then, Lung Xian snatched the coat from Wen Qima's grasp, determined to modify it. Among this group, Lung Xian was the least affected, for he had already found his true love. However, the memory of a prior scene gnawed at him. This coat had to be donned by Qianxiu promptly, lest he end up like Xiaonan, who resembled a wolf that had caught sight of a tempting bone. Xiaonan was at risk of being whisked away, fueled by his fervent protective instincts. Lung Xian expeditiously altered the coat within an hour, transforming it to feature a zipper at the back, though it did take a toll on his fingers. Upon returning with the garment, he discovered it was no longer needed, for Qianxiu had already retracted his grand wings and donned his divine attire. Why didn't you change back earlier? Zhao Kongchang voiced the collective curiosity of the group. Initially, I had no time, but later, I found your expressions of wanting to gaze yet hesitating to do so quite amusing. Qianxiu replied with an innocent shrug. Besides, you never asked. Chapter 77. The Divine Battle Begins. The realm of the Land of 1,000 Winds has completely supplanted Cangnan. Between the realms of reality and illusion, a magnificent scene unfolds before the eyes. The vast expanse of Shi Sea, encircling the land where the winds arise, stretches out in unparalleled clarity, resembling both ocean and sky. The luminous specks of souls drift with the breeze, swirling around the colossal tree at the center. Qianxiu stands beneath this tree. At the heart of it all, the heart of the divine hovers in midair, serving as the core and origin of the Land of 1,000 Winds, sustaining the entire space. Qianxiu surveys the divine realm he has established, the ancestral home of the winds, and acknowledges the necessity of having everyone remain here for an extended period. The surrounding lights flicker gently, as if attempting to convey something. Qianxiu chuckles softly. Indeed, they shall. However, for now, he cannot remain with them. With a hint of sarcasm in his tone, he adds, there are guests awaiting my hospitality outside. He gestures towards the heart of the divine, saying, I will take my leave for now and return once I have resolved my affairs. The surrounding scenery gradually fades, and the Land of 1,000 Winds retreats into another dimension, revealing the somewhat desolate Cangnan. Now, the true events are just beginning. Those remaining in Cangnan are being urgently evacuated under the guidance of the Night Watchers, while troops are stationed at various locations. Qianxiu flutters his wings lightly and swiftly appears at the location of Team 136. Each member's eyes appear slightly red, indicating recent tears. Chun Mai has vanished, leaving behind a peculiar scroll radiating strange energies. Qianxiu picks up the scroll and casts it directly into the Land of 1,000 Winds, severing all prying eyes. You have endured much, Chinchio observes, directing his gaze toward the particularly bright light amidst the surroundings. You have persevered for so long. Now it is time to rest. He withdraws his gaze to look upon Team 136. The gentle breeze caresses the faces of those grieving, offering solace to their emotions. Everyone, we must rally our spirits. There's a fierce battle yet to come. Yes, they respond in unison. Though sorrowful, they understand that this is not the moment for reminiscence. Wu Xiangnan, Chinchio calls out. Yes, Wu Xiangnan instinctively replies, straightening up upon realizing it is Chinchio addressing him, and respectfully asks, "What is your command?" Despite his divine demeanor, Chinchio's presence is both majestic and noble. While not oppressive, it commands respect and diligence. Extend your hand, Chinchio instructs. Wu Xiangnan obediently presents his hand, revealing the scars upon his palms. Chinchio lightly touches the grotesque wounds, and in an instant, a divine aura surges forth, rushing towards him. Unfazed, Chinchio disperses the violent winds, and in the blink of an eye, that aura is extinguished, with the scars on Wu Xiangnan's hands beginning to heal and vanish. Wu Xiangnan gazes in astonishment at the scars left by Susanoo, now completely erased, as the nightmare that has plagued him for years is effortlessly dismissed by Chinchio. Chinchio smiles at Wu Xiangnan. Now you may take up the sword and give it a try. Wu Xiangnan gazed at Chinchio, rendered speechless. Without acknowledging Wu Xiangnan further, Chinchio turned to seek out Si Xiaonan. Xiaonan, I'm here, Si Xiaonan responded, looking up at Chinchio with resolute determination. I am. Sure. Chinchio raised a finger, playfully winking at Si Xiaonan. I know Si Xiaonan was momentarily taken aback, then let out a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, how could a deity fail to perceive her true realm? I cannot handle the intricacies of this agent contract, Chinchio continued. However, I can assist you in performing. Chinchio led Si Xiaonan aside to conspire, her grand wings effectively shielding them from the curious gazes of others. As Si Xiaonan listened, her eyes sparkled with excitement, while Chinchio beamed radiantly. It can be done this way, or that way. Isn't that inappropriate? Not all, but fine. Then we shall proceed. There is still more we can do. After their conversation, Si Xiaonan felt considerably uplifted, a gentle curve forming at the corners of her lips. Lung Xian, Chinchio next sought out. This is for you. A golden orb of light materialized in Chinchio's hand, and before anyone could discern its nature, she flung it toward Lung Xian. Lung Xian instinctively attempted to evade, yet managed to suppress his reflexive response. Chinchio had no intention of causing him harm. The orb transformed into a beam of light upon contact with Lung Xian, vanishing into his being. Just before its disappearance, a faint silhouette of a green cup seemed to flicker. All right, Lung Xian is taken care of. Next is Hong Ying. Chinchio floated before Hong Ying, her wings gently folding as if to embrace her. With soft, azure eyes, she gazed tenderly at the fiery girl. The wind shall protect you. The wind fuels the fire. Let it blossom freely. Hong Ying stood motionless, a radiant mark of wind element materializing at her brow. As Chinchio drifted away, Hong Ying swiftly covered her face and crouched down. That was too close. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, resembling a blushing mosquito coil. No, I can't let the nosebleed happen. Chinchio pretended not to hear Hong Ying's silent cries. Indeed, she had not heard. Finally, Chinchio approached Zhao Kongcheng. Old Zhao. Upon reaching Zhao Kongcheng, Chinchio adopted the demeanor of a nagging mother, shaking him with fervor. You must put in the effort. Why haven't you yet developed elemental combat skills? How can I entrust the key to you like this? Stop. Dizzied, Zhao Kongcheng urgently called for Chinchio to cease. I already have some ideas. You do? Chinchio halted her shaking, ceasing her relentless motion. Phew. Zhao Kongcheng shook his head vigorously, exhaling a sigh of relief. Chinchio's grip was far too strong. It nearly overwhelmed him. Then do your best. I wish to see what you are capable of. Chinchio regarded Zhao Kongcheng with solemnity. Show me if you can bear that responsibility. Though unsure of what you mean, Zhao Kongcheng grinned. As long as I can eliminate all adversaries, that should suffice, right? Indeed, Chinchio nodded. Oh, by the way, there's also. Outside the city of Cangnan, I have left behind a trace of my presence. You possess the eye of the divine, capable of sensing and invoking it. And when the time comes, you may act as you see fit. Qinxiu conveyed the method of invocation to Zhao Kongsheng. So this is the bomb you buried? Zhao Kongsheng inquired after listening. One could say so. As for its potency, you shall discover that in due time, Qinxiu teased lightly. Maintain a safe distance of 10 meters. Very well, our guests have arrived. It is time to extend our hospitality. In the distance, on the outskirts of the city, the silhouette of the blue giant could be faintly discerned. The expressions of the gathered individuals turned grave. Allow me to escort you, Qinxiu said with a gentle wave of the hand, and they felt a sudden dizziness, only to find themselves at the boundary of Cangnan. Even Lin Xie and In Qingyu, who were hastily making their way here after settling personal matters, were effortlessly transported by Qinxiu. The Phoenix team, who had come to provide support but had met with a mishap mid-flight, were also directly placed in position by Qinxiu, sparing them the trouble of finding their way. Next, roar. The fully transformed 111 soared skyward, its dragon roar echoing across the land, stirring winds fierce enough to obliterate surrounding structures. Qinxiu unfurled her wings and ascended gracefully into the air, the divine aura radiating outward, causing the winds within a 10-mile radius to turn tumultuous. The chilling gusts made the intent to kill palpably discernible. Roar! The colossal dragon coiled around the diminutive deity, coldly regarding the adversaries before them. Indra, the god of storms from India. Loki, the god of mischief from Norse Asgard. And the sea god Poseidon and the underworld king Hades, who had been subtly guided here by Yi Fan and Zhou Ping under Qinxiu's direction. Greetings, Qinxiu said with a smile to the four deities, though the warmth of her expression did not reach her eyes. Is there a god in Daxia, and an unfamiliar one at that? Poseidon inquired, gazing at Qinxiu in confusion. Who exactly are you? Ah, you need not concern yourselves with that, Qinxiu replied, her tone disarmingly gentle as she uttered the boldest of proclamations. Just know that I intend to kill you. Indra regarded Qinxiu with contempt. Huh, quite the bold assertion. It seems the plan has gone awry. I had no inkling that Daxia had birthed an unfamiliar deity. Loki chuckled softly. You dare take on four at once? Such confidence you possess. Well then, Loki, Qinxiu turned her gaze toward him, the one she most despised. Surely, you can summon some allies. Let them join us. Loki raised an eyebrow at Qinxiu's request. Very well. With that, Loki extended a hand toward the heavens, and a vast vortex slowly opened above his head. From a maelstrom emerged the hellhound Garmer and the Leviathan Kraken. The grand melody reached its final crescendo. I too have penned a few stanzas of this poem. Let me witness, with the addition of new elements, what kind of symphony shall be played. Now that everyone is present, Qinxiu spread her arms wide, and in an instant, all the winds began to stir violently. Countless tornadoes emerged. The wind no longer whispers with softness and tranquility. Instead, it reveals its most ferocious and frenzied visage. Chaotic and disorderly, it cuts with a sharpness that draws blood. The wind howls in fury, in agitation, in rejection, and in targeting. The few deities before it are compelled to raise their shields, for neglecting this tempest could leave them with grievous wounds. Qinxiu offers a faint smile, yet his eyes brim with murderous intent. He bows elegantly to the four gods, proclaiming, I am here to invite you all to appreciate this final overture of eternity. Today I shall take a leave. For tomorrow I must sit for a physics examination, and I must burn the midnight oil to review. I shall provide you all with updates by noon tomorrow. Chapter 78. The Finality of Eternal Closure. Accompanied by the finality of eternal closure. Be sure to synchronize. The winds rise. The clouds surge. Final sonore. The thunderous roar of artillery resembles a relentless drumbeat. The howling winds echo the strained notes of a violin. A cacophony of sounds converges, all harmoniously performing this grand and formidable piece imbued with lethal intent. The raging currents of the sea are severed by the sharp blades of wind. The lifelessness of the underworld is purified by a gentle breeze. And the thunder of the storm god inadvertently facilitates the passage of ages. Lightning and water intertwine, while the winds propagate their essence. In that fleeting moment, the heavens and earth illuminate, a vast expanse of electric sea, all four gods wounded, the god of deceit startled, unable to believe. The surging waves are flattened into a stage. The flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder serve as the spotlight. The thick, ominous mists become a gentle breeze as accompaniment. The cunning tricks merely embellishments. Stepping forth, spinning, wings unfurling. He is the most conspicuous splash of white beneath the gloom, traversing among the gods. The enemy's attacks fall futilely into empty air. They gnash their teeth in frustration, for none can capture a wisp of elusive wind. At the city's edge, the sounds of battle persist. Heavily armed projectiles are aimed at the frost-laden giants. Extraordinary individuals dance upon the battlefield. Yu fixates on the looming giant, rapidly analyzing in her mind. Everyone, the critical points are at the third eye and the sixth vertebra. Whoosh! A spear adorned with crimson flames descends from the heavens, piercing through the giant's head. As the wind sweeps by, it fuels the flames, dispersing the chilling frost. Gossamer garments cloak a few bodies, as he Xiao and strives to minimize the injury suffered. Two pitch-black sniper bullets soar from afar, penetrating the brows of two fallen giants, launched by Long Xian. When Qima interlaces her fingers, clasped tightly against her chest. Suddenly, a black line extends from the heart of the frost giant, binding it instantly in place. Everyone retreat. All withdraw as Lin Xie begins to chant. Having been pressed time and again by Merlin and Qinxiu, her knowledge of magic has long since coalesced. Simple elemental magic has already been mastered. A blazing inferno shoots skyward. Lao Zhao, here it comes. Ha! Zhao Kongchang grips a straight blade, his eyes sharp, while the winds around him seem to sense his excitement, restless and agitated. With a heavy thud, Zhao Kongchang leaps. The air below is suddenly drawn away, and in an instant, the immense pressure forces the giants down to the ground. The moon, a perfectly smooth black crescent, descends, carrying the compressed air that has been drawn away. Boom! The giants and their surroundings are utterly obliterated, leaving behind vast craters. Here, Cangnan remains but ruins, a mere opportunity for reconstruction. The battles across Cangnan have reached a fever pitch, particularly the confrontations among the deities in the sky. Raindrops fell upon my face, heralding the onset of a storm. No, it was not rain. It was blood, divine blood, whose one might ponder. Perhaps it belonged to all. The gods, once proud and dignified, now bore the scars of battle, awaiting the trials of eternity. The four deities before me locked gazes. This could not continue. Cooperation? Indeed. In an instant, a fragile alliance was forged. Ah, the deity in the white hood smiled softly. Come fort. Even united, you cannot escape your inevitable defeat. In that fleeting moment, a sudden burst of divine light illuminated the night sky. Above, the azure hue stood alone against the four other colors, ethereal yet resolute, unwavering in its stance. Shadows of light intertwined and separated once more, each clash imbued with lethal intent and oppressive force. With each encounter, rain fell anew, intensifying with every strike. Though their forms were obscured, the sounds of battle echoed, revealing the ferocity of the conflict, a grand confrontation that transcended mortal imagination. A colossal blue dragon soared through the heavens, engaging in a fierce battle with the hounds of the underworld and the leviathan of the northern seas. Absolute violence intertwined with beauty, as they clashed and tore at one another, the hounds and leviathan drenched in blood. The roar of the dragon resonated through the cosmos, a tribute to this chaotic symphony. The people in the winds called out in fervor, their battle cries harmonizing, joining forces with the tempest, riding the waves of chaos. The fury of the winds escalated, causing the very air in the vicinity to tremble. They sought to obliterate all obstacles before them, relentless and unrestrained. The razor-sharp winds appeared intent on rending space asunder and severing time itself, targeting their foes with precision. The ocean could not withstand the raging hurricane. Death could not extinguish the hope carried by the gentle breeze. Thunder could not capture the essence of freedom within the tempest. Cunning plans faltered before the knowledge of the Zephyr. The hurricane overturned the seas. The gentle breeze ushered away death. The tempest retaliated against the thunder. The Zephyr unraveled the schemes. The outcome was already determined. What remained was but a futile struggle. With his thumb, Chinchio wiped away the droplets of blood seeping from his wounded cheek. At last, the poem of the wind god was bestowed upon all. The arrows crafted by the myriad winds were aimed at the deities. One arrow, and the world darkened, akin to the pull of a black hole reminiscent of molecular reconfiguration. The threat of death loomed over the gods. As light returned to the world, the winds stilled, silence enveloped, and the melody concluded, a divine fall. The initial four words occupied four grand sections. The cello segment accompanied a solitary dance. The typewriter passage resonated on the city's periphery. Human voices harmonized as tensions escalated. The subsequent harmonies intensified yet further, and finally, only the cello's notes remained, corresponding to the wiping away of blood droplets. If the divine fall aligns perfectly with the cataclysmic sound, then you have witnessed a flawless conclusion. If you are unable to listen to the melody, consider it a piece of poetry instead. Do not be deceived by the brevity of this chapter. It has proven to be a formidable challenge for the author. The meticulous task of pairing words took me a staggering 4 hours, leaving me utterly exhausted. I shall endeavor to update another chapter this evening, though I cannot guarantee when it will be completed. Chapter 79. The performance Loki appeared in midair, looking rather disheveled. At the moment when Chinchio shot his arrow, Loki had cleverly concealed himself. However, unbeknownst to him, the space he had chosen to hide in was already ensnared by a miniature poem of the wind god set by Chinchio. It was perplexing how that deity could foresee such a move. After considerable effort, Loki managed to escape the trap laid by Chinchio. Nevertheless, he still had a backup plan, unlike those three fools. Casting a glance at the location where the wind goddess poem was situated, Loki noted that the three imbeciles had been reduced to nothingness. No, they had been utterly ground to dust. Though they might not be entirely dead yet, it would take them at least a decade or more to recover. Chinchio observed the beleaguered Loki with a cold gaze. Indeed, that scoundrel Loki was the most exasperating, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Since he was still alive, another arrow was in order. Just as Chinchio was about to take action again, Loki raised his hands in surrender. I concede, you are formidable, he declared. Chinchio's arrow was already poised to be released. However, my forte lies not in mere combat. With that, Loki's form began to dissipate. Sensing Loki's attempt to flee, Chinchio's arrow was instantaneously shot forth, appearing before Loki. Yet, the figure speaking before Chinchio was not Loki at all. It was merely an illusion. The phantom was torn apart by the raging winds, shattering into specks of light. Nevertheless, Chinchio did not display any signs of distress at having been deceived by Loki. Rather, he chuckled. Xiaonan, Loki has made his way towards you. The wind relayed the message to see Xiaonan. At that moment, Team 136 had just detonated the portal summoning the frost giants. The commotion caused by Zhao Kongsheng startling them considerably. Old Zhao, are you trying to take us along with you? Redding, who had been at the forefront, was caught up in the chaos. I have no idea. This was planted by Chinchio. He told me the safe distance was 10 meters. Zhao Kongsheng lamented, perplexed, for he had not anticipated that such a small glass orb could possess such tremendous power, equal to that of 5 tons of TNT. With so many buried here, triggering one would set off a chain reaction, causing widespread destruction. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. They had reached the portal and triggered Chinchio's contingency plan, effortlessly sending both enemies and the portal away, alleviating their burden considerably. With matters here settled, what was transpiring with the others? The master stood alone against the vast army of the undead, performing physical rites to guide the souls. The Phoenix team faced the seafood brigade. There's a delightful aroma coming from over there, like grilled squid. Given the low intellect of these two teams, even as their deities began to fade into the wind, they continued to charge forward blindly. We must lend a hand, and Xing Yu suggested. Agreed, Lin Chia nodded. By the way, where's Long Xian? He is probably perched atop some rooftop, observing the battlefield through his binoculars. The group prepared to head towards the battlefield in another direction. Xiaonan? Red Ing turned around, noticing Si Xiaonan standing alone behind the others. Si Xiaonan's demeanor seemed markedly different from before. Si Xiaonan withdrew her gaze from the heavens, sweeping it across the assembled crowd before slowly raising her right hand. A chilling aura emanated from her being, intangible yet ensnaring the mental faculties of those present, while a formidable pressure rendered them breathless. What is happening? Under this terrifying weight, everyone could scarcely lift their heads to behold Si Xiaonan, their bodies utterly immobilized. Klein realm? Surely this is a jest. Shock, confusion, and bewilderment painted the faces of the onlookers. Xiaonan? You. I have never been a night watcher. All the documents from my enlistment 2 years ago are fabrications. Si Xiaonan does not exist. Si Xiaonan approached Zhao Kongsheng, her voice steady as she declared, I am the agent of the trickster god, Loki. Just as the crowd was about to respond, Si Xiaonan's next utterance left them utterly astounded. I apologize. Without hesitation, she extended her hand toward Zhao Kongsheng's divine eye, retrieving a parchment labeled Shiva's grievance. I shall take this. What? The crowd was left in a daze. What is happening? Why could a Shiva's grievance be extracted from Zhao Kongsheng's divine eye? Wasn't he with Qinxiu? The realization struck, even more effective than Si Xiaonan's previous self-detonation, as their eyes widened in disbelief. Some attempted to speak, yet found themselves voiceless. You have performed admirably. A voice resonated suddenly. By the time Qinxiu and Loki arrived on the scene, they were met with a startling tableau. The entire 136 squad was immobilized, with Loki clutching the Shiva's grievance of forgery in one hand and Si Xiaonan's throat in the other, her face flushed as though on the brink of asphyxiation. What are you doing? Qinxiu's voice pierced the air, accompanied by a razor-sharp gust of wind. Loki deftly evaded the attack with a fluid movement, mockingly inquiring, What? Are you so concerned for these mortals? Release them. Qinxiu's tone was grim. Oh, and what if I refuse? Qinxiu remained silent. Yet the wind surrounding them began to stir restlessly. How about this? If you endure a blow from me, I shall release them. With a smirk, the sound of his voice had scarcely faded when he was already there. A wind wall appeared, isolating Loki from the others. In an instant, Qinxiu materialized before Loki, unleashing a compressed tempest toward him while simultaneously rescuing Si Xiaonan from Loki's grasp. Loki, quick to respond, retaliated against Qinxiu's unexpected assault, protecting Si Xiaonan. Qinxiu engaged in a fierce exchange with Loki. Although defending another made combat cumbersome, Loki had already sustained significant injury from Qinxiu's earlier assault. Moreover, during their prior confrontation with 5 gods, Loki sensed that deception would not ensnare Qinxiu himself. He could only rely on trickery to manipulate others to achieve his aims. In their confrontation, Loki found himself at a disadvantage, suppressed by Qinxiu. However, at that moment, Si Xiaonan intervened. As the wind barrier dissipated, the members of Team 136 witnessed blood trickling from the corner of Qinxiu's mouth, while Si Xiaonan and Loki stood together. The situation was already evident. Ha! Loki laughed with audacity. Qinxiu's gaze was sharp. Without warning, countless hurricanes materialized around Loki and Si Xiaonan, encircling them. Just as the winds were about to shatter the two, Loki vanished with Si Xiaonan. Meanwhile, the trapped members of Team 136 appeared distressed, seemingly struggling to breathe. Qinxiu did not pursue them. Instead, he stayed behind to unravel the deception Loki had orchestrated, leaving the team in a state of confusion regarding their inability to breathe. Once they regained their composure, they looked at Qinxiu with anticipation, worried for his injuries, yet eager for an explanation of the peculiar events that had transpired. As for Qinxiu, after Loki's departure, he quickly masked his expression and discreetly pocketed Lin Qi's phone. Unlocking it in 3 seconds and dialing in 2, he executed it seamlessly. Beep beep. This is Yi Fan. May I ask who's calling? It's old Yi, it's me. Qinxiu wiped away the crimson stain at the corner of his mouth. I have encountered Loki. His trick of concealing his doppelgangers cannot deceive me any longer. Loki still has 19 doppelgangers remaining in Dacia, located at... Do you remember? I remember. Thank you for the information. We will arrange for it immediately. Yes, just proceed with the arrangements. Chinchio hung up the phone and looked up to see the surrounding people gazing at him with curious expressions. What is wrong with you all? That expression? Chinchio, you. Lin Xia pointed at the red substance on Chinchio's hand. Oh, this? Chinchio licked a bit. It tastes quite good. It's ketchup, but I added a touch of wind god brew, so it carries a hint of my essence. It indeed fooled Loki effortlessly. The group stared at Chinchio, who was enjoying his ketchup, their expressions filled with disbelief. How could Loki be so foolish? Didn't he consider? Earlier, the four of them besieged me alone, and I didn't cough up blood. Yet, a single strike from a Klein made me bleed. Is that reasonable? Chapter 80. The End of the Divine War. So, it was all an act before? Lin Xia inquired soulfully. Indeed, did you not realize that the false Shiva's grievance had already been taken from me? Chinchio raised the phone in his hand. Look, the script is right here. As several individuals leaned in for a closer look, the screen displayed a chapter from a novel. You, the person exclaimed in astonishment. Ha! The man laughed heartily, his eyes reflecting a blend of satisfaction, mockery, pride, and cunning. He embraced the woman tightly. She is mine. How can this be? I refuse to believe it. The individual clutched his chest, seemingly on the brink of heartbreak. I understand you must have your reasons, correct? The woman, with reddened eyes, cast a fleeting glance at him, then closed her eyes and shook her head. Everything was of my own volition. I am loyal to the master. Everything before was merely a performance. The man reveled in his triumph. Did you hear that? Do not waste your efforts. Her heart belongs to me. The individual could hardly fathom the truth. How could this be? Are you truly so heartless? Were all those affections merely fa-ade? The woman turned her head away, refusing to respond. Nan, enough. The woman turned back, her voice fierce. Nan is not a name you should utter. Drawing her sword, she severed her sleeve with a swift motion. Fragments of fabric fluttered before the man's eyes. Our ties are irrevocably severed. Henceforth, we shall have no connection. The group then noticed the title of the novel. As a witch, I infiltrate the Holy Empire. The Holy Sun and the Demon Lord pursue relentlessly. Is this script even legitimate? Surely it cannot be just a randomly chosen melodramatic romance. Though absurd, it does conjure intriguing imagery in the mind. Zhao Kongchang could not help but inquire. Chinchio, did you truly perform according to this? Close enough. Chinchio blinked. Rest assured, my acting skills are quite commendable. The sorrow of betrayal and the fury of realization were all perfectly embodied, undoubtedly boosting Si Xiaonan's trust with Loki. A collective thought echoed in everyone's minds. We are utterly unconvinced. Where has she gone? Did she accompany Loki to Asgard? Lung Xian leaped down from above, inquiring about Si Xiaonan's whereabouts. Yes, she has gone undercover. It is true that she serves as Loki's agent. One could say she is under his control. Thus she had no choice but to depart, Chinchio replied, turning to Lung Xian. So, will you seek her out? Lung Xian met Chinchio's gaze, resolutely declaring, Yes, I shall go. Lung Xian, brother Lung Xian. The others regarded him disapprovingly. It is perilous, and there is no necessity for this. You may not be able to assist in this matter, and Qingyu cautioned Lung Xian. I am aware. Lung Xian clenched his fist. Yet, recalling how Si Xiaonan had isolated herself during their time together, so cautious for fear of an impending outcome, it was evident that her yearning was profound. I could never allow her to depart alone. While I may be incapable of much, I will at the very least remain by her side, through life and death. The others fell silent, recognizing the resolute tone in Lung Xian's voice. He had made his decision. Then, you need not accompany me. I will go alone. The more people there are, the more it will hinder Xiaonan. Lung Xian asserted. Since you have made up your mind, then go with the wind, Chinchio said, raising his hand as a gentle breeze flowed into the distance, guiding the way. Loki cast aside Si Xiaonan, suggesting that if he hurried, he might still catch up. Lung Xian's eyes brightened. Thank you. With that, he dashed towards the direction of the flowing wind. The dawn had yet to break. The onlookers watched as Lung Xian's figure gradually vanished into the darkness. However, though the path ahead was shrouded in shadow, the wind would guide those who were lost. Moreover, dawn would not be far off. Lung Xian, I left something on Loki. You can tell Si Xiao and to look forward to it. Qian Xiao called out to Lung Xian's retreating silhouette. Vaguely, Lung Xian waved his hand, signaling that he had heard. Once Lung Xian's figure had completely disappeared, the onlookers turned their gazes back. So, Qian Xiao, what did you leave for Loki? Rinji ye inweeded. Just a small gift, oh. Did you really think I, Qian Xiao, would let Loki go so easily? Impossible. The other three had been crushed to dust. How could Loki be spared? Qian Xiao merely left an inconspicuous mark on Loki, the sole purpose of which was to attract and amplify Qian Xiao's wind. Remember the little gifts Qian Xiao had previously left in certain personal circles? When Loki returns to Asgard, let us see if Asgard is not turned upside down again by the Tempest. This act has now concluded. Qian Xiao stretched his arms. All right, this battle should come to a close. With a flutter of his wings, Qian Xiao soared once more into the sky. The gentle breeze, irresistible yet tender, carried away the combatants, leaving only the mindless undead and seafood behind. A resonant sound echoed through the air, reminiscent of a melody, yet not quite a melody. Once again, the scene from Cangnan No. 2 reappeared, but this time the scale was grander and the power was greater. This time, Qian Xiao did not take out the sky harp. Instead, he used the wind as strings and the universe as his instrument. With a mere flick of his hand, a symphony was born. The wild winds danced and blades flew. Everything below was shattered in an instant. Before the wind rose, the army of undead and seafood stretched endlessly. When the wind ceased, kilometers of troops vanished in the blink of an eye. As the final note resounded, the sun, having just broken free from the horizon's constraints, leapt forth, and darkness began to recede. The first ray of dawn illuminated him, and his pure white wings were tinged with a faint golden hue. Light equally bathed all, including the two silhouettes departing into the brightness. The sky brightened. The battle concluded. We have triumphed. We won. We won. We won. The crowd below erupted in cheers and embraces. In this fierce divine battle, astonishingly, no one perished, and they achieved a resounding victory over their foes. How splendid! However, Qian Xiao did not join in the jubilant cheers of the crowd. Instead, he swiftly vanished, arriving at the mountainside of Jinan. Here, a little turnip and a small black dog were peering curiously towards the battlefield in Cangnan. Young Jin, what do you think would happen if your brother discovered that you had secretly slipped away from the arrangements? Qian Xiao suddenly appeared behind Yang Jin. Woof! Exclaimed the little black dog. Don't! Yang Jin, startled, leaped up, attempting to cover Qian Xiao's mouth. Qian Xiao quickly floated back. All right, I was merely teasing you. Yang Jin shot a glare at Qian Xiao. There, are you at ease now? Qian Xiao stepped forward, standing side by side with Yang Jin, gazing down below. With their keen eyesight, they could clearly see the bustling sentinels and soldiers in Cangnan. They were tidying up the site, clearing away the debris and craters left by the battle. They were busy, yet smiles adorned their faces. I had intended to expend all my reincarnation power to drive off those foreign deities, but you preemptively struck them down. Yang Jin seemed to have matured a little. Thank you. Qian Xiao smiled, placing a hand on Yang Jin's shoulder, and the recently matured apparition vanished once more. Qian Xiao produced the yellow talisman bestowed by the celestial sovereign, waving it before Yang Jin. You need not thank me yet. This is... Yang Jin immediately recognized its origin, astonished beyond measure. Just as he wished to examine it further, Qian Xiao tucked the talisman away, leaving Yang Jin yearning for another glance. Did you believe you're the only one restored in the Great Xia? Trying to play the hero? Qian Xiao raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes. Also, I must inform Lin Xie that you sneaked away. With that, Qian Xiao vanished without a trace. Yang Jin paniqued. Hey, no, come back. You mustn't tell my brother. His voice echoed loudly, startling all the birds in the surrounding forest into flight. Chapter 81. As the winds rise after the conclusion of the Divine War in Cangnan, the remnants of the region, along with outsiders, commenced the arduous task of reconstructing a new Cangnan. The number of individuals involved was not particularly large, merely a fraction of 1% of the original populace. but their collective presence was nonetheless significant. They filled in the pits and cleared the ruins, embarking on the journey to rebuild their homeland amidst the debris. Before the return of those who had departed, it was essential to prepare their abode. One cannot help but marvel at humanity's resilience. They are truly miraculous. They are strong, they strive upward, and when knocked down, they rise once more, surmounting all impossibilities. Is it not wondrous? In just a week, the new Cangnan began to take shape. The post-war cleanup was in full swing, with the night watchers and the government spinning like tops in their efforts. Notably absent from this fervor was Qinxiu. The realm of Qianfeng Zhili had stabilized entirely, concealed within another dimension, accessible only through a hidden entrance. Qinxiu had cleverly concealed this entrance within the chaotic winds of the world. Aside from Qinxiu and those holding the key to Qianfeng Zhili, no one knew where the entrance would manifest next. After securely hiding Qianfeng Zhili, Qinxiu whisked Zhao Kongqing away, leaving behind Hong Ying, Wen Qima, and Qingyu, Lin Qiye, and Yang Jin to toil in Cangnan. Following Qinxiu's report, Yang Jin experienced a lesson in love delivered by Lin Qiye, leaving him hesitant to sit on a chair the next day. Lin Qiye, concerned for Yang Jin's safety, decided it was best for him not to wander alone. With Cangnan's reconstruction underway and the government assigning caretakers for children, Yang Jin was allowed to stay. While Lin Qiye could keep a watchful eye over him, albeit Yang Jin might not have desired such attention from his brother. Qinxiu and Zhao Kongqing departed from the Great Xia, entering the mists. Is this truly the mist? Zhao Kongqing, filled with curiosity, surveyed the surroundings, even attempting to reach out and touch the wisps of fog carried by the wind. Witnessing Zhao Kongqing's actions, Qinxiu felt a jolt of alarm. Are you courting disaster? Zhao Kongqing promptly withdrew his finger from the brink of contact with the mist, concealing it behind his back. Oh, but this isn't my first encounter. Qinxiu regarded Zhao Kongqing with exasperation. Since you were so curious, why not try for yourself? Then, Zhao Kongqing watched as Qinxiu dispelled the winds that scattered the mist. Qinxiu, you must use the wind to disperse the mist. Otherwise, it will consume you, he exclaimed. Ah, I am still in the Chuan realm. I cannot endure for long. Zhao Kongqing summoned all his strength, activating the Eye of the Divine to mimic Qinxiu's previous actions. However, his abilities paled in comparison to Qinxiu's. His mental energy rapidly waned, and the barrier of wind he conjured was exceedingly fragile, seemingly on the verge of collapse, as the mist outside stirred restlessly. Zhao Kongqing bore the weight of pressure beyond his years. Meanwhile, Qinxiu leisurely munched on an apple, observing Zhao Kongqing's contorted expression. You can do it. Keep going. I can't hold on any longer. Qinxiu assessed Zhao Kongqing's condition. You're not at your limit yet. You can last a little longer. No need to rush. As Zhao Kongqing's mental strength was entirely depleted, Qinxiu finally relented, taking over the defensive duties against the mist. The winds around them began to stir once more, pushing the mist back. Zhao Kongqing lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a lifeless figure. Are you all right? 111 nudged him. Do you need assistance? Zhao Kongqing felt disinclined to speak. Not bad. Held on for 3 minutes. Qinxiu nodded in satisfaction. Keep it up. Strive to extend that time to 10 minutes over these next 7 days. Eventually, Zhao Kongqing may also need to confront the mist, so it is wise to practice resisting it sooner rather than later. 111. As usual, let us head to the Japanese circle. Sure thing, Qiuqiu, let us go that way. 111 guided Qinxiu through the mist. With a nearly lifeless Zhao Kongqing in tow, they arrived once more at the Japanese circle. As before, they infiltrated the intelligence system, weakened its presence, and pinpointed a square. Previously, Qinxiu had visited this place nearly every week, but due to the pressing matters in Cangnan, it had been quite a while since their last visit. However, this time, it would likely be their final excursion to the Japanese circle. Sitting on a bench, Qinxiu plucked the strings of the sky harp, producing a crisp sound. Before their arrival, Zhao Kongqing remained oblivious to Qinxiu's true purpose for visiting the Japanese circle. To be frank, he never imagined that Qinxiu had traversed the mist merely to sing in the Japanese circle. Zhao Kongcheng stood awkwardly to one side, feeling rather superfluous. You just arrived, didn't you? Someone spoke to him. Thanks to the headphones provided by 111, Zhao Kongcheng, despite his lack of proficiency in Japanese, could grasp the essence of the conversation. Ah, no, Zhao Kongcheng shook his head. It's all right, don't be nervous, the person smiled kindly. You are not alone in holding irreverent thoughts. Everyone here shares that sentiment. Relax and listen. Music is meant for enjoyment, after all. Zhao Kongcheng nodded on the surface. Yet inwardly, he pondered the meaning behind the person's words. La 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 la, the song began to resonate. Ethereal and pure, the melody cleansed the souls of those present. La 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 la. Initially, the crowd was sparse, but as time elapsed, more and more individuals flocked to the square, drawn by the enchanting voice. Some were hearing Qianqiu's song for the first time, while others had traveled great distances, having listened many times before. The square was nearly filled with people. Despite the throng, it did not feel chaotic. Each person either listened in silence or softly hummed along with the tune. Zhao Kongcheng was astonished that Qianqiu's mere act of singing could evoke such a grand scene. Was Qianqiu truly just singing? Moreover, the song seemed to carry a deeper significance. As the final note lingered in the air, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. No one spoke. They simply gazed up at Qianqiu. The gaze was not fervent, but tranquil and gentle, yet unwaveringly focused. Well then, today's performance has concluded. Qianqiu smiled at the crowd, unchanged as ever. If everyone thinks my performance was splendid, a mere 5 yuan coin or an apple for the poor bar would suffice. Upon hearing Qianqiu's words, the audience chuckled knowingly, producing 5 yuan coins to drop into the small pouch of 111. The crowd was overwhelming, and 111 was truly overwhelmed. Ultimately, it was Zhao Kongcheng who assisted in collecting all the 5 yuan coins. Today may well be my final performance here. After Qianqiu spoke, the crowd, previously calm, suddenly lifted their heads, wide-eyed and staring at Qianqiu. Are you leaving? Can you stay? They implored. Do we do something wrong? Come now, why the long faces? Qianqiu sighed. All I have ever done is sing. What purpose would my stay serve? The wind whispered through, soothing their restless hearts. The wind has already pointed the way for you. The journey ahead must be traversed by your own effort. The crowd fell silent, their expressions tinged with bitter smiles. Yet, indeed, he is not like their deities. He does not bestow everything nor demands anything in return. He offers but a glimmer of hope, which one must seize for oneself. If the birds truly wish to soar freely, then the wind will surely come to lift them towards the azure sky. The 5 yuan coins were offered to the deity. Our fates are intertwined. Your wishes are known to me. A conclusion free of grievances, a life and death devoid of regrets. I await the day when the birds break their bonds. On that day, I shall return to sing for you once more, guiding you to the heights. As Qianqiu, along with 111 and Zhao Kongcheng, vanished from the square, the people remained lost in thought about the future. Qianqiu led 111 and Zhao Kongcheng into a tavern. Boss, a bottle of apple wine, please. Qianqiu shouted as he pushed open the door. Ah, you're here. The owner smiled. The finest apple wine has been reserved for you. Oh, thank you, dear boss. Qianqiu beamed. Why are we here to drink? Zhao Kongcheng whispered to Qianqiu. Isn't it because of you? Qianqiu shot him a glance. Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head, perplexed. What would you like to drink, sir? The owner asked after serving Qianqiu his apple wine. I'll have the same as Qianqiu. Very well. Please hold on. Dad, I'm back. The tavern door burst open as a girl rushed in. Ah, you're here too, she exclaimed upon recognizing Qianqiu seated within the tavern. Oh no, her carefully maintained image was shattered. He wouldn't be disappointed in her, would he? You child. The owner, seeing his daughter's flustered demeanor, understood immediately what had transpired. Why are you always so hasty? He chuckled. Qianqiu noticed the girl's face turn crimson. What a lively child she was. The girl's cheeks flushed even deeper. The owner shook his head, placing the drink before Zhao Kongcheng. The young girl scurried to a corner, concealing herself as she furtively observed Qianqiu. The tavern hosted only a few patrons, creating a serene atmosphere that led Zhao Kongcheng to engage in conversation with the proprietor. The owner, possessing a gentle disposition and a gift for storytelling, captivated Zhao Kongsheng with his narratives. However, Zhao Kongsheng surmised that these tales were not mere stories, but rather reflections of the owner's own experiences. Was this the reason Qinxiu had brought him here? Zhao Kongsheng began to grasp the underlying motive. Meanwhile, after a tumultuous internal struggle, the young girl's yearning ultimately triumphed over her embarrassment. She approached Qinxiu, who was drinking alone, and cautiously inquired, "Excuse me, could you teach me to sing the song you just performed? It was truly enchanting, and when you are gone, I wish to share it with others." "Certainly," Qinxiu replied without hesitation upon hearing the girl's request. "That's wonderful. By the way, what is the name of this song?" "This song is titled The Wind and the Birds," Qinxiu said, gently ruffling the girl's hair. Chapter 82. Once again, guarding the world, Qinxiu departed the tavern with Zhao Kongsheng. Zhao Kongsheng was still lost in thought, reflecting on a somewhat cliché yet heart-wrenching tale recounted by the proprietor. Due to her unique constitution, his wife was chosen by the oracle to become a nurturing vessel for the larvae. Reluctant to embrace death, she, along with the proprietor and a young girl, devised an escape plan. However, under the watchful eye of the oracle, the entire community was ensnared. Where could they flee? Ultimately, the wife was taken away by other devout followers and delivered to the shrine of the deity. They claimed it was a blessing for the faithful. Henceforth, the proprietor lost his beloved wife, and the young girl lost her gentle mother. A rather trite story, wouldn't you agree? Yet, the proprietor could never forget the outstretched hands of his wife and the anguished cries echoing from the shrine. The gentle voice narrating the hackneyed tale perhaps struck a chord of sorrow, evoking tears where outrage should have prevailed. He was acutely aware of the distortions within their community, but alas, he felt utterly powerless. Zhao Kongsheng remained silent throughout their journey. Observing his demeanor, Qinxiu refrained from speaking, continuing their expedition to the next destination. The Nordic, Indian, and Greek circles. The pact between the wind and the birds was sung across the globe. In each locale, Qinxiu lingered with Zhao Kongsheng for a while. Zhao Kongsheng conversed with individuals from various communities, the owner of a flower shop, an erudite old scholar, and a bright young man basking in sunlight. Each possessed their own narratives, yet all were steeped in sorrow and discontent. After traversing the final community, Qinxiu guided Zhao Kongsheng back into the mist. "What are your thoughts?" Qinxiu inquired. "I do not know," Zhao Kongsheng replied, lighting a cigarette with a pained smile. "I feel a heaviness in my heart. I cannot even muster the anger I ought to feel. Those people have grown accustomed to numbness, so even if there's resistance, it hardly alters anything." Qinxiu smiled. "Yet, those who resist will not vanish, will they? One day, they shall take that final step." "Qinxiu, did you bring me to witness these communities so I might assist them?" Zhao Kongsheng asked. "Or is it that you yourself felt compelled to help after witnessing their plight?" Qinxiu chuckled softly, shaking his head. "While the stories are indeed true, it cannot be denied that, as their leader, they have a tendency to evoke sympathy from you, especially that old scholar. Do not be easily swayed by him, for he is a quintessential wolf in sheep-esque clothing. I merely brought you here to observe and gain understanding. Is that so?" Zhao Kongsheng exclaimed, taken aback, nearly dropping his cigarette. "The wind may aid them in soaring high, but the birds must learn to navigate their own clumsy flights. Blind assistance is futile. Do not be misled into doing their work for them." Zhao Kongsheng felt a twinge of shame. "Understood. Once we return to the Great Xia, and I settle some matters, I shall retreat into slumber." Qinxiu regarded Zhao Kongsheng and said, "Therefore, Zhao Kongsheng, I wish to ask you something." "What is it?" Zhao Kongsheng replied, noticing Qinxiu's seriousness. "This is the key to the realm of Thousand Winds, allowing access without the need for a conventional entry point. I wish to entrust it to your care." Qinxiu produced the crystalline orb, which previously served as a fragment of the core of the Cangnan Divine Kingdom. Currently, the essence of the realm of Thousand Winds is embodied in Qinxiu's heart of the Wind God. This smaller core possesses only limited authority, primarily serving as a means to remotely access the realm. Although the realm presently harbors only souls, it is also capable of accommodating the living. Should the dissenters within the human circle reach a critical juncture, the shattering of their group would render them unable to survive amidst the fog. Thus, I hope that when the time comes, you can temporarily welcome them into the realm of thousand winds, for I shall carve out a space for them. After all, we promise to aid them in attaining freedom, not to lead them towards death. Zhao Kongchang gazed at the translucent orb in Qinshio's hand, feeling somewhat bewildered. Why must it be me? Because I have a certain trust in you. You would never misuse the realm of thousand winds, Qinshio replied, raising an eyebrow. Old Zhao, you can be quite stubborn at times, but such tenacity is precisely what is needed here. The realm of thousand winds requires protection. If it were you, I believe you would defend its entrance with your life, ensuring no one could breach it. Moreover, you are my sole agent. Only you possess the elemental power necessary to unlock the realm. Who else could I entrust it to? Initially, Zhao Kongcheng felt a swell of emotion at the recognition, but the final statement extinguished his sentiment. That last remark was indeed the crux of the matter. Qinshio positioned herself opposite him, her azure eyes bearing a slight oppressive weight as they locked onto his. This key symbolizes many things: hope, a retreat, an ending, and a beginning. By accepting it, you must also bear these burdens as you move forward. Furthermore, accepting this key may expose you to significant peril. You could very well lose your life. Zhao Kongcheng, can you shoulder this grave responsibility? Suddenly confronted with such a momentous task, Zhao Kongcheng found himself momentarily at a loss. Yet, he realized that such matters were not ones he could simply decline. He inhaled deeply. I do not know. However, if my stewardship is indeed required, I shall exert every ounce of my strength. Very well, Qinshio smiled. That is a commendable response. Therefore, you must strive to enhance your abilities, at the very least. Achieving the Klein realm will allow you some respite. What? Klein? Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed in astonishment. Your talent is commendable, especially with your dual restrictions. In truth, the target I have set for you is the ceiling of potential, Qinshio remarked. Zhao Kongcheng's lips twitched. The ceiling? Such high regard for me, old Zhao. There are but a few ceilings in the entirety of Daxia. Qinshio encouraged him, stay motivated. Otherwise, if you attract unwanted attention, you may find yourself in dire straits. However, there is no need for excessive worry. As the bearer of the key, you can harness the energy of Kainfeng Zili. Under ordinary circumstances, you are unlikely to perish easily. If necessary, you may take refuge within Kainfeng Zili. Furthermore, those individuals who are marked will merely be temporary residents of Kainfeng Zili. Once they have matured over time, remember to expel them. All right, I understand. Zhao Kongcheng nodded. Qinshio handed the crystal ball to Zhao Kongcheng. Thus, I ask you once more, Zhao Kongcheng, this time, will you once again fight with all your might to safeguard this entire world behind you? Zhao Kongcheng extinguished the cigarette in his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed earnestly at Qinshio. Of course, this was Zhao Kongcheng's resolute reply to Qinshio. The author will be going out tomorrow, so the update schedule for the next few days will be uncertain, and it is unclear whether there will be any updates. It will depend on available time. Chapter 83. Temporary departure. Zhao Kongcheng accepted this heavy burden. However, in the following days, he found himself regretting the decision. With the acquisition of the key, Zhao Kongcheng's survival skills had significantly improved, yet Qinshio once again cast him into the depths of uncertainty. Within this haze, Zhao Kongcheng floundered like a stranded fish, desperately thrashing about. Despite the arduous journey, the outcome proved favorable. He had now reached the late stages of the Chuan realm and was on the verge of entering the Sea realm. This pace was akin to soaring in a rocket, and Zhao Kongcheng reveled in it, a feat that would elicit envy from others. After traversing the outside world, he returned once more to the Great Xia. Qinshio had pulled both Nikes and Merlin from the hospital. In the heart of Qianfeng Zhili, at the wind-rise ground, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and azure glimmers danced in the sky. The three divine beings congregated beneath a tree, indulging in hot pot, with white steam wafting skyward. The aroma of the pot was tantalizing. Merlin had recently devised a new dimension magic, summoning a plethora of otherworldly creatures. After a thorough examination, Chinchio and Merlin concluded that the creatures were non-toxic and quite palatable, resulting in an assortment of bizarre meats being fished out from the pot, delicacies even the gods had never tasted. Each bite felt akin to unearthing a surprise from a mystery box, yet all were surprisingly delectable. The three divine beings dined with great delight, particularly Lin Xie, who savored each morsel with gusto. The atmosphere was tranquil and idyllic. Nike surveyed Qianfeng Zhili, sensing something was amiss. Upon hearing Nike's remark, Merlin raised an eyebrow, but refrained from responding immediately. Chinchio paused with his chopsticks, offering Nike's an understanding smile. Nike's, why don't you enhance it a bit? Certainly, Nike's replied with enthusiasm. Enveloping himself in a cascade of light and shadow, darkness emerged, though imbued with a faint glow, bringing not despair, but the serenity of a tranquil night. Night had fallen over Qianfeng Zhili. While the realm had previously been devoid of day and night, Nike's now infused it with a touch of nocturnal elegance. Beneath the night sky, the luminescence of the souls became more pronounced, resembling stars that illuminated Qianfeng Zhili. Merlin also set down his chopsticks, wiping his mouth as he spoke. Since Lord Nike's is lending a hand, I must also contribute. Rising to his feet, Merlin conjured a staff. His robes billowed without wind, as intricate magical circles arose, expanding until they enveloped the entirety of Qianfeng Zhili. Once the magic circles dissipated, the very fabric of the space within Qianfeng Zhili appeared transformed. I have optimized the space for you. The wind-dries ground is now distinctly separated from the outer seas and the independent islands therein. Additionally, I have established a defensive barrier. Any intruder seeking to breach this divine realm must first endure the trials of 2 forbidden magics. Thank you very much, Chinchio responded joyfully, fully aware that these were farewell gifts from Nike's and Merlin. Although Chinchio would not depart immediately, by the time he awakens in this world once more, Nyx and Merlin would likely have already been discharged from the hospital, making their reunion a challenging endeavor. A gentle breeze stirred, and a flowing gust of wind coiled around the wrists of Merlin and Nyx, each adorned with a delicate gift capable of dispelling fog and purifying pollution, also serving as a guiding light to the entrance of the realm of the thousand winds. Merlin glanced at the wind encircling her wrist, smiled quietly, and said nothing. Thank you. Nyx, her eyes twinkling with mirth, caressed the bracelet-like wind on her wrist. This time, she refrained from addressing Chinchio as Gelasius. Lin Xie, Upon hearing Chinchio call his name, Lin Xie paused in his meal. The reasons that once compelled you to vow have vanished. What do you now feel towards that oath? Is it hatred? Chinchio inquired. There is indeed hatred, but it is not the sole emotion. Lin Xie set down his chopsticks, gazing at the starry sky above the realm of the thousand winds, where among those stars lay his aunt. He reached out toward the night sky. I no longer wish to witness situations like Cangnan's. I will grow stronger, strong enough to protect everyone and bring them all back. Chinchio nodded. Excellent. I am reassured. You have not been disheartened, nor have you succumbed to darkness. You remain the bright, optimistic young man I know. Splendid. As Lin Xie reflected on past events, a profound sense of melancholy washed over him, evoking a bittersweet nostalgia. While he pondered the vicissitudes of life, the trio nearby devoured their meal with fervor. Upon returning to reality, Lin Xie realized the three had nearly emptied the hot pot, leaving only the broth behind. Fortunately, Nyx had taken care of him, leaving 2 pieces of meat. Just 2. Enraged, Lin Xie cast aside his reflections and seized his chopsticks, joining the fray for the meat. As they fought for their share, a gust of wind swept over Merlin's head, carrying away a few of her glossy strands. Ah, I knew it, Chinchio exclaimed. How could Merlin employ such a grand composite magic without losing some hair? She is quite resilient. After a satisfying feast of hot pot, they returned to the hospital, where Chinchio tossed a glowing orb to Lin Xie before unceremoniously ejecting him from the room. Just as he was about to close the door, Lin Xie grasped the doorframe. Chinchio, you are not leaving immediately, are you? Rest assured, I shall merely take a nap. I will depart only upon awakening. Chinchio gently ruffled Lin Xie's hair. This child has been wounded by successive farewells. Do not worry. Now is not the time for parting. I shall bid you farewell properly when the moment comes. Lin Chie regarded Chinchio, then nodded and released his grip. The spatial door closed. Chinchio stretched lazily. Well then, 111, we should commence. 111 flicked its tail. Fear not, Chochio. I have already established contact with the consciousness of your world. Let it recognize you once more. With that, Chinchio fell into slumber. In the heart of the realm of the thousand winds, through the dense foliage of a towering tree, a slender silhouette could be faintly discerned. Beneath the tree, a blue dragon coiled around the massive trunk, seemingly guarding its precious treasure. They had taken their first step toward home. As the ages quietly slumber, time continues its relentless flow. Each individual has undergone transformation, experiencing much more than before. Over the span of 2 years, the city of Cangnan has regained its vibrancy. The 136 squad, led by Captain Chun Mai, faced sacrifice during the divine battle of Cangnan. Team members Si Xiaonan and Lung Xian were dispatched on a special confidential mission. And soon after, Wu Xiaonan was reassigned to the Night Watch's Special Intelligence Department, specifically the Japan Investigation Unit. Presently, Lin Chie and Qingyu are also on the verge of being sent to the capital for their studies. They are acutely aware of the implications of this journey. It is likely that during their next encounter, Lin Chie and Qingyu will have become members of a special squad. Yet, there are still those who steadfastly guard the city. Hong Ying, Wen Qima, and Zhao Kongcheng remain in Cangnan, safeguarding both its present and its past. When Lin Chie and Qingyu departed, they were tearfully sent off by Hong Ying, Wen Qima, and Zhao Kongcheng, who brandished handkerchiefs and banners, prompting Lin Chie and Qingyu to flee in haste. Shen Qingzhu is currently serving in the capital's team. Upon their arrival, however, Shen Qingzhu did not greet them, as he was occupied undercover within a criminal organization, having been borrowed by the police force. Strangely, Shen Qingzhu possesses an uncanny ability to seamlessly infiltrate enemy ranks without arousing suspicion. After being repeatedly mistaken for a member of the criminal organization and subsequently reporting them, the police force recognized this unique trait in him. According to the police, his visage, his demeanor, and his mischievous nature render him an ideal undercover operative. Consequently, upon realizing Shen Qingzhu's affiliation with the system, the police frequently request his assistance. Serving the people is their primary objective. So Shen Qingzhu often finds himself fulfilling additional duties with the police outside of his responsibilities with the Night Watch. During their time in the capital, Lin Chie and Qingyu have witnessed Shen Qingzhu's remarkable capabilities. Most astonishingly, when Lin Chie employed transformation magic to disguise Shen Qingzhu, he managed to blend into a gathering of mysterious figures. Ultimately, after mingling within this clandestine assembly for some time, he orchestrated a successful operation that dismantled a mysterious hideout in the capital. As for Shen Qingzhu, one can only express admiration. As the ages take a temporary pause, a transition is set to unfold, initiating a leap through time. The overarching plot will be succinctly summarized in a single sentence, while intricate details will be reserved for significant developments. First, the rescue of the masked figure will occur, followed by an escort for the Nightfall Squad, which will lead into the narrative involving the Japanese Circle. The Japanese Circle will not interact with Lin Chie, but rather with Shen Qingzhu and Qingyu, linking back to the storyline from the training camp that involved the Japanese faction. Chapter 84. The Nightfall Squad, Transition. After thorough evaluation, the higher-ups of the Night Watch sanctioned the establishment of the 5th Special Squad, led by Lin Chie, the top student from the training camp. The squad's members were to be chosen at the captain's discretion. However, due to Lin Chie and his companions' insufficient strength, they sought the expertise of the unparalleled Sword Saint, Zhou Ping, from the Daxia realm, to train the squad and enhance their abilities. Training. How could Lin Chie neglect to consider his beleaguered comrades? Shen Qingzhu was an easy recruit, simply abducted from the capital squad. But what of the rotund Bailey and the stoic Chao Yuan? A mere phone call sufficed to lure them into the fold. Thus, 5 unwitting souls embarked on a rigorous training regimen together. Zhou Ping, afflicted with severe social anxiety, found himself utterly trapped in his condition with no hope for recovery. Yet, he assumed a sense of responsibility towards Lin Xie and his friends, compelling himself to adjust rather than fleeing under the cover of night. This predicament stemmed from a wager made with the socially anxious Qianxiu, revolving around whose culinary skills could produce the thinnest fish slices for their uncle's rustic eatery. Ultimately, with a mere 1-micron margin, Qianxiu's finesse triumphed over Zhou Ping's sword aura. Thus, Zhou Ping was left with no choice but to offer his services here. Under the sword saint's tutelage, Lin Xie and the others experienced a meteoric rise in their capabilities, all achieving the realm of the sea. Presently, Lin Xie's clinic had opened 2 more doors, welcoming 2 new patients. Behind the third door was Bragi, the god of poetry and music, renowned as Odin's ninth son. His melodies resonated with unmatched beauty. Upon hearing the enchanting strains, Lin Xie's first thought was that Qianxiu would not play a prank by sneaking back in. However, after listening for a while, he discerned that while the music was indeed divine, it lacked the vivacity of Qianxiu's playing and possessed a more grandiose essence. If Qianxiu's music evoked a sense of unfettered breeziness, Bragi's melodies felt akin to a flowing river. As Lin Xie contemplated the subtle differences between the two, a coarse and piercing voice abruptly intruded, forcefully disrupting the melody. Lin Xie's hand delved into the pocket of his lab coat. Bare branches, upon the resplendent earth. What transpired? Both Nyx and Merlin were startled into a hasty exit. Was Merlin's dimensional magic malfunctioning again? Had a beast emerged to howl? Nyx inquired. Veins pulsed on Lin Xie's forehead. No, it was merely a new patient, a shadow cast unsettling my peace. Lin Xie quickly retrieved the earplugs from his lab coat pocket, a gift from Qianxiu during their encounter with the formidable Nanta serpent demon. Fortunate that they had not been lost. The effect was indeed remarkable. He could now hear no trace of the wailing specters. Lin Xie mused that had Qianxiu been present, he would undoubtedly find a profound connection with Bragi on multiple levels. Behind the 4th hospital door stood none other than the legendary Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, whose name echoed throughout the expanse of Daxia. Lin Xie was aflame with excitement. This was indeed the great sage. However, the initial encounter between Lin Xie and the great sage was far from amicable. Upon their first meeting, Lin Xie was promptly expelled from the ward by the great sage, who was still cloaked in emotional solitude and had no desire to engage with him. After facing such dismissal, Lin Xie had no choice but to temporarily retreat. The foundational criteria for the establishment of the Special Task Force were met. Each member must possess at least the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, which was fulfilled. The members must exhibit uniqueness, which was also satisfied. Thus, the 5th Special Task Force, known as the Nightfall Squad, was officially formed. The inaugural assignment for Nightfall was to pursue the remnants of the ancient God Church, who had fled into obscurity after being vanquished by Qianxiu, with only a few of its leaders managing to escape. Upon accepting the mission, the Nightfall Squad embarked on a relentless chase. Their pursuit first led them to the Fasting Sanctuary, where the remnants of the ancient God Church had failed to obliterate the site. During a skirmish between Lin Xie and the corpulent Bai Li, their lack of restraint nearly resulted in the sanctuary's destruction, much to the chagrin of the revered teacher. Subsequently, new intelligence emerged from Antak County, prompting the team to venture to the northernmost reaches of Daxia. To their surprise, they discovered an enigmatic wilderness in the primal jungles north of Antak County. Contemplating a thorough cleansing of the area, they inadvertently unearthed Fengdu, heralding the return of the reincarnated emperor of Fengdu and the re-establishment of the deities of Daxia. This endeavor also yielded an unexpected treasure, a stunning maiden named Jialan, who could not be surrendered to the state and was thus taken along. Yet, despite the absence of captures from the ancient God Church, their pursuit continued. The elusive nature of the church was becoming increasingly frustrating for Lin Xie and his comrades. Ultimately, in the city of Suzhou, the very city where Molly resided, a fierce battle ensued, culminating in the successful apprehension of several members of the ancient God Church. During this tumultuous encounter, Bali also managed to heroically rescue a damsel in distress. The subsequent collaboration in combat between Bai Li and Molly sparked an undeniable connection between them. This initial mission, which had extended over an arduous span and traversed cities nationwide, left the Nightfall squad thoroughly exhausted. Consequently, with no immediate assignments ahead, Bailey took this opportunity to return home and celebrate his father's birthday, granting the squad a brief respite. However, this reprieve was destined to be anything but tranquil. Bailey, having been adopted as a shield by the Bai family, found himself in peril as the threat had subsided, yet his elevated status drew envy. The Bai family conspired to exchange Bai Li's identity with their legitimate heir, Bai Li Jing, and sought to eliminate Bai Li altogether, effectively transforming Bai Li Jing into Bai Li Tuming. The Nightfall squad was incensed. How could their beloved Bai Li be replaced? With swords drawn, they charged forth, resolved to eliminate the scoundrels of the Bai family. They were prepared to face military tribunals if necessary. It was not as if they could not endure such consequences. After all, there were squads like Phoenix ready to provide support, ignoring the counsel from the Night Watchmen and the formidable power of the Bai family. The Nightfall squad was determined to engage in battle. This confrontation awakened Bai Li's latent ability, the disarmament of all things. It must be said that the Bailey family truly lives up to its reputation as a repository of forbidden artifacts, with a plethora of diverse and peculiar items emerging one after another. Even at the brink of despair, Bailey Xin produced yet another forbidden object in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. The dirge unleashed its haunting melody, shattering the physiological structure of cells through the frequency of its sound. Even if one were to block their ears, as long as their body remained within the range of the sound's propagation, they would succumb to a state of sandification. As the dirge began to wield its power, Lin Xie and his companions felt their bodies start to disintegrate into sand. In that moment, a surge of azure light erupted from Chao Yuan's being. A wind enveloped the members of the Nightfall team without any gaps, steadfastly protecting them from the influence of the dirge. At that instant, a gust of wind approached Shen Qingzhu, delivering a sharp blow to her forehead. Shen Qingzhu stumbled back, bewildered, observing that Shen Qingzhu had yet to comprehend the situation. The gust continued to poke at her forehead. It was a vibration of air, suggesting that she could negate the effects of the dirge, as deduced by Qingyu. Upon hearing Qingyu's conclusion, the wind joyfully circled around him before vanishing completely. How could one discern meaning without words? Shen Qingzhu rubbed her forehead. However, since it pertained to air, it was manageable. Watch me. With a snap of his fingers, the surrounding air was entirely evacuated, creating a vacuum that dismantled the dirge. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xie and his companions swiftly charged at Bailey Xin. Blood spattered and heads rolled, all settling before the Watchers could intervene. Congratulations. Bailey Pang Pang has successfully avenged himself. Furthermore, congratulations are in order as the Nightfall team, within less than a year of its establishment, has earned a trip to the military tribunal. Naturally, the upper echelons of the Watchers looked down upon the Bailey family's methods, and now that everything had settled, the penalties for the Nightfall team were merely symbolic. They received a minor salary deduction and a few additional missions. Following this, the Nightfall team resumed their travels. In their most recent mission, they rescued Team 008, marking their first encounter with the Klein realm and their initial experience of utter helplessness. Lin Xie bore the soul of Nikes, forcibly elevating his own realm, fiercely resisting the Wind Vein Earth Dragon, the foremost of the ancient church's most enigmatic believers, and the only member of the ancient church yet to be captured aside from the Whisperer. This battle was brutal. Both Team 008 and the Nightfall team suffered severe injuries, with Team 008's member Jiang Air losing her life. Fortunately, due to Jiang Air's unique connection to the spirit field, she was not entirely dead and now existed in a magnetic form. Nonetheless, the members of the Nightfall team were engulfed in guilt, particularly Lin Xie, who felt he had failed to protect the girl. The ghostly presence of Jiang Air was merely a magnetic field emitted from her brain, allowing her to move within a 1-kilometer radius of her physical form. And Qingyu proposed that he could preserve Jiang Air's body, preventing it from decaying. Lin Xie also remarked that there might be a possibility of resurrecting Jiang Air. Lin Xie perceived that Jiang Er's current predicament bore a striking resemblance to the souls within the land of 1,000 winds. Originally, Lin Xie had intended to seek methods for resurrecting everyone, and the addition of Jiang Er became a serendipitous endeavor. Thus, Jiang Er began to follow the Nightfall team, departing from Squad 008 to join them. With this, the Nightfall team was fully assembled. The captain, Lin Xie, the vice-captain, and Qing Yu, and the members, Shen Qingzhu, Bai Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, Jiang Er, and Jia Lan, were all present and accounted for. Chapter 85. The Immortal Swordmaster of the Mortal Realm, Transition. The emergence of adversaries from the Klein realm garnered significant attention. Zhou Ping, already apprehensive about the safety of his students, rushed to their aid upon hearing news of Lin Xie and his companions sustaining severe injuries, sword in hand. With the formidable backing of their sword saint mentor, the members of the Nightfall team stood tall, embodying a spirit of defiance and indifference towards life and death. Though it was the enemies who faced this indifference. With a few decisive strokes of his sword, Zhou Ping dispatched foes with ruthless efficiency, his vengeance for his students fueling an intensity that cleaved the ground beneath him. This violent act revealed an underground altar, a last-ditch gamble by the ancient god church to summon an external deity and mount a counteroffensive against the Great Xia. They had established 2 altars. One had summoned Osiris, the Egyptian god of the underworld, only to be dealt with by the resurrected Emperor Fengdu. The other altar, activated shortly thereafter, called forth the Egyptian wind god, Shu. Seizing the moment while Emperor Fengdu was absent, Shu brazenly plundered Fengdu's domain, uprooting the very essence of Fengdu from the borders of Great Xia, causing widespread devastation among the cities above. The gravity of this situation cannot be overstated. With the exception of Emperor Fengdu, the other deities of Great Xia were preoccupied with meditative restoration of the heavenly realm and could not intervene. Thus, humanity was left to confront the wind god Shu alone, standing face to face with divinity. Yifan arrived to escort Zhou Ping to address this crisis. The Nightfall team, recognizing their insufficient strength, refrained from direct involvement, choosing instead to focus on their mission to enhance their abilities. After assisting Team 007 in dealing with the prophetic entity known as the Seer, a new staff member joined Lin Xie's hospital. It was both shocking and suspect that the Seer seemingly met its demise at Lin Xie's hands to gain entry into the hospital, where it conveyed a foreboding prophecy of Zhou Ping's impending